Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 47, Chapter 46, Taking Princess from Her Castle. Next day. In the government building, the third princess was pondering on her disguise. Euphemia looked at the hats and the glasses. This is so difficult. She commented on the selection. The bigger the selection, the harder it was. Thankfully, I have something for you. A familiar voice said from the direction of the doors. Euphemia's eyes perked up when she heard his voice. Lulu. The princess glided to his side and hugged him. The prince patted her head, making her giggle, as she pulled back and wondered how he had infiltrated the building. How did? He placed his finger on her lips. Don't, that's my secret. Now for the disguise. He pulled out a small box and opened it. Contact lenses and a hairpin. She inspected the contents of the box. The contact lenses change the color of your eyes. It makes your eyes bright ocean blue, giving a striking look. While the hairpin. He took it out and placed it on her hair. A strange feeling washed over her as she needed to inspect her hair. The girl walked over and inspected herself in the mirror. Gasp. My hair, blonde. It wasn't full-on blonde, but strands of blonde hair. It's like she has dyed her hair, something one would never expect from a Britannian princess. Indeed. I make you look not a Britannian princess. He chuckled while commenting on her transformation. But how? Optical illusion. He replied while taking a strand of her new blonde hair. The moment he took it from her, her hair returned to its pink color. Oh. Regardless, with this, your disguise is complete. He nodded to himself. To improve on the disguise, change your hairstyle. Marcus looked at her drills. And of course no princess dresses. The prince looked at her dress. I know that. Euphemia pouted as she felt offended. She knows that much. All right. He motioned to calm down. Anyway, change your clothes, we are going for a trip. He winked at her before starting to walk towards the doors. Why, you are coming with me to Lake Kawaguchi? She looked surprised. Not just me, but my student council as well. We are going together. But. She was confused. Don't worry, you will pass as my half-sister from the homeland. He smiled while saying that. Okay. She didn't argue. This was a bit wild, wasn't she, Sub-Viceroy? He completely disregarded that in all of these situations. Not that she is telling him that. And Cornelia? I am here because of her. He smirked at that. She told me to take care of you. There was an amused look in his eyes. The girl immediately deadpanned at him. Of course she would do that. With a sigh, she grabbed the first casual-looking clothes and went to change. By this point, she no longer cared, all she wanted was to start the trip. I know this might sound strange, but how are we going to leave? I am Sub-Viceroy, and you are supposed to be dead. Euphemia had a valid point. But it was extremely simple, as they walked out through the main doors. Every single guard and soldier acted like it was the most normal thing to do in the world. AKA. Leading Sub-Viceroy through the doors. These are my guys. The bulk of soldiers who don't know me left with Cornelia, those are her men. These are my men. He smirked as every single soldier and guard had this purest pin on their chests, signifying their allegiance to him. Oh. At that moment, she realized that Marcus' presence in Area 11 was significant. Regardless, they went to his bike and he handed over to her one of the helmets. Euphemia looked at the helmet. What? Don't know how to use it? He asked with an amused tone. The girl gave him a death stare. Isn't it obvious? She slightly narrowed her eyes. The third princess doesn't appreciate that tone. All right, let me spoil you further. He took the helmet from her and gently placed it on her head, fixing it in place. He then put his and got on the bike. Get on and hold on to me. Hold. She wasn't certain. Hug, you like those? Marcus clarified to her. Oh. All of a sudden, she was very interested in this mode of transportation. Once on the bike, she hugged his back, and the prince drove out of the government's massive yard. The guards, the soldiers, all of them pretended that this was normal. At the railway station, the princess looked around. This was the first time in her life that she was in such a public place. Her eyes were on all of the shops. Cafe shops, magazine stores, and small markets. Marcus was surprised by how big the railway station was. Honestly, he was a bumpkin in this regard as well. Wasn't Tokyo Settlement the biggest city in Area 11? Where could these trains go? Sure enough, he realized that there are at least 24 platforms of extremely fast trains. Hokkaido, there is a bridge connecting the islands. Wasn't the next anime in Hokkaido? He recalled something. It was supposed to be an anime with Lelouch's niece, 9 years from now. Oh well. There are so many stores here, do they even buy in here? Euphemia commented as she looked at the busy stores. It already answered her question, but at the same time, she wondered how this works. Sure enough, she learned how this works. For one, people wait for their train. That's so different from how she used to travel. If they wait, then they have time to buy food or drinks, maybe a magazine or newspaper to read. Marcus. The pair looked at the trio of girls walking over. It was Millie, Shirley, and grumpy-looking Nina. But that grumpiness was gone the moment she saw Marcus. A beautiful smile appeared on her lips. Girls, you are finally here. The Inventor Prince greeted them before taking a sip of his ice-cold tea. Yep. The blonde nodded before looking at the other person standing next to Marcus. She had the same plastic cup as he had, only a different color of tea. And you are? That's my half-sister from the homeland. She is here to see the expo with me. Marcus smoothly introduced their sub-viceroy. Hello everyone, I am Yuffie. The girl waved her hand in a friendly manner. She was a bit nervous. This is, after all, what she is spending time with regular girls. Millie's eyes gleamed. She already knew who this girl was. Nina, who recently learned that her savior is an actual prince in shining armor, also had this look, almost stumbling and announcing that the girl before them was a princess. Oh, hello. I am Shirley. Nice to meet you. The only one who was clueless was Shirley, as she acted like she had just met a friend's relative. Nice to meet you too. Euphemia smiled and didn't expect such friendliness from the very beginning. These are my fellow student council members, Millie Asford, the president, and Nina Einstein, our tech wizard, Marcus explained, making the pair a bit amused by how smoothly he is acting. Nice to meet you, Yuffie. Millie glided over to her side. We're going to have so much fun this weekend. Talking about girl stuff. The blonde president decided to have some fun as she took Euphemia's hand and began to drag her towards the benches as they were waiting for the train. The sub-viceroy looked at Marcus for help. It's okay, I don't bite much. The blonde showed her a grin. President, you can't just take her away like that. Shirley swiftly went to help as she saw Euphemia struggling with this attention, as she didn't know how to behave around this menace. Doesn't she know this girl is the princess of Britannia and our sub-viceroy? Nina questioned, her voice was soft as she was standing next to Marcus. She is Millie Ashford, stuff like that doesn't mean much to her. Marcus joked, making Nina grimace. It doesn't make sense. How can Millie be that bold? All it takes for the princess to snap, and we will have a big mess. The nerdy girl reminded him. That's the thing. We are talking about Euphemia. The prince shook his head. This princess was Euphemia, she wants this kind of, normal attention. She wants normal stuff. That's why I brought her here. This is me, her big brother, fulfilling her wishes. He explained to his fellow scientist. I see, since you know what you're doing, I won't complain. Nina shook her head before she pouted at him. I am more annoyed that you told me to come here. I could have continued with my development and research. The green-haired girl puffed even more. Relax, we can spend some time together. Her annoyance evaporated in an instant. I see. Then you should have said so from the very beginning. Nina tried to explain herself, now that she knows the purpose of this trip. It should have been obvious. He winked at her. His actions nearly caused the poor girl to pass out. It's not. Well, not it is. He patted her head, causing her to nearly melt. Ugh. She tried to calm herself, but it's hard. Euphemia noticed their interaction. She realized that he had more girls than she had initially thought. Even these science-type ones can't escape him. The third princess realized how smooth her brother is. It was even scarier how similar he was to the emperor, who has a massive harem. Eventually, the train arrived. It was a white one that looked very similar to a bullet train with that long nose to pierce the sound barrier. Honestly, with Sakuradite in such wide use, Marcus wondered how fast he could make maglevs. What a scary thought. If he is to make them in tubes with no air resistance inside. We could be talking something close to 700 to 900 kilometers. No, it could be even more. If I am to bypass the heat sink. He began to hum. Yes, I could do some tests. Maybe on the moon once the infrastructure is in place. Let's go. To the VIP carriage. Millie dragged Euphemia, Shirley followed, only Nina stuck around as she helped Marcus with luggage. Can't believe they left this stuff for you. The nerdy girl complained. That president is asking for it. Relax, it's the holidays. He smirked. The smirk told her that he was planning something. I know. But the president is abusing the situation. That's her telling me to pay more attention to her. He explained after placing the bags in the storage area. VIPs don't have luggage areas above their heads like regular carriages. Once that was done, they went where the three girls were sitting. Once Marcus sat down, Euphemia scrambled to sit next to him. Nina's eyebrows twitched as she sat down on his other side. Thankfully, they have a considerable amount of space. The seats were like those in a cinema's VIP section. They are wide and can accommodate drinks in specially designed holders. So now that we are on the train, let's talk plans. Activities. The council president said with an excited face. HN. Marcus leaned into his seat and closed his eyes. Do that. I am going to chill until we arrive. It has been a long day. He commented while enjoying his new seating arrangements. Humph. Then don't complain when we do something you don't like. Millie replied with a puff. HN. This girl crossed her arms while looking at Euphemia and Nina, who were looking at relaxing Marcus. Why don't we just relax and enjoy the trip? Shirley nervously tried to find a common ground. However, Marcus' relaxation didn't last long as Nina pulled out her laptop and began to code something. The ever-curious inventor prince swiftly opened his eyes and looked at what she was doing. Oh my. He perked up as he leaned towards her and looked at what she was doing. This is an interesting model. His praising voice caused her to blush. It's nothing that great. Just something to make creation of those a bit easier. The nerdy girl fiddled with her sleeves while saying that. Chapter 48, Chapter 47, Theory of Third-Generation Fusion Reactors. So, I realized that to start a fusion reactor, you need another one's power to do it. I realized that a huge amount of energy is needed. My idea was to streamline the creation process. That is why I went with two laser beams, one from above and one from below. They hit each other in a closed-up space that is full of helium-3 and other gases. Nina showed Marcus her model on the laptop. She was whispering as she didn't want anyone to hear. You are not wrong. For my workshop startup, I needed to siphon nearly 6 months of power from the city grid. The girl caused him to remember something borderline traumatic as he remembered storing batteries for the startup of his fusion reactor. Thank God for Sakuradite. He grimaced. Yes. Well, this model should lower it considerably, as it would only focus power on 2 lasers. In a way, yes. What you are proposing is actual sun creation, not my fusion reactor. He pointed out. Oh. With this, the issue will be that this model will be extremely heavy. We will need to revamp the containment model. Marcus recalled the first mobile version of his fusion reactor inside KK-00 Luff. Simply put, it was a shrunk version of the workshop model. The issues with that model is that the reactor doesn't have a limiter or balancer. A limiter limits the amount of power it can produce. This is because technically, it doesn't have it. The fusion of atoms can intensify to absurd levels, the mobile suit would rip itself apart. The second is the balancer. This one allows a fusion reactor to borderline turn itself off. Because technically, you can't do that. Because if you turn it off, you will need to kickstart the fusion again. It works similarly to industrial-sized forges, where it's running 24/7. Luff is a prototype, a bedrock model, the first ever functioning mobile suit. While a prototype balancer was installed later, the model of the reactor made it hard to use. In other words, the fusion reactors in the current 4 mobile suits are second generation. They are more like engines attached to a reactor than a simple reactor powering the suit directly. And now, Nina is showing him the 3rd generation. It's no longer a pseudo-sun but an actual miniature sun. Well. I was working on it. She showed him the next nano material. You've been developing nanometals for the suits. So I was thinking glass, crystals, or more like reflectors. Hexagon-shaped panels appeared on the screen. She showed him the next model of fusion reactor, not just the startup version. The sun was inside a glass-like sphere, which was inside another sphere made of hexagon-shaped panels. This was a miniature Dyson sphere. Oh, my. Marcus took the laptop from her as he swiftly did some checkups. The girl was working in Legion OS simulation and development assistance, so by all means, this was a theoretical working model. This is, by all means, the 3rd generation model, but there is something that I want to see if it could work. Marcus tried to add his graviton resonators to the model. Graviton resonators are basically his prototype tools that allow the manipulation of gravity. They absorb gravity via wave absorption and then send it the way the user wants. But this is more complex as he got a fatal error on the screen. I didn't consider that you wanted to add that. Nina sheepishly commented as she saw a red screen on the development screen. Regardless, you did great. These new reactors will be used in the next workshops. Though putting them in mobile suits is problematic. He grimaced at the theoretical weight they would produce. His graviton resonators should slash it, make it borderline weightless when needed and absurdly heavy when requested. Another weapon to be used. It would be perfect for a bombardment unit. A heavy mobile suit wouldn't move when a huge bazooka is shot, basically, no recoil. Or something similar. But without a graviton resonator, the fusion reactor would not be mobile at all. Meant to be inside buildings. I could compensate with ion technology. Magnetic fields could lower the overall weight. But that's a massive stretch. The machine wouldn't be as agile as current KK units. I wasn't really thinking about mobile suits. Nina blushed at the comment. I just wanted to make a better fusion reactor. The girl explained with an embarrassed look. You did great. This is the next bedrock model. He praised her. What she did was impressive because, although he didn't want to admit it, his fusion reactor technology is quite primitive. Simply because it was never refined. He needed power, so he made a power source. Simple as that. Now Nina refined it. It was no longer a simple reaction inside a container, she made a literal sun. But with that came other challenges. The fusion inside the container will be heavier than ever before, just by looking at theoretical numbers, it's in hundreds of tons. Simply put, they are trying to contain constant explosions, or more precisely, extremely hot energy reactions. Midway. Marcus' mind stopped as his eyes widened, he just got an eureka moment. He minimized the design and created a new one. He swiftly went through several alloys and metals and began to design. A core. That's right. A magnetic core. Resonators didn't work because the reaction didn't have a core. It wasn't stable. It's like a sea without a current. It was random, chaotic. But if he places a solid metal core, it would create a magnetic field in a fusion. After all, every planet, even the sun, has a core that generates a magnetic field. Let's try again. Marcus placed a new core inside Nina's fusion core design. It worked. The girl next to him looked odd. The design had a green word, instead of a red one. While not perfect, as the resonators need to be adjusted, it was far more stable. Of course. All the planets have solid cores. She realized that, remembering the physics classes. More specifically, the Moon and Mars have solid cores, while they are still cores. Not entirely true, gravity keeps it together so that it might look solid, but it's not. For example, gas giants don't have solid cores. However, the idea is that we need something like a balancer inside this. Because without it, we have uncontrolled fusion, or more precisely, any energy explosion. If we are unlucky enough, they could have caused a chain explosion that could have shattered the nano-glass container, causing a meltdown that would have made any known bomb we ever produced look like a New Year's firework compared to this. Nina gulped down, she did see the catastrophic failure percentage, it wasn't small. Without knowing how often the fusion is happening inside the container, each time it happens, there is a chance of a chain reaction. One merge of atoms sends a wave to the next one and the next one until it's uncontrollable, but in this model, that wouldn't happen. Because they move in a direction thanks to the spinning core, instead of chaos, it has an order, a directed flow. That means that even the explosions are controlled to a certain degree. I see, but this means the design should be stable. Enough to try testing it out. Nina replied, she was borderline trembling with excitement to see her design constructed, not just designed on a laptop. Indeed. This isn't just stable, this is the next step. As he said, he checked the connectivity. It would seem his satellites and the newly built receiver are strong enough to have a direct link to Legion's main AI server. So he didn't wait and uploaded the new design. He immediately put it to work. His AI needs to run the tests. He might install a third-generation fusion reactor in his Solomon base. Instead, the second-generation one he was planning. There is not that much of a difference between first and second. Simply put, it's more stable. Yeah, I should remove the original one from beneath the academy, it is a bit dangerous, it doesn't have a limiter or a balancer. Layla was right about the dangers. But then again, the excess energy is used in scrapyard furnaces around Japan in the shape of sakuradite batteries. He doesn't pay electricity bills after all. His fusion reactor generates enough power for Anaheim, factories that make prosthetics and robotics, the scrapyards and the forges. But that's because of the excess power of the fusion reactor that does have a limiter. With one, he wouldn't need batteries, he would simply connect to the reactor and let it generate how much he would need. I guess I will build a second-generation one in Anaheim headquarters after I move from my workshop. Are you guys done yet with your whispering? Shirley finally reminded Marcus that he was, in fact, on a train with a company. The inventor prince chuckled as he saw Millie and Shirley looking at him with a deadpan look. You know it is holiday weekend, do try relaxing. The blonde president knew that they had invented something crazy, but they still should be relaxing. Hey, we will, don't worry. Marcus closed the laptop before handing it over to the annoyed Nina. The nerdy girl wanted to continue, as it felt like a dream to her. Yet, this blonde interrupted her. Sensing the annoyance, he wrapped his hand around the green-haired girl, causing her brain to stop for a second. Relax, let's enjoy the trip. He winked at her, causing her glasses to get covered in steam. The girl needed to clean them up immediately. Sir, the new fusion reactor model, by my calculation, can in truth generate a gravitational pull. If it's true, when can we start space colonization in earnest? Marcus looked through the window of the hotel room. He could see the lake stretching out and mountains in the distance. It was a picturesque view. Indeed. He replied, speaking into the earpiece that is connected to his laptop, which is on the table in his hotel room. The laptop is directly linked to his satellites in the lower orbit. The prince was hesitant when it came to the lack of gravity. Simply put, colonizing Mars or the Moon was hard because humans couldn't operate there properly. The gravitational pull was below that of Earth. That means loss of muscles, potential damage to veins, and all of the effects of lack of gravity are dangerous in the long run. In his eyes, it was like investing in a stock that had a dead end. No reasonable investor would do that. That is why he was working on a fusion reactor that could generate artificial gravity as strong as on Earth. If he had something like this, then he could be on any planet regardless of how weak the gravity was there. Or not even a planet at all. A simple habitat or space colony is good enough. With this new reactor, a new age is about to dawn on his faction. The next generation is about to begin. Not just colony build-up. He can now begin designing successor models for his KK units. The third generation of nightmare killers. Should I? Marcus stroked his chin. Yes. But this is no longer killing nightmares. A small smirk appeared on his lips as he walked to his laptop and opened the project windows. And created a new project. It was named Gundam. With this, he will be stepping one step closer to space. Legion, begin testing the new fusion reactor design. We need to figure out the proper gravity resonator placement. If I am guessing, then we should place primary ones at the top before secondary ones throughout what should be the equator. Marcus changed the project and checked the new design that was already in Legion's databases. Running simulations. As the AI began to simulate, Marcus watched the changes to the designs. His eyes trembled as he saw a reaction. There was a reaction from the gravity resonators. It was picking up wave frequencies and spreading them out. The next step was receivers that could emit outside the reactor chamber. Until then, the phenomenon is within the reactor's confines. Chapter 49, Chapter 48, The Remnant of JFL on the Move. After arriving at the hotel and giving instructions to his AI, the girls barged into his room. Let's go exploring. The ground floor is full of shops. Millie grabbed his hand and pressed her assets into him. Sure. He smiled at her behavior. The other three didn't look the happiest that this blonde is hogging him like that. Then let's go. Euphemia, all of a sudden, took his other hand. I sent to your brother. Shirley reminded, but the third princess had an answer ready already. My half-brother. The princess reaffirmed. Isn't it the same? Regardless, the orange-haired girl didn't comment, as she felt a certain intensity radiating from the disguised princess. After leaving the room, the group of 5 went downstairs. As they were in the lift, Shirley saw Marcus carrying a case of some sort. I wanted to ask this for a while, but what is in this case? The girl asked what was in the case. All she got was him smiling at her. You will know soon enough. When the girls heard that, Millie got serious all of a sudden. She moved her head to the side, closer to the prince's head. Where is your KK? The blonde asked, her tone was dead serious. At the bottom of the lake. When she heard that, her breathing hitched. Why didn't you say a thing? Millie hissed into his ear. You did want to visit the expo, so who am I to deny you that? He teased her. With that said, Millie swiftly pulled out her pink phone and pressed a couple of buttons. What is happening? Shirley asked, confused how swiftly Millie flipped through expressions. Nothing. Don't worry, Shirley, our knight is being forgetful. Millie joked. Marcus forgetful. The fellow council member couldn't connect that at all. Not forgetful, just someone who has priorities. He smiled at Shirley as he then looked at Millie, who lost whatever amusement she had for this trip. Other girls like Nina and even Euphemia realized that something was going on. After arriving at the ground floor, everyone walked towards the shops. However, the mood was a bit off. The moment Shirley wandered away, Millie swiftly walked over. What is going on? She looked at him and then at Euphemia. The princess looked interested as well. JFL remnants should try to take this whole hotel hostage. At least that is what I am thinking. JFL members who didn't join my cause went rogue, according to Major General. Marcus explained to them. Should we notify Cornelia? Euphemia immediately replied. So you are the third princess, Nina commented as she wasn't 100% certain. The girl placed her finger on her lips, motioning for the nerdy girl to stay quiet. Don't worry, I won't say a thing. I just wanted to be sure. Nina nodded slowly. Lulu, you can't be that reckless. Millie hissed as she was nervous now. Then summon your fly dyes. He shrugged. Already did. I won't be risking like that. She pouted a bit. Fly dyes. Euphemia looked curious. Millie's machine. She nagged me until she got her model. Though she is barely using it. Marcus, all of a sudden, complained. I didn't. And I am using it, from time to time. The blonde got defensive all of a sudden. She was the one who gave long-range cover after all. Right, anyway, I already have satellites positioned for coverage of this place, and my Tyrannies is on standby at the bottom of the lake. Even if they want to take us hostage, we will know. He clarified to them. I see, fine. I will be vigilant as well. The only one who wasn't worried was Nina. Millie and Euphemia noticed that. Though they didn't comment. The reason for her behavior is that she has 100% trust when it comes to Marcus. After all, to her, he was akin to a deity. For the rest of the trip, it was a bit awkward for Shirley, as the mood change was particularly obvious. Millie was no longer bubbly, instead, she looked as if she were looking for something. You do realize that it would be particularly obvious. Marcus whispered to her. JFL is Japanese. And everyone here is Britannian. He reminded her of the obvious. For a second, she stopped. It made him realize that Millie forgot that other kinds of people exist. That is wild. I knew that. He nodded at her, but his nod was, right, which made her even more annoyed. Regardless, it made her relax a bit and recover to her more lax character, which in turn made the whole situation less awkward. For the next couple of hours, the mood recovered considerably to the point that one could say they forgot that there should be a kidnapping situation happening. Millie even thought that nothing would happen, but then evening arrived. Sir, 4 military trucks just barged into the hotel's driveway, they are barricading the only exit. Marcus slowly nodded as he continued to sip his drink, his gaze went down. He could see people who looked like ants rushing into the building. Is my drone carrier fit for drones? Yes, I can send it back. Do it, this time, collaborate with the satellites, use the situation for tests. Understood, but isn't it dangerous? Let me worry about that. You should focus on your end. As you wish, sir. Marcus placed the cup back on the table and walked over to his luggage. He changed his clothes into a black hoodie and pulled out a full set of vigilante-style clothes. Things we do for our private lives. After dressing in full black clothes, he then went and pulled out his katana. Checking the blade for a second before checking the laptop. He could see that his new global information center is working perfectly. With this, he can send drones or his mobile suits to any part of the planet. At this moment, he needs it for the hotel, so the drones were deployed, and soon they will be ready for interception. As he was doing that, the electricity turned off in the whole building and the JFL guys began to check floor by floor to collect people. Marcus. Millie and the girls barged into his room. Get into an angle where they can't point their guns. He instructed them as he was getting ready. Why, you have a sword. Shirley looked gobsmacked. And several black belts. He joked back as he covered his lips with a cloth. But it's dangerous. The girl looked nervous. For them. I know. He replied, there was a smirk, but she didn't see it. Before long, the doors blasted open with a wild kick. A couple of guys rushed in, but the next second, loud sounds of wind cuts blasted at them, and their rifles got cut up. Ag. Loud Japanese swearing followed by the next second, guys screamed from pain as someone cut them up. Who? The guy who kicked the doors looked confused. But what he saw was a black-dressed individual with glowing red eyes. I see you. The masked man said with a heavy tone. Those strange alien eyes horrified the soldier turned terrorist as he panicked and opened fire. But the way the sword-wielding guy moved was as if he knew how the bullets in the panicked guy would move. It wasn't fast, or special, it's that he knew the trajectory of bullets before they even shot. Hi. The ex-soldier squeaked as his rifle was cut in half. How? Like my father loves to say, not all metals are created equal. Marcus joked as he kicked the soldier in the balls. Oof. Wheeze. Once he collapsed on his knees, the Inventor Prince used the back of the sword handle to knock him out, or even worse, give him a concussion. Regardless, he was out. It's clear. The exiled prince swirled his sword before sheathing it. The four girls poked their heads as they saw the carnage in the room's entrance. Are they dead? Shirley asked, and she looked pale. I cut their tendons, he's still alive, for now. He shrugged before taking out his earpiece and putting it in. You four should remain here, I shall clean this whole thing up. Marcus clarified, as he looked at the blonde. Stay close to the windows, worst case. The prince looked at Millie. Summon your fly dyes. Are you sure? The blonde asked, she was a bit concerned. It's okay. I am prepared to cause a media blackout. He replied before moving towards the stairs. As he walked away, Millie sighed. Her breathing was hitched, the girl was nervous. What was he talking about? What is going on? Shirley looked confused and terrified. To her, it sounded like Marcus was some sort of agent or something. Even Millie and. At that moment, she realized that she was the only one who was freaking out more than she should be. What is going on? She asked again as she looked at them. Isn't it obvious by now? Nina replied as she opened her laptop and checked something. Can you check? Nina. You should have access to the Legion overview. Millie asked. Yes. That's what I am doing. The nerdy girl checked the laptop and saw that the AI was in combat mode assistance. The main Legion, not the support ones. It was a test as well. He is using the situation to train Legion in combat operations, as expected. Nina nodded as she expected that 100%. Of course he did. The combat situation was a 3D model of the hotel, and they could see the combat deployment of the terrorist. It was a live situation. They could see where Marcus was marked as a green dot on the 24th floor. On other floors, there are red dots. But what got their attention are other dots. The drone carrier has been deployed, and all of the drones surrounded the whole building. I wasn't expecting to see them. Nina was surprised by hardline mobilization. That's to be expected. Where are Layla and Colin? Millie asked, as she only noticed her fly dyes and tyrannies in the area. I guess. Nina shrugged, she was thinking he would steamroll everything by himself, considering how great he is and all that stuff in her eyes. What is going on, you two? Shirley was panicking by this point. The trio looked at her. Simply put, Anaheim is not some simple company, and we are part of it, Millie explained to her. Such an explanation made Nina snort. Her not shy behavior was making Shirley freak out. This girl used to be shy and barely would talk, but she was feeling like she was in her element. They make, well, how should we put this? More advanced versions of nightmares, Nina said with an eye roll. I think there is no need to hide from her, since she will see them anyway. The green-haired girl said to them. Why you guys are with the military? Shirley looked with disbelief. This was something she didn't expect at all. Not really, though Marcus' sister is, right, Miss Sub-Viceroy. Euphemia nervously laughed when she heard Millie mention her. Sub-Viceroy. The orange-haired girl gawked. The princess waved her hand as if greeting her for the first time. Wait, you said sister, that means. Indeed, Marcus is Lelouch by Britannia, the 11th prince. The bombshell caused Shirley to sit down as she forgot the current hostage situation. Euphemia looked at the poor girl. It would seem all life was drained from Shirley. It would seem she had a crush on him as well. Learning that he was a prince caused her to lose all hope. The princess reasoned from her observations. It was a bit crazy how many of them have a crush on her half-brother, it was absurd. It is making her jealous. If he has this many females, he wouldn't have time for her. All of a sudden, the princess began to pout. Colin and Layla have been informed, they are on their way, Nina replied to Millie's previous question, while ignoring the other two. It would seem they are thinking about unimportant things at such an important time. Chapter 50, Chapter 49, Taking Control of the Situation. There are 3 JFL terrorists on your right behind the corner. Legion said to Marcus via earpiece. With a nod, he moved in. His dark clothes in the dark corridor helped him quite a bit. Oi, where Fujimaru and his boys? One of the soldiers asked, before he could hear an answer. They listened to the sound of someone walking. Before he could say a thing, there was a guy in front of them. What the fuck? They scrambled to aim their guns from that shock, but the sounds of blades cutting the wind followed as the sword cut them one after another. The trio ended up dropping on the hotel carpet floor, drowning in their blood. This is not bad. While I don't get a physical boost, I don't really need it. I simply move in the way that they can't see me. Marcus said to himself as he looked at the reflection of himself on the blade. He needed to close his eyes and turn his Geass off, because there are angles of gazing that hurt just looking at. As long as he is hyper-focused on one thing at a time, he can bear with his Geass, but if he looks at something like glass, it makes his head burn. Glass is simply because it reflects his image. He looks at himself, which is an entire ecosystem, or looks beyond the glass. It's like it's far and close at the same time. It makes his brain melt. Though the more basic the surroundings, the easier it is for him to utilize his powers. After pondering for a bit, he cleaned his blade and continued with the trip. For the next hour or so, he cleaned up the soldiers through the floor. It's something they have quickly figured out. We hold most of the hotel as hostages. Surrender now if you don't want me to start killing them. An angry man said via loudspeaker. When Marcus heard that, he snorted. That guy is always angry. That's his neutral expression. He scoffed at Lieutenant Cusacabe's raving through the loudspeaker that spread through dark corridors. Well, I guess I have to do something about it. About several hundred miles south, Britannia forces are sieging a mountain turned into a fortress. With anti-ship batteries, these fortifications were decent in any other circumstances, if not for the fact that they were fighting against Britannia nightmares that are moving faster than the batteries can aim and fire. As Cornelia was weaving through built-in rails in the mountains, she got a message. What do you mean the hotel where Euphemia is staying got taken hostage? She stopped in her tracks as she turned around and rushed back. Guilford, take over for me. I need to find out what is going on. The princess didn't listen to his reply as she left the mountain. Her Gloucester jumped out and rushed towards her G1 command center. Instead of leaving the nightmare, she pulled out her phone and dialed a specific short number. The dial lasted for a while, and the princess began to worry, but then she got a connection. Yes. Lelouch. What is going? She was erupt as. Ag. An unfamiliar male voice screamed from pain on the other side of the call. Cornelia pulled the phone away and looked at it for a second. What in the? Apologies. You called me at a bad time. I've been, aghh. Spare me. Spare me. The same unfamiliar voice begged in broken English. For a second, she stopped with her worry, and instead, she was curious. What on earth is he doing? What are you doing? She asked. Ag. You monster. TSK tisk asterisk asterisk tisk asterisk. Lelouch corrected him. It's demon, you dimwit. Monsters are ugly. I am narcissistic enough to know that I am handsome, that makes me a demon. Are we clear? The exiled prince clarified, making the princess roll her eyes. Lelouch, tell me, is Euphemia okay? From the looks of it, he stopped torturing the terrorist and instead answered the question. Well, duh. You think I will put her in harm's way? She is with Millie, the pilot of Flight Eyes. If anything gets close to them, the mobile suit will reveal itself and eliminate anyone deemed a threat. He explained to her. Besides, the drones have surrounded the whole building, and Layla is rushing here as we speak. Her funnels are perfect for this. Cornelia heard a thud of some sort, something collapsed on its side. What are you specifically doing? She asked again. Improving my swordsmanship and Geass while things come together. He said in a nonchalant tone. I see, in this case, don't take too long. We don't want this to get public. Like TV's news. She reminded him of that. Yeah, we can tell that there was faulty piping or a gas leak. He suggested lazily. We haven't used gas for years now, Lelouch. Cornelia sighed. Pity. It's such a convenient excuse. The prince said with a disappointed tone. Regardless, let me finish this while you do your thing. Fine. Don't disappoint me. She narrowed her eyes. I wouldn't dare, my dear sister. He ended the call. Cornelia sighed as she massaged her forehead. She is going to get gray hair from this. All the recent stress is getting to her. Marcus looked at the trail of bodies he left as he swirled his blade. Sadly, I can't thank you guys for helping me combine swordsmanship with my Geass. He smiled a bit as he sheathed his blade and continued to walk towards the lobby where the JLF is holding the hostages. According to Legion, they have less than half of their soldiers. Cusacabe won't be sending any more. They are not sending anyone anymore. They are holding positions. Then send the word for Phase 2. Multi-lock-in with drones. Leave targeting for me, Marcus. Layla's joined the chat. Oh my darling. Sure, then get ready. He smiled, hearing her voice. We will have a chat about your reckless behavior. The girl didn't sound happy. Sure. The inventor smiled at her serious attitude. Ugh. His reply didn't satisfy her. Marcus continued to walk as he got briefed by his AI. So far, I have blocked any communications with the outside world. The JLF attempted to contact the media, they also tried to reach out to every possible contact. Even JLF itself. When the inventor prince heard that, he began to laugh. PFFF ha 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 ha. They are so terrified that they tried to contact their old boss. He laughed at such a development. Layla, take your position. I am barging in. All right. This isn't how it's supposed to happen. The fat and angry mustacheman was clenching his sword in fury. He lost half of his soldiers before they could even collect all of the people. Kusakabe had no idea what was beyond the 24th floor. Most of the VIPs are unknown to him. How is he supposed to demand anything if he doesn't even know the value of the people? Or the fact that he doesn't know if the Britannians even know that they have hostages. That fact is making him tremble with fury. But then his eyes widened as he saw a machine slowly descend before him. There was no sound, no indication. I hit him. The next second, the machine's wings shattered into millions of pieces and rushed into the hotel. It was instantaneous. The next thing he heard was screams, tens of screams from the radio. Followed by eerie silence. The fat lieutenant scrambled to his feet and looked around. His guards were dead. Before he could check on the hostage, there was a black-dressed man with a sword standing before him. It amazes me that you had the guts to pull something like this when you know your odds. That voice. You are Lelouch by Britannia. The angry lieutenant screamed as he pulled out his sword from its sheath. You want to fight me? Sure. Marcus did the same thing as he pulled out his sword. The blade, even in the darkness of the corridor, was visible, reflecting the moonlight through the ripples of its sharpness. You have no right to hold our traditional weapon, says the fat man who can barely move. Your discipline or stance is atrocious. Did a chicken train you? No, let me guess, you watched television enough and thought that you could be a samurai. Marcus began to cook the soldier-turned-terrorist. You dare. The man lunged. He was seeing red, but in that moment, Marcus' eyes flashed red as he made a motion. Kusakabe stumbled before collapsing behind the Inventor Prince, who swirled his sword and then sheathed his blade. Pathetic, clearly didn't study Miyamoto Musashi's style. Marcus shook his head in disappointment. He used provocation, which was especially famous in Japan, something that was spread by a swordsman by the name Miyamoto Musashi. But it would seem Kusakabe didn't even see it coming. I am done here. The fat man is down, he said via his earpiece to Layla. Finally. The girl sighed in relief. Oh, come now. It wasn't that bad. You went against soldiers who had rifles with a sword. She pointed out his craziness. Precisely, they had no chance. Marcus sagely nodded. My Geass made it so their weapons were obsolete against me. He clarified where his ego was coming from. My point still stands. Any of those stray bullets could have ended you. The girl didn't let up. Her concerns only made him smile at her. If you say so. The Inventor Prince shook his head as he walked to the lobby, where terrified people were. Everyone. I am with Special Forces. The situation is under control. The regular military will arrive soon to take over from us. Marcus smoothly identified himself as part of the Special Forces. The people immediately relaxed when they heard that. Thank God this is over. Finally. Thank you very much. One after another, people stood up as they stretched out. With a smile, Marcus turned around and left. He pulled out his phone and contacted the military that was already on the way. His men will take over. The 4 girls were sitting on the bed as they were breathing in relief. They didn't even realize, but they were on the edge the whole time. Now that it was over, tiredness washed over. Are you girls okay? Layla dashed into the room. She looked nervous. The blonde looked around to make sure everything was fine. Though before she could focus on the 4, her eyes were on 3 bodies lying on the ground. She looked surprised for a second, but then she understood that Marcus did a short work of these guys. When it finally crossed to her, she realized that his Geass can even assist in combat. Far better than her Geass, which only connects people. We are fine, Millie replied as she ended up lying on the bed and sighing. Layla, how did you get here? Shirley asked as she was trying to catch up on the evening. I flew here with my Andraste. She replied that the blonde knew it was no point in hiding them now. Your giant robot. The orange-haired girl sighed. It would seem everyone here has giant robots that can fight for them. A mobile suit, but yes. A giant machine that Marcus made for me. Layla explained as she walked over to them. Marcus purists are coming here to control the situation. We should leave before people identify us. Legion already scrubbed any information related to us. She explained to them that the girl was ready to leave and forget about this whole thing. That's a great idea, Marcus said from behind as he walked in. His black clothes were full of blood stains. Marcus. Lulu. Girls reacted to him as they scrambled to his side. He raised his hands, made them stop before they got too close. I am dirty as hell, so let me shower first and change. The Inventor Prince passed the bodies and grabbed his clothes while placing his sword on the coffee table. Oh, okay. Chapter 51, Chapter 50 Aftermath of Hotel Incident. The girls patiently waited for Marcus to leave the shower. The atmosphere was a bit awkward, especially with 3 bodies less than 20 meters away. They didn't know if they were alive or dead. What about them? Shirley, the most concerned, pointed at the bodies. Leave this to the military. The recently arrived blonde explained how this works. Well, Marcus, the prince, The girl didn't know how to call him. He is an exiled prince, who changed his name. So call him how you always call him until he drops his cover. Layla clarified to the confused girl. All right. Shirley nodded, she was trembling a bit. This was new and terrifying. Thankfully, nothing happened. She didn't see a thing, apart from the aftermath. Relax. Taking deep breaths. Everything is fine. How can you be this calm? She asked the girl. Of them all, Layla looked like she was in her element. I was part of the EU military. That was before Marcus decided that I should come with him. Layla said the last part with a small smirk. Now that she processed that fact herself, in a way, it made her proud. Especially when she realized that he was dead serious about her being the best thing in EU. Well, not quite, since he does like Anna as well. Layla's nerdy friend. Decided. Shirley was confused. He destroyed both armies, and saw me on, swept in, and took me away. She clarified what she meant. Kay kidnapped you. The orange-haired girl squeaked. Even Euphemia looked surprised. That was wild. Her half-brother was crazy. I think, it shows how much he liked me. Layla pondered it. Well, yes, it was against her will. But it showed her how much he wants her around. In other words, his desire for her. But I know. I was mad at him, at first. But my anger settled down, and then I pondered many times. Until I realized that yes. I had been wanting something like this. Euphemia and Shirley gawked at her. I wanted power, to get away from my situation. I wanted salvation. I don't have the right term for this. But I joined the military with hopes that I could get away from my adopted family. Turns out it was the right option as I ended up being taken away. Layla recalled how Tyrannies looked at her from the sky. Like some sort of symbol. It was like nothing I have ever seen before. A machine like that should not have existed. It boggles my mind how advanced they are. The girl's mind wandered at the technology and what such power means. She knows what they mean to Marcus, they are symbols of absolute power. To her, the reason why her Andraste has such wings and funnels it means freedom from her past. I see, so it was something you desired. But not everyone wants something like that. Shirley commented that she was feeling a bit weirded out to talk about something like that. Then they should have the power to resist. Don't you think? A voice said from behind the doors opened, and Marcus came out with wet hair. He was already dressed but still drying his hair with a towel. Ugh, not this again. You can be philosophical later. Layla got between Marcus and the girl. We need to leave. The longer we are here, the higher the chance someone will make a connection between mobile suits and us. The blonde explained to her boyfriend. Indeed. Let's go, where did you park your Andraste? He asked where her machine was. On the roof. All right. He walked over, collected his backpack, took out several bags and then went over and collected his bloody vigilante-style clothes. Once ready, he motioned for them to get going. Finally, I want to sleep. Millie complained as she felt drained. Our machines have autopilots you can let flight eyes control. He threw the backpack over his shoulder before taking his sword. No, I am fine. It was just a long day. She complained before giving him a stern eye. I am mentally drained because of what happened. You do know that I had let this happen instead of them doing something crazy like bombing. It was convenient. He explained why he let it happen. I know. It was a simple complaint. Millie's cheeks puffed. I just hope Cornelia doesn't do something crazy. Euphemia sighed from the side. Don't worry, she already called me, Marcus replied to the princess. Oh. The disguised princess sighed in relief. Yes. So it's fine, the prince smiled at her as they left the room and walked towards the stairs that led to the roof. After a couple of flights of stairs, they walked out to the roof. The winds immediately slammed into them. The building is considerably tall, and the higher they are, the stronger the winds. Guys. Is everything okay? Colin's voice came from another mech that was on standby. Even Colin. Isn't she a sickly girl? Shirley was once again shocked that there was another secret that she was not aware of. Yeah, it was a great test. You seriously used a hostage situation for a test. Colin sounded gobsmacked. And it worked perfectly. Minus the traumas, it was, however, necessary to catch them before they do something reckless. We can talk later, it's freezing here. Millie walked past them while shaking. Her machine flew over and landed on the roof in front of them. Come on, Shirley. I will give you a lift. The blonde council president turned around and looked at the fellow council member. Oh, okay. The orange-haired girl rushed to catch up with Millie. As the pair got into the mech, Shirley was a bit worried that there was not that much space inside. You can sit on my lap if you want to. The blonde teased the girl. Prez. The girl blushed. She decided to stand even if it was not comfortable. Anyway, we should be going. As she said that, the rest followed. With a blast from the lake, a machine rushed into the sky with a spin, it transformed into humanoid form and landed on the roof. Just like that, all 4 second-generation machines were in one location. That's Marcus' machine. It looks like a bird. You could say that. I would say men with wings, but it pales in comparison when it comes to Layla's, she got an angel. Millie is a bit jealous of Andraste. I guess. The girl is more concerned about why they have such machines in the first place. Are they planning something? Why so advanced? All sorts of ideas began to pop into her head. Cornelia didn't waste any more time and swiftly ended the fight and took a jet to the Tokyo settlement. By the time she was in the Viceroy's building, her little sister was already working, signing paperwork and arranging visits to places like the Arts Museum. The Viceroy stormed into the office. She was about to give her worry talk, but she controlled herself as she saw that the office was full of people. Viceroy. I thought you would return in 2 days. The government officials were baffled by Cornelia's return. Leave us alone. You can continue with this when we are done. She motioned for them to scram as she walked deeper into the office. The officials left one by one, leaving only Euphemia and Cornelia. The Viceroy swiftly hugged the third princess, like a mama bear who got her cub back. Are you okay? Yes, a bit disappointed. Euphemia ended up sighing in disappointment. Why? The trip was cut short because of some delusional people. The girl frowned as she looked away. Cornelia looked surprised for a second, she rarely saw Euphemia like that. The pinkette looked genuinely angry. We can organize something on a later day. This is not a one-time thing, Euphemia. The older sister tried to pep talk, but the younger sibling looked at the table, there was a mountain of papers waiting for her. One day, yes. She said with a resigned voice. That is why she was pissed off. It made her forget the stack of papers. But then these delusional terrorists appeared. Instead, we should talk about security. Cornelia walked over, sat down on a couch and crossed her legs. You need a knight. The moment she said a knight, Marcus dressed in black armor and that sword with ripples appeared in her mind. It made her blush for a second as she shook her head. Not a knight. Euphemia shook her head. But I want one of those. The girl had a specific thing for protection. Those? Who? There is only one thing that could protect me from everything. Euphemia smiled, her smile made Cornelia stop for a second. I am your sister, and I am quite good when it comes to piloting. You are serious, aren't you? You want one of his KK units. The Viceroy looked away. Cornelia couldn't believe she was hearing that. Euphemia wants a weapon. Her pacifist sister wants something that can end nations. Last night I saw them in action. When I saw it, I realized that if I have something like this, I can do something. The younger girl didn't finish what was on her mind. Since the very beginning, she had this feeling that she was useless, but if she had one of those, then she would have power. No longer someone who needs protection from an older sibling. Sigh. You do know that I need to ask him for that. He already is working on 1,000,000 projects and is planning to rebel from our father. Midway, Cornelia realized that her brother is a chronic workaholic. I know. But this is something that I do myself. Euphemia smiled. She is certain that she can persuade him to make a machine for her. Fine. We can visit his workshop and get this sorted. The Viceroy massaged her forehead. This is getting out of hand. But it might be for the best. If Euphemia can get a mobile suit, that machine will be able to protect her in the worst case. Fewer people for Cornelia to worry about when they begin the rebellion. So tell me, everything. What happened in the hotel? She switched the themes and began to question. However, Cornelia didn't expect Euphemia's eyes to glint as soon as she told her how great Lelouch was. Something the Viceroy didn't need to hear. She wanted to hear about the terrorists. Meanwhile, in Marcus' workshop, the prince was inspecting mirror alignments for the telescope. He was checking the magnifications, then the radio sequences, and the specific OS. Thankfully, this is a simple upgrade from the current one I use in the satellites. The prince stroked his chin as he looked at the data before him. It looked good, but he would only see if this was good once the telescope was in space. Marcus, I saw new data. Anna walked over with her tablet. You want me to start working on third-generation mobile suits? The girl looked baffled by some of the experimental stuff he wanted to put into already absurd machines. Gravity manipulation, biocomputers, Geass interface. Yes. But it's not urgent, I already have a rough draft. Yes, I saw the new style heads we will use. But the technology in these things. Sweet God. She looked spooked by the projected abilities these things will have. Well, for a galactic empire, somehow we need to keep peace, no. Instead of having huge armies or fleets that need a lot of resources, a single machine could reign in entire sectors. He explained how he was seeing things. I see your point. What she was hearing was a great use of resources. Yes. No need to rush, Anna, we still need to develop bedrock technology to make third generation possible. Until then, check over the data, add your input, apart from that, just focus on Satanta models, and creation of more simulation spheres. Right, we will have an army of Marcus machines. Anna's lips twitched, she was terrified, for anyone who would try to oppose the exiled prince. More chapters, chapter 100 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 52, Chapter 51, Kidnapping Scientists. The events at Lake Kawaguchi were suppressed, no television channel reported it, but people do talk. Not that Marcus expected this to remain silent. His goal was simply to delay the inevitable. But there are some people who are simply obsessed. Lloyd. Shoo, look at this. The nerd showed an image. It was blurry, but he could make out the content. There were 4 machines on the roof at the same time. Not only that. Lancelot's creator realized something midway. Viceroy knows more about these machines. The guy realized that something was severely wrong. The machines attacked Britannian forces and even severely depleted Cornelia's forces. Yet, now she is allowing information suppression of this. Lloyd. Cecile looked confused, but she saw Lloyd's face turn white, as if he realized something. The Viceroy knows more than she has revealed to us. But at that moment, the lights in the whole place turned off, the computers froze, the information disappeared, and was replaced by texts. You know too much. Cecile, we need to run. The creator of Lancelot looked at her with worry. What? The next moment, they heard loud footsteps as doors blasted open. Suzaku, get into Lancelot immediately. Lloyd swiftly instructed the pilot, who was resting after working on his machine. The brown-haired teen followed the instructions as he boarded the Nightmare, as he saw black armored men in tactical gear get into the command center of Camelot. This is special R&D of Britannian forces financed and supported by the Prime Minister himself. Identify yourself. Suzaku tried to pull the "Do you know who we are" card. But the main exit for the Nightmare of their truck ripped open by claws, revealing a red, orange and golden mobile suit. Suzaku's eyes widened in horror as he was face to face with another of those machines. These Britannians, even the Viceroy defected to these machines' sides. This was something he never even imagined happening. The guns pointed at Lloyd and Cecile caused Suzaku to stop in his tracks. What is it going to be, White One? Are you going to resist? The machine before him asked. Lancelot's pilot gnashed his teeth. I surrender. To think that this would happen. Lloyd, who was behind bars, commented while sighting. This is what happens when you dig too deep. A voice said before them. Dressed in black casual clothes, a teen revealed himself. Lelouch. Suzaku gawked as he saw his childhood friend before him. Behind him were 2 soldiers in black tactical gear and futuristic rifles. Suzaku, do you remember our promise? He asked his friend. Of course, I won't forget something like that. The pilot of the experimental Nightmare replied. Good. However, it was a competition. If you change it before I crush it, then I can't crush it anymore. Then it means I had to do it before you can do it. Don't you agree? Lelouch replied. Then, they are yours. Suzaku realized. Now it made sense why he was still alive. That machine back then. My mobile suit. My ideals are stronger than was it Lancelot? He looked at the white machine in the back of the hangar, then back at Suzaku. Do you know the legend of Lancelot? The knight who betrayed his king. I wonder why you named a nightmare after a traitor. He looked at the head scientist. As if you believe legends. The guy snorted at such remarks. Names have power. Especially named after legends. That is why I named my machines after Celtic gods. Marcus snorted before changing the theme of the conversation. Now the question is if you wish to join my rebellion. I knew it. Viceroy is rebelling. Lloyd exclaimed as he looked like he had found a treasure. My sister joined my cause. Marcus nodded as he looked at them. After all, the Emperor is planning to end the world as we know it. He said with a serious tone. What are you talking about? The trio looked confused by what they heard. Instead of explaining. One of the black-armored soldiers brought a laptop. Here, read it yourself. He handed over a laptop with a memory stick. Do your own research and conclude things yourself, Marcus explained before walking away. He was joined by a red-haired girl who looked at their exchange curiously. As Lloyd was checking the data to satisfy his curiosity, Suzaku looked at the machine standing next to Lancelot. The Lancelot looked like a little brother before the beast. Lloyd and Cecile looked horrified by what they were seeing. Ancient civilization and supernatural were not something I was expecting. But this does make sense, why one would build a capital in the Arizona desert. Lloyd was reeling in back by this. If this is true, the theory alone, it would mean that people can't die anymore. What are you two talking about? Suzaku asked as he wasn't paying attention. Instead, he was looking at the beast. Being locked in a cage, in a hangar, of a plane is a bit too much, not that they know that this is a plane since it doesn't make any of the traditional noises associated with planes. Look at this, Suzaku. Cecile pulled him closer and showed him the laptop and the information. Britannia is conquering lands by the will of the Emperor. This is not a simple expansion. According to this data, they are conquering land to add what is something called thought elevators. These are temples built by a prehistoric civilization that existed more than 10,000 years ago. These elevators take people to places where collective consciousness exists. It's a place where people end up when they die. The so-called afterlife. What the Emperor wants to do is kill it. If he does that, then it could lead to a world where no death exists, or even worse, people won't have identity. Those are theories that could possibly happen. Cecile explained to him. Perfectly honest. Suzaku was shell-shocked. But if it is true, then it makes sense why someone like Cornelia would join Lelouch in his rebellion. And what is Lelouch's plan? Lelouch. That black-dressed teen was Lelouch by Britannia, the 11th Prince of Britannia. The brown-haired teen explained who that guy was. So Marcus Goldman is in fact Lelouch by Britannia. Lloyd pondered as he stroked his chin. Yes. What I am concerned about is what is his plan after. Suzaku was pondering that since he had these machines, their power was absurd. They can overrun the whole world, there are very few who can oppose him. Well, that is something you need to ask him in person, Lloyd replied as he looked at Lancelot's pilot. I intend to do that. You know that Japanese guy. Why is he dressed in a Britannian pilot uniform? Colin asked Marcus as they left the hangar and got into the crew quarters. That's Suzaku Kuruji. When I was first exiled with Nuna, we ended up in his family's estate. Wait. He is Genbu Kuruji's son. But. Colin's brain short-circuits for a second. That is something she didn't expect. The last Prime Minister's son is a pilot of an experimental nightmare for their enemy and conqueror. That alone made her tremble from pure anger, she was feeling that very moment. That bastard. I want to skin him alive. Before she could stroll away and deliver her version of justice, Marcus grabbed her shoulder and stopped her. Relax. No need to throw a hissy fit. Marcus tried to calm her down. His words did have an effect as she calmed a bit. But he is a disgrace. He stands against everything his father and his nation stand. She said with righteous fury. And so am I. Her brain once again halted for a second. And no way. Colin swiftly shook her head in denial. Well, use your brain for a second. I am a Britannian prince who is about to rebel against his father and nation. I am the biggest disgrace in Britannian eyes. He pointed out. That's wrong. Britannians are evil. They conquer and destroy, and your father wants to kill the goddamn god. Ah, that's where you use perception of your side. In Britannian eyes, they are right, because they look at the weak with disgust, and constantly pursue strength and perfection. They are the progress of humanity, just look how much they improved technology, healthcare, and how much they helped the environment. The girl's simple perception at that moment stopped. Instead of branding things good or bad, look at things through different filters of shades of gray. Because humans are not the best moral compass when it comes to evil or good. After all, we are going to do evil things soon. Declare a global conflict so that humanity could be on every single planet in the cosmos. We are going to force humans to enter a new age. He explained to her. But it's a grand goal. No one did that before. It's a good goal. Colin said with a frown. She realized that he was right. They are going to do evil so that they can give humanity a new, far grander stage. Precisely. That is why you should focus on what you think is good and pursue it, even if people think that you are evil. He clarified to her, making her finally understand him. I see, so that's why. Indeed, that is why, instead of raging at Suzaku, you should ask why, and if you think it's stupid, then by all means beat him up. But first, understand why. He smiled at her, making her smile. Her smile slowly grew to a blush. The girl has been having a hard time resisting him. The longer she was around him, the harder it was getting for her. As the plane landed in Solomon's base, there was quite a bit of activity on the base's surface. There is a considerable number of people who were moving in. Not only were there 5 night-like mobile suits parked on the side of the runway. These were the KKS-01 Setanta, first 5 mass-produced Anaheim machines. The Bedrock model was finished in 2 days, and it recently passed the stress tests. The moment they were done, the mass production immediately began. The first pilots were the purest pilots who were having a blast piloting these far superior machines to their Sutherlands. However, there was some friction as JLF soldiers joined the bases. Thankfully, after several fistfights, they had this begrudging respect, as some of the JLF men were decent mobile suit pilots after passing the initial simulation tests. Especially Toto, even the Britannians had respect for him. The guy was so good that Legion suggested a custom KK model. Regardless, as the Blackbird arrived, the hangar doors lowered, and the tropical heat slammed into the people being held in the cage. Where are we? This place is hot. The nerdy Earl complained. The soldiers pulled them out. Sure enough, they saw tropical forests in the distance, and the sun was directly above them. Equatorial rainforests. Lloyd exclaimed in shock. It would seem so. At least the temperature confirms that. Before long, Marcus, with a red-haired girl, walked over. Welcome to Solomon's base. I hope you like the temperature, because this is where you 3 will remain for a considerable amount of time. The Inventor Prince said with a bright smile. Lelouch. What is your goal? Suzaku asked all of a sudden. Global dominance, uniting humanity and then pushing mankind into space. To achieve the final frontier and put humankind on every single planet in the cosmos. There is no greater goal, is there? He replied without beating around the bush. This was not what Suzaku, Lloyd, or Cecile thought. Honestly, they can't argue against such a lofty goal. And you planning to wage war on the whole world if need be? He asked, while looking at the machine. I will try to have a dialogue, like I did with Cornelia. But in the end, there should only be a single banner, because we can't have conflicts in the space. Unless it's against an alien life form, humanity's wars should be solved on our birth soil. He explained to his childhood friend. I only have a single question. Lloyd, all of a sudden, asked the exiled prince. And that is? Marcus looked at Lancelot's creator. I will join you, but will be able to work on your machines. Lloyd showed him a look of a small child. It was like his first Christmas all over again. Chapter 53, Chapter 52, More Scientists for the Cause. You want to join? Marcus expected a bit more loyalty from Lloyd towards his older brother. I think my expertise will serve you better, my prince. The Lancelot's creator smiled at the exiled prince. Lloyd. Suzaku looked surprised for a second. I think the prince's goals are something this world, humanity needs. The constant conflicts set us back from exploring the space. The nerdy guy clarified. I understand, but can't we unite without conquest? No, we can't. Marcus interrupted. I have my mobile suits, and what do the rest have? I am conquering it, not because I need it. While it's sure something like a middle finger to my father, it's mostly because I don't want to look behind my back all the time. And be worried for foreign elements popping up in the heart of my empire. The nerd nodded several times to Marcus' words. I see, it does make sense. Suzaku slowly nodded as well. You did want to change the empire from within. Now you will have a chance to do that with 100 times bigger one. The prince joked, making the brown-haired teen look at him hard for a bit. I see your point. He sighed in the end. His boss is joining, so might as well join the bandwagon. I will join. Lancelot's pilot caved in. Marcus smirked for a second. It would seem this time around, he got 2 aces in his deck. Good to hear, Suzaku. What about us? Me? Lloyd asked. That depends. What about the silent miss over there? The Inventor Prince asked the quiet, blue-haired, mature lady behind the pair. Oh. You are asking me. She looked surprised that Marcus asked her at all. Of course. Snort. You are asking a girl's opinion. Colin snorted next to Marcus, causing him to look at her for a second. He then poked her side. Shoo, don't speak of my side activities like that. He whispered. The red-haired girl moved to the side for a second. Those fingers poking her waist are a bit too much. What are you two talking about? Suzaku looked confused. Are these a couple or something? He thought it was the blonde girl he saw on TV who was his girl. The couple stuff, Suzaku, Colin is a bit jealous. Marcus tried to clarify, making the pilot girl scramble to defend herself. I am not. The girl tried to explain herself. Oh, please, that's what they all say. The prince shook his head. Ugh. Colin could barely control herself. Regardless, what do you think, miss? It's Cecile Crumey, my prince, and I don't have much choice when a prince is asking. She sighed in resignation. Umph. Colin huffed when she heard that. She was about to say something about the Britannians and their kissing. But Marcus pulled her closer, snuggling, which made her try to run away. After a bit, she did run away. The public affection was a bit too much. Regardless, my Colin is a bit biased against Britannians, so give her some space. On the note that you want to join Lloyd and Cecile, you can, but do remember that my technology is nothing like the current ones. And I intend to keep them like that, if anyone tries to leak it. Well, you don't want to know about the consequences. We already worked with experimental technology, Your Highness, no need to remind us what happens when a leak happens. Lloyd smiled with a knowing look. Good, then we are on the same page. With that said, Marcus released the trio from their cage. After they got free, the prince personally introduced them to the fellow scientists, Nina and Anna, who were working on third-generation mobile suits. Even though Marcus said there was no need to rush, they became enthusiastic and were trying to fit a condensed third-generation fusion reactor inside the frame of a mobile suit. These two are the new developers, Lloyd Asplund and Cecile Crumey. Earl of Pudding. Anna commented without even realizing. Ugh. The man's easygoing smile was gone as he, for a second, looked a bit annoyed. Oh, sorry. It's just that I heard a lot about you. Anna immediately got a bit nervous, she had just met a famous developer. Humph, that's the nickname SHE is using all the time, Lloyd complained. Meanwhile, his assistant chuckled as she got nervous at her boss outbursts. Well, I saw it online when I was researching Britannian nightmares. Anna sheepishly smiled. This nickname was something that stuck in her mind, easy to remember. I see, at least something came out from this. He fixed his glasses, then looked at Marcus. Your Highness, we can continue. Of course. The exiled prince smirked for a second before looking at his two female scientists. These two gorgeous ladies help me with my mobile suit and technology in general development. Nina Einstein is responsible for technology related to atom engineering. Atom engineering. This was something the pair had never heard before. Indeed. The core technology one uses is constructed at the atomic level. How else could a fusion reactor's power be contained? I knew it. Lloyd interrupted the prince. You are imitating the very sun itself to power such machines. That is why they have so much thrust force and their weaponry is so destructive. Now everything makes sense in Lloyd's mind. Not bad. Though only the latest third generation, with Nina's help, does the fusion reactor's core become a legitimate sun, generating true gravity, something that I am aiming to utilize in space development. What is the point in developing in space if we can utilize artificial gravity? Such things would be counterproductive to organic life forms. Fascinating, the very fundamental forces. This is very interesting. Cecile was a bit concerned when she saw her boss like that. The Earl of Pudding was barely containing himself and not dashing to study. The only reason it's like that is that he had no idea where to go. Indeed. To rule space, we need to wield the fundamental forces, don't you think? The gaps between planets and solar systems are simply too vast for basic means of transportation. Even my ion technology, which is superior to anything produced so far, is primitive in front of the scale of the cosmos. Just saying that has hurt Marcus, he loves his ion technology. Just remembering making the first ever operating thrusters made him realize that he had entered into the concept of fantasy. Ion. You have that. Oh, so that is your propulsion system. Lloyd stroked his chin. All these new technologies are giving him all sorts of ideas. But it's not that impressive, as it only allows around 1 million kilometers per hour. In space, this is nothing. Marcus casually mentioned the average propulsion power of ion thrusters. That's a lot. Suzaku replied, as this was the only thing he understood. We can't use that in the atmosphere, as it could combust the air from friction. That's why actual gravity manipulation is far better if we can apply it to the mobile suits. He explained to his childhood friend. So how would that work? It would generate a field around the machine that negates the planet's gravity. This would make the machine borderline indestructible, as beams and any other weapon need to generate more power than the field to hit the machine's frame. That's absurd, if you make something like that. Suzaku was in disbelief, what he was hearing was science fiction. We can dominate space and make people forget about opposing us, ending conflicts completely. This is the power of the gods, not something one can easily oppose. Indeed, but we first need to harness gravity to such a level. So far, Marcus only has a working theory of gravity redirection. Anna blew Marcus' hype with a simple fact. But this confirms that we can manipulate gravity to some extent and possibly even use it as a source of energy. Nina added her 2 bits, regenerating hype. Midway through the pinkette, the scientist realized what she had done and decided to hype up again. Yes, and we could potentially use other forms of energy alongside gravity as it's a fundamental force. Indeed. There are many uses for such a technology. Lloyd pushed his glasses up and looked at Marcus. My prince, shall we get to the main part? You already know what my specialties are, so what will I be doing? He asked, almost trembling with excitement. Catch up with technologies, and then you can help me with space development. All right, we can do that. He then rubbed his hands. You will allow me to make my own machines. I suppose you can make experimental machines for Suzaku. Marcus looked at his friend. I want to see how well Lancelot will look with my technology. That's great. Just like that, Marcus got another head scientist who defined modern technology in this world. One could say that Marcus drained the world of its top-class scientists. Are you sure? He will use your technology to make a machine of his own. Colin asked Marcus as they left the new scientists with Anna and Nina. While Suzaku went to familiarize himself with the simulation sphere, leaving only Colin and Marcus. It's fine. Because the mech will not work, such complex technologies require active AI to maintain the balance. He would need to develop a separate platform that could take decades to work, unless he adds my AI platform, which by default is loyal to me. Simply put, he is playing inside my sandbox with my sand. Something that I can strip from him anytime I want. He explained with a wicked smile. His reply made her smile a bit as well. She then hugged his hand. You always have a plan, don't you? The girl said that with a satisfied tone. Well, someone has to plan ahead. He smiled back at her as she bumped her elbow against his side. Smart ass. For a second, he complained before returning to holding his hand. The pair continued to explore and walk around the base. Less than 2 months ago, there was nothing here. Now they have a literal military base, with hangars, underground holding facilities, assembly lines, and a second-generation fusion reactor that powers this whole place. Not only do they have actual soldiers, Britannians, and Japanese. While there are a number of compatibility issues, they can work together. Mostly because of the awe factor his faction brings. These guys believe in the so-called conquest of the Wild West. Manifest destiny. Only this time it's not going westwards but upwards. At the very front are the mobile suits, machines so powerful that they can cross space effortlessly. They were a symbol of power to the simple soldier following either Marcus or Cornelia. They wanted something out of this. The ambition of a simple man was to have a plot of land and wealth. And if the limits are the cosmos itself, all of them are certain that at the end of this journey they will have something grand. This was nothing new. Throughout history, this was a common thing. Lesser men follow greater men. The end result can be from cities in their names to riches. One of the best examples was Alexander the Great. His empire was divided among his generals, while the army he led gained riches and retired through the conquered lands. Either way, they follow without question to gain something. But that's their hidden desires, because at the very front is their loyalty to the prince or the princess. Apart from the Japanese, who desire a land to call their own. The cosmic ambition has warped their minds. Regaining Japan is one thing, but having a planet of their own. Now that's an attractive deal. It's starting over again. For men, it was a wonderful opportunity to build something for themselves, especially for these guys who were beaten down and looked down upon for years by the conquering Britannians. Layla said that the house is coming along quite well. We should go see it. Colin all of a sudden said to Marcus, who was thinking about why they followed him to this crazily attractive future in a very dangerous cosmos. Chapter 54, Chapter 53, Goddess of War, Morrigan. Chapter. Layla was true to her word. She swiftly began to organize the construction of their house on the island. Just north of the central mountain that was a volcano long ago, she marked an area that she deemed as their private land. Once that was done, she ordered the Legion bots to start laying foundations with Roman concrete. This concrete is what people call self-healing when it is exposed to water erosion. Truth to be told, it's not healing, more like triggering another hardening when erosion is deep enough. This works, it works very well, as Roman concrete buildings are around 2,000 years old. It's incredible, though after finishing the foundations, Layla decided to use natural found materials, like the trees. Since this is an equatorial tropical forest climate, European-style houses have no place here, it would be simply too hot. That is why she went with many open areas and large windows. However, some of the areas have actual concrete walls for stability purposes. One could say she got inspired by Japanese buildings. Not bad. You took this to another level. Marcus walked in as he inspected what his girlfriend was doing. More and more resources are available for me. I already connected the basement to the new workshop. Layla said from her side as she wasn't surprised to see that Marcus was here. More importantly, you have more people. He kidnapped them again. Colin chipped in. Of course he did. Layla wasn't surprised anymore. That's his calling card by this point. Regardless, let me show you the things I designed. The girl began to show around this tropical retreat, which had fully functioning access to the workshop via the basement. Though Colin swiftly realized that the house was too small for everyone to fit. In fact, it was just enough for 2 people. The blonde would even give Colin this look, telling her that this place was a lovebird nest and it doesn't include her or any other female. Still, it was not finished, as Legion bots were working like carpenters, and after checking the place and giving a loving kiss, Marcus and Colin returned to the workshop. Now that Cornelia is working with him, the Inventor Prince doesn't need to go around to transport resources. He began to take shipments in bulk, and quite quickly, he built an additional 2 blackbirds that could allow transportation of even more resources. With extra birds around, Marcus began to develop JLF Space. He scrubbed its existence from any database and slowly began to turn it into a factory. As days passed, he slowly removed his first-generation fusion reactor from underneath the academy. In its place, he left a battery storage facility. By this point, his old workshop is slowly becoming nothing more than a storage area. Midway through working in the Narita base, Marcus got a notification that everything had been prepared for the trip to collect resources in the asteroid belt. If you think that I will let you do this alone, then you are severely mistaken. The inventor's older sister popped up from nowhere. How did you? Marcus, who was overseeing the installation of massive assembly lines in Narita, looked at his sister, who was smirking at him. I am part of your faction. If I need a lift, I can get one of your birds to pick me up. She explained with a shrug. And I noticed that you are planning for a space voyage, and if you think you can do it alone, then you are mistaken. I wasn't thinking of going solo. Colin is coming with me, oh, and Suzaku is coming along. That reminds me. She looked a bit pissed. You caught Schniezel's scientists. I was thinking of letting them be around for a while longer, you do know that they must give periodical reports to him. She sighed while saying that. I did this move after doing an array of calculations. It was a perfect move because our brother is busy with North Africa and the Middle East. The prince stopped working and faced her. Once we bring back the asteroids for mining, we can begin accelerating our actions. He said as he was thinking about what he would do next. You only gave me an overall idea, but not specifics, Lelouch. She raised her eyebrow at him. Well, it will be a synchronized orbital bombardment around the world. Synchronist. You mean? We will bombard around 12 to 15 places at once. Erasing most of the thought's elevators. I am planning to keep one for myself to study. Most specifically, one at the South Pole. Its ruins that most likely have been frozen in place for thousands of years. A perfectly preserved ruin. Cornelia's eyes trembled, he was truly the Emperor's son. His brother will cripple the Emperor's work from space. No need for armies or battle. You will make him guess who did it. Doubtful, if I were certain that he is blind to what we are doing, then I wouldn't be doing this. He looked at the large assembly lines that were being constructed. Now that the retrofitted fusion reactor is in place, his Legion bots can work without breaks. What I am expecting is him snapping and sending a bulk of forces to Japan. We can expect all of his Knights of the Round Table and a bulk of Homeland's forces. Cornelia's eyes trembled as he said something that she was a bit fearful of. That reminds me, where is my machine? She asked. You do know you need to run simulations to get your machine. He said with a sigh. I know. I visited your place several times now. The Viceroy complained with a frown. Then let's return to your workshop. I can give several more hours. She suggested. Fine. Though this reminds me of something. Marcus smiled as he looked at her. You haven't seen our Solomon's base. I know. The pair walked away. They were shadowed by Princess Knight. As the Blackbird was taking them to the base in the comfortable passenger seats, Marcus decided to share what he had designed for her so far. I already have a general idea what kind of mobile suit it will be. With a hand motion, a hologram appeared before him. He went through projects and assessed the mobile suits. There was a new suit in the KK unit list. KK-41 Morrigan. A close-quarters mobile suit that focuses on lance/jousting type style of a weapon. Marcus showed her a frame similar to classic Gundam style, not too bulky or slender, just right in the middle. It's not complete, obviously, but Legion already concluded that you prefer a direct and brutal approach. That's why the Lance will have a completely new deflector technology designed and employed. For a while, we thought of utilizing our nanometal technology, but it would look too bulky. Instead, we will use energy-based deflectors. There will be projectors dotted throughout the machine. He showed her how the machine would operate. Basically, it will rush towards the enemy, that's it. As the mech gets close, it would deflect everything in its path with this tech. Once close, it nails the enemy. Obviously, this is not the only thing it will have. These deflectors are not the only thing it will have. No one likes a one-trick pony. The back of the machine. Is that a cape made from energy? She commented because she didn't expect to see anything like that. Indeed, the cape is like an indicator of excess energy the machine absorbs. While deflectors will do their job, there will be blows that you can't deflect. That's where the excess energy will go. I can assume that this energy will be released in some sort of form. The second princess realized that this energy has to go somewhere. Precisely. It's the next system that we are still in the early stages of. He approached the most exciting part of this machine. It augments the machine, it allows you to use a magnetic particle accelerator cannon. He showed her how the land splits up and becomes a big bazooka-like gun. Now it made sense why the weapon was a bit bulky. The amount of energy this thing will release has enough firepower to blow up an entire city block. Compared to the size of machines, it's decent, and you can shoot it several times. His sister nodded several times, she had several questions. Isn't it powered by a literal sun? Doesn't it have greater explosive capabilities? Part of her already is thinking of committing patricide with her new mobile suit. All she needs is to fly over and use her big cannon, and it will end their father's whole scheme of world ending. Indeed. The thing is, we need a balance with such a thing. The machine has purposely installed limiters. You can't push your mobile suit beyond a certain amount, because it would use more power than it can generate. These machines don't have batteries. Marcus explained to her. I assume it's because of the size. Cornelia reasoned. Indeed. That's why Legion developed a machine to fit your style. Your deflectors would work against other KK units. It's a form of precaution. If someone develops a method to bypass our nanometal technology, it would mean they can, in theory, destroy our mobile suits. But the deflectors are energy-based, only heat could potentially damage nanometal, and heat is energy. So I have KK unit killer. The princess snorted. All KK units can destroy each other. Only yours has the means to defend against beam technology. He shrugged. Since it's like that, why can't other machines have these? Because of limited space. My frame can't even have these because of the transformation mechanisms. Not that I had this technology until we had your combat data. He didn't mind telling her the limitations of his machines. After its only second-generation machine, which was built with mobility in mind. He doesn't have technology which he can put everything inside one machine. So this was developed through those skirmishes I had inside the sphere? Cornelia asked after hearing something absurd. Indeed. I developed infrastructure first, that means the self-learning AI, and that can do all of this. He explained the designs to her as he showed her the machine. Even after the machine is finished, it will be only a second-generation suit. The installed AI will continue to gather data that will be used to create a third-generation machine. We already have theories for the next technologies that will be used in the third generation. But first, we need you to use the second generation and perfect this model. He explained how his machine development works. I haven't even set foot inside this machine, but you already have an advanced model in plans. You scientists are more extreme than soldiers. Cornelia commented with a bit of awe. It's a normal part of the development process, my dear sister. We still need to bring Euphemia in. The moment Marcus mentioned his pink sister, the older sibling twitched. I think it's your fault that Euphemia wants a weapon of mass destruction for protection. She gave him a hard stare, implying that it was his fault. Is it? Well, I can't deny such a thing, after all, my creations are hard to resist. He joked for a second. And that is your fault as well. Cornelia didn't let up. If it makes you happier, my dear sister, then yes, it is my fault. He chuckled, one can't argue with a woman on a mission. You still haven't told me the name of this machine. For now, she shelved the whole Euphemia thing and asked how her machine would be called. It's KK-41 Morrigan. Isn't that the witch from Arthurian myths? She commented with a raised eyebrow. No, that's Morgan, and it's most likely Welsh, but Morrigan is a goddess of war in Celtic myths. That immediately made her satisfied. Acceptable name, you done well. The princess nodded as, before long, the plane landed in Solomon's base. It was time for her to see what he was doing in this place. Chapter 55, Chapter 54, Divine Arms Upgrade. A dark pink and white painted mobile suit with golden joints dashed through a field full of Sutherlands that were blasting beams at the mobile suit. The new machine had a thick lance as a weapon. Strangely, the beams don't reach this machine as they fly around. It's especially obvious when a mobile suit is rushing towards the enemy with a lance pointed forward, it looks like an arrow that easily pierces through rows of machines. It ended up stabbing a single Sutherland before lifting it and impaling it like a spike. But then the Sutherland inflated like a balloon and exploded into a pink explosion. The lance was not as simple as it could emit waves that bombarded upon impact. Amazing, this is what the Princess machine became after all those simulations. Cornelia's knight watched the livestream of the second Princess tests. Not quite, this is Luff that is using her specs. Luff is the bedrock for all KK units machines. It's a template. That lance and those deflectors are what have been developed through her wild battles. Your princess is a talented pilot, but her shortcoming is that she is used to being the tip of a spear. She has got used to having company with her the whole time. To compensate, Legion developed a system, a beam deflector. Because no physical weapon could damage the nanometal. Marcus explained as he watched his sister brutally crush and stab her way through countless machines. This was worthy of the goddess of war. But the fighting style was like this one. Guilford asked as he was awed by what he saw. This was like those warriors from myths killing thousands of enemies before succumbing to the wounds. Even better. Morrigan's frame will have a special field around its body that would allow the machine even more fluidity. What you are seeing here is her using basic thrusters for a bit of speed, but once the customized ion field is up, she will be able to dance on the battlefield. With her Geass, it should be possible to fight something like 100-to-1 odds at once. You are making a monster, not a suit, but I like it. Lloyd, who was assisting, commented from the side. For this session, pretty much all of the scientists were with him as they assisted in fine-tuning the frame. This is a goddess of war, Lloyd. This is the bare minimum I was imagining in Cornelia's suit. He replied to the scientist with crossed arms. My lord, I do request a suit that could allow me to keep with her. As her knight, I have to fight next to her, Guilford said after snapping out of awe. We can arrange something. Marcus stroked his chin. We could create an elite version of Satanta, what do you think? Anna suggested as she was next to him. She was working on the said ion system that Marcus mentioned a few moments ago. Use the base mass production frame and pump it full of KK variant technologies. Lloyd suggested. Impossible, the machines are fundamentally different. Nina chipped in as she was going through the weapon systems. KK units have a specific platform that they exist on. It's like a car and a heavy truck. They have different loads. KK units are based around a fusion reactor and AI. In contrast, KKS is based around a liquid saccharide battery. It's called Nightmare Killer Support for a reason. The girl was giving a crash course to Lancelot's creator, speaking with such fervor as if it were verses from some holy scripture. As she was doing that, Marcus was thinking about how to shrink the gap between Satanta and KK unit. But then he got an idea. Nina. Yes. For a second, she wondered if she was talking too much and he wanted her to shut up. But then he asked something completely different. What if we go in the opposite direction? Different direction. She wondered what he meant, but then her eyes widened. Of course. If we go with fission, it would have greater output than a battery-based machine, but still lack the sheer power of the KK unit. Fission. Lloyd looked confused for a second. But the girl scientists knew well enough what he meant. We need to design an engine. If we do that, we can incorporate energy absorption. Anna already checked the data, the fission, and the currently existing engines. While they are based on fusion, she can play around and design something inspired by these. As the conversation exploded to use a nuclear-powered suit, the knight had no freaking idea what the guys were talking about. Don't worry, Mr. Knight. You will be able to fight next to your princess. All we need to do is develop a new platform superior to the mass production ones. Marcus clarified to Guilford. I see. Doesn't it take months to make something like that? Don't worry, it will be a couple of days maximum for a prototype. I have some seriously amazing people in the group. Marcus, as if reading his mind, told him that it would be fine. I see. Now that we can play around with some of the technology developed with Princess help, I have stumbled upon this. All of a sudden, the quiet girl got everyone's attention. What did you stumble on? Marcus walked over. What he saw nearly caused him to stumble and drop on his ass. What he saw was phase shift armor. The technology developed in Gundam Seed. Well, this is based on what Nina developed. The atoms solidify, something like shifting and hardening, causing the armor to absorb heat upon impact. But the calculations. Marcus stroked his chin. He was surprised. This woman just pulled the rug under his feet. Ha ha ha. As expected from Cecile. You know, she is very good when it comes to energy. Lloyd nodded to himself. Oh, please. I only cross-reference this nanomaterial technology with active energy flow. The lady blushed from all the praise. No, this is great. We can use this on the third generation of machines. The inventor prince nodded before remembering something. With a flick of his finger, he summoned his hologram console and then went through his data. This is what I've been working on. I need you to check over. Cecile received the data. She checked over. This is related to your machine. She immediately noticed the model's distinctive frame number and the wings it had. Not just that. It's the next upgrade, something like 2.1. As I call it, divine arms. She slowly nodded as she went through the files. She noticed that it was not just Tyrannies but Andraste, Dagda, and Flydies. The machines I have developed have a bit of primitive engines, compared to the power source they have. That is why they need a bit of balancing. The limiter and balancer attached to the fusion reactor have a limit on how much they can flex the energy output. Ah, yes, I was thinking the same thing. Your machines lack something similar to the Yggdrasil drive the Nightmares have. Lloyd grinned while he finally realized that Nightmares had something better than these monsters. Congratulations, you have something better, by the time it's 7th generation, while mine is only 2nd. Marcus sarcastically rolled his eyes. The Inventor Prince swiftly returned to the things at hand after roasting Lloyd. While we use basic ion technology to move, I am thinking something more flexible for the 3rd generation. It shouldn't be hard considering the absurd power source we have. Anna smiled at the roast before replying to Marcus. But for the 2nd generation, it's too late. That is why I call the upgrade divine arms. I see, to overcome the lack of flexibility, you want to add weapons that could switch between outputs. Marcus Tyrannies had replacement wings with shoulder cannons and 2nd generation beam rifles. Layla's Andraste is finally getting more weapons, like twin high-output rifles. So far, it has been the weakest weapon when it comes to destruction. The funnels are good for disabling but erasing enemies en masse, was possible, but Andraste was a one-trick pony. Not anymore. Followed by Flydies, who is getting pistols and beam sabers. This makes the machine versatile, no longer purely long-range only. Then, Colin's Dagda. A purely close-range machine, it was the first one to get the same technology that Cornelia's combat simulation developed, the deflectors and absorption technology. For that, the arms of the beast will be replaced. Thankfully, the machine was built with the ability to replace such things easily. I want you to run these through you before implementing. Once the conflict starts, we need all the weaponry possible. Marcus said to the lady who checked over the upgrades. I understand. Will we even have enough for all the preparations? Guilford asked. He was nervous. We are a bit flexible because the only other competent individual is busy in North Africa. The exiled prince thought about his blonde older brother. Besides, I have countless backdoors in the Britannia network. So far, Cornelia's activities have not been reported as suspicious. Though that can change when she has nothing to fight. In that case, she will be sent away, and Princess Euphemia will take over the stable area and turn it into a satellite state. The knight knows the system well enough. That could be it. This could be a check from my dad. He wiggled my sibling before me. This could be it. The prince crossed his arms while looking at his big sister. He could have used her like a lure. He is fishing. I was wondering why he sent their best general to a decently stable area instead of a less capable sibling. I guess he knows that I have Geass and most likely that Cornelia has as well. CC. Already told me that they can sense when someone gets Geass in the sea realm. I made sure that Clovis was tormented before he was terminated. But why? Wouldn't it be better to have a viceroy like Clovis? He was not that capable. Guilford asked. I needed someone at the viceroy level to sign papers for me. Marcus smiled. He might not be as capable a ruler, but he is not incompetent. He shrugged at him. It was a calculated move to depose a tyrant, gain the witch's trust, and improve my faction's stance. While I didn't like such an outcome, Clovis got it coming for what he did to CC. Marcus frowned while saying that. I don't approve of the torture he did, I understand why you did. The knight didn't like it either, but he understood that there were not that many choices for the Inventor Prince. As they talked for a few more minutes, the simulation for the princess had ended. How did I do it? Cornelia asked her brother as she got out of the simulation sphere. Wonderful, the system that was developed for you is fully operational. There is only one more simulation left before we can start developing the frame for you. She frowned. More simulations. More. I think I have over a day inside of this thing. The princess replied with an annoyed look. And you got a machine that is purely for your fighting style. He replied. This simulation is purely for you to test out Morrigan's frame. It won't be luff with your weapons. That got her attention. Fine. Let's do it. Sure enough, she got back in, and the moment the simulation powered up, she felt that it was a bit different. It was a simple feeling, but it was proven right when she tried to move into a new frame. Her new model was much faster, it had twice as many ion thrusters, and the magnetic field around her was much stronger. It made her machine move like it was in water. With her lance, the mobile suit was like a tornado. Unbelievable. It breaks physics. Lloyd commented as he was scribbling down in his notebook. He is already thinking of applying this to his Lancelot. If it has enough ion thrusters, it creates a field that lowers the gravitational pull. The same can't be said of the other machines. In fact, those Sutherlands can't even operate their OS because everything fries when they are close to Morrigan. Marcus smirked as he enjoyed the reaction from the newcomers. They still need much to learn. Chapter 56, Chapter 55, More Plans. In the tropical base in one of the Solomon Islands, an automated assembly line came to life as it began assembly of the new KK unit. Cornelia went even wilder as she demanded an opposition that could resist. So, to answer her request, Marcus switched out Sutherland's and Gloucester's into Setanta units. The new mass-produced models were able to resist the Princess' wild fighting style and cause her to take the battle seriously. This time around, she was being challenged as their weapons were dealing actual damage. Her KK unit was destroyed after she took out over 20 mass-produced machines. She was surrounded by something that can rarely happen in an actual battlefield. Regardless, it was the last simulation as the test proved that it was the right frame configuration, and the development of Morrigan can begin. So that's it. The creation began. The princess asked as she was holding a mug of coffee. She was feeling like she had just had 2 large battles in a row. Her eyes were at the window, more like what was behind the glass, the factory-like section where Legion bots were assembling her machine. Yes, the frame, the internals, weapons and the fusion reactor, all of them are being created at the same time. The hardest part is the nanometal. It will take several days for the machine to be finished. Marcus replied as he was holding his tea mug and looking at Legion bots assembling joints of the machine. That is considerably quick. She looked at him for a second. It's much faster than factories in the homeland. It's tens of times slower than mass production models. The hardest part is to weave the material. A technology that is something I am still struggling to improve. He honestly replied. Even now, it's like a 3D printer. The only thing he can think of is improving the mass of the weaving. He stroked his chin, pondering on the means. I have heard that you are thinking of a completely different platform for the commander units. She recalled what her knight said to her just a few moments ago. Indeed. We are approaching the point that I don't know if I will be able to keep my mobile suit secrets. So instead of mass-producing KK units, a lesser model would be a great alternative to keep our secrets. He explained to her, as he had realized not long ago himself. This was a new stage for him. Instead of rapidly expanding, he should take precaution with each step. Indeed. There are a lot of technologies that your machines have that should be under wraps. She agreed with him. This reminds me. One of our siblings created a night order dedicated to dealing with terrorists. One of the assignments that she got is related to our machines. Marcus looked at Cornelia for a second. This is a bit quick. But then again, his creations are deadly. Oh. Where are they going to operate in? He asked her, curious what one of his sisters is doing. I heard that they will assist Britannia for a bit. Your last expedition shattered the front line again. We lost almost all of Eastern Europe and the Balkans before they regrouped with our help. Huh. Marcus checked the information in the Britannia database. What about that Shin guy? He has that crazy Geass that drove him insane. Without Layla, Akito the Exiled wouldn't even have happened. Not that he cares, but that Geass is crazy and needs to be eliminated. The guy would become a menace if not put down like a rabid dog. Interesting, it would seem an honorary Britannian took over as the leader of St. Michael's Order. Cornelia checked it as well. Strange, the information is a bit sparse. I would assume it's like this because you people nearly eliminated 80% of the whole order. The princess complained about what they did. Only the machines, at least, I only destroyed the machines. Marcus explained himself with a small smile before realizing something. His eyes widened for a second as he grinned like a demon. That look, what did you come up with, Lelouch? Cornelia narrowed her eyes. That kind of gaze is a bit unsettling. This. He placed his finger on the hologram text. It says that the former second round table knight, Michel Manfredi, committed suicide in front of Shinhuga Xiang. But that makes no sense. Why would he do that in front of an honorary Britannian instead of a Britannian noble? They are well aware of how Britannian nobles see honorary Britannians. You mean? Her eyes widened as she realized where he was going with this. A loose Geass user. Of course, we need to check to be certain. If it's true, then we need to be cautious. We have no idea what it can do. The princess got serious all of a sudden. Such power can be deadly in ambitious people's hands. It is. But there are only 2 types of Geass. He showed her 2 fingers. A visual and hearing one. In other words, the energy can travel and touch humans in 2 ways, through the eyes and ears. Everything that we take in as information. It can be visual or as a sound. Though I am not sure about touch, CC has never said anything that such Geass can manifest. In that case, can we protect ourselves? She looked relieved. Yes. Something like earphones and specially prepared glass can protect us from most, if not all, forms of Geass. He nodded as he took a sip of his tea. Midway, he realized that it was getting cold. Humph, if this is the case, then this Geass is not as magical as I thought. Cornelia snorted as she thought that her magical eye would be a great perk. There is no such thing as magic. Everything, and I mean everything, can be explained in the end. Magic is something cavemen came up with when they could not explain things that happened before them. He explained with finality in his voice, making Cornelia wonder why he was so picky with the term magic. That means you are planning to add Geass to your technological arsenal at some point? The princess asked. That's where our rogue Geass user comes to play. He is a perfect specimen for acquisition. Are you planning to kidnap him and run experiments? She asked, surprised. Wasn't he going against his morals? Not the experiments you are thinking. Unlike our esteemed brother, who tortured CC, I don't do such experiments. I already know more than enough about how Geass works. I do not need to open his skull and check the contents. Geass comes in forms of energy that invade through the eyes or ears. When you see red rings around people's eyes, then you know Geass has taken its effect. It can be released in a variety of ways. But it always goes through eyes and ears and impacts one's brain. He explained that as he swirled his grey tea, he got from Sri Lanka. I see. But how does this work in my and your case? She asked. Their Geass are different, no. Our Geass is self-hypnosis in a way. We process information through our eyes instead of sending it. He explained to her. In a way, we are confident in ourselves, in our prowess that we don't need to change others, instead, we improve ourselves with the power of kings. He explained to her what he was thinking. I see. So, what are you going to do to the Shinhuga Xiang? She asked him. He is the leader of the Holy Order of Michael. So I obviously crush him with overwhelming might and then force him to reveal his Geass on the battlefield. Marcus smirked at her before telling the other half. But that's if he has Geass. If does. She asked him curiously. Then I will relocate him where he has 3 meals a day and a proper television and stable internet. He smiled at the luxurious amenities the Geass user would have. How generous of you. The princess recalled what his girl said, he has a thing for kidnapping people. Britannia royal hospitality. He shrugged sarcastically, but then he got serious. But this is after our trip to space. Can we delay until my machine is finished? She asked him. The princess looked at him, this was her form of asking nicely. She is doing that with her eyes. Sure. In that case, I can have some fun in Europe. He stroked his chin before checking his satellite network. Britannia is making gains in the Baltic sector, the Belarusian sector and the Balkans, Marcus commented with surprise. He then noticed that Michael's order is battling close to Minsk. As expected, they got military support from Schniesel. Though, this is a bit much, is father pushing them? Cornelia pondered on this before she realized something. Is there a thought elevator in EU? Do you have a map of those elevators? She asked him all of a sudden. Yes, this war with the EU is for that. As far as I know, there is one in London and possibly in Paris. He said with a frown as he summoned the map. When will your orbital cannons be functional? She then asked him after dropping her gaze on the map. In due time, sister. We need working infrastructure in space if you want me to roll out things like cannons, in space. Marcus shook his head. You do know that we are in Chinese Federation territory? Or that our situation is hanging in the balance? She sounded a bit nervous while saying that. It was new to her to be at the waiting end and be on the lower end when it comes to manpower. Relax, Cornelia. Once you have your Morrigan, whatever comes your way, you will be able to deal with it. I suppose. She sighed before taking a sip of coffee. You do know that Britannia is suspicious of Britannia. The second princess changed the theme of conversation. The recordings of your appearance, official ones, are in Britannia Frontline and Area 11. Schniesel trusts me, he doesn't know what I know, but regardless, he knows that I will report whatever is happening in Area 11. But Britannia. Imagine if they take your tyrannies down. Do you think they will tell anything to Homeland? She asked with a raised eyebrow. This was a very valid point. So that is why he is sending one of our sisters to them. To spy on them? Marcus asked. This was something he never considered, not that he cared at any point before. But now. He could potentially gain more allies. Depending on the sister that is. Precisely, you might remember, Mary Belle Mel Britannia. Marcus' eyes widened for a second as he remembered a small girl pointing a sword at their esteemed father. Hard to forget. Oh. Didn't she point a sword at our esteemed father? He pointed out. Yes. That is true, but at that point, you were already exiled to what will become Area 11. Cornelia looked confused for a second. But she then realized that even then, her little brother already had the means to keep tabs on the Imperial Court. Indeed. He did reveal more. Instead, he took another gulp of his tea. Regardless, there is one more thing. She got annoyed all of a sudden. She is a direct client of Camelot. Schneasel gave them access to prototypes, not only nightmares but prototype warships. Something about what they stopped working because the head scientists are gone. Her eyes looked sharply at him. I see. Then more reasons to crash the party that is known as Euro Britannia. He nodded lazily. It would seem he will be collecting more talent, soon. Mary Bell, decent pilot and troops commander. But what he wants is her knight. Aldrin Zevon. A good fighter, an ace, he might have 2 of them in his deck, but having a third one is never a bad thing. I suppose I will be relocating more people than I initially thought, Marcus said after finishing the cup. Oh, look, they are finishing the skeleton of the frame. He then noticed that one phase was done. Sigh. The older sibling could only sigh. But this was good. Barely anything can faze him. That's what a leader needs. More chapters, Chapter 101 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 57, Chapter 56, another ace. The situation for the EU wasn't the greatest. They used the attack on St. Petersburg as an opportunity to swiftly expand and recover lost territory. But Euro Britannia, which swiftly got supplies from Britannia, recovered and went on the offensive. Sutherland's and Gloucester's are superior machines to their new Panzer Hummels, and they quickly showed that by blasting through the front lines. One of them, leading the front in Eastern Europe, was Shinhuga. The Holy Order of Michael is known for their bold actions, and it was exactly what they did. When Shin took the order from Michel Manfredi, he not only took the command but his nightmare as well. A large machine that can transform into a centaur. It was one of the early 7th generation machines. It was a sight to behold. With a gold and red frame, it would lead the front while trying to retake their lost lands in the Belarusian front. Sadly, such a machine can attract the attention of not only the enemies, Minsk, Marcus hummed as he looked at the sprawling city before him. It was a city with over 1 million inhabitants. Sadly, conflicts have caused this place to suffer constantly. The Inventor's tyrannies landed on the destroyed building's rooftop and looked around. The mobile suit's monitors have been replaced by drone footage. It became something like a security command center with tens of live streams from around the city. It's quite nice of my older sister to allow me to play around in Europe. The Inventor Prince smirked as he joked. Cornelia didn't specifically allow such a thing. But, for Marcus, rampaging in Euro Britannia is a great way to distract the Emperor and Schneasel from Japan, where the exiled prince lives. Not only that, but it would derail Charles's plan to get the thought elevators. Tyranny's camera picked up movement. The mobile suit turned around and looked at the corner of the building at the ground level. There was nothing there. But the main camera swiftly shifted through a spectrum of visions. The heat camera picked up that a person was hiding behind the corner. We can play this game. A beam rifle pointed at the corner. Or I can melt the corner. What do you say? With that said, a person revealed itself. Marcus' eyes slightly widened. The next second, he grinned from ear to ear. I do love gathering ace cards. I will have a straight hand of aces if I continue this way. I do wonder if I am somehow related to Chow Chow. Marcus mumbled to himself as he moved his mobile suit. The mech went over the edge and floated down to the ground level, landing in front of a terrified individual. It was a girl with wine-colored hair. This was a girl who could keep up with Lancelot in a fight with a mere 5th-generation machine. Marcus Tyrannies dropped on one knee, the beam rifle folded behind the wing. The cockpit opened, and he got out. The machine's hand assisted him to land on the street. The girl's eyes looked at him with disbelief. He is certain she didn't expect him to do this. Instead of saying anything, he pulled out a chocolate bar, more specifically a Mars bar, and offered it to her. A gulp escaped from her lips, but she held herself. I am not a cat. You can just domesticate. She replied. Marcus smirked a bit as he felt that accent through his very bones. Not a cat. How about a lioness? He joked as he walked over. His reply made her go through rows of emotions. Who was this guy? What is with this machine? Why don't we introduce ourselves? He changed his theme of conversation. Meanwhile, he opened the package of the chocolate bar and began to eat. This guy. Jean Rowe. The girl went through a gender swap. I prefer Jean, regardless. I am Lelouch 6 Britannia, the 11th prince at your service. He didn't do a bow or anything. Instead, he took a bite of his chocolate. Her whole demeanor swerved a bit as she thought of dropping to a knee all of a sudden. So what do you say? He pulled out another Mars bar and offered it to her. Do you want to follow me? You are a knight type, you might be dressed in rags, but you can't escape your noble heritage, you are a Britannian noble, that much I am sure. Marcus smiled as he began to twirl the chocolate bar with his free hand. She looked at him for a second. Hunger is crushing her resistance. It has been days since she had any decent food. What do you want me to do? She asked with a gulp as her hand went to the offered chocolate. My knight. My follower. I have a sixth sense when it comes to talent. I have collected a decent amount of talented people. You have piqued that sense. So I am offering you to follow me. Why you want a girl, to be your knight? She looked baffled by that idea. Why not? One of my sisters has a girl knight. Gender doesn't matter inside a nightmare. He shrugged for a second before smirking. Besides, girls look great in uniforms. The girl snorted. It made sense now. This was a prince, and royals have an array of weird tastes. But this was an opportunity. If she can show him how good she was, then her life would be set. With that in mind, any confusion or reluctance was gone. The girl finally tasted a sweet for the first time in weeks, if not months. By this point, she doesn't know how many days have passed. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke. Why are you here? Isn't this Britannia? I have here to hunt someone. But that can wait. He motioned her to follow him. Let me take you where you can have a decent meal, a shower, and a change of clothes. He said that while walking towards his machine. You are serious? The girl realized that he wasn't joking. I am not joking if that's what you were thinking. I might tease you with chocolate. But I am an exiled prince. I know very well how you are feeling, you can be assured of that. It's why I am offering you to join me. I don't offer this to everyone. He stopped and then turned around and looked at her. Now come, Jean, I want to see you fight, that is why you tried to sell me that you are a boy, right? The prince smirked, making her realize that she had messed up badly with her introduction. Fine. The pair walked to the mech hand, the machine lifted them up and then got into the cockpit. The girl realized that this was beyond what she expected in this advanced-looking nightmare. A 360-degree panoramic view was not part of it. Well, come on. He motioned for her to get on his lap. I won't. I haven't had a proper bath in weeks. I won't embarrass myself. The girl walked over and stood next to the seat instead. Very well. Then you owe me one. Maybe at a later date. He shook his head in disappointment, before making the mech fly and then fold into plane mode and fly away into the sky. Jean didn't have time to respond as the smooth flying of the machine distracted her. She trained in Glasgow before, but this is beyond that. They soon saw a huge plane leisurely floating in the air. It was stationary. Like it was defying laws of physics, planes should always be moving, or they will fall out of the sky. This was completely different. How can it float like that in place? She asked as the mech flew to the back, and a ramp lowered where the mech flew in. It had space for several of these machines. She saw two machines that looked identical, like knights, and one was feminine-looking. This was clearly not a simple Britannian prince's plane. None of these machines was something she had seen before. Though it has been a while since she was left behind, there might have been some sort of leap in technology. Welcome to Anaheim. Anaheim. She looked at him. Now that he mentioned it. You are Marcus Goldman. My public name, yes. As someone whom Britannian special forces tried to kill, I needed to change just a little bit. The girl was surprised to hear that special forces tried to kill him. After the mech landed, it transformed into humanoid form and walked to its parking spot. A walkway lowered, and the cockpit opened, allowing it to exit. Now come, it's time for you to get a change of clothes, some food, and clean clothes. He motioned to get out. Layla's eyebrows trembled as she saw another girl next to Marcus. It's like he is collecting everything he sees. You do know that people are not some stray animals that you can collect. She traveled with him specifically so that this wouldn't happen. Yet, less than 10 minutes after leaving, he comes back with this girl. Depends, really. Besides, I had this feeling she was great, so that's why I picked her up. Marcus didn't hide the fact that he felt exactly how Layla described. I said the exact same thing. I am not a cat. Jean tried to explain herself, but when Marcus said he had this feeling, it meant she was good. That's how he got Colin, a girl who pretended to be sickly, but he picked her up anyway. Turns out she was pretending, and her reflexes are borderline supernatural. A great catch for his growing faction. I see, anyway. Layla sighed as she looked at Jean for a second. Come with me, I will show you where you can change your clothes and get a shower. She motioned to follow her. Go with her. He motioned for her to go. Jean slowly walked after Layla. Meanwhile, Marcus got into the canteen and took some snacks and a thermos bottle with tea. He is preparing to wait for his prey. It will be like stalking. The Inventor Prince had some chocolate bars, chips, and a bag of nuts. It should be enough. With preparations done, he strolled back into his mobile suit. The plane was not empty, but it was not fully staffed either. They are going through a rigorous application process for secrecy. Besides, Marcus sees this as a foundation building for his Anaheim. Once he rules the world and space itself, he will need solid foundations. So, are you his assistant? Jean asked the blonde who was walking next to her. Among other things, yes. You can say I am your senior. Layla replied with a forced smile. Senior, in. The girl stopped midway as she realized something. He picked you up as well? She asked with a realization. Kidnapped the more exact word. I was mad at him for days. Until I realized that it was for the best. Now we are on the way to rule the world. The pilot of Andraste explained to the new girl. I know, but you will see. It depends on how good your piloting skills are. Does it matter? My talent was the best my family has seen, but I was abandoned either way. She looked at the floor. Don't worry. Layla stopped for a second, and Jean looked at the blonde. In this place, you will suffer in the polar opposite. What does that even mean? The new girl was confused by all the cryptic explanations. It means exactly what I just said. Marcus, your new lord, will tease you with affection until it is far embarrassing for you. The pilot of the KK unit shrugged as if he would get used to it. Hugs, cuddles, lovers stuff like feeding each other. If I didn't know any better, I would say that he was from Paris. Layla sighed. She is certain that Marcus is Britannia, he is royalty. But then she recalled that his mother was Marianne, who originally was from Europe. Are you sure he is a Britannian prince? All of a sudden, the night wannabe girl asked in a concerned tone. Chapter 58, Chapter 57, Rabid Dog. Meanwhile. This is far too easy with my Vercingetorix. Shin thought to himself as his 7th-generation machine danced through the battlefield. In Centaur mode, the machine would use its front legs to stun the EU's Panzer Hummel to death before using a golden shotgun to blast another nightmare. His swords masters in red Gloucester slashed through the field alongside him. My lord, the city center is ours. One of the followers said to the Grand Master. Indeed. This is far too easy. Shin thought to himself as he had this feeling that something was off. Then, pew. 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 Blue beams erased Gloucesters as if they were made from tissue paper. The Grand Master swiftly looked around before spotting a machine looking down at him from the sky. Shin Huga Xiong. The machine spoke in a synthetic voice as it slowly floated down. Shin's eyes widened in shock before his expression morphed into a small smirk. Well, this is going to be interesting. The current Grand Master realized that this was a gamble that could lead him to die or win the whole game. If I can play this right, I might get my revenge this very day. The men had heard about this alien machine, everyone in Britannia was aware of it. It was so powerful that it could end nations single-handedly. And now one appeared before him. Shin swiftly wanted to engage in a conversation, but the machine simply opened fire and erased his nightmare's lower half. Before he could do anything, the emergency ejection should have kicked in, but his mech malfunctioned and instead collapsed on the ground. The new Grand Master thankfully had the belts on, as he would have injured himself in the fall. As the emergency systems were on, he tried to scramble to escape, but something was holding him in place. He could feel movement. Shin waited, trying to figure out what was going on. Where was he getting taken? After a few moments, the top of his cockpit was removed, and he saw the daylight. The men could see that the alien machine was looking down on him. These actions have confused him. He wondered what is going on. Though what happened next made his hopes skyrocket as he saw the pilot leave the machine. This has made him grin from ear to ear as he swiftly did the same. Die. Shin Huga Xiong's left eye glowed as his Geass turned on. He wanted to see the guy kill himself with the katana he was holding. But nothing has happened. Don't tell me you expected that to work. I thought you were a smart guy. But, you have disappointed me. The black-dressed guy pulled out his katana. Why didn't it work? Shin asked himself as he was confused. I am here for you specifically. Did you expect I wouldn't have protection against your Geass? The guy took a sword stance. Why you know about my power? The Grand Master looked surprised. Do you know that you are not so special, Shin Huga Xiong? His eyes changed as both of them became red with bird symbols. You have the same eyes. This realization caused Shin to get on edge as he got his sword as well. But the black-dressed guy was strange. He tried to defend himself, but he couldn't. My Geass allows me to see everything you will or would ever do. I know it before your brain would come up with it. Swish. The sword Shin was holding flew out of his hand as the katana was pointing at his neck. Do you know why I am doing all of this? The black-dressed man asked. Not that the Grand Master of the Holy Order of Michael had any idea. You are a rogue Geass user. You are not part of my father's Geass order, you are a wild card that I can experiment with. The guy snorted while saying that. Did you even think that you had a chance to fight against Britannia? Did you even consider that the Emperor has Geass? Far more powerful than your simple Death One. He joked, but Shin's eyes widened in surprise. Indeed, my father's eyes control memories. All he needs to do is look at your eyes, and you would forget why you were doing anything, he would have turned you into another one of his minions. Who are you? By this point, the Grand Master's gears began to spin. He realized that the game was far bigger than he had predicted. If the Emperor had an entire order of people with special powers, it explains a lot, but at the same time, it would be a far bigger deal to destroy such an empire. Don't worry. Your sacrifice will make my machines even more powerful. Before he could say another thing, the sword's handle slammed into his gut. The moment was so fast that before he could react, pain washed over him. The rogue Geass user collapsed on his knees as the last thing he saw was a huge plane landing behind the black-dressed man. What are you? But it does make sense, this was some sort of faction, capable of defying Britannia. Darkness consumed his consciousness as he got knocked out. So that's Shin Hyuga-Xiong. The rogue Geass user. Layla walked over as she watched Marcus look at the knocked-out Shin. Yes. He was, in fact, a Geass user. He can command people to kill themselves. That's some twisted power. The blonde commented with wide eyes. Thankfully, she got her contact lenses on. The lenses did work, right? Well, I am still here, right? Marcus joked for a second. But the girl swiftly grabbed his hand and hugged it. She looked spooked. Horrible jokes aside, you are okay. The Inventor Prince nodded as he looked at the other trophy. The Golden Nightmare. While damaged, he can fix it. Yes. I have what I need for the next part of the third-generation machine. I got a Geass user who can send out orders, this will allow me to study outgoing frequencies. You know that my Geass can connect people emotionally. She hugged him tighter as she reminded him that she could as well. I know. Your Geass could be helpful in the next stage of human evolution. He looked at her light purple eyes. Question mark. In other words, psychics. Her expression morphed into confusion before switching into realization. You mean something like mind reading? Not necessary, more like an emphatic connection. Something like that would be fantastic for people who want to understand each other. In other words, this could be something my father never considered. Marcus thought to himself. The Emperor wants a world without lies. The best solution would be to make everyone psychics who can read each other's emotions. Instead of killing the god. Like seriously, that's from 0 to 100. That is true. If you could develop technology like that. She asked, the girl was 100% for that. That's my Geass interface. What I am thinking of installing in third-generation machines. As he said, men in black tactical gear walked over to his side as the plane's ramp lowered. Take him into a cell and lock up his hands and implant contact lenses so that he cannot use his Geass, Marcus instructed his soldiers. Understood, my prince. Oh, and retrieve the damaged nightmare, it will be a good side activity for me to fix it later. With that said, he turned around and began to walk towards the plane with Layla still holding his hand closely. A bit later, whatever amusement Marcus had vanished. For one, he couldn't track where his sister was and her night order were. It was like they were keeping everything about their actions a secret. The Inventor Prince began to suspect that the Britannians are suspicious of their own systems, which could be complicated in the future. However, this is something he could expect from his older brother, Schneasel. Apart from that, his prisoner was not cooperative. If I participate in your tests, you won't need me afterwards. So, I will simply stay like this. Shin Hyuga-Xiong smirked as he was sitting in his cage in the hangar bay. By this point, he knew that everyone here had contact lenses that blocked his powers. I see. Marcus nodded as he took a portable chair, unfolded it and sat before his prisoner. So we will have a civil conversation, Marcus Goldman. The Grand Master of the Holy Order of St. Michael was a bit surprised that the head researcher and the CEO of Anaheim were the ones who developed these absurd machines. It was quite a surprise. He never expected that there was such a side to that robotics company. Indeed. I do need to test your Geass readings. Marcus replied with crossed arms. Ha. I could assist, but I do need a guarantee that I will survive after the tests are done. Shin replied before suggesting a solution. I could join your organization. The Grand Master looked around the hangar. He could see an impressive lineup of machines. This way, I wouldn't mind using my Geass and explaining in more detail about its limitations. The man offered a solution to the current circumstances. HN. Marcus nodded, hearing him out. You do realize that I know what you did to your predecessor. Shin's expression immediately shifted. Apart from that, you do realize that I understand considerably more about Geass than you know. More examples, Geass is a type of energy that manifests through an individual's consciousness and brain waves. That means that there is no Geass that is the same, simply because people are different. There can be a considerable amount of similarities, but in the end, they are different. Now, if we follow that train of thought, it means that Geass power reveals an individual's personality. Marcus looked at Shin with a frown. That means your power that orders people to commit suicide shows how much you value life. The amount of loyalty I could get from you is as much as I could get from a wild predator. You killed your superior in cold blood and took his position. The prince concluded the crash course of Shin's personality. It would seem I won't be able to help you. The Grand Master of the Holy Order concluded. Indeed. But don't worry, you will get 3 meals a day and some cable television. Marcus stood up and folded the chair before walking away for a couple of steps, before turning around and looking at Shin with his Geass. The look was short, but for some reason, it caused the rogue Geass user to feel a cold chill pass through his spine. There are other ways for you to use your Geass, Shin Hugashiang. Marcus looked at Shin as he saw thousands of paths and routes, countless developments, until he decided on one. While it looked like it took an eternity, in truth, it was only a few moments for the prince as he found a route he wanted to take with the rapid dog before him. Once he had a route he wanted, he walked to the crew quarters, got into his room and began to plot. He needs to develop a play where Shin would use his Geass, and he would record the data. But, what is annoying is where is Maribel? Marcus checked his global network and Britannia databases. All he got is the creation of Glinda Knights, custom Sutherlands that have been ordered to this new Knight Order. She has a prototype airship as well. Well. Marcus was surprised, after all, Lloyd is the one who developed that. But I guess he left enough data for prototypes to be developed. The prince stroked his chin as he needed to recalibrate the satellites to pick up airships. You look depressed. Layla wrapped her hands around his head. She hugged him from behind. I am, people don't want to play with me. He sighed, before closing the console and moving his head up and looking at her. Well, people don't play games which they are rigged to lose. The girl replied with a forced smile. True. I guess I need to give them hope that they can win. Marcus pondered. Yes, that is what he should do. Chapter 59, Chapter 58, Things We Do for Family. Marcus looked at the world's map on a huge screen in his workshop. If he can't find his sister, then he might as well lure her to him. But to do that, he needs a location. He won't do that in Pacific or even Asia, no. His eyes ended on a city that made him double-check the name of it. Constantinople. Are you serious? The inventor prince walked closer to the map. He needed to be sure his eyes were not lying. As a fan of history, Roman history included, to have this city called by its Roman name was something else. Does it mean Byzantine didn't fall to Ottomans? Honestly, he needed to visit the city now. He began to read up on the history available online. Mostly propaganda posted by Britannia. To miss the landmines, he used Legion to cross-reference the validity. Regardless, for now, he forgot the schemes done by Schneasel and Maribel. After a while, he got interrupted. Marcus. A familiar voice of his girlfriend got his attention. MH. He turned around and looked at Layla and Jean standing side by side. What got his attention was the clothes. They were dressed in purple and black military uniforms. Not bad, so we finally got proper female version uniforms. He commented with a smile. Indeed, but don't know what my rank is. In the EU. I was lieutenant, and soon to be lieutenant commander, but in your faction, I have no idea. Layla crossed her arms while complaining to him. Your rank is my girlfriend, which is around general. He joked back, making her blush. Wouldn't that be nepotism? She concluded. Maybe, I do come from the biggest empire this world has seen. That makes it our second nature. He continued to joke. You royals are something else. Wait, you are his lover. Jean's brain finally caught up. I said, among other things, that the spectrum is wide. Layla clarified to her. But don't worry, he is practicing the same thing his father became famous for. The blonde commented with a smile as she looked at the girl to her side. The night girl looked speechless. Regardless, now that you have adjusted a bit, Jean. I want you to show me your prowess while piloting a mobile suit. Marcus changed the subject as he got up from his seat and walked over. If you impress me, you will pilot a custom machine meant only for you. Do you understand? The inventor prince asked as he looked at her. I understand. She seriously nodded. Good. Then we can start. He nodded back as he then motioned for them to follow him. The group left his spacious workshop and walked through the corridors to one of the hangars in the Solomon base. What have you been reading on? Layla asked him as her shoulder touched his. She asked him once she got close. I think I will start a legitimate conquest instead of waiting for rebellion to start, he said to her. His reply made her stop for a second. Her brain tried to process how A led to B. How checking a city led to him trying to conquer the world in this way. How did you reach such a conclusion? Layla asked him, a bit concerned. I have forgotten how beautiful the world is, he said to her. At that moment, her left eye turned into Geass as she looked at him. Marcus smiled as he made eye contact with her. His emotions connected to her as she realized that he was excited. His excitement was borderline childish. The girl realized that he had found something that made him excited like that. He can't explain to her in a way that she could understand. Not yet, anyway, maybe on a later day. I see. I do understand, even though it is a bit strange. Layla is finding it a bit strange that she needs Geass to keep up to understand his actions. I will start with Constantinople, the old capital of the ancient Eastern Roman Empire. As people say, men at least once a day think of the Roman Empire. The Inventor Prince joked at his own joke. I see, well, we have the means to wage conquest, but we don't have the actual manpower to keep and maintain large swaths of land. Layla tried to play along as she tried to use her logical thinking to assist him. I know. We can think of something along the way. He smiled back at her assistance. He knows what he is saying sounds a bit crazy, but he finds it cute how she, even when it's crazy, is trying to assist him. The trio arrived at the hangar, where there were several assembled Setanta mass-produced mobile suits and opposite to them were rows of simulation spheres. Many of the spheres were in use, but there is a considerable amount that are free. The base was built with the intention that it would be massive, so there is room for growth. Jean, get into one. The AI will explain how this works, he said while looking at the simulation machines. Understood. The girl walked close to one. She was about to ask how to get in, but the AI already opened the hatch for her. Soon enough, the slender girl was inside the sphere. Meanwhile, Layla, next to Marcus, reminded him of Jean's situation. She is still malnourished, don't push her too much. The blonde sounded worried. Not my intention, this is a Britannia aptitude test. I am not planning anything else. After a couple of moments, Legion summoned a hologram before Marcus. He saw Jean ace basic movements, then basic shooting tests. Soon enough, the testing got more difficult, like running through an obstacle course inside a mobile suit. All of them were easily passed. Something all the basic pilots did. But then it switched to combat, and sure enough, the girl showed her prowess in bladed weapons. The girl was a close-range fighter, and on top of that was good with a long-distance rifle. Midway, Layla's expression was that of surprised awe. Her gaze then snapped and looked at him. How did you know she was this good? The blonde asked him, her voice was full of curiosity. A hunch, he replied while looking at Jean performing. Legion, she meets the criteria for a KK unit, right? Marcus asked his AI. Most definitely. His AI sounded certain that it would be a good choice. Yes. Pity Suzaku wants to keep piloting his Lancelot. The Inventor Prince is a bit disappointed that his childhood friend wants to pilot an inferior model of machinery. Nightmares simply can't keep up against mobile suits. As you can see, my knight will be one of a kind. Marcus then looked at Layla. This, considering that I want Jeremiah at the head of my armies, next to Cornelia. The prince explained to his girlfriend. You still haven't told me what my position is. The girl got back at that. You seriously bothered by that? He replied with an amused expression. Of course. She puffed her cheeks a bit. Well, darling, remember that you are my girlfriend. Once we marry, what is going to be your position? Use your expressive mind to predict that. He grinned when he saw her blush. His explanation caused her mind to fantasize a bit before focusing back on what was important. I see, it does make sense when you put it like that. As they were chatting, the rest of the trainees noticed Jean's performance. Who is that girl? She is better than Kururoji. Marcus snapped at that remark as he checked the comparisons. That guy is right. She indeed has better reaction speed and is better at melee. No way, she is almost as good as Kazuki. As expected from the prince, he is collecting the best of the best. Some of them even praised Marcus for his talent at collecting people. Do they know that you're kidnapping people? Layla whispered to him, and there was a small smirk on her lips. Shoo, that's a state secret. Marcus placed his finger on her lips. You need to persuade me to keep such secrets. The exiled prince chuckled before pulling her for a hug. We can have a date or two, now that I have a bit of time. Deal. Marcus' excitement was concerning for some people as they wondered what had got into him. Not that it would be easy to explain, as someone who is from a parallel Earth, how could they understand him? The territories, the cities, and even the histories were different in this world. He could find so much new stuff on this parallel Earth that it makes him excited even more. Now that he realized, he should study a bit on the differences between the worlds. My history marks were the only bad marks now that I think about it. Marcus stroked his chin, but then shrugged and continued to design the core piece of his first space infrastructure. Now that his motivation is through the roof, he even started to hum Bury the Light. That reminds me. He checked his katana. The handle was purple. He needs to change that. I need to give you a name, and I know what it will do for you. The exiled prince grinned as he swiftly went to change the color of the handle and carve a specific word on the blade. It will be Yamato. Regardless, after a short distraction, he continued to work on the core piece. His works made the fellow scientists a bit concerned as they had never seen him work that much. After finishing his tyrannies, his pace went down a bit. But now they are finally seeing the speed that created the mobile suits. I thought we would use third generation for the space industries. Nina poked her head into Marcus' workshop. Now that the majority of people have moved to Solomon Base, everyone has their space and workshops. Second generation is good enough. I will simply add a rotating piece for living quarters. He showed her codename Sword. A space station shaped like a sword. There was a circular piece at the top, which was rotating around the sword-like part. The refineries, assembly lines, and the port will be located at the long part, while people will be living at this rotating part, Marcus explained with his finger on the hologram. You will be able to test the third-generation fusion reaction in space. On Earth, we could struggle to perceive gravity to see if it works properly. Marcus explained with an excited look. His hype was infectious as the girl slowly nodded at him with a smile. Okay, I understand. With that said, Marcus returned to the core piece design. It will be a fusion reactor that he will send into space, followed by a refinery, and Legion bot maintenance facilities. It will be automated. That reminds me. Marcus swiftly added a particle cannon at the bottom of the station. This was to satisfy his darling older sister, who wants orbital bombardment capabilities in any of his space stuff. Things I do to satisfy my family. The inventor Prince sighed as he checked the data for orbital bombardment. He needs to ensure that what he is creating will work. If it's too big, he could cause something like nuclear winter. Therefore, it must be hot enough to melt everything. So basically a big version of my rifle. However, a big rifle is so basic that he needs something flashier. So a magnetic particle accelerator. I need to test this. With that said, he decided to make prototypes for this. If only Cornelia saw him, she would shake her head and think he was stupid. After all, both of them blow things up. What's the difference? Not that it would take that much time. Both technologies already exist. So it's a simple test to see which one is flashier and better at aura farming, as they say. Once the winner is decided, the explosions will look greater than ever. Chapter 60, Chapter 59, Goddess of War, Morrigan. 2 days later. The third princess, with her escort, arrived at Solomon Base to receive her mobile suit. The Viceroy of Area 11, while not showing, was ecstatic about this development. After running simulations and returning to her Gloucester, her machine felt primitive. Her old machine was old. Unresponsive, slow, couldn't fly, and the weaponry was outdated. Honestly, she had a huge list of complaints, but that changes today. The group walked to the KK unit dedicated hangar. It didn't look any different from any other hangar, apart from inscriptions on the side walls. Like how she saw in Marcus' old workshop, it was similar here as well. The KK machines were on a pedestal, including her. This is it, this is your machine, princess. Darlton gazed at the one that he had never seen before. It is. The princess already had a connection to this machine, it's like she has been piloting it for months. It is strange, I haven't piloted it yet, but it's like I already did, yet the feeling that it's new, it's there. The princess tried to explain the sensation she was feeling. That's because it's built with your data, sister. Marcus walked over, he was flanked by several females. When Cornelia saw him with his group, she rolled her eyes. You keep on expanding your harem, Lelouch. She commented, her voice full of sarcasm. Thanks, I keep trying very hard. He replied with a similar tone. Jokes aside. My time as Viceroy is coming to an end. All of a sudden, the princess got very serious. I got an order to return to the homeland for new orders. Schneasel is still Prime Minister, he can't wage wars all the time. The princess sighed before looking at her machine. This will come in handy to continue to wage wars swiftly. You are going to continue to conquer for our beloved father. She looked at him with an eye roll. I do not have a choice. You are not ready to rebel yet. The princess complained. I was able to delay my return for a while. I won't miss the trip to space. But after that, I will leave Area 11 to Euphemia. At least in this timeline, our little sister got a peaceful Area 11 to rule. Marcus recalled how the story with Euphemia ends most of the time. It makes his chest hurt just imagining that outcome. Good enough, most of the rebellious elements are gone to my faction. The exiled prince replied, recalling how all of the rebels eventually joined him and were waiting eagerly for the rebellion. Either becoming pilots or foot soldiers, regardless, the numbers are still not high enough according to his darling girlfriend. Yes. She then looked at him for a second. I accepted the reassignment without complaints because of your change in plans. We are going to wage rebellion away from Euphemia's territories. Cornelia said with relief. Not that any of them know that in Narita, the bulk of mass-produced machines will be built. He leisurely commented. Small details, Lelouch. She shrugged before looking at her machine. His gaze followed hers. KK-41/DA-01 Morrigan. He said with a proud smirk. The most advanced mobile suits ever built by Anaheim to date. As you know, the machines are getting more advanced with each model. This one is built with your data and ours combined. But we took a step further and released this with the new designation. Project Divine Arms, that's why it has a /DA01 after the serial number. Divine Arms is the next step towards third generation. The machine has improved controls over its fusion reactor and the newly created deflection and absorption mechanisms. He explained to her that, before looking at her followers, they were all pleased that he was spoiling their princess. Only the best things for my dearest sister. Cornelia scoffed for a second but then smiled. Good to hear. She then looked at her mobile suit. So. How does it work? The princess didn't want to look stupid. So, she asked first. It's powered by Legion OS. All you need to do is tell what you want. Marcus clarified to her. Legion. The biblical term sister, not the Roman one. It means legion, for we are many. It means exactly as it says. All of KK units have independent AI that are connected to one AI. This is for security reasons as well. If one is compromised, Legion can detach its connection. I see. Regardless, how do I summon it? Call by its name, sister. HM. She looked at the mobile suit. Morrigan. At that moment, the mech's eyes glowed as the machine took a step and left the pedestal, all the maintenance cables disconnected as the mech left its resting area. Once in front of its pilot, Morrigan tapped the ground with its lance before dropping on one knee and offering its left hand. The machine acted like a knight, causing Cornelia's knight to get a bit jealous. Cornelia smiled as this was something she found fascinating. She realized why Euphemia wants one of these. It's like having a giant knight. Well, I am very impressed, Lelouch. The second princess looked at her little brother. HN, have fun, Cornelia. I have things to do. We are leaving for space this evening. Until then, you can have fun with your mobile suit. He lazily waved his hand and was about to leave with his small army of quiet girls. Funny how Cornelia's witch-like gaze is causing them to behave like quiet kittens. And the command units for Guilford and Darlton. She turned away from her machine and looked at him. For now, they will use custom Satanta units. My team is developing a completely different platform for the command unit. Think of it like a bridge connecting mass production units with KK units. We named them KKA-01 Scathatch, named after a witch queen who trained famous Celtic and Irish heroes. Marcus smiled while saying that, before walking away. Fine by me. She turned back to her machine before smirking a bit. Now that she has this. Her smirk turned into a bloodthirsty one. I could just fly to Homeland and lay waste to those thought elevators. For a second, she was about to do that, but then she controlled herself. No, first the trip to space. Princess. Her knight brought her back from her thoughts. Are you sure you wish to travel to the asteroid belt? Isn't it very far away? His question made her look at him. It's one-in-a-lifetime opportunity to visit outer space. My father never bothered beyond placing a flag on the moon first before the EU or the Chinese Federation. Now it's a perfect opportunity. Not that she will admit that she is jealous that Euphemia was first on the moon and not her. After all, she has seniority. At least she got her Morrigan, and Euphemia didn't even start her simulations to create a design for her machine. I see, but princess, we still have our orders. Darlton tried to reason. And we will be rebelling soon, Darlton. What is your point? The third princess rolled her eyes. Well, when you put it this way. But shouldn't we at least pretend that we are trying to do our duties? I do believe that princess doesn't care anymore. Guilford noticed the way Cornelia was looking at her new machine. It's like she got new power, a new absolute power, that makes everything else not care. You know me well, Guilford. With this machine, I do not care what my father thinks. It's more than capable of handling armies alone. she replied before looking at the commander. What I do care about is that my men are safe, and not in any kind of threat. That is why I want those commander units and regular units ready. Once they are finished, then we can openly challenge the Emperor himself. That's right. Cornelia is no longer weary of her father, but she doesn't want to lose her soldiers carelessly. I understand, Princess, we will follow you to the very end. HN. She looked back at her kneeling machine. A small grin resurfaced on her lips. When you two stand by while I take it for a spin. The princess removed her cloak and threw it at her knight, before walking to the offered mech's hand. The machine picked her up and brought her to the cockpit. The princess got inside and got into the seat that immediately adjusted to her. Then the screens turned on, showing Anaheim, symbols, the emblem of the company. Once that was gone, the boot up of the control systems was done, and holograms began to pop up. These solid holograms took her a while to adjust to, at first, when she started her KK unit simulation training. But she quickly got used to them and even started to prefer them over the display screens of a regular nightmare frame. The highest perk for her was that these holograms show what she wants to see. It's like the machine is reading her mind. Which is does. The neural interface in the seat reads her brain waves when her back touches it. This is especially potent when the pilot is wearing the pilot suit. The suit itself is an amplifier. For now, without the suit, her mech's reaction speed dropped a bit, as the linkage is not complete. But even without it, the mech is still faster than any other machine, including other KK units. And that's because of the latest technology that her machine has. The most obvious improvement over the predecessors is the arrangement of the ion thrusters. While Morrigan doesn't have the same cruising wings of Tyrannies, it does have a selection of much smaller ion thrusters throughout the whole body. This change, compared to other KK units, gives Morrigan a much powerful magnetic field. This field is potent enough to interfere with electronics to the next level. It's powerful enough to fry machines that don't have protection from these magnetic fields. That is why KK-41 Morrigan reached space faster than any other KK unit. The princess gazed at the curvature of the planet as her eyes trembled at the sight before her. This was the sight that made her little brother desire the stars themselves. It did have an effect on her as well. A bit different one. Like, for example, she realized how small Earth is, how insignificant even Britannia looks from here. She can barely make out any land from this high up. Regardless, for now, she pushed these thoughts aside and looked at something else at the horizon. The moon. The princess pushed the controller sticks forward. Let's go to the moon. How long will it take? Calculating distance. 6 minutes 32 seconds. That's it. Cornelia looked surprised by such a small amount. There is no need for the unit to hold back its ion thrusters in space. Our performance is limited on Earth because we could destabilize the planet's natural magnetic field. Such destabilization could be catastrophic to the planet's life. The princess wasn't certain how much damage a single mech could potentially do. Not that she is eager to find that out. The current mobile suit's power is already enough for her. I wonder where she went to. Guilford said to the fellow commander. No idea, with the specs of such a machine. Darlton replied with crossed arms. He was as clueless as the night. She is currently halfway to moon. While I can't connect to Morrigan anymore, my sensors are tracking the unit. Legion replied to the knight's question. Princess. It's dangerous. If anything happens, it's certain death. Cornelia's knight began to panic. This is the first time in his life that he felt so powerless. Do not worry. Morrigan was designed with the pilot's safety as its ultimate priority. The AI tried to reassure the men, but he was like a headless chicken. Calm yourself, Guilford. She will be fine. Darlton's steel-like voice brought the men to his senses. You are right. It makes me frustrated that we can't follow after her. Now the knight wanted a similar machine that would allow him to follow after his princess. Chapter 61, Chapter 60, Preparations for Space Trip. 3 Blackbirds were parked on the runway. They were getting checked by Legion bots, while another batch of them were loading tools for the asteroid collection. I understand that we need a considerable amount of resources. But are you sure that these planes can pull that many? There were several people who were a bit skeptical that the planes would be able to pull asteroids in hundreds of meters and even over a kilometer long. Marcus showed them the latest 3D images of the asteroids he uncovered just several hours ago. His latest toy, a deep space telescope, sends radio waves at different frequencies. They bounce off and return at a different frequency. It's like throwing an item at a metal surface. It would ring differently. It applies to all surfaces. Wood, rock, metal, plastic, and liquids. Even solid saccharide has a similar sound to hitting glass. That's what Exiled Prince found, fascinating. He found a lot of saccharide in the asteroid belt. Around the center of the belt. If the theory is right, at the beginning of the solar system, the asteroid belt was a planet that ended up being destroyed either by collisions or the gravitational forces of gas giants. Well, it doesn't matter, what matters is that there are a lot of raw resources that he can mine for his future conquests. The size doesn't matter. This is space, not Earth. There is no resistance. What you need to care about is stopping these rocks from getting close to Earth. Because we can accidentally send them on a collision course with our planet. That could not only destroy life in the ecosystem, but could even impact our distance from the sun. Marcus clarified, causing the people who are a bit lacking in understanding of cosmos to pale in fright at the consequences of the failure of this. This is why we are going to use specially prepared solar sails. The Inventor Prince ignored the looks he was receiving. These sails are a temporary measure to slow us down the moment we are close. We will use them to accelerate and slow down. This is, of course, temporary, as I never designed these models of ships to have something like solar sails. He showed a hologram of how the blackbirds will look. The sails were huge, to say the least. Holy. Damn. Awesome. The reactions were quite something as the gathered group felt that they were stepping into a space odyssey. We will use the sails to pull a huge amount of asteroids, and when the time is right, we will pull them in reverse to stop close to Earth's orbit. Well, more like at Lagrange 3 or something of a similar location, you could say we can use that area as our first infrastructure spot. He showed the area around Earth, a location close to the blue planet. My question is why most of what I hear is maybe or like, Cornelia asked as she didn't like a certain number of maybes he was saying. Because, my dear sister, we need to be flexible. There are many factors that we need to consider. From planetary rotations to gravitational pulls from planets like Jupiter, to actual asteroids we will be collecting. After all, my only source of information is a single deep space telescope. He clarified to her why so many maybes and probablys were in his speech. Yes, that is the possibility, but this is where our machines come to play, isn't it? Cornelia pointed out the obvious. Indeed. This is why the majority of us will be coming with us. I am going as well. Suzaku chipped in. Your Lancelot is not built for space. Marcus reminded him of that. I can use one of the Setanta. I don't care for the specs, I want to assist in this operation. Suzaku realized that with the amount of resources he would bring back, he would change the world forever. Fine, the hangars can carry 4 machines, in total, there will be 12 of them. I take 3. Cornelia showed 3 fingers. You can take 4. One of the blackbirds will be yours, you can train your personnel how to operate the Anaheim vehicle. Do you think it's a good time for this? Suzaku asked, with a bit of concern. It is fine, because in the end, the AI will take over if someone messes up. Marcus clarified why he can let something like this. Once in cruising mode, the controls can be turned off and people can train. I see. Once everyone had gone to prepare for departure in an hour, one of the individuals approached Marcus instead. Solar sails. Seriously. Layla got close and whispered with a surprised tone. The girl never even heard of this term. Got this idea 2 days ago. His blonde girlfriend has this look of realization. Wasn't it the time when he got inspired? And began to print innovations as if they were paper currency. In 2 days. Does this even work? All of a sudden, she was concerned. It does. Did you forget that we use ion technology for propulsion? And on what it's based on? He reminded her of that specific technology. I guess. Just lower the amount of surprises. She sighed before walking away. She needs to prepare. Remember, it's only for a few days, and there is no gravity. I know. She waved her hand at him as she walked to the depths of the base. My prince, I might not have a machine, but I wish to assist in this operation. Jean got his attention as she attended to him like she was his shadow. You can have a Setanta for this trip. He casually gave her a machine. There is a new batch that just arrived from Narita. You have my thanks, my prince. The girl with wine-colored hair saluted her new lord. Take it easy, Jean, you are still recovering. He slightly smiled at her. His smile easily disarmed her, causing her to blush a bit. It's fine. I am almost fully recovered, anyway. Just a bit underweight. The girl trained to explain herself. It's fine, relax. He patted her shoulder. Instead, help me with checkups. The prince pulled out a tablet and showed it to her. We are going to run some maintenance on the capture net. Are you sure? I am qualified for this. She looked nervous. And you think I have some sort of PhD in engineering? He scoffed. The tablet is linked to the systems, and all it does is run simulated releases. The prince demonstrated. As you can see, once I press on one of the functions, the plane reacts and something happens. If something doesn't happen, an error pop-up appears on the tablet. He gave her a crash course. Since you are my knight. You will be tested with these small things. Since I am an inventor, you can expect experimental tech tests. He smiled brightly at her. Jean's face turned pale when she heard experimental. Marcus. All of a sudden, Millie hugged the exiled prince. I want to captain the third plane. She asked him while hugging him. What? Do you even know how to do any of that? He asked, more confused than concerned. I do. Besides, you haven't given me a military rank. I am one of the original mobile suit pilots. The night girl looked at this blonde with large melons. She can't believe someone like that exists. If you have, then I could give you the plane. Though he is careful, this is space. You can't crash land and think it's okay. I know. The girl turned serious all of a sudden. But it's exciting. You forgot that I am quite good at organizing people. She smiled at him. Sure. He then stroked his chin. Well, you will have Suzaku on your ship, he will most likely be capable of pulling you out before you mess up somewhere. Marcus teased for a second. But that tease made her puff her cheeks and turn red. I am more than capable. For a while, the pair teased each other before Millie rushed to get a captain's uniform. You know that your sister won't be happy that a girl who barely knows a thing about planes is captaining one, in space no less. Jean was more than concerned about this. Relax, Legion will help her with that. She was quite bad not long ago when it comes to combat, but now, she has not a bad shot, thanks to the training. He explained to his new knight. Mobile suits are different from planes, there will be several people inside one of these planes, and it's space. She tried to reason with him. But all he did was smile. After checking the machine, the pair observed how mobile suits and a huge cargo is loaded. This huge cargo is what Marcus simply calls the net. This is what will be pulling the huge asteroids. Apart from that, on the plane's hull, something else is being attached. It was the solar sails. How, we will return with these? Jean asked, as the more she looked at this, the more she thought that he was planning to kill them. We won't need these, they are for deep space travel. The sails will remain in space. The reply made her relax a bit. More people approached him, this time, it was the ones who would remain. Lelouch, we are certain that this move will attract the Chinese Federation, if they are not aware, this time they will be. The huge asteroids that you will bring close to Earth will make them pay more attention to this side of the planet. Kyo's hero Toto, with his holy swords, approached him. The fragile part is pretty much over, Sensei. We are getting deliveries from Narita and the mobile suits that are being assembled here. We are not that easy to deal with, Marcus said to the group. In other words, secrecy is no longer a priority. The man concluded himself. Indeed, we will be going on the offensive, even if they don't notice us, Marcus said that quite seriously. Yes, I heard, we will be attacking Constantinople, of all places. One of Toto's followers, the only female, commented with an annoyed tone. Chiba. The commander tried to shut her up, but Marcus didn't mind. I will be taking the whole world, it doesn't matter when we are going to take over Japan. It should be a relief, as my little sister will be taking the role of viceroy, the Japanese are great hands in the meantime. Marcus's response is not something the soldier lady expected to hear. Chiba, don't speak out of line. Toto used that opportunity to rein her in. Sorry, sir. The lady realized that she was far too snarly with her comments. It's fine. You lost your homeland, I understand your anger, however, in my case, my homeland tried to kill me. It's a bit different, but I can understand your anger. The lady finally realized that it was worse for this prince. He got betrayed by his homeland. That is why I am doing this. Not to mention my father has issues with the world itself. The group slowly nodded, they knew that the emperor needed to be stopped. With your machines, you could drop on Pendragon and destroy his plan. No. Toto asked, Marcus. Yes and no. While we could destroy the thought elevator, he could be inside it. Just blowing up one won't stop the Ragnarok connection. What we need is a systematic and instantaneous destruction. This way, he couldn't salvage it and try another method. We still have no idea about the other abilities these elevators have. He explained to them. The exiled prince doesn't know all the details, and CC barely speaks about them. The more he wants to know something about them, the more she teases him about them. It's like she finds it amusing for him to try so hard. I see, we truly don't know anything about these. The man and his soldiers were clueless. Space travel and magic-like powers are already enough for them, but on top of that, there is an ancient civilization that could access the afterlife. It's becoming far too crazy. More chapters, Chapter 102 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 62, Chapter 61, In Space. One after another customized blackbirds launched from the runway in Solomon Base. The planes rushed to leave the planet at a rapid pace. It didn't take long for them to do a rotation around the globe before being slingshot away from Earth towards deep space and the direction of Mars. Some distance away, the solar sails were deployed, resembling donuts made from bronze sheets. Sure enough, the speed of the planes picked up, it looked like wind began to blow into the sails. Marcus, who was in the cockpit, looked at the holograms. He was checking the data he was getting from this. Amazing, it did work. He commented with a fascinated look. It shouldn't have worked? Colin asked, looking concerned. Maybe. This is a considerably primitive technology. Where we used to use regular sails made from cloth, these are made from thin layers of metal. It's nothing special, but because of how big the sails are, the speed we are getting is considerable even when we have ion technology. Ion technology is based on solar energy, we are trying to imitate what is pushing these sails. But it's simply the scale of things. The sun is enormous, and the power it produces is huge. One of the flares it can emit can easily be 16 Earths stacked one on another. He gave a swift rundown. I guess. The crimson-haired pilot of the Beast isn't that knowledgeable about space, so she can't comment. So, we are applying old technology on this. I never even considered something like this. Layla, floating next to Colin and Jean, stroked her chin. Yes. Well, you don't read enough fiction. Says the guy who hasn't opened a book in months. Layla pouted at his comment. Besides, I read books, but not the ones you mentioned. She went on self-defense. You do know that he commented like that on purpose, Colin whispered to Layla. I know. The blonde rolled her eyes. She knew that he said that on purpose. You just love teasing me like that. In the end, she couldn't stop and commented with narrowed eyes. Okay, relax. You are a realist while I am a bit of a dreamer. That comment made her stop in her tracks. Since when has she been a realist? The girl always had this idealism. After what happened to her father and mother, she always wanted people to understand each other and stop conflicts. But after seeing tyrannies for the first time in her life, a machine that could fly and could effortlessly lay waste to entire frontline garrisons without effort. It was something similar to getting over the edge and accepting the fact that one needs power to do anything. The girl realized that and, for a second, just aimlessly gazed at the void. At that moment, her left eye began to hurt. The girl closed it and placed her hand on it. What just happened? I need to do something. I will see you later. With that said, Layla flew away towards the doors. Colin and Jean looked at her for a second. Is she okay? Marcus Knight asked. I don't know. This is the first time that she has just left like that. The crimson-haired pilot replied with crossed arms. I will check on her later. For now, I have a meeting. Marcus' eyes were on the holograms before him. Legion, connect the other two planes. We are going to discuss the travel route. The Inventor Prince instructed his AI. Understood, establishing connection. A few moments later, a pair of holograms appeared in front of Marcus. One is his older sister, and the other one is Millie. Let's talk about the route. The prince went straight to the point. Before him, a holographic map of Earth appeared, next to them were their 3 plane models. He began to guide the planes away. At first, we picked up the speed from Earth's rotation, and it slingshot us away towards Mars. The solar sails were a complete success, they allowed us to reach 22,000 miles per second, and the speed is still picking up. That's around 5% to 6% of light speed. We would reach it in around 4 hours, however. We still need to slow down. Cornelia replied as she was holding a book in her hand. It was a physics book. Indeed, the technology one have is still lacking. While I have upgraded the wings, it can now rotate, but it will take a considerable amount of time to slow down. How long? Millie asked. We will arrive in the asteroid belt in a day and a half, Marcus replied to the blonde while checking the ETA with the current speed. Legion, fold the sails, we are getting too fast. Folding the sails. I was expecting longer, but this is good. The princess commented. She was ready for an expedition that would last over a week. We will pass Mars as well, we will be the first humans to see it with our own eyes. Oh. Can we land there? Millie immediately asked. There is not much to see there. The princess blew her excitement bubble. It's just a barren rock with a dead core, Cornelia commented with her usual snarly voice. Yes. I know, but we will colonize all of the planets. That's what Marcus said. So Mars and Venus will be under our control. Mars already has places named. But Venus? We have no idea about its land masses. The council student president sounded excited. She had some ideas. You just want land to be named after you. The second princess saw through the girl without even trying. He, you know me well enough, Princess Cornelia. Millie laughed nervously. I still remember when you were small. You didn't change much, Millie Ashford. The Witch of Britannia smiled, causing Millie's laugh to get even more nervous. Relax, Millie, we can name solar systems after you in your mood. The space is enormous. Marcus sighed, trying to slow her down. Patience for now, Millie. I know. She sighed. All she was trying to do was lighten the mood. I can use flight eyes to see the red planet. The girl realized that midway. Do whatever you want, Cornelia said to the blonde before looking at Marcus. Let's continue, Lelouch. Right. The inventor prince returned to his explanation. We will circle Mars several times to lower our speed further before slingshooting towards the asteroid belt. He dragged 3 plane holograms to the red planet, circling the 4th planet from the sun before moving them to their destination. Once we are there, we shall use our machines to find and collect the asteroids that we need. Do these machines have thrust power to move such large asteroids? Cornelia might trust her machines might when it comes to fighting nightmares and blowing up things, but moving a 1-mile-wide rock is a bit of a stretch. That's where our experiments will continue. Marcus immediately replied that he was giddy for this part. Of course, how could I forget about that? The princess sighed as she finished the call. She has a book to read. So that's why you brought all of your scientists with you. Millie realized why he packed all of his nerd friends. Indeed, the 2nd generation of beam technology needs to happen. I simply can't imagine 3rd generation machines use weapons that are equivalent to muskets. It's simply too primitive. A weapon that can melt tungsten like it's nothing is not primitive. Millie deadpanned as she ended her call as well. Arguing with him about semantics like that is not something she wants to do right now. Well, they both ended the call with me, Marcus complained for a second before sighing. He was now depressed. Oh, look at that. Anna pointed at the red planet in the distance. The 3 planes were passing by Mars, and everyone looked through the windows to look at the alien world below. It's a pity that neither the EU nor Britannia did any decent amount of research when it comes to other celestial bodies. The girl complained to her friend. I know, Anaheim already started hiring people for this reason, Layla explained as he looked at the barren world. She has no idea how they are going to turn this place into a habitable one, but it does make her excited for the future. Different worlds, different biomes, different night skies. Not just Mars, but Venus, or something more exotic like Saturn's moons. Saturn is like a miniature sun itself. We do need helium-3 for more potent fusion reactors. Our current ones work, but if we push them more, they will begin to power down. The blonde frowned for a second. Their reactors are powerful, that much is certain, but the next generation, the 3rd generation, will require helium-3 to function as a proper sun. These reactors will be more stable, and they will generate legitimate gravity. Good to hear. Anna was happy to hear that. Finally, some research not related to weapons. That's because we will never know when our time on Earth is over. Marcus' voice said from the side as he floated over. He looked at Mars, his eyes were trembling, and he finally saw it. What do you mean by that? The glasses girl looked at him. We live in cycles. He lazily motioned with his hand. Supervolcanoes and meteorites. There is legitimate evidence that humanity was reset at least once. He said with narrowed eyes. Exclamation point. Exclamation point. To survive, to overcome things like these, we need to tame the very surroundings. We need to become multiplanetary. Simple as that. Marcus explained to them. I see, that is a good goal. Anna slowly nodded. I assume you already have plans for this planet? Layla asked him as she looked the barren world before her. Of course. He motioned with his hand, and a hologram appeared before him. He lazily drew a circle before explaining to them. Mars' core has stopped spinning. That means it doesn't generate a magnetic field or have moving tectonic plates. This means that we need to make a magnetic field of our own. He tapped at the north and south poles and 4 times around the equator. If we place at least 6 huge fusion reactors in these locations, we can, technically generate a magnetic field by ourselves. Once that is in place, we can begin restoring the atmosphere. He drew a circle around Mars. Thankfully, we have an enormous amount of CO2 from Venus. We can drain that planet for years to restore Mars. The inventor prince smiled as he had plans for the sister planet as well. And Venus? The blonde asked, she is feeling more attached to Venus than Mars. It's funny how these 2 worlds are completely opposite to each other. Venus has completely different issues. 1 Venus day is longer than 1 Venus year. The planet barely rotates. It gets an insane amount of heat this way. To fix it, we will need some serious machinery. One of them is to drain the CO2, then some shielding that can deflect the heat that comes from the sun. On top of that, we don't know how active the planet is by itself. Marcus stroked his chin. He was treating this as if it were a mathematical problem in a classroom. I see. Layla's curiosity was satisfied. It is exciting, isn't it? This is far more interesting than making nightmares or mobile suits. Anna looked at him with glistering eyes. The girl wants to get on this action already. I know. But first, we need to fix our backyard. Then we can focus on the interesting stuff. He smiled at her enthusiasm, making the girl float over to him. Do you have some other projects? Layla looked at her friend, who was down bad for a prince. Do you even consider how we will terraform Venus? Anna didn't say anything, but her eyes were telling him to show her, as she was like a small girl in a sweet shop. Orbital rings. He showed her the next major project. These will be on every single planet that we will own. They will assist with power, weather control, overpopulation, and space industry. On top of that, we will be able to beam up and down things with gravity technology. The Inventor Prince showed her his project Orbit. Chapter 63, Chapter 62, Arriving in Asteroid Belt. When Layla first heard that Marcus wanted to take over the cosmos itself, she didn't fully grasp the sheer scale of this. Now she was able to access the project windows. So-called Project Cosmos. All of the projects that are space-related developments are under this umbrella. Dyson Sphere, habitats, space stations, potential stargates. All of this. When did he start designing all of this? Sure, all of them are concept arts, some of them are in the design phase. Like Project Sword, a sword-shaped space station. But that's because he wants to scale up the production. It shows how unbothered he is by anything. The switch from Earth scales to space scales didn't even faze him. That's some serious self-confidence. That confidence with that specific theme, for Anna, it was extreme weakness. The poor nerdy girl has fallen for the prince all over again. She was not the only one, as his other nerdy girl joined midway as they began gushing and overanalyzing his projects in the Cosmos section. Sadly, none of them saw this the way Layla saw it. The blonde wondered, will he ever be able to finish any of them? Humans don't live that long, amazing, isn't it? Cecile said to Suzaku, as they were gazing at Mars as well. Lloyd was also there, but his eyes were fixed on the holograms. It is, I never even considered that I would be here, in my lifetime. Suzaku replied with a strained smile. Space. Are you serious? He wanted to change Britannia so that the Japanese wouldn't suffer anymore. But this situation? This solution? Yes. Now he fully agrees with his childhood friend. Here he was in the final frontier, the amount of space, the worlds they could see, colonize, build something amazing. Now it made sense, he understood Lelouch's goal. The wars they were waging. They are insignificant compared to what is before them. I feel the same way. Sometimes I wonder how far the prince's ambitions go. How could he have such a vision? Pushing it on everyone. At some point, I considered that he was a bully. But now. I think we needed a push like this. It opened people's eyes. Cecile commented as she looked at the alien world. Yes, I feel the same way. I felt that he was nuts. But those machines he built. Suzaku, just like everyone else, almost dismissed him as nuts. Conquering the world. Very hard. But it's possible. But spreading humanity through the cosmos. That's impossible in a single generation. But the way Marcus talked, he was certain that he could do it. Not his descendants or anything like that, but him. In the end, Suzaku accepted it, as did everyone else. His mobile suits were simply too advanced, too powerful. If you think this is great, look at his plans for our solar system, Lloyd said from the back. With a flick of his hand, he sent several holograms in their direction. He wants to make Mercury into a reactor and a battery, Venus into a CO2 farm for barren world terraforming, Mars a testing ground for new atmosphere technology, Jupiter for harvesting helium, 3, Europa for water, and Saturn will be in enormous-sized shipyards. The nerdy scientist said with an amused tone. Truth to be said, he was excited as well. He wants to be part of all of these projects. Damn. Suzaku could only respond with one word. To think that he planned this far. Cecile was in a bit of awe. Many of these projects were in concept stages, but some of them were already in design and simulation stages. Indeed. Our prince is dead serious about conquering the entire galaxy. Lloyd chuckled while saying that. He was always serious about his goals. The brown-haired teen replied with crossed arms. It would seem Suzaku's resolve was pathetic compared to his childhood friend. Marcus was 10 steps in front. Well, I am signing up for these projects. Not fair, Lloyd. I want to see these as well. Cecile replied with a flustered look. As fellow scientists, they all want to be part of these exciting projects. There are two. Lelouch knows how to press those buttons. Suzaku's lips twitched. His old superiors were bought over, again. While everyone was gushing at Marcus' major future projectors, the inventor prince in question was putting finishing touches on Project Sword. The sword-shaped space station, and possibly a colony. It was coming along, most of it is done in segments. The core segment is the fusion reactor and Legion bot maintenance. This core will be built in pieces on Earth before being assembled in space. Once the assembly is done, the refineries will be next. The initial one will be done from Earth's resources before switching to asteroid mining. Though I have this feeling that we are going to be caught soon. Marcus never ignored his gut feeling, especially now. He stroked his chin, he was sure that he didn't leave any trails. I mightn't have leave, but my personnel. The exiled prince sighed. Sword's refineries need to be finished as soon as possible so that he can have enough manpower to end Britannia. Worst case, it derails into complete anarchy and the world's order shatters, and then he collects the pieces. It doesn't sound that bad. I might consider that if Plan A fails. That's right, as long as Ragnarok connection fails. The rest doesn't matter that much. Sir, we are approaching the asteroid belt. Marcus nodded as he flicked the hologram away. Time for the first ever asteroid gathering operation. He commented before floating out of his room and towards the front, where the cockpit is. Once there, he used the microphone system to send a message to the whole plane. Hello everyone, your captain here. In 10 minutes, we will be at our destination, so get into your working stations, pilots, get into your suits, the operation will start soon. After saying that, he went to the changing room. By that point, the girls were already changing. Colin and Jean immediately got self-conscious as they rushed to the changing rooms. The only one who didn't mind seeing her in undies was Layla, as she rolled her eyes. I think you did this on purpose, only a single locker room. The blonde complained with an eye roll. No way, how could I? I can't help it when you all want a piece of me and then complain that I do such a thing. Marcus joked as he swiftly undressed before changing into his purple and black pilot suit. He was right, but at the same time, it doesn't mean he can make female and male locker rooms. She followed him and changed into her suit before taking her helmet. The other pair left their changing rooms and took their helmets. They swiftly went to the hangar that was preparing for the launch of the machines. The Legion bots were assisting them. Before they were in their mobile suits. As the OS was booting up, the Inventor Prince was checking out the upgrades to the OS. He had over a whole day to improve the operating system for the sensors. How are they working? I've been trying to widen the array of the movement pickup. There are going to be thousands of small rocks everywhere. Marcus' fingers went through the keyboard made from solid holograms. The CPU will struggle with the number of objects it would need to process. That is why I made background checks for the size of objects. The armor is more than capable of handling small objects colliding with the frame. We should only bother with 1 meter or more. The prince stroked his chin as he opened his notebook OS and typed down a new sequence he would add to the programming once he is back. I really need to switch to the Divine Arms model. The magnetic field could be improved and utilized as a secondary sensor. It will suffice for this operation. After all, this is our first time in the asteroid belt. He commented. Marcus, my machine just updated itself. Colin's image appeared on his right. Welcome to the future, the OS just updated for this mission. So that's what it was. Cornelia's face appeared as well. The second princess was not far behind. She was eagerly waiting for this. It was a nice change of pace from her usual war-related things. Indeed. I am pushing the technology to the limit. We are, after all, in a place full of dangerous rocks that fly thousands of kilometers per hour. Thankfully, the armors were designed for such a thing. As he explained, he flicked the keyboard and notebook holograms away before his hands went to the control sticks. So what are we going to be doing? Millie asked as she joined the chat. I have prepared prototype weapons for cutting asteroids. Our job is to cut them up if they are big and then guide the net. The screen changed for all the pilots as they saw the operation being made in a simulation. It was quite a basic gathering and pushing them into a huge net. Where is the net? To answer that the hangar doors opened and air was blasted out, there was no breathing air anymore, instead, it was a void. Then the center box, which was in the middle of the hangar, opened up and blasted out, revealing itself to be a massive silver net that turned out to be a huge object. How big is that? Enough to win the war for the world and build a space station. Marcus grinned at his masterpiece. That's more than that. Cornelia commented, before wondering if they could even move that much. Can our planes even pull that much? Colin asked. She was worried that they would bite more than they could swallow. There is no resistance here. Like Marcus said before, the issue will be for us to stop with the load instead of slamming into Earth, Layla replied to Colin. Anyway, we should be going. The sensor shows us that there is a considerable amount of frozen sakuradite. The blonde showed the whole group what the sensors were picking up. This. Yes, entire fields of sakuradite, not just that, but other metals. He highlighted them. And even some unknown materials. The prince highlighted those as well. We are going to have some fun. Your form of entertainment is a bit questionable. But I can understand your sense of enthusiasm. The second princess sighed, though she was interested as well. This was the deep space they were in, hundreds of millions of miles away from Earth. Indeed, now let's go. The magnetic hold on Tyrannies was released as the mobile suit floated over to the exit before folding into plane mode and then blasting out. He was followed by the other 2 KK units and a single Setanta. This will be a great time to test out how Setanta fares in space, Marcus commented as he looked at his knight's machine. Isn't it a bit dangerous? Such a test should have been made a while ago. Jean replied that she was a bit worried when he said it like that. In a way. Setanta's cockpit is the same as any KK unit, they are designed with space in mind. Though the frame itself is what I am interested in. He explained while flying towards the floating rocks in the distance. I do wonder how lesser materials will do in space. Though they are still better than any other armor that is developed to date. It's something else to see these asteroids float like that. Like, there is some sort of invisible line keeping them flying like that. As he drew closer, the new sensors identified the type of asteroids they were. A small grin appeared on the prince's face, he could see metals, precious metals, sakuradite. Oh, this is the place. Sure, there are a bunch of garbage, just simple rocks, but when you have a 1 kilometer-sized lump of gold, it changes perspectives on things. Chapter 64, Chapter 63, The Dark Truth. Mobile Suit's hand gently pushed a large stone towards the massive net. The silvery net was almost full of asteroids of all different sizes. It took us nearly 20 hours to fill this up. The second princess thought to herself as she realized that they would spend a bit of time collecting these. Maybe her projection of a week away was right. Time will tell. Her eyes went to the side where Marcus Tyrannies was using a physical sword to cut asteroids like they were tofu. The Britannian princess realized that he was using his Geass to perform such feats. It's impossible to do it normally, she is certain of that. Marcus looked at the asteroid before him, his red eyes and bird-shaped pupils stared at all of the possibilities of the space rock. He found the most vulnerable angle and then used the sword to swing through this specific angle. The 100-meter-wide asteroid opened up into 2 pieces. It's getting easier to see these things. I think my eyes are getting stronger. He then once again looked at the 2 pieces and located the best angle before swinging again. And again. Until it was several pieces which he pushed into the net before flying away to locate another asteroid that is worth collecting. By his rough estimations, he will have enough resources to wage war to conquer the Earth, without worrying about things like metal or precious metals like gold. Gold is good for conductivity, so it's an important metal that works very well with sakuradite, which he will have more of than Britannia. Lelouch, I have located a nearly 5-kilometer-long one. It needs chopping. His sister contacted him. Coming. He changed his mobile suit's direction and flew towards her location. When he saw the asteroid, a smirk appeared on his face. This was it. A rock that is made from different materials. Several types of metals. It was wealth given form. Marcus' mobile suit prepared his sword as the machine lunged and swung the physical sword at a specific angle. Upon contact, the asteroid began to crack like an eggshell. He did several more cuts, and the asteroid began to fall apart into much smaller pieces. How does this even make sense? I was wondering why you even made such a weapon for your machine. Layla, who joined them midway, used her funnels to cut them at a rapid pace, commented with a weirded-out tone. My eyes can see weakness in structures. All I need to do is process what I see before deciding how to cut them up. He explained to her. That's how I can cut rifles. The inventor prince made her recall what Millie told her about the incident in the hotel where he cut the rifle. I see. The moment he mentioned his Geass, her look changed as she ended the call and focused on her task. Her funnels would stab an asteroid from all angles before using beams to slice it up into smaller pieces. Layla was one of the most efficient resource gatherers, while the KK units were the most productive. The mass-produced units didn't fall behind that far, instead, they were using second-generation prototype rifles to blow up asteroids. The Setanta units would operate for around 7 to 10 hours before returning to switch up the energy fillers. This was the best time to gather data, which was observed by Anna, who was the creator of these machines. She was gathering the information to improve the machines. This time around, the nerdy girl was motivated. The operation lasted for around 3 Earth days. The nets were full, and the blackbirds were ready to return. Sir, the systems are all green. Good, then we will start with solar sails in Formation B. The pilots went through configurations as the sails got unfolded, and then silver metals covered the bronze ones, and then secondary sails were released. This formation allowed them to move inward into the solar system instead of outward. The secondary sails would capture the solar wind and send it into the primary sails to use it as propulsion. Soon enough, the planes began to move as the ion thrusters kick-started the movement. It would seem we are moving. He sounded a bit surprised. The Inventor Prince checked the stress levels. Thankfully, this was not Earth, the gravity and air resistance were simply not here. There was only one force at work, and no resistance was working against them. I don't like it when you are surprised like that. It's like you didn't expect that we would succeed. Colin commented as she floated over to his side. She looked tired, as she was piloting for more than 20 hours per day and was barely sleeping, since she was not used to being in space at all. It will take her a while to get used to such a thing. At the same time, piloting a mobile suit in space is a bit different as well. She is used to Earth's gravity far too much. Oh, I am just surprised that my technology works. He chuckled as he proceeded to adjust the fusion reactor's output before dismissing the hologram and floating over to her. Now that we are done here, we should get some rest. He took her hand and proceeded to pull her out of the cockpit. What are you doing? The girl immediately got embarrassed when he got close. Taking you with me to rest. Marcus' reply was simple and to the point. But what about Layla? Colin looked around for the blonde girl. She is with Anna, and I am tired. He floated with her through the corridor before entering the private quarters and into his captain's room. He then hugged her and closed his eyes. The pair ended up trying to nap close to the bed, but it was space, no gravity and a bit difficult to sleep in such conditions. The trio of planes just passed the moon as they began deacceleration efforts long before that. The 5 KK units worked together to stop the nets from draining their resources. While the planes themselves could easily stop, the same cannot be said for the asteroids, as they didn't have thrusters. To assist them, more machines joined them from the planet's surface. As the planes returned first and picked up reinforcements from Solomon's base. Thankfully, the effort started early, way before the nets were caught in planet's gravitational pull. I know this is a bit too much, but why are we using mobile suits to push hundreds of tons of space rocks? Suzaku commented as his borrowed Satanta is trying very hard to push the asteroids. You see, the rocks don't have reverse thrusters. As Marcus said, the 3 planes returned, and they flew in the opposite direction of the net, where Marcus brought the cables and then connected them to the planes. All the mobile suits needed to do was hold the asteroids for a bit before the planes could pull the rocks away from the Earth. After a bit of struggling, the rocks stopped. If they didn't notice before, I am sure they will now. These stones will be visible from the planet's surface. Layla said from her side. Indeed. Marcus nodded. He was sweating buckets for a bit. He forgot a single fundamental thing. Just because his plane was slowing down, it doesn't mean the rocks that the plane was pulling will stop. I knew that I missed something. Next time, I will bring portable thrusters that we can attach to these rocks. The Inventor Prince thought to himself as he sighed in relief. He was able to avert a self-made apocalypse and, at the same time, gather enough resources to kickstart his revolution. Lelouch, I think this is the end of the trip. I need to return to Area 11. Cornelia pulled him back from his thoughts. Yeah, take one of the planes. I will be returning to Solomon Base. With that said, his Tyrannies folded into a plane and blasted towards the planet without wasting any more time. He wants a shower and to sleep in a proper bed. Hold up. I am coming as well. One after another, the girls followed him. Can Satanta do a re-entry? Jean asked all of a sudden. Just use a plane, Layla said before following Marcus. The second Prince Schneasel returned from his successful conquest of Northern Africa and the Middle East, where he created Areas 17 and 18. The moment he was back in Pendragon, he returned to his primary objectives, and that is to figure out the mysterious machines. Over time on the front lines, he paid attention to what was happening in the Empire. While he was a temporary general for Britannia, he was still the Prime Minister. And since he was running logistics, he stumbled upon something that made him realize something. The flow of resources was siphoned off by someone. What he found made him feel a cold chill pass through his back. While Area 11 is very profitable, with Anaheim at the front, the place is draining their resources in turn. He tried to figure out what was going on. Because the numbers made no sense, Area 11 was buying a huge amount of basic metals. He never would have checked this if not for the military campaign he was in. After all, these kinds of things should be addressed by the Minister of War. Who didn't bother, as he was busy with wars being waged for his father. But now, when he bypassed the stellar amount of revenue they were generating from Area 11, he could see that something was not right. Where are all of these resources going? Anaheim is building something for Cornelia. That's where he got into a rabbit hole that is Anaheim. Advanced robotics factories, special joints for Sutherlands, Gloucesters, prototype weaponry. All of those things. Why am I not aware of any of this? Before long, the prince realized that he stumbled upon a completely new world that he was not aware of. It's like there is a new world created inside of Britannia. Sure enough, as he went through records of what was happening in Area 11, he found out that there were a considerable number of sightings of those machines. Much more than in Europe or above the homeland. I knew it. Someone has access to our systems, all of the data is here, but nothing gets highlighted, as if someone on purpose makes it invisible unless we check one by one. But it's on a global scale. Someone has access to their internal system. It's an enormous security breach. Damn them. The blonde prince grabbed his phone and was about to call, but then he stopped and looked at it. His eyes were wide as he realized that everything could be heard by this unknown force. This is not good. He swiftly got up from his seat and rushed to see several ministers. One could say, the domino effect has begun as one of the biggest conspiracies in Britannia history is about to be uncovered. Instead of using the Britannia network to communicate, Schneasel ordered to use older, more primitive means, from letters to simple verbal messages, until the network was secured. The officials swiftly found that there was something running in the background of all of the computers and databases. They can't discern what, but the simple check in CPU and RAM usage told the dark truth. There is invisible software that is running in their data centers. That alone prompted Schneasel to order the immediate shutdown of the system. Apart from that, he concluded that the second princess knows more than she reports, and that is concerning, as she is one of the best tacticians with a huge following in Britannia with an almost flawless victory record. Begin preparations for second princess arrest. The blonde man dropped a bombshell in one of the military meetings. The officials gawked at him for a second before slowly nodding at him. My prince, if this is true, what you are thinking, then there could be a bloody civil war. If those machines are on the princess side. The facts are there. Cornelia was in St. Petersburg, where she was spared for some reason. At the same time, the rest of her army machines were destroyed. She has met someone there. Such news caused the whole room to turn silent, like in a graveyard. Chapter 65, Chapter 64, Treason. Around same time in Area 11. Sister. How could you leave without me? To space no less. Euphemia burst with complaints for leaving her alone with a pile of documents. The younger Pinkett puffed her cheeks the moment she saw Cornelia enter the office. You do know that someone has to be in the office. The second princess replied with a small smile. She walked over and sat down on a comfortable couch and sighed in relief. That place is horrible for my muscles. No wonder Lelouch wants to create artificial gravity before we move to space. The current viceroy of Area 11 complained. Euphemia walked over and sat down on the opposite couch. How was it? I would say, interesting, but very big and empty. Cornelia tried to explain how she was feeling about her experience in the great emptiness. I see. I felt the same way. I did see Mars. The older sibling grinned for a second. Euphemia puffed again. Her sister is messing with her. It's red, even orange. No, I would say bronze. It's very barren and gets boring to look at after the first 5 minutes. Anyway, some strange things happened when you were away. The moment Euphemia mentioned that, the viceroy tensed up. What kind of strange things? Well, we lost connection to homeland, it was down for several days. Once it was back up, Brother Schneasel contacted us and requested your presence at the California base. I see. Cornelia pulled out her phone and immediately contacted Lelouch. Lelouch. I know, I was just finished my shower before the main AI told me that the Britannians tried to restart and separate their network from Legion. He sounded annoyed. I know. But Schneasel wants me back in homeland very specifically. Troublesome, I saw the logs that he was snooping around Anaheim and Area 11 data. You left it open? Cornelia asked. I have to follow Britannian protocol as much as possible. The system would flag everything out of order. It worked perfectly until someone checked and cross-referenced with other data. You don't expect someone like the Prime Minister to cross-reference several ministers' works to look for inconsistencies. Well, he did. It is what it is. Then we have to prepare for rebellion quicker than we expected. The second princess sighed as she looked at Euphemia. I will be bringing Euphemia to Solomon Base, where she will train in simulations for her KK machine. When the younger Pinkett heard that, her eyes widened before she pumped her fist. What about Area 11? I will leave one of my trusted people to run it before I return from California. Area 11 will be our stronghold. Cornelia mentally recalled the map of the world. We must spread our influence throughout the Pacific Ocean. Our machines hold complete superiority over the air. It will become a natural barrier against Britannia forces. The princess flipped her tactician's mode and began to explain to Marcus and Euphemia. I know. You have nothing else to say. The older sister looked surprised that there were no snarly comments. I am just processing this information and adjusting my plans. At the same time, I have this feeling of pressure. Oh. Is my genius little brother weary of war? The Witch of Britannia commented with an amused tone. I am weary of betrayal and leaking of our technology. It's our only advantage over Britannia and the world. His response made the pair of princesses look worried as well. Such things happen, Lelouch. You need to accept it. You already placed many safeguards to keep your technology safe. Cornelia tried to reassure her little brother. I know, however. There is a human factor. Marcus' worries were not unfounded. When they were in space, reinforcements arrived from the homeland. These were Schniesel's people. These reinforcements began to mingle with Cornelia's forces. While her top brass are people she has known for years, there are still lower-tier soldiers who recently joined her growing forces. Of course, Schniesel's men swiftly joined the pilot programs. The princess had no time to do a proper screening for these men as she had her command to return to the homeland. Instead of taking a small group of men, she took a bulk of her force. It was a mistake on her part. Cornelia took the majority of her nightmares, but instead of going to California directly, she took the Navy to Solomon's base, where her old nightmares were removed and Satantas were loaded. Oh, wow, so these are the machines Anaheim was making for the princess. One of the new guys commented. Huh. You are a new guy, right? Yeah, I just joined the logistics from the homeland. The new guy smiled brightly as he began to explain. I heard all about the goddess of victory and want to join her forces. For now, I am assigned to maintenance. The explanation was satisfactory to the older guys who accepted this quite friendly. Then let me show you how to do maintenance of these machines. Just be careful, they are bound to their pilots, only Marcus Goldman can change the pilot. So the only way to access is to speak with the pilot so that he could enter a code and you could run diagnostics, the men continued to explain, as he then pulled out a thin book. Read this as soon as you can. Once you have memorized, we will continue with your training. Engineers and mechanics are needed around here. The Legion bots, while very useful, they are not as flexible as people. Legion bots. The newbie looked confused, that was until he saw the humanoid robots that were stored at the side. The men gawked. These rebels are that advanced. After getting the book, he continued to pay attention to what was happening. It would seem that they are aware that Prince Schniesel is after them. These rebels were arming themselves with new technology from Anaheim. Black tactical gear and never-before-seen rifles. But then he saw it. A machine that took his breath away. Beautiful, isn't it? KK-41/DA01 Morrigan. Her Highness Cornelia Lee Britannia custom machine built by Anaheim. The design. It's the same that was attacking Euro Britannia. Morrigan. After the witch. No, the Celtic goddess. All of the nightmare killers are named after Celtic gods. You know, I can tell you a secret. You didn't hear from me. The older mechanic leaned forward and whispered to the new guy. These Anaheim machines, the whole company is created by Marcus Goldman, who is, in truth, Lelouch 6 Britannia, the exiled prince. Some say he wants to conquer the whole world just to get back at his father, who ruthlessly exiled him. The new guy's eyes widened to a huge degree. Now that he said it, it made sense why Cornelia rebelled. So who maintains these KK units? To his words, he soon saw that this machine had a special pedestal on which it stood. This pedestal reacted the moment Morrigan stood on it, cables and other stuff attached to it as it entered hibernation mode. No one. It maintains on its own. Everything, most of the things here are maintained by AI, we are only here to oversee or in a combat situation to react faster than Legion bots. I see. The guy looked frustrated for a second. After the machines were loaded onto the ships, they started their journey to the California base. It will take more than a week for the fleet to reach its destination. In the meantime, the pilots trained in the simulations, and the mechanics and engineers were kept busy as adjustments to their preferences were made around the clock. This is where the new guy had this chance to gather data. To this frustration, he could not simply download data from the mass production machines, not to mention the nightmare killer, who not one touched, more like they worshipped the machine. Regardless, he eventually realized that he could download the logs and collect the data bit by bit. After all, the mechanics do download the data to study. He did the same, downloaded schematics for the joints technology, then got tech on the new batteries and the weapons technologies. Sadly, that was about all he could get access to the propulsion technology or the armor plating they are using. Even then, he learned some wild information on the far superior machines that are these nightmare killers, from interstellar flight to being powered by literal suns. It is no wonder that a single machine could destroy entire nations. Eventually, the homeland appeared on the horizon. As the warships docked at the harbor, Cornelia and her knight disembarked and were greeted by Prince Schniesel and his group. Cornelia. It's good to see you. How was the trip? The blonde asked her with a friendly smile. However, his smile and eyes were telling a different story. There is a reason why the royals are good at acting. Not bad, All things considered, we need to maneuver around a couple of storms. Apologies for being late. No worries, dear sister. Come, we have things to discuss. His Majesty is getting anxious. He wants you to return to your victorious ways. He wants you to continue the war against the EU. He wants Spain to be conquered as soon as possible. Spain. First time hearing that. Yes. Britannia is pushing them hard from the other side. They already conquered Warsaw and are pushing hard towards Berlin. Cornelia looked surprised for a second. That's impressive. Didn't Lelouch take out one of the Grand Masters of a holy order? After walking a bit, the princess noticed heightened security. She didn't say a thing as she wasn't worried for her life. They should be worried for theirs instead. The second princess snorted internally as she continued to follow Schniesel. They arrived at a meeting room where the blonde prince took his seat and motioned for the princess to take hers. Once seated, he dropped the bombshell. I don't know how to say this, but Cornelia, dear sister, you are accused of treason. The men smoothly said that. There was no reaction from her. She looked the same as before hearing that. So you knew. If you knew what I knew, you would join me, brother. Maybe, but I have an empire to run, satisfy the emperor's wild conquests. I do not have time for whatever conspiracies you learned from those people in Anaheim. People. That's our little brother, Schniesel. Empress Marianne was assassinated by Britannia special forces. He was nearly killed by the same people. So that's how it is. The blonde prime minister stroked his chin as he pondered this information. It made sense how nothing was uncovered, but who could be running special forces? They only answer to the emperor. But Marianne was his favorite. It makes no sense to him. Is it someone that even the emperor doesn't want to offend? Regardless, we can discuss this when you are behind bars, dear sister. You were supporting a terrorist who has been standing in Britannia's way. Schniesel lost his smiling face as he didn't need to pretend anymore. I won't be going anywhere. Come to me, Morrigan. In Cornelia's flagship, hibernating machine's eyes glowed, as the mech used its lance to blast the ceiling off and then rushed into the air. This was the signal that everyone aboard the ships needed. The pilots rushed into their mobile suits to launch. One by one, Satantas came online. Meanwhile, from the main warship, a single individual slowly slipped away. He disembarked in the chaos and rushed away from the pier towards where the army should be stationed. Sure enough, the skirmish started as Sutherland's and Gloucester's rushed to intercept Satantas, who had their debut. The huge amount of these new machines came as a surprise. They didn't expect Cornelia to have an army of new machines. But then, from the California base side, a yellow, high-voltage-looking blast slammed into one of the Satantas, blasting right through the machine's chest, causing a huge explosion. For a second, the fighting stopped as what had just happened took everyone's attention. Chapter 66, Chapter 65, Battle of California Base. Schniesel was surprised. He didn't anticipate that Cornelia would have such a machine at her back call. Though he quickly accepted such a development, since it was related to their little brother, it made sense that she would have one of these advanced machines. The blonde prime minister and his followers swiftly retreated the moment the building shook. The missing roof and walls were a great indicator that they should get away from here. The combat soon began as they began to lose Sutherland's and Gloucester's at an absurd rate. The second prince couldn't watch this anymore when he heard that they lost 30 machines and counting. Deploy our special weapon. Understood, my prince, deploying railguns. At that moment, custom Sutherland's were launched. These were a combo machine. One Sutherland's right hand is modified to hold a large linear cannon while another Sutherland operates as a gunner. While it's no longer effective mobility-wise, it can now blow things up. The first one to experience that was a Satanta who was advancing to take over the California base. The mobile suit moved in, but then from the mountains, a considerable distance away, a yellow lightning blast slammed into Satanta, causing it to explode. They do work, this is a relief. Schniesel was a bit skeptical, but he lost his Camelot. Lloyd and Cecile were gone. Millions of pounds in development were lost. Those two spearheaded many of the projects. While he salvaged many of them, they couldn't continue without the brains behind them. But Schniesel didn't despair, he simply rerouted his money somewhere else, and that was to other think tanks. Like the one who developed this railgun, the weapon is bothersome, but it delivers. And it's not the only one, as from the mountain several more of these custom Sutherlands came out and began to rain yellow lightning beams and blow up several more Satantas who swiftly began to do evasive maneuvers. Those machines, while nearly double the size, they are that agile. Schniesel's assistant commented with a surprised look. There are most likely reasons why they are bigger than most nightmares. The blonde prince observed the situation critically. Now that he was in a secure location, he could issue commands more calmly. However, that soon changed as Cornelia and her machine rose into the sky. My prince, electronics are going haywire. I expected that. Switch them off and focus on your radios. Understood. That machine's power source is different from those mass-produced ones. If what Lloyd said is true, then powerful radio signals should work around this phenomenon. As he thought about keeping systems online, Cornelia's machine lunged towards the mountains. Concentrate fire on that machine. Schneasel ordered his troops. But the prince's assistant looked worried. That machine is piloted by Cornelia. I know, but this is war, we need all the advantage we can get. With the Prime Minister's command, the Custom Sutherlands opened fire on the rushing mobile suit. But to the Britannians' surprise, the blasts were deflected one by one. The KK unit threw its lance at first Custom Sutherland, shredding it before stomping with its foot and taking the lance from the nailed Nightmare. The mobile suit began to dance around the Custom Sutherlands and their security forces. What a monster! The Britannian forces began to waver around Cornelia and her machine's might as she crushed everything in her path. That was until she finished the last Custom Sutherland and flew away. The Britannian soon realized that the docked fleet was sailing away, and her forces were already stored away. She is leaving. Couldn't she hold the grounds here? Schneasel wondered why the strategic retreat. He pondered for a second. The mountains do give an advantage. Any invading force that would invade California have to deal with the mountains. Cornelia will return. She is not one of those to take this retreat lightly. Collect the destroyed enemy nightmares, collect all the data you can. We need their technologies reverse-engineered immediately. The Prime Minister issued his orders. Cornelia had a frown on her face as she recalled the weapons used by Schneasel's forces. As expected, he didn't take this lightly. He was already working on weapons that could try to take on KK units. Contact Lelouch for me. Understood, Princess. A few moments later, Marcus appeared on her right side. He was in his mobile suit. From the location, she could tell he was in space. Cornelia, how was the fallout? He asked, sounding curious. As you would have expected. Branded a terrorist for treason. She said in a sarcastic tone. As expected. Indeed. However, I am calling you because I lost 3 Satantas. His expression was one of surprise. How? A new weapon. Schneasel's forces combined the 2 Sutherlands for this. One holds a huge rifle-like weapon while the other, Sutherland, operates it like a gunner. As she explained, Marcus downloaded the footage from Cornelia's machine. That's a railgun. Never expected to see this. He sounded baffled, confusing the princess. You know of this weapon? The newly branded terrorist asked him. A concept of it. It uses electromagnetism to accelerate slugs of metal at absurd speeds. However, what we are looking at is more than just a slug of metal. I suppose there is securidite involved in this. It bypassed Satanta's armor like it was tissue paper. She commented with a bit of anger. That is to be expected. We designed these armors with beam technology in mind. The nanometal of KK units and the carbon alloy Satanta is using are good at taking in heat from beams, but the response we got from Schneasel is railgun, something that could even bypass nanometal. My technology was designed to work as a dam to keep heat away, not protect from knives that fly several times the speed of sound. He concluded from his observations. You did well with that tactical retreat. We need to regroup before doing an orbital drop invasion. Snort. Cornelia snorted at the praise before ending the call. Like they say, no plan survives the first contact. In the temporary office of the Prime Minister, the prince was gazing at the destruction that Cornelia and her men had caused to the California base. My prince, he is here. Schneasel's secretary and assistant, Canon Maldini, introduced a young man dressed in a Britannia mechanic uniform. Did you get anything while aboard Cornelia's ship? The blonde Prime Minister went right to the point. He lost far too many forces in that skirmish, including all of the custom Sutherlands that were created for the defense against those alien machines. Yes. Not everything, but a decent amount. Their security is absurd. I couldn't even get close to that Morrigan machine. Morrigan. Schneasel turned around and looked at his spy. Yes. The exiled prince named the machines after Celtic gods. Classic Lelouch. He didn't change much, even if he is a genius at nightmare development. The prince chuckled at the inventor prince's naming sense. Indeed. Here is everything that I acquired from the Satanta mobile suits. Mobile suits. Yes, well, they are built on a completely separate platform. Not related to Britannia machines whatsoever. Such technologies, Prince Lelouch is one of the century's geniuses. From the armor to joints, even the software that the machines run on. Everything is beyond what our empire has achieved to this day. The spy sounded extremely impressed by what the prince was able to do. Indeed. It would seem my little brother is something else. Schneasel thinly smiled for a second. But, this time, he is our enemy. Precisely, my prince. Prince Lelouch's goals are not simple world conquest. He is planning a complete space conquest. Space. For a second, even Prince Schneasel was baffled. He didn't expect Lelouch's ambition to be so grand. He is not satisfied with Earth alone. No, he wants the entirety of space itself. Now it makes sense. At that moment, the Prime Minister realized why these machines are so advanced. Lelouch wasn't building them to conquer the Earth. No, he didn't even register the threats on Earth. The exiled prince's true enemy was always the cosmos. I don't know how to feel when I am not even considered a threat but a stepping stone. With such a realization, the blonde prince frowned, and a bit of anger washed over him. It has been a while since he felt anything like that. If this is the case, Lelouch, then I will have to lower you down from the clouds where you are flying right now. He mumbled that under his breath before taking the flash drive and the booklet offered by the spy. Schneasel handed those to his secretary. Take these to my R&D, I want an update in a day. Understood, my prince. Once Cannon was gone, the blonde prince began to grill the spy for all the details. The KK units, who are pilots who, according to rumors, have their own plans, whatever strategies they have, politics, and dynamics in Anaheim. What kind of connection does the company have with the military? How deeply is Cornelia in all of this? He wants to know all of it. Meanwhile in space, Marcus was leaning into his seat as he was pondering what he had just learned from Cornelia. I should have known that Britannia wouldn't just roll over and surrender to him. They have a considerable number of talented people and a few royals who are competent. Well, mostly Schneasel, who is dragging the rotting body of the Holy Britannian Empire. He chuckled at the last part as he was feeling a bit annoyed. I shouldn't underestimate Schneasel. They stopped using the Britannian network entirely. However, that makes them vulnerable to invasion. With that in mind, he turned his mobile suit around and looked at Sword. The space station is being assembled at a rapid pace. Sections A, fusion reactor and Legion bot maintenance, and B, refinery and assembly lines, are finished. The station is rapidly deploying new Legion bots that are preparing the construction of Section C, magnetic particle cannon at the tip of the station, and Section D, the transition hub and systems to support life. The last piece will be Section E, which will be the rotation part, where gravity will be a thing, and people will be able to live here. He needs to finish this part as soon as possible. As a worst-case scenario, they could end up being pushed out of Earth and live in space. That, of course, would open a set of cans that he has no time to think. That reminds me. Legion contact, Anna. Contacting Anna Clement. A few moments later, he could see one of his darling nerdy girls. The moment the girl saw him, she began to smile with rosy cheeks. How can I help you, Marcus? How good are you with vegetation? He asked her, and his question confused her a bit. How good? You mean growing? Or? She asked, wanting some more details. I am talking about self-sustaining space stations, kind of vegetation. Oh, you want me to work on Section E? The girl immediately knew what he was talking about. Yes. I need plants, farms, and all that stuff. Worst case scenario, we could end up forced to leave Earth itself. Do you think that could happen? Anna looked concerned when she heard that. All Marcus needed to remember was that Schneasel was ready to kill his siblings and blow up the capital with 35 million people in it. The guy is ruthless, and who knows what kind of things he is researching to power the war machine. Now that Marcus has acquired the best scientist in the world, making Schneasel desperate to keep up with Anaheim. It could. Our enemy is my older brother, who could keep up with me when it comes to certain things. The inventor prince frowned as he looked away. That might be so, but with the people you collected, there are not that many people who could keep up with Anaheim. Indeed. That is what is allowing me to sleep soundly, that and my hug pillows. He said the last part with a thoughtful gaze, recalling all those soft hugs. His comment made the nerdy girl blush hard enough for her to end the call. More chapters. Chapter 103 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 67, Chapter 66, Declaration of Independence. Next day. An array of researchers, scientists, software developers, engineers, and mechanics gathered in Schneasel's office to give their reports to the Prime Minister. My prince, we have checked the data you have provided to us. All we can say is that the recreation of these technologies is not the easiest job simply because they are built on separate systems. One of the more timid researchers began to speak. What he wants to say is that these technologies require dedicated infrastructure. The Anaheim mechanical joints are something we do not have factories to build them. The only place you could do it is in the Anaheim factory. Something that doesn't exist on the homeland. One of the bolder ones explained in more detail. Followed by the Sakuradite/lithium batteries, these things are ticking time bombs without proper tools to take care of them. In other words, you all are useless. I need someone at Lloyd level. At that moment, the prince recalled that there was someone who could challenge the genius of Lloyd. His old classmate. Though, to make her work for me, that could be tricky. I want you all to start developing means to utilize these technologies. You can use any of the nightmares as testing beds for these technologies. Schneasel spoke with finality in his tone. If this continues, Lelouch will overrun us before we can release a single decent machine to keep up with those nightmare killers. With that in mind, Schneasel was ready to make a trip to India, but he got interrupted. My prince. I got some bad news. Canon interrupted him. What kind of news? His Majesty demands your immediate presence, Canon answered in a neutral tone. The blonde man grimaced for a second. When it's related to Britannia, we can't find him, but when he needs something crazy, he is first to demand something, typical father. Understood, I will leave at once. The Prime Minister left his office and walked through the corridors, a considerable distance before arriving at the throne room. Announcing. Schneasel el Britannia, the second prince and the Prime Minister of the Holy Britannian Empire. The guards announced who was entering the throne room. Not that it was necessary, as the throne room was empty, only a single man was sitting on the throne. Schneasel, can you tell me why Area 11 is declaring independence? Charles asked as he was not happy at all. It's Lelouch and Cornelia working together. Lelouch is the one who developed those extremely advanced machines. He is dominating our nightmares. A Geass that allows the development of technology. That is indeed a tricky one. Charles's immediate conclusion was that Lelouch awakened a Geass that allows him to develop technology at an advanced pace. I see. However, that doesn't excuse us from losing our main source of Securidite. We can't continue our conquest without it. See to it, Schneasel, you are dismissed. With that said, the blonde man left the throne room, and Charles began to laugh. Show me, Lelouch. Show me your resolve. Otherwise, my Britannia will consume you. The Emperor was amused that one of his younger sons was rebelling like that. But that is given, he was Marianne's and Charles's son. With that in mind, he rewatched the live broadcast from a few minutes ago. Cornelia rushed back to Tokyo and the government building. It was no longer necessary for her to hide her machine from anyone, so she used Morrigan to land right in front of the main entrance. Marcus was already waiting for her, he was with his purebloods. All is set for the broadcast, he said while spinning in her office chair. This should give us extra time to build up our power base while Britannia deals with insurrections. Cornelia walked over. Indeed, let's go, we are going to make it more dramatic, for father's sake. Lelouch grinned while saying that. Fine by me. They walked out, followed by a group of soldiers. They got out of the building and towards an open area. Soon enough, 5 KK units landed behind them and dropped on one knee, as knights do. Of course, there were dumbfounded TV reporters who stared at these machines with awe and fear. Soon enough, a live broadcast started not just in Area 11 but the entire world. The only reason such a thing was allowed was due to Cornelia's reputation. She was the second princess and the goddess of victory for Britannia. What now? A live broadcast? Shirley asked Millie as they were walking to the auditorium. More than that. The blonde winked at the orange-haired girl. Moa. Can't you just tell me what is going on? To that request, Millie slightly leaned forward and whispered to her fellow council member. Lelouch is about to do something. Shirley's eyes widened as she looked around immediately, to make sure no one was paying attention to them. And now? Didn't you guys just return from space? The girl said that with a bit of jealousy. To think that he would take people to space. The girl was jealous. Yes. But it was coming. Marcus' company and influence is becoming far too big to be hidden. It was about time for him to get clean with the world. Not many would agree with his world-conquering ideology. She thought to herself. It will be an uphill fight. As the pair arrived in the auditorium, they were joined by hundreds of other people. Not long after that, Cornelia's face appeared on the screen. This is your viceroy. I am here today to announce that Area 11 is declaring independence from the Holy Britannian Empire. Shirley's and the rest of their eyes grew big as they did not fully grasp what this even meant to them. The Britannians don't even understand what this even means. Britannia was always the powerhouse that never had such things. For a normal Britannian, such a thing was alien. This is not a joke. I simply cannot accept the treatment of the empire that betrays its own prince and princess. I announce that I cede my position of viceroy to my little brother Lelouch 6 Britannia, also known as Marcus Goldman of Anaheim Robotics. The camera zoomed out and showed Marcus, who was standing next to her. The greatest shock was for the students who knew Marcus for several years. While many Japanese who saw this immediately perked up, they knew Anaheim and how well they treated them. The same could be said to Britannians living in Area 11. They only have a good opinion of Anaheim. Good morning, citizen of Area 11, my name is Lelouch 6 Britannia, I was the 11th Prince of Britannia. The reason why I was exiled to such a distant land, halfway across the world, was that I was betrayed. My mother, the Empress, was assassinated by Britannian special forces. They even chased me to Japan. On the eve of the war, they tried to assassinate my sister and me. Because of that, I decided that I shall end all wars and unite the world by any means necessary. As he said that, the camera zoomed out slightly, revealing the machines that were kneeling on one knee. It doesn't matter who you are. Britannian, Japanese, European, Chinese, Indian, we are all humans who live in this world. We were all distracted by small conflicts that happen in our blue marble. Marcus used this opportunity to take over the broadcast as Legion showed the footage of space. Instead of continuing these pointless wars, we should look forward, towards the final frontier, towards the limitless potential that is space. That is why I will fight to unite humanity so that war should end once and for all on this small world, and then we could focus on our destiny, that is to claim space that is rightfully belong to us. While people didn't see Marcus on their screens, they saw footage of space, sword being built, and even the footage that Anaheim had of Mars, followed by the Deep Space Telescope pictures. Only this once, I shall extend my hand to the people of the world, join me, and together we shall make mankind's destiny a reality. Mars, Venus, this solar system, even the Milky Way will belong to humanity. At that moment, something inside humans awakened. The same primal desire mankind always had. One of the greatest driving forces in a human, curiosity. The same curiosity that made cavemen desire to tame fire, and then lightning. Explore unknown waters and land, to circle the planet and spread through every corner of the globe. That same curiosity that became muffled because of the oppression of Britannia, the corruption of Europea United and the greed of the Chinese Federation. That day, a new term was born. Anahemian, followers of Lelouch 6 Britannia. Men and women who desire to reach space, to explore and discover the vastness of the void. Charles Z. Britannia, in his obsession to reach Ragnarok connection, missed what Marcus had stirred up in humans worldwide. Because the very next day, strikes and riots erupted throughout all of the empire. Even the territories that were conquered many years ago began to wake up from their slumber. The emperor forgot that the earth slowly became a gunpowder keg that was just waiting for that spark. After all, in Charles's eyes, space is pointless, empty nothingness. Why should humans care? In a normal situation, if humans are satisfied with their lives, this step would be dangerous as space is unforgiving, but at the moment. Britannian oppression, EDU politician corruption, and sheer greed of eunuchs in the Chinese Federation, people simply snapped. There is a chance for peace, and hope for an amazing future. In Solomon Base, the gathered soldiers were dumbly staring at the hologram screens. Beijing, Seoul, Delhi, Jakarta, Cairo, Rome, Madrid, Berlin, all of those cities, they are rioting. People with wide eyes looked dumbfounded at the scale of this. People were holding blue and golden flags. All of a sudden, Marcus' simple idea to pay respect to the original Gundam franchise with the name Anaheim became a symbol of something greater. Those are the capitals of provinces, smaller cities around the world are no different, Toto replied, a small smirk appeared on his lips. He understood what this move was for. Anaheim has technology, but it lacks soldiers and manpower in general. Now, the biggest populations are leaning towards them. Damn, Prince Lelouch with a single move crippled the whole world. The world simply desired a change, and the prince was at the right time and place to deliver the crippling move. A couple of moments later, the alarm blared through the whole base. Attention pilots. We are moving out at 2200. Our destination is Hokkaido, the island that is still under Britannian control. One of the officers spoke through the comms. You heard the comms, officer. Everyone, begin your preparations. Toto barked orders, and everyone scrambled. The awe they felt for the prince morphed into sky-high morale as they were ready to play their part in humanity's destiny to rule the cosmos. I wasn't expecting that. Lelouch. Cornelia looked surprised, she herself felt goosebumps when listening to him. It was a risky move, we need to balance out our odds when it comes to people. And now. Marcus looked at a tablet he had, he could see where his speech impacted the most. All of the conquered lands of Britannia were on the move. Even large territories of the EU are reacting. Not to mention the Chinese Federation. China was crumbling right before his eyes. And now, we secured manpower. She finished for him. Indeed. He put the tablet away and looked at her. First, we are going to secure immediate territories around Japan and Solomon Base before we begin to chop bit by bit the world itself. The inventor, Prince, explained this to his sister. As they were talking, Euphemia blasted into the office. Lulu. I heard the speech. How can I help? Her breathing was heavy as she ran the whole way from the landing pad. Marcus chuckled, seeing her like that. Chapter 68, Chapter 67, Beginning of Expansion. Hokkaido is a special place in the Holy Britannian Empire. It was a special administrative zone from the very beginning of the occupation. The reason for it is very simple, this is the living place of the first imperial princess, or was. Since the princess by the name Britannia left the imperial family and married into the Sumeragi family, she lost her claim. However, Charles turned Hokkaido into a special administrative zone, simply because it was a small island, and it's not that well populated, followed by a climate. This place gets a lot of snow and has longer winters than any other island in Japan. Yet, this place has something very important. It has sakuradite, the second largest deposit recorded in the world. The first one is Mount Fuji, and the second is in Hokkaido's volcano chains. Marcus' first course of action, the moment the speech was done and the world had fallen into chaos, was to rapidly expand his territory. The newly formed first 3 battalions left at 2,200 o'clock. At the death of the night. When it's dark. While Sutherland's and Gloucester's are decent at nighttime, with their fax spheres and cameras, they are no match for Satanta's. My prince, Kagaya Sumeragi wants to speak with you. Mo. I can approach on my own. Kagaya dashed around Jean, who was just doing her job. I heard that you have sent armies to capture Hokkaido. She said with a knowing look. Yes. I did. Marcus replied, but then an annoyed voice said from the side. It was Colin who was dressed for war. I wanted to join. The crimson-haired girl wanted to dash to the front lines. You can wait. Our machines need to be upgraded. Schniesel's interruption messed up our upgrading schedules. The Inventor Prince explained. I see. Though I want to speak to you about Hokkaido. Kagaya looked at him. Have you heard about a Britannia royal marrying into the Sumeragi family? Exclamation point. Exclamation point. Exclamation point. The Colin and even the scientist girls stopped and looked at Kagaya. Around 10 years ago, Emperor's oldest daughter, Britannia, married my second uncle. I think his name is Yugo Sumeragi. He has been living in Hokkaido ever since then. Kagaya explained to everyone gathered in the workshop. You mean, something like that happened? Colin was the most surprised. A royal ditching its titles and claims. It was wild to her. Huh, does that mean I am an uncle? Marcus stroked his chin. Is that what you think about? Colin deadpanned at him. Hey. Being royal is a pain in the ass. I want some normalcy, too. I want to be an uncle. Bribe my niece or nephew. Spoil them rotten while parents have to deal with the consequences. The exiled prince commented with a wishful voice before returning to the matter at hand. To your question. Yeah, Yugo has a daughter by the name Sakuya, Kagaya explained with a small smile. However, Sherry died from a disease a while back. The reason why I am bringing this up is that Hokkaido can be managed by Yugo. After all, he has a connection to both sides. The princess of the Sumeragi family explained what she had on her mind. If this is what you want. But first, we need to conquer that island. He smiled at her. I doubt that will be an issue for your troops. Kagaya smiled back at him. True. In the pitch darkness of the night, blue beams began to rain on a Britannia military base that was on high alert. Sutherland's melted away like it was made of tissue paper. The conflicts didn't last longer than 5 minutes, as soon enough, blackbirds landed vertically in this base and ramp lowered, revealing soldiers in black tactical gear. This time around, all of them had the new Anaheim flags marked on their shoulders and chests. Blue banner that had Earth's image, with Roman golden laurels, with the word Anaheim sewn in Earth's image. It was the new banner that Marcus hadn't even created, but his people had. Anaheim was no longer a simple company but an entity that connects people regardless of their nationality. Britannia didn't have a huge garrison in Hokkaido. Once nightmares were down. There was a token of regular soldiers who were terrified shitless when they saw these heavily armored troops who had strange tactical gear. Regular bullets bounced off when they opened fire. Tight corners in barracks didn't mean a thing when plasma was what fired back at Britannian soldiers. Before long, the soldiers gave up. In fact, many of them gave up immediately, because they are fighting Britannian royals anyway. To many of the regular troops, this conflict is an internal matter. Dying pointlessly is not necessary. It's not like they are fighting a foreign country. The base is ours. The commander of the troops contacted the HQ. 2 and 3 regiments to return and prepare for equatorial conquest. Understood. The commander motioned to the other 2 captains, who nodded and went back for pickup. Meanwhile, the 1st Regiment stayed to take control of the island alongside the 1st Mobile Suit Regiment. Before long, another set of blackbirds landed and revealed Legion bots who began to work on modernizing the Hokkaido base. All in all, it took less than 10 minutes to capture this island, as the military will begin checking in the morning to see if there are any stragglers left behind. Marcus had already put this on the back burner, as he was joined by Cornelia to plan the acquisition of Indonesia's islands to consolidate his control over the equator. The equator is essential for him as it controls access to space. He is planning a space elevator before orbital rings. All of the elevators will be on the equator. While ion technology allows for seamless transit between space and the planet's surface, it could transport more goods if there were linear trains that connect orbit to the surface. It's one of the reasons why he took Solomon Islands, so that he could build a space base in the equator. Chinese Federation is a mess. It has been one day since your speech, but from the looks of it you will acquire portions of the Federation without even fighting. Cornelia highlighted sections of the Chinese Federation. When Marcus saw that the mainland was breaking apart, he frowned. He doesn't care about the mainland at the moment. Jakarta. How is it? He asked her. The government is still holding it. No news about live ammunition being used. The princess didn't have any concrete news since the scale of these riots blew her away. They are processing the information and trying to follow things as closely as possible, but they don't have boots on the ground to follow things closely. I see. Then I guess it's time to spray some gasoline on the fire. What do you have in mind? Cornelia looked curious at him. Speak. With that in mind, he walked away from the command center, though his sister and an array of people walked after him. Marcus used Legion to set up where he could broadcast to the world. An image of the world appeared behind him. Such an image was symbolic for a reason. Citizens of the world. This is Lelouch 6 Britannia. I was quite moved by how many people desire the stars just as I do. But before we move towards the last frontier, we have to deal with the ugly elements of our past. Chinese Federation and their greedy upper echelons, EW and their politicians, and of course my father and his relic mentality. It was the beginning of a rant at the Emperor as well. Now I am certain that he is very angry with the Emperor. Cornelia's lips twitched as she heard an array of veiled jabs at the Emperor from Marcus. Before this, she had only heard a couple of jabs from the exiled prince. But now, she can hear it directly from his lips. He should. What the Emperor did to him is cruel. Colin replied, and the other girls nodded in agreement. Instead of helping him, the Emperor sent him away to a foreign country. Layla added her comments. That's precisely why. With special forces going rogue, sending him away was the right move. Cornelia wasn't blinded by rage, she thought logically. However, it's clear that Ragnarok connection is above Lelouch's well-being. The princess concluded. Humph, we shall see how long he can think like that. Colin's hands trembled. She can't wait for her machine to get its upgrades. Once it's done, she will crush Britannia and its emperor. I feel the same way. But all things have their place and time, we can't rush, Colin. Cornelia smiled at the crimson-haired girl. The beast's pilot slightly stopped. It was the first time that the princess spoke like that to her. Indeed. Colin calmed down a bit. She decided that she would follow Marcus' lead and focus on his goal. And it was the right thing to do, as the moment her machine was finished with improvement, she had her first mission. The Federal Guard was at a standoff with thousands of people around the government building. All of the people were chanting slurs and slogans at the corrupt federal government. While the Chinese Federation was a federation, the power was concentrated in its capital. The further from the capital the worse people are living. This was especially obvious in Indonesia. The country joined the Chinese Federation to secure itself from imperialistic Britannia, but it was pretty much the same. The only benefit they had was that they were allowed to keep their identity, unlike in Britannia. But that patience was running thin by the time Marcus' speech was broadcast. Now, they want freedom from these relics. And so people march, leading to the current standoff. However, such a stiff standoff led to people snapping. Constant pushing against riot police led to that one single spark. A nervous federal soldier couldn't keep his cool. With reckless motion, he pointed his rifle and shot a defenseless youth. That single action caused the world to stop for a second before everything exploded. More gunshots erupted, people screamed, and fear morphed into rage as rebellion began. Before long, nightmares were deployed. Chinese gunru rushed through the streets to stomp out the rebellion. But their efforts were in vain as blue beams began to rain from the sky as the 2nd and 3rd Satanta regiments arrived. The mobile suits descended on the garrison as the much taller machines began to stomp and shoot the primitive gunru models. Shit, what are they doing here? The few remaining machines looked petrified at tens of machines simply flying and landing on the streets. How are they supposed to fight that? Before any of them could get a reply from the HQ, an object like a meteor slammed into the government building, exploding into a pyre of flames. The nightmares stopped and looked in the direction of the explosion. What they saw was a red machine with golden horns for a visor standing up from the crater. It was a bulky machine with thick handles. This machine's blue eyes glowed like flames as it slowly turned around and looked at the remaining Chinese Federation machines. This is one of those machines Anaheim has. What is it doing here? The federal soldiers were in panic mode. They didn't remember Anaheim waging some sort of war against them. People of Jakarta. We have answered your call. We shall assist you in fighting against the tyranny of the Chinese Federation. Lelouch's voice spread through the whole city as the exiled prince hacked the loudspeakers throughout the entire city. Fuck. First, he galvanized everyone, and now he takes action. The soldiers realized that it was on purpose. Not that it mattered as the beast lunged at the gunroom machines. The mobile suit ignored the walls, fences, and even distance as it only needed a fraction of a second for the machine to appear before the terrified soldiers and the nightmares. The soldiers screamed from primal fear as the beast's fangs revealed themselves, red claws made from pure energy. With a single slash, the gunru was sliced into 4 parts. The energy filler blew up the next second, taking the soldier beside the nightmare. What happened was pure chaos as the Chinese Federation's garrison soon ceased to exist. Chapter 69, Chapter 68, Emperor is not amused. Damn these bastards. They are no different from those Britannians. Colin exclaimed with a furious look. She just saw piles of bodies of innocent people. They were gunned down next to the government's building in the city center. It was quite clear to her that these guys were copying Britannians with their grandiose style of construction. But it was not what the girl was looking at. I need to blow up more of them. She looked around for more of the gunru units. But they were nowhere to be seen. Kazuki, relax. We have one. Toto's face appeared on the screen. But these bastards, they need to pay for this. The girl gnashed her teeth. I know. We will have our chance. The Chinese Federation is fracturing as we speak. People themselves will get their revenge for what the military did. The man said with his trademark serious expression. Eventually, the crimson-haired girl sighed as she pushed that frustration down. I understand. With that said, her mech's thrusters ignited. Now that her machine was a divine arms model, small thrusters dot the mech's body. It allows the beast to rampage even more, but in a travel situation, it can fly faster than ever. I shall return to the base and wait for the next deployment. With that said, Dagda disappeared with its absurd speed. Toto shook his head. The girl needs training when it comes to discipline. But apart from that, she was natural at taking apart enemies. In a matter of minutes, Colin was back in Solomon Base. The red machine walked to the main hangar, where a lift took it to a special hangar where KK units were being kept. The machine lowered Colin, who immediately walked away without even looking. The girl knows the AI will deal with the rest. The crimson-haired girl ended up walking to Marcus' workshop. What she saw there is what she sees nearly every day, the inventor making something. Surrounded by holograms, the exiled prince will be here. On one side, there were holograms with mobile suits, on the other, it was something related to the space stations, and then, third, it was something she couldn't even make out what it was. Do you feel better now? Now that you can join the war? Marcus asked her without even looking. No. She strolled over to him, passing through the holograms and then ending up sitting on his lap. The prince looked surprised for a bit, but then he wrapped his hands around her and hugged her. Let me guess, you saw something that made you pissed, but you couldn't do anything about it? He asked, hitting the nail on the head. Yes. She replied with a crisp yes, not explaining any detail. I see. Then you can stay here. He hugged her tightly for a bit longer before one of his hands went back to the keyboard. Before long, the crimson-haired girl relaxed in his hands. After a couple more minutes, she was ready to talk. We should get something to eat. All right. More than ever, Marcus had work on his plate. He needs to make new machines for CC and Euphemia, conquer the world, build up the space industry. The stuff just kept on piling up. But first, on the machines for 2 of his ladies who need them. He was a bit disappointed with the witch's simulations. Her regular pilot performance ratings are abysmal. Better than regular pilots but not at the level of good pilots. She simply lacks caution. That's right, the green-haired girl doesn't give a damn about her well-being. So imagine that mixed with his state-of-the-art machine. Legion immediately dismissed her. The AI declared that she is not suited for a KK unit, the only thing she is good for is a Satanta unit that is rigged for self-destruction. But Marcus found this a challenge. Since she lacks self-preservation, they can develop something with that. Almost immediately, his AI understood what he meant, and they began with improvements to the cockpit. Using the neural link technology, they will begin to develop the next generation of human-to-machine interface. But at the same time, they had no idea what kind of model this should be. So far, they have developed a specific cockpit, nothing else. However, soon enough, Marcus got an idea, a truly custom machine. He wanted an interface for Geass, this was his chance. A prelude for that. Or more like a first dip into such technology. A mobile suit that taps into the code CC has and just bombards people with psychic-like attacks. But this opens a completely new can of worms. Geass energy, the energy from collective consciousness, Marcus will need to understand to develop this mobile suit. Then there was the other pilot that is waiting for another suit. It was completely different when it came to Euphemia. The princess was literally an incarnation of pacifism. One would say that such a person would never hurt anyone. But that's not what it means. Pacifism in this situation means the complete removal of the enemy. Yes, when a pacifist is forced into a fight, it would either mean the enemy needs to be neutralized so that they can't fight, or the complete eradication of the enemy. Removing a threat that can't threaten peaceful people. Legion AI ended up with a solution to Euphemia's requirements. Artillery unit. Yes. His cute pink princess sister is good at blasting enemies into nothingness. This revelation came at the right time as well. It means that he will have data to design orbital cannons from her data for long-range artillery uses. Well, it's not normal artillery in the first place, more like a variation of beam rifle technology. Apart from mobile suit development, Marcus' space industry took a turn, as a single sword station is nowhere near enough for what he wants. Such a conclusion didn't shock him at all. Construction of another 2 sword stations began. Sections A and B for them will be done in a matter of a few short weeks. The magic of space forges. He has enough resources for all of that, and the moment 2 more forges come online, he will have enough industrial power to begin printing Satantas and the commander models Scathatch en masse. But with that, another issue arises: he needs manpower. His 3 mobile suit and soldier battalions are already stretched thin. Thankfully, Cornelia and her troops joined full-time and got converted into another 2 fully fledged battalions of mobile suits and regular troops. However, these will soon be sent out to the Chinese Federation, where they will start carving out land for Anaheim. What is concerning with all of this spreading out is that when Britannia is ready for war again, Anaheim's troops will be all over the place. That is why Marcus is working overtime to train new soldiers and mobile suit pilots. There are many people who want to join. From civilians to people who fought before. The issue is infrastructure. This gives me an idea. With the idea in mind, Marcus opened Satanta's design as he began to design Mobile Worker. A mobile suit variant that would exponentially improve the pace of infrastructure and logistics of his newly formed nation. There was already a nightmare version of this thing employed by Britannia. It's what allowed them to rapidly build their new settlements in conquered land. And now, Marcus will abuse it to build his space industry. Anaheim's rapid expansion was not missed. The 3 superpowers were observing them very closely. Especially Charles Z. Britannia. His amusement only lasted for a day, as he quickly realized that Marcus crippled him before beginning to expand rapidly. There are riots throughout the entire Holy Britannian Empire. From Area 1 to Area 18. He already lost the Middle East and North Africa, and Middle Europe was already showing signs of rebellion. Britannia stopped with their advance and focused on holding land. They have no means to take Area 11 back, simply because the army is focusing on stopping riots. Well played, Lelouch. I have no choice. Deploy my round table. I assume their machines are finished. The Emperor asked, as he was attending a cabinet meeting, something he had not done in years. The council members were quite stiff. Their machines are at the cutting edge of technology. However, the latest technology we got from Anaheim, it will take months to assimilate their technology into ours. The minister responsible for technological advancement said, while wiping sweat from his forehead. Just being in front of the Emperor is a bit too much for him. Anaheim. The Emperor tapped his chair with a finger. For now, forget about my son's rebellion and focus on stopping the riots. Once our territory is secured, then we shall focus on regaining our lost lands. The 98th Emperor instructed them. Yes, Your Majesty. The men nodded respectfully. With that out of the way, Charles looked at Schneasel. Schneasel, I need you to manage resources and accelerate the technology advancement. We can't stay behind. At that moment, the Emperor's comms unit flashed. With a frown, he pressed, and the men began to speak through the speakers. Your Majesty, Anaheim just attacked Beijing. Already. Do they have such firepower to take the Chinese Federation capital? Charles pondered. Your Majesty, do we have something like a direct link to the Federation's capital? Schneasel asked the Emperor. Do you have a video? The Emperor asked through his comms. One moment. The large screen that was usually used to show the Emperor's face became a TV. What they saw was the skyline of a Chinese city. Above the city, there was a single machine floating. It had strange wings, they looked like they were made from feathers. That's KK-11 Andraste, Schneasel commented with a knowing look. He studied whatever he had on these machines that could destroy nations. However, there is something strange about. It would seem it has been improved to some extent. Charles didn't say a thing about these comments as he simply watched this single machine above the city. It had its hands spread to its sides as it was holding a pair of long rifles. Then, the feathered wings shattered into hundreds of small bits of some sort and moved forward, creating an energy field. The mech moved both hands forward and shot the 2 rifles at once. Blue beams rushed into the energy field. The field glowed blue before hundreds of smaller beams rushed down. It was like these beams were guided. In a single shot, the majority of the garrison of the capital was erased. Not that the mech stopped, as it shot again and again before the energy field was gone, forming small daggers made of energy that fell to the ground, where they began to pursue the regular soldiers. I see, no wonder you have trouble with Lelouch, Schneasel. Charles frowned. If these are his opponents, then the Emperor won't be able to fulfill his goal. That can't happen. I need to switch tactics. The 98th Emperor was already thinking of employing his Geass order, but that won't be easy now that Area 11 is no longer under his control. The ocean is separating them. No doubt CC told him all about Geass order. If he has such technologies for machines, then he could have invented something to deal with Geass too. Charles stroked his chin while thinking. All of this has begun to frustrate him. To think that I need to interfere in person. We will have to work together to stop my wayward son. In the end, he said with a frown. For a second, Schneasel lost his cool as he looked at his father with wide eyes. Don't look surprised. This is indeed dangerous for Britannia. I always had confidence in my empire. But this. He stopped the video and tried to focus on Andraste. But it ended up blurry. It has been a while since we were on the losing end. I should congratulate my son for making my empire try hard again. Try hard again. Those things are wiping our butts. One of the ministers felt like crying when the emperor spoke like that. Schneasel declare nationwide mobilization and begins converting our industry solely for military use. Since Lelouch wants to fight, we shall accept his challenge. The emperor declared to the cabinet. Chapter 70, Chapter 69, Conquering Beijing. New type of gunship transporters carrying 4th and 5th Battalion foot soldiers soon arrived at the outskirts of the largest city on the east side globe. This was Beijing, a city inside a city. The Chinese turned the Forbidden City into a literal castle capable of protecting even from nightmares in a siege situation. However, they never considered that there would be a time when nightmares or nightmare-like machines would be able to fly. And they most definitely never imagined that there would be machines that can solo supernations. So this is your ace in the hole. A machine floating in the sky with a lance and a cape made from pure energy looked at the blue nightmare that can fly. This has severely surprised the always confident Cornelia. This will be a perfect chance to see what this Shenhu can do, a man said from the blue nightmare that is made to look like a Chinese general. The mech had strange, chain-like weapons that it was launching at Morrigan. Not that they do anything to the mobile suit. You need more power to even scratch my Morrigan. Cornelia got closer and tried to swing her lance. But the flying nightmare dodged and then used its chest-mounted particle cannon to blast at point-blank range. Cornelia didn't expect that kind of firepower at all. Thankfully, she had several defenses designed to protect her from these kinds of attacks. The deflectors and energy absorption were her mech's best points. What the? Even at point-blank range. For a second, the blue machine stopped moving. The shock was too severe, something that the princess used and immediately attacked with her lance. Slamming into the nightmare and sending it flying with a fierce swing. After sending the enemy flying, Cornelia glanced at the power reading her machine was currently carrying. Well, look at that. Charged at 320%. I guess I use this. The lance opened like a mouth, and blue lightning began to crackle between the metal teeth. The Morrigan pointed at the downed blue nightmare. You are decent, you have my respect, fellow warrior. She said that while releasing an electromagnetic particle cannon. Damn. The blast nailed right into Shenhu, who was moving to the side to dodge. The particle beam caused a chain of explosions as it not only took out Shenhu but also whatever defense forces were left behind at the Forbidden City's guard. This place is considerably defended, we needed 2 KK units and my entire force to reach this place. The amount of cannon fodder and other traps felt like they were fighting in sand. The moment they felt that they had finally got rid of all of Gunru, more of them appeared. It shows that they were not dealing with a city in a simple province, but rather the capital of a federation, one of the world's superpowers. Ho! You survived that blast. You are good. Cornelia's machine picked up a signal after the dust cloud got less dense. The princess saw that the blue Chinese machine was missing its left hand and leg, and the flight unit was damaged. One thing we lack is that nightmares are still better at discarding their frame parts. Morrigan's pilot sarcastically thought to herself as she was ready to end this. Once this machine is down, their victory will be assured. Beijing will be theirs. This is something that she, as a Britannian princess, wouldn't have achieved easily. The Holy Britannian Empire didn't wage many wars with the Chinese Federation. Now she knew why, thought elevators. But even then, the Chinese had numbers, and their Gunru machines are not that bad. It would have been a difficult fight. But now, her 2 KK units made short work of this huge city and its garrison. Cornelia's 2 mobile suit battalions would only need to secure the city and its perimeter. I am sorry. Tianzi. The princess landed on the ground and was ready to end the blue machine, but then a small girl dressed in imperial robes dashed forward and got in front of the nightmare and before Cornelia's Morrigan. What the? The princess stopped in her tracks. She was shocked to see this small girl stand before her like that. Tianzi. What are you doing here? The guy inside the nightmare panicked, thinking that Cornelia would do something to the small girl. I will protect you, Shinka. The small girl said with a tone of fearlessness. Although her expression was telling a different story, she was terrified of the machine before her. She saw how these machines blasted through everything in all of the armies and nightmares. It terrified the very daylight out of her. Get behind me, Tianzi. The blue machine tried to move, but with missing limbs, it was not an easy thing to do. No need. Cornelia lowered her weapon. We have won, and you have lost. That's all there is to it. The princess said with an assured tone. Moments later, the skies were full of Anaheim machines. The Satantas and Scathatch units arrived. The newly built officer units were prototype models, and the pilots were told to take it easy, since they are literally sitting on a literal nuclear bomb. You. The guy was surprised to hear that the Witch of Britannia is taking it easy. We have a proposal, pilot of Blue One. The princess got an idea. This guy is a great pilot, his reaction speed could keep up with hers, even in an inferior nightmare. Let me guess. You want me to fight for you? The guy replied. He already knew what she would ask. Indeed. We are bringing a new world order. In which you could protect this little girl. Cornelia said with a small smirk. The small girl looked at the nightmare. Black tactical gear-wearing soldiers were guiding the surrendered soldiers to a single area, among them were nightmare pilots who survived the invasion. A considerable number of Anaheim soldiers were outside the palace trying to calm down the eager people who wanted to join Anaheim. That little girl is the current empress, Layla said to Cornelia as they were relaxing after a considerable amount of time they spent trying to take over the goddamn city. Layla volunteered, her Andraste was designed to take out the garbage. But she never ever considered how many troops would be protecting the city and its palace. I know. The girl can be used to pacify the population. The princess said while taking a sip of water from a container. Not needed by this point. They have a new figurehead. Layla looked to the side, where many people gathered with Anaheim insignia and even Marcus posters. Specifically, where Earth was behind him, that shot was made into a poster. It is already symbolic to many people, even though it's a new thing. Maybe. But, having an actual empress with us would make it foolproof. The princess wasn't naive enough to put all eggs into one basket. Having this Tianzi would make it harder for the Chinese to rebel or think of rebelling. True. Regardless, my part is done here. A cold shower is calling me. The blonde got up from a boulder she was sitting on. It was time for her to return to Solomon Islands and relax. Then go. Tell Lelouch to come here. He needs to deal with this. Cornelia was jealous. Unlike Layla, she had actual military duties, while this blonde could join anytime she wanted and then just leave. I will. With that said, Adrast picked up Layla and soon enough they left, leaving Cornelia, who finished her water and then went to figure out the situation she was in. This was the first time in her life that she didn't have specific directions when it came to the conquest of land. If this were a Britannian conquest, then she knows what to do. But this was Anaheim. Then, less than an hour later, a meteorite-like object was entering the atmosphere right above the palace before ceasing with flames, revealing itself to be Tyrannies. However, this Tyrannies was different. The wings were far more advanced, while they could spread out like before, now sections between wings emit blue energy. Not only that, but there are smaller thrusters on its legs and back, making this machine, once again, part of the KK-01 series, the fastest in the world. The mech swiftly flew over and landed next to Morrigan. Moments later, the mech lowered Marcus, as he jumped down and walked over to his sister, who was waiting for her. You deal with this, I have no idea how to deal with this occupation. With that said, Cornelia cleaned herself away from this. She is good at fighting and leading soldiers, but not doing this. This part is always annoying for her. Fair enough. Marcus smiled at his older sister, who walked away to see how her pilots were doing. Well, time to see Shenhu. The Inventor Prince wasn't that interested in Shinka. The guy is a great pilot, but what he is more interested in is Shenhu. A machine built by another top nightmare creator and rival to Lloyd, Raxha T'Challa. Sadly, Marcus is not like Lelouch, who can't make his own machines. Meeting the Indian nightmare creator is a bit more challenging. But now he has his hands on this machine. First Lancelot, then Vercingetorix, and now Shenhu. Marcus recalled his growing collection of nightmares. Regardless, he still needed to address his new catch. He walked to the captured soldiers. Among them, at the very front was a man with long hair and dressed in quite basic robes. Next to him was a small girl with white hair and red eyes, dressed in quite the regal clothes. What a contrast between those two. You must be Lelouch, the ace of the Chinese Federation. That's quite an honor you give me, Prince Lelouch. The man replied with a smile. The smile was neither nice nor bad, it shows that he is not afraid of the prince. Heh. Well, you are the only one that my sister mentioned, and she rarely mentions enemies in not a derogatory way. Marcus chuckled while saying that. Regardless, I am here to offer you a deal. The prince extended his hand, almost like in a grandiose way. He felt like it, genetics most likely. My goal is beyond this world. To touch the very stars, to do that, I need to secure the world, before I can focus on the great void. You and your little empress can help me secure China and its provinces. You want to use Tianzi like those eunuchs. I have northwest idea about your court politics. What I need is for my back to be secured. You can do that however you want. I would even pat your shoulder and give you a big gun to blow them up if this is what you want. Marcus casually told him that he could do whatever he wanted. Lelouch pondered for a second. He didn't expect to hear that from a Britannian prince. He expected more control, more refined control. What do you want from me? Be specific. You and your group join Anaheim. I give you China to rule. You can make that little girl empress if you want, or some sort of figurehead, or I don't know. It's your choice. What I need is manpower to pilot my machines and help me reach the stars. The men pondered for a bit. His followers didn't say a thing. They realized that Prince Lelouch didn't even bother with them. And they were true. Marcus only cared about Lelouch as he was the best and the best representative for the Chinese Federation. I doubt Tianzi being the empress would mean a thing. Your movement broke this federation, forever. The Shenhu pilot was not wrong. Even now, there are people outside waiting for Marcus to appear before them. The demonstration of his machines even cemented his existence. True. I was the spark that ignited the gunpowder barrels that were the world. Marcus agreed to that. Regardless, Shinka, welcome to Anaheim. The exiled prince offered his hand to the warrior, who took it after thinking for a bit. Though when he touched his hand, he felt something. His hand, he is a swordsman, as well. The Chinese warrior realized that after feeling how rugged his hand was. This realization immediately made Shinka respect Marcus a bit more. He immediately realized that this guy works for his goals, physically if needed too. Chapter 71, Chapter 70, The Black Prince. Has a niece. In Beijing's main military base, one after another blackbirds began to land. These were transporters that were bringing resources for military expansions. Though the most insane thing for the newcomers was that these planes came from outer space. If anyone had this doubt that Marcus couldn't fulfill his dream of space travel, then this is proof big enough. These, from where are they coming from? Lelouch asked Marcus as the Chinese soldiers joined the exiled prince. Earth's orbit. I have refineries and factories in space that are assisting me with logistics. Though it will take a while for food to get sent down, weapons, armors or mobile suits are something that can get sent down. The inventor explained to him. The men looked at the prince for a second. He was more than surprised by this revelation. Do you think that I lied to you? The exiled prince showed Lelouch a similar smile to the one he got at their first meeting. It would seem I have underestimated you. I thought that the machines I have made were good enough. But I suppose a trip to space could fix that mentality. No need, I saw enough. Lelouch shook his head. Good then, we can start with what I need from you guys. Moments later, transporters landed and revealed Satantas. The machines walked out by themselves before the transporters left once more. You will assist Cornelia and her 2 brigades to conquer the fractured federation. We already conquered sections of Indonesia. It will only leave India, where 2 armies will meet and do a pincer move. Our goal is rapid expansion and consolidation. That is, until Britannia catches up to us in technology to some extent. You mean to say that Britannia could catch up to this? Lelouch was a bit baffled. They got wreckage of 3 of my recently created mass production models. However, they don't have the technology of my mass-produced commander models or the KK units you fought. There are layers to my technology, but I am preparing for the worst. Worst? What is for someone like you the worst? The guy asked the inventor prince. We could lose all of our land and move to space for regrouping. Marcus looked at him and honestly replied. The newly joined military personnel were baffled to hear such language terms. Did they flip to a new world, of some sort? When did space become so easily accessible? I see, show me how these units are controlled. The Chinese military snapped out and moved towards what they knew. I will take over from here. Cornelia finally joined as she walked over alongside her men. Princess Cornelia. Lelouch was surprised a bit to see her in the flesh. It's a bit surprising that the infamous Witch of Britannia was part of this wild faction. My brother's dreams are a bit wild. But he is a good person at heart, even with his quirks. The princess smiled while looking at Marcus. I love you too, sister. The exiled princess sarcastically replied. I leave military stuff to you, he said to her before looking at Lishinka. We will speak later about your customized machine and that health condition of yours. With that said, he walked away. The Chinese swordsman was surprised that Marcus already knew about his disease. But then again, with all this tech, the prince has his ways. Health condition. Cornelia was surprised to hear that as well. Don't worry, it won't interfere with the upcoming conflict. Lishinka reassured the princess. If you say so. She wasn't sure. Marcus returned to Solomon Islands. Not that his stay was long, as Kagaya, with a group of soldiers, found him about to enter his workshop. My Prince Hokkaido is secured, we should visit it. The 1st Battalion can be used somewhere else. The black-haired Sumeragi princess suggested with a wink. Her suggestion was on the spot. She wants to hit 2 birds with 1 stone with this scheme. Sure, though how do you bypass all of the security all the time? He asked, a bit confused. His question confused her. The girl moved her head to the side. Why do you ask? After all, I am part of Anaheim. HR and communications. I am responsible for PR, so of course I would have access to our glorious leader. The girl, shamelessly, with a straight face, called him glorious leader. Making him remember that he can't continuously call himself CEO when he runs a considerable amount of land already. It has only been less than a week and he already has around 70% of Indonesia, the whole of Japan and a bit of China. He doubts there is a CEO who has this much land. We need to debate on my title. Calling myself glorious leader makes me think that I am a prophet of some sort of cult, Marcus replied with a grimace. Why not? You are a prophet. Prophet for humanity's last frontier. Kagaya smiled while saying that. Don't play such games, Kagaya. It feels a bit creepy. I already saw how people look at me in China. The exiled prince felt a bit uncomfortable. Hee, that's what happens when you pull such a thing, my prince. You do know that you offered something to people, at a critical time, and your mobile suits are here to keep that miracle alive. When she put it like that, the inventor prince realized that, regardless of circumstances and timeline, he couldn't escape his moniker of Miracle Maker. Only this time, his mobile suits are what are making these miracles, not Geass. Whatever you say, Kagaya. Now, let's go and see what Hokkaido looks like. All Marcus can remember about the island is that it is full of snow in winter and is quite wild compared to other islands in the archipelago. Let's go. The girl hugged his hand as she began to hum. The duo were followed by a small escort of soldiers. They were dressed in the standard black tactical gear, but they had an extra single-shoulder cloak for a more fancy look. These smaller planes are so comfortable. Can I have one? Kagaya commented as they boarded a new type of transporter. This plane was a much smaller one, meant for around 20 people. The design is similar, but not cylindrical in shape, unlike the regular planes. That's because Marcus took the body shape to look similar to those Landa-class shuttles used in Star Wars, only that the wings were similar to his Blackbird planes. Though he kept this rectangular body shape, having that fancy ramp could lower like in the movies. The wings made sure to seamlessly attach to the plane's body. This is so that the plane wouldn't look like a flying box with 2 wings and a tail. In fact, it became so nice that Kagaya wants one for her transportation. We can arrange one. He nonchalantly replied, his mind wasn't there. The prince was thinking about his conquest, the acquisition of Beijing and the current expansion of Indonesia. The number of islands they have is mind-boggling. And adding them one by one could be a pain in the ass. Thankfully, in this war against the Chinese Federation, they have the moral high ground. So the islands join him by themselves, the issue is keeping track of it. He wasn't planning the war to happen so spontaneously, now he needs to play a catch-up game and develop some sort of logistics programs to assist with management. You can. You are so amazing, my prince. If you keep spoiling me, I won't be able to marry anyone but you. Marcus looked at her, rolling his eyes for a second. There is no need to be so dramatic. He replied with a sigh. Kagaya puffed her cheeks. His reply was not what she wanted to hear. I am not. The girl complained, but Marcus shook his head at her. You do realize that, my female companions, are a considerable amount. She quickly smiled when she heard that. Heh. Not a problem, Japan's emperors of old and even your father have multiple consorts. For a second, he looked at her. He was in a bit of disbelief. This girl is different. He knows that regardless of what, a living being will feel jealousy, so what kind of form of jealousy will this strange girl feel? You are one strange girl to accept such an arrangement without a fuss, Marcus commented after a few moments of looking at her. Oh, don't worry, I do feel jealousy. All of a sudden, Kagaya got closer. She pulled herself closer to him, thinking of sitting on his lap, like how she saw Layla do. But I do know that I can't keep you to myself. The girl sighed in resignation. Is that so? Marcus replied, looking at what she was trying to do. All of a sudden, he pulled her and got her to his lap. The Sumeragi princess was surprised for a second before smiling smugly. It would seem she scored here big. You feel like a hug pillow, not bad. Marcus commented that the girl wasn't the biggest one. The pair continued to speak random things as the smaller transport plane moved out of the hangar and into the runway before blasting into the sky. The transporter was followed by tyrannies, which joined them soon when the AI noticed that Marcus had left out a pair of girls with black hair and purple eyes looked with awe at a selection of machines they had never seen before. One of them especially stood out. With its design and all the flashy lights, they had one idea what it was. Saku, what are these people? The friendlier girl asked the other. No idea, but father said this was a corporation created by my uncle. The girl by the name Sakuya replied. All of this was confusing to her. Before this, her life was normal. From time to time, she would see strange gazes from her bodyguards. Like they didn't like her. This is Anaheim. It's a corporation that focuses on robotics. Or at least they were, until they revealed that they want to explore space and unite all of humanity so that we could focus on exploring other worlds. A teenage girl with curly orange hair explained to the pair of girls. This was Natalia Luxembourg, Sakuya's caretaker and big sister/mother figure. Other worlds. The pair were confused, this was a bit too much for them. Considering they were just 10 years old. When you look at the sky at nighttime and you see stars, did you know that each and every one of them could be a new world? Their eyes widened when the girl explained to them. Her simple sentence piqued their interests. With these powerful-looking machines and this new corporation. One could say that this new reveal has had a huge impact on them. The secluded life doesn't help either. It may sound strange, but I finally met a brother-in-law. Marcus, with a smile, spoke to a man before him. He was in his late 20s to early 30s. Dressed in a suit with classic Japanese black hair and blue eyes. I wasn't expecting to meet another Britannian prince either. The man smiled back before looking at Kagaya, who was standing next to the exiled prince. He didn't need to be a genius to know what this girl was thinking. True, considering how remote this place is. I doubt any of my pompous siblings would visit here. Marcus replied while rubbing his hands. He was feeling cold, and he just left his shuttle. Ha ha ha, you get used to this cold. Eventually. The men joked before motioning for him to follow. Marcus and Kagaya followed him, and they were followed by several knights. I do not doubt that these pureblood Britannians hate to obey a Japanese and his half-blood daughter. Marcus thought to himself as he could feel these two redheads hated the guts that they needed to follow Yugo Sumeragi and his daughter, Sakuya Sumeragi. All of that because the girl's mother was an imperial princess. More chapters, Chapter 104 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 72, Chapter 71, Aftermath of Founding a New Country. As you might know, the island is under my Anaheim's control, the Britannian control has been removed, and now we are looking for someone who could manage the island for us. Marcus began the conversation the moment they were in the warm Sumeragi estate. And that would be me. The man leaned into his chair as he crossed his arms. He pondered for a second before looking at smiling Kagaya. I assumed this was your idea. He asked the princess of the Sumeragi family. You do realize I left to live in Hokkaido for a reason. I understand, uncle. But this is something you would be good at, and this is a simple island, not a major place. Besides, you would keep your eye on the Sakuradite resources this place has. Kagaya explained. Marcus was a bit surprised by how she saw his real reason for claiming Hokkaido, the moment he claimed Japan's main island. I understand the idea. He nodded at the idea. Don't worry. I will be helping you and your daughter to stay safe. Marcus assured him, as he looked to the side and saw two pairs of purple eyes looking at him from the side of the room. Yugo's gaze went to the side. He sighed, seeing that his daughter and Sakura were eavesdropping on them. The prince followed the man's gaze and saw the two girls, who were nearly identical. Don't worry, Sakuya, your uncle is going to leave a few powerful machines to protect you from whatever could threaten. He commented, making her come out from the shadows, and she was followed by Sakura. Are you really my uncle? She asked with a confident voice, reminding him of the classic Britannian royal trait. Yes, your mother was my older sister. She has a considerable number of siblings, though not many are like me. You don't say, my prince. Kagaya giggled at his comment. And this is your cousin, Kagaya. She is a fan of my work. Marcus jokingly introduced the princess of the Sumeragi family. Mo. Don't introduce me like that. Kagaya rushed over to Sakuya and then looked at Sakura. You both are my family. The girl grabbed both girls' hands, greeting them. Oh. It took a couple of moments for them to process that there were more family members around. Regardless, your Hokkaido will be treated like a fortress, you don't need to worry about protection or anything like that. I make sure that people that I like are protected by the best. Marcus explained to his brother-in-law while looking at Kaguya interact with Sakuya and Sakura. He can easily differentiate them just from behavior. They might look identical, but their characters are different. Sakuya is more guarded and a bit suspicious of them, while Sakura is more naive and easier to please. These traits are visible through their actions. So you need a manager. Prince's brother-in-law understood what Marcus wanted from him. Indeed. The inventor nodded. He looked away from the trio and looked at the Yugo. Resources will flow here, you can use them to improve the lives of people here. Space is a very big place. It doesn't lack resources. Do you have access to any of it? Instead of answering the question, he showed him a few pictures. This is impressive. I am genuinely excited. He saw pictures of Mars orbit, sword construction, and brought over asteroids in Lagrange 3. Now that I think about it. The night sky changed a bit. Yugo stroked his chin. He never considered that those were asteroids brought over by Anaheim to use as building material. Indeed. We are at the precipice of a new age. The old guard is getting replaced by Anaheim. Many people want to be on the winning side of history. True. History is repeating itself. The man leaned into his chair while crossing his hands. He finished checking the pictures. Meanwhile, Kaguya broke down the two girls' defenses and made them come over. My prince, they said they want to be astronauts. The princess of the Sumeraji family asked with a smile. Is that right? He looked at them, his eyes stopped on his niece. If this is what you want, we can arrange that. Marcus chuckled for a second. Let them grow up first, brother Lelouch. They still need to learn the essentials with Natalia. Yugo chuckled, seeing them blush when Kaguya mentioned astronauts. Sure. By the time they get a bit older, the habitat areas aboard the station should be finished. Oh. We are that close to actual space life. The prince's brother asked, a bit surprised that they are short years away from living in space. Indeed, the habitats are already under construction. Robotic labor is Anaheim's calling card. The only issues we are working out are rotations and gravity generation, ignoring it could lead to muscle loss. We don't want overexposure of a gravityless environment. Never heard of that before. He replied with a shameless laugh. Indeed. Leave that to experts. Marcus smiled before looking at his niece. He patted her head for a second. Study well, Sakuya, and I will take you to space. Who knows, you might help us to turn Venus or Mars into habitable worlds. The girl's reaction was small awe. That's quite a task. Yugo was a bit speechless, but the pep talk was effective, as the girl was inspired. Maybe that would help her transition to her mother's loss. It did happen not long ago, and losing one of the parents at a young age traumatized the girl. I won't fail you, uncle. Marcus smirked. You know, I was around your age when I started playing with computers. The prince recalled that around 10, he was sent here and eventually received his first laptop from Ashford's, and began programming Legion. At that moment, he got an idea. Playing. Making things. Those robots you saw outside, they are my creations. Oh. You made them? The pair asked, wonder written all of their faces. Yep, and I can give you some toys to play with as well, Marcus replied. He then got up from his seat. Give me a couple of minutes, I am going to bring something. The prince hurried out of the room and eventually the house. Never expected Sherry to have a brother like this, her family is different. Yugo needed to pick his words properly in front of his daughter, who seemed to like her uncle quite a bit. You can say that again, uncle. Kaguya smiled. She wondered what kind of type of researcher or scientist her nieces would grow up to be. Yes, well. It was a bit different when I first met the Britannia royals. They were pompous assholes. Sherry was the only one who didn't have that air of arrogance around her. And then this young prince appeared, an inventor obsessed with space. How rare is that? A few moments later, the prince returned with a laptop. It was a brand new model, designed specifically for Anaheim staff. This is one of Legion's terminals. Legion is an artificial intelligence that is assisting my company in the development of things. Now you can have it. This laptop will help you learn. You can learn anything you want. He handed the laptop over to his niece, who, like a curious cat, inspected it from different angles. When she opened it, there was wonderment in her eyes. Though the nearly identical girl next to her looked at him with puffed cheeks like a hamster. Sorry, there was only one of them in the transporter. But don't worry, can bring one soon. He winked at Sakuya's body double. Don't worry, Sakura, we can share it. But then Sakuya had the look of surprise. Wait, uncle. How do you know that I'm Sakuya? The girl realized that from the very beginning, he saw through her. And that is bad. It's like Sakura's role is not even relevant. That's quite simple. Your disposition is different from Sakura's. His reply made her even more confused. What he means is that your character is different from Sakura's. Yugo clarified, prompting his daughter to ponder and then glance at Sakura for a moment. Who was looking at Marcus and then at Sakuya. The pair were a bit too small to grasp all the details. Don't worry, eventually you will pick up these small things. You need to practice a bit and it will be fine. After a bit more talk and explaining to the girls about the new toy he gave them, Marcus returned to the matters at hand. And that was where he is planning to build his base expansions, Sakuradite mines, woodcutting camps, and all that stuff. One thing is for sure, what Hokkaido has is Sakuradite and wood. Oh, and fish. Resources that he will use, and most likely bring over to space. Ecosystem management is something he will need to look into and ask if Anna has some ideas for that as well. I need more scientists. Thankfully, his recent territory grab came with eager people who want to work for him. Eventually, Kagaya and Marcus left Yugo and his girls to process the information and prepare for the upcoming changes. The exiled prince left a token of Satantas in Hokkaido for now, as the permanent garrison is on its way. The inventor ensured that Hokkaido was getting its troops. Heh, I never expected that you like kids so much, Kagaya commented the moment they left the island. He looked at her. Where did that come from? The prince asked with a sign. Well, how did you treat Sakuya and Sakura? I think it's cute. He rolled his eyes when he heard that. As if he can tell her one of the endings he knows. I can't tell her about my father's clone, who turned Hokkaido into his toy box and wanted to exterminate all humans. That would be too much. Or how my counterpart gave Sakuya Geass, the end result caused her to use Geass on herself and become mute. I doubt I would end up as an uncle with my other siblings, considering their characters. Marcus mentally recalled the siblings he knew. None of them is parent material. Hey, who said about being uncle? The girl winked at him, making him roll his eyes at her again. What? I am not good enough. The girl puffed her cheeks after seeing his reaction to her words. Not really. You need to work a bit more to make me interested in something like that, Kagaya. He tried to reply in a diplomatic manner. Something like kids is very low in his queue. My plate is full of things that I need to do before even thinking of settling down in any way or form. I understand that. But people don't live that long. The girl tried to remind him of that. But he simply smiled at her. That smile reminded her of her father, who would look at a child and tell how cute her efforts were. In other words, he found her comment amusing. The girl didn't say anything afterwards as she realized that they were on different brainwaves. In Japan, a monumental shift was happening. A considerable number of Britannians were leaving the area as they were returning to their homeland. Among them was Shirley. The girl was enjoying her last days of the academy life as she would leave Ashford behind. I'm sad to hear that you are leaving, Shirley. Millie patted the girl's shoulders. It was a loss. She enjoyed teasing this girl. Yeah, my father was working for the Britannian government and since, well. The orange-haired girl didn't finish that train of thought. I know. Lelouch is allowing all people to return without hassle. Millie smiled while saying that. Yes. Anyway, give my best regards to him when you see him. The girl looked down as she said that. Don't worry. Millie tried to brighten the mood. For now, let's enjoy your last days in the student council. You are forcing me to do paperwork on my last day in the academy. Damn it, Prez. Shirley complained with red cheeks. Chapter 73, Chapter 72, another main character. Chapter. As Marcus was getting acquainted with his brother-in-law in the Indian subcontinent, a Britannian private plane landed. Not long after, the Prime Minister of the Holy Britannian Empire left the plane. He was greeted by an old man who was the leader of the newly restored state. Before the restoration of the country, he was simply known as Maharaja. Your Highness, I wasn't expecting to meet you so soon. Well, I had to visit the new player that has emerged on the political scene. The blond man smiled as he looked at who was behind the old man. As expected, in quite an honorable place was a woman with long blonde hair dressed in a lab coat. So that's her. Not only that, but Schneasel can see nightmares he has never seen before. It would seem India has nightmares of their own. Better looking than Chinese Gunru. Oh, please. No need to be so kind. You have quite a hard opponent appearing in your backyard. Anaheim won't stop with the Chinese Federation or my Britannia. Their goal is world domination. Schneasel wasn't playing around as he went straight to the point. That is why I want your help. He looked at Maharaja and who was behind him. Come, let's speak at a more fitting location. The group walked to the limo that took them to the man's palace. Not long after, they continued their conversation. I would like to employ your head nightmare developer. Schneasel went to the right for the most valuable individual. You need to offer me something good for me to work for you. The blonde replied with a bit of a lazy voice. I have Anaheim technology. She lost her lazy attitude. We took down their 3 machines in California, and my spy spent time in their hangar. He picked up data on their machines. The prince explained to them. My, that is fascinating. And my brother poached my head developer. You might know him quite well. The prime minister knew he got her. The woman perked up. Yes. You two went to college together. The woman immediately reacted, as she knew. Pudding. He works for Anaheim. She looked hooked. Indeed. I lost contact with Camelot when they got into Area 11. Later on, my spies reported that the entire staff of my Camelot is working for my little brother, and they are developing arrays of technologies to assist in Lelouch's quest for world domination. Is that so? She pursed her lips. I will agree, but there are conditions. Let's hear them. Schneasel smiled as his diplomacy was working. Well, he got what she wanted, so it was expected. Not long after, Raxhata was in Schneasel's workshops. The lady was reading through the data provided by the researchers and developers. Fascinating, your brother is something else. I do want to meet him. Schneasel frowned when he heard that. But don't worry, I keep my word. I will help you, but with this. She taped the tablet with a small frown. One thing for sure is that your little brother doesn't use standardized technology at all. What do you mean by that? Well, for example, regardless of nation, if we take any nightmare, we will be able to recharge it regardless of whether it's your Sutherland or Chinese Federation Gunru. They all use the same battery fillers. She then pointed at this data. This, however, is different. The lady showed the unique liquid-type battery used by Satantas. Your brother developed the infrastructure for technology first before making this machine. Can you replicate it? He asked her what was important. Replication is not the issue. The issue is how. This is the same as dealing with a plane. Just because you build an engine, it doesn't mean it will fly. I need the frame where the engine will work. You understand that, don't you? She explained to him. If we can't figure out how these batteries are recharged, then it's pointless trying to develop anything on this platform. Raxhata sighed. So we need to take over one of their facilities to learn the method. The prince concluded. That would be a good start. Very well. Then we will begin gathering troops for an incursion into Anaheim-controlled lands. Schneasel motioned for his secretary to arrange that. Meanwhile, I will do what I can with these tools. Yes, please do. He nodded before walking away. It would seem he will need to work hard to get into a competitive stance against his little brother. The prince immediately recalled a small Lelouch and how they used to play chess together. He did not like losing back then. Neither do I. Do you really need to show everyone that you pilot flydies? Layla complained to Millie as she saw how the president of the student council was using the mobile suit like a taxi. In broad daylight and in school grounds no less. This is pissing Layla off as it's a gross misuse of the powerful machine. Hey. It takes ages to go from the old workshop to the academy. It doesn't mean you should do that in public. Now, Britannians will know your face and which machine you pilot. The blonde complained. Before Millie can say a thing, someone knocks on the student council room doors. Layla makes a motion that she is watching her, to which Millie smiles sheepishly. They are no longer in Britannia, so she doesn't have the same worries as before. Come in. When the doors open, they see a girl with long black hair and blue eyes. She was dressed in a yellow academy uniform. Isn't this the delinquent girl? Layla had heard of her before, a girl who regularly ditches classes and disappears from the academy grounds. You are Maya Garfield, I think. Millie first spoke as she put a name to a face. Yes, student council president. The girl bowed for a second. It was a Japanese bow. Now that the Britannia rule is not here anymore, people with Japanese roots have begun to reveal themselves. I have heard that you are one of the pilots of those Anaheim machines, is that true? The girl asked. Layla looked at Millie with a burning gaze. Hee, yes. I do pilot one. The blonde sheepishly confirmed it. Her response made the girl enter the room and close the doors behind her. So you were there when Prince Clovis was killed? The black-haired girl asked, quite seriously, making the atmosphere in the room shift. Yes, I was there. The council president replied, no longer amused. I see. I was there as well. I wanted to kill him, too, for what he did. Maya's eyes gleamed with deep hatred. It was something the pair of blondes didn't expect to see. I skipped classes so that I can be with homeless children in Shinjuku ghettos. I am half Japanese, you see, and seeing them without food and shelter while I have those makes me feel guilty. That is why I try to help as much as possible. But then, Clovis ordered massacre. The pair of blondes knew where this was going. I will never forgive him or Britannia. First they took my parents and now they took my friends. After releasing all that pent-up frustration, she walked over closer and looked at the pair. You both are close to Marcus Goldman, the exiled Prince Lelouch. I wish to join Anaheim. The girl declared with a heated tone. Revenge, huh? Layla realized why this girl wanted to join Anaheim. You do know that Anaheim desires complete world domination so that we could focus on space exploration and development. The Andraste's pilot reminded her why Anaheim was doing what it was doing. I know, but you will be fighting Britannia, and that is where I desire to be. The girl replied as she gazed at Layla. Revenge. It's a great driving force. Just don't get consumed by it. The blonde tried to help, but the black-haired girl had already made up her mind. Yes, that much I am aware. Millie looked at their interaction. Midway, she realized that they could help this girl. She had this feeling that the girl had a great talent. Well, we could get you in contact with our dashing prince. Millie stroked her chin, pretending to ponder. This is great, another girl. Layla realized that something was amiss here. Why only girls pop up? Good. Maya slowly nodded, there was a small smile on her lips. Will she finally be able to do something? I was wrong, where are these two taking me? Maya's happiness lasted less than 10 minutes as she realized that the pair of blondes were taking her to the student clubhouse. Once inside the fancy building, they walked in front of a bookshelf. Millie pulled out her phone and did something on it, and the very next moment, the bookshelf section opened, revealing a corridor with a lift door at the very end of it. The black-haired girl's mouth slightly gawked at this. Just how deeply is this academy connected to Anaheim? Follow me. The student council president motioned to follow her. The trio soon took a lift to the underground, where Maya ended up face to face with rows of knight-like mobile suits and a selection of planes. This is a garrison. This used to be Lelouch's original workshop. He made our machines here. Millie explained. He used to have a huge workshop but was living in a clubhouse, Layla complained. Oh, please, you used to love to sleep in his bed day in and out. To the point that you desired to build a house just for him and you because you wanted to relive that. Millie grinned like a Cheshire cat while saying that. Maya had no comment on that. At least she knows that those two are a proper couple. After walking to the hangar, the trio got into a smaller plane that was meant for around 20 people. Before long, Anaheim people went to assist them with transportation. It would seem that there are actual military personnel in the academy. This garrison is an active one. Lelouch's little sister is still attending this academy. Because of that, there is a considerable number of soldiers, and even Millie is here most of the time. Layla explained to Maya. Perks of being the head of a nation. The girl realized that his little sister is quite lucky. Yes, I am. Sadly, Nuna misses Lelouch more than she cares about security. Millie showed a strained smile. As the trio were talking, the small plane blasted out from the old workshop, using the old route which was used by mobile suits. Before long, they were high in the air. Do use the seatbelt, we will leave Earth's atmosphere soon. Layla locked herself in. Maya didn't say a thing and followed her lead. Sure enough, he knew girl noticed that her hair began to float around. Her eyes widened as she looked through the window. It was Earth. And she could see the planet's curvature. We leave the planet before re-entering in a different place to shorten our journey considerably. Flying inside the atmosphere, we encounter resistance. In space it is a bit different. I see. Maya wasn't really paying attention as she was looking at the world below. This was the first time she saw her world like that. It was a new experience. After a few minutes, they began to re-enter the world, and the plane trembled a bit before they were flying over tropical islands. Eventually, she saw what made her see Anaheim differently. Previously, her experience with Anaheim was that of a corporation, with employees dressed in suits. But now, she saw thousands of soldiers training, with actual navy in the docks and tens, if not hundreds, of those knight-like nightmares. What she saw was a nation, not a corporation. Well, it would seem I found my fifth person. Marcus looked at a new individual who wants to join Anaheim. She is just the right person for my Project Gundam. The inventor looked at the 5 prototype machines that would define the third generation of mobile suits. Raxhata looked at the new project for Britannia machines named Project Zaku. A project based on Anaheim technology, alongside hers and Britannia. It was no longer a nightmare but a mobile suit. Taller machines that can perform as well as, if not better than, nightmares. Chapter 74, Chapter 73, G-Force, Gundam Special Forces. A week into joining Anaheim, Maya has spent the majority of her time training in simulations and getting the hang of how mobile suits operate. The girl ended up claiming the top 4 just below Suzaku. The first one was Colin, followed by Jean, then Suzaku, and finally Maya. Legion measured their reaction and response time when making the ratings. As the pilots were training, Anaheim's space industry continued to expand, with 2 more refineries and assembly lines opening. This allowed 2 of them to focus on habitat construction while one was working to roll out weapons, mobile suits, and even parts for space shipyards. Before long, Marcus welcomed something that kept him grinning for hours upon hours. And that is Gundams, first Gundams. They are not classified as third-generation machines, but rather the bridge that will bring generations closer together. I did say that I will pilot Lancelot, why are you giving me a machine, Lelouch? Suzaku, dressed in a black and purple Anaheim uniform, complained to his friend. Lloyd, who was there, flinched when his machine was mentioned. Because Lloyd needs to rebuild Lancelot from scratch to meet Anaheim standards. He literally has no time, and pumping my technology to a nightmare is like putting a plane engine on a Mini Cooper. Suzaku imagined a small car with a plain jet engine on its roof. He immediately grimaced from realization. Shut up. It's not my fault, there are hundreds of things to do. The nerdy developer of Lancelot pointed his finger at Lelouch and Suzaku. While amusing, there were more people with them. Among them, Marcus Knights were there. Show some respect to my prince. Jeremiah trembled with anger for a second. It's fine, Jeremiah, Lloyd operates differently, he means no harm. Marcus calmed one of his knights. I assume that you will show something to us, my prince. Kuehl asked as he realized that he was among a specific group of pilots. As Suzaku has mentioned, U5 will be receiving special machines as I will be transferring U5 to special forces. The prince's words caused all of them to gulp with a bit of excitement. Special machines. Like those KK units. Jeremiah, Vilieta, and Kuehl could barely control themselves. U5 will have 2 missions. Primary mission will always be to test them to the very limit, and the other part will be to wreak havoc behind the enemy lines. So, something like behind front lines kind of thing. Maya asked. She recalled reading about this in the World War that happened nearly 100 years ago, when Britannia used to drop paratroopers from planes. Indeed. That is why U5 will be piloting the most advanced machines in the world. As the prince said, he got them into a hangar that took them underground with a large lift. Soon enough, the lift arrived, but it was completely dark. Now feast your eyes on Proto-Generation 3 machines. One by one, 5 light projectors focused on the new machines. They all had distinctive V-shaped visors. Samurai. Maya and Suzaku immediately realized what those visors were. Meet G-Project weapons, or Gundam for short. Constantly calling my top-class machines nightmare killers is a bit too much, as we are moving away from nightmares. Satellite footage has shown that Britannians are gathering more resources than usual. Legion's predictions are that Britannia are designing its first mobile suits as we speak. So these are your answer to other mobile suits? Suzaku asked as he was moved, seeing that these machines reminded him of Samurai. He is no longer bothered that he can't pilot Lancelot. Yes, you could say these are my Gloucesters to enemy Sutherlands. Anti-mobile suit machines. The guys realized what this meant. In a way. Each of these has a specific role to play in a battle. Marcus walked to the first mobile suit. While they have specific roles, they are all packed with prototype technologies. For example, the most obvious one is the new second-generation armor, the phase shift armor. The nanometal, which is based on, has constant energy flow through it. With a flick of the hologram tap, a flow of energy washed over the machine, and it changed the color. This new type of armor even protects from beam weaponry, not just physical protection. So you already expect Britannia to have beam weapons? Suzaku asked. He was surprised that Marcus was already making preparations against that. Britannia got their hands on 3 of our beam weapons in California, it's only a matter of time until they make plasma-based weaponry. The exiled prince explained to him. Don't those weapons have different types of batteries? Energy fillers don't have enough power to sustain such a weapon. Maya chipped in. The girl studied mechs. Her talent is in piloting, so she studied everything about machines she could pilot. Indeed. But we should not underestimate the biggest country in the world. With my brother at the helm, he won't fall behind for long. Marcus slowly nodded, but then reminded them of the Prime Minister. Is that why our backdoors in Britannian systems ceased to work? The black-haired girl asked with a small frown. Indeed. Schneasel ripped their network apart just to stop Legion. From what I've seen in satellite pictures, they are spending billions of pounds on rebuilding everything from scratch. Marcus frowned a bit when he said that. Most likely, they will have a new system in place as well. Regardless, now let's get back to good stuff. He returned to the machine before them. Apart from phase shift armor, this mech has a prototype source of energy, the proto third-generation solar fusion reactor. While it doesn't have a gravity resonator, the power output of the mobile is around 6 times that of the Divine Arms KK unit. 6 times. Indeed, a new type of energy access allows greater energy control. Not just output but control in general. Instead of sakuradite rods, we use hexagon-shaped energy absorbers. This is something Nina came up with. Marcus winked at the nerdy girl who was at the back. The girl blushed when she was mentioned. This is why, because of better energy utilization, the ion technology access is better as well. That is why these machines perform better in flight. However, Marcus got serious a bit. These mechs don't have more than necessary ion thrusters, because a thruster is an easily damageable part of the frame. Even so, isn't it enough? Suzaku never understood the overly abundant thrusters. Fidelity, Suzaku, on top of that, the magnetic field around these machines isn't there. But it's enough. You will be there fighting behind enemy lines, not to make it like a light show. Did he just confirm the fact that his KK machines are there to make a light show? Both Suzaku and Maya smirked, realizing that the prince acknowledged what his machines do. My prince doesn't mean that without the field, the enemy machines have the ability to see these new models. Jeremiah asked. Not really, ion thruster by its nature generates interference in unprotected technology. That includes cameras. However, my ion technology is no longer purely Anaheim technology anymore. The thruster has fallen into the hands of the Britannians. Marcus frowned while saying that. The rest of them joined in that regard. But Satantas don't have the same thrust power. Is it the same technology? Kuehl recalled all the times he saw Satantas easily get beaten by the Princess Morrigan in a spar. They are nonetheless ion technology. Yes. But without a decent power source, they can't utilize that technology. Lloyd chipped in from the back as he looked at the machine before them. Yes. Anyway, thrusters aside, this machine before you all is AGF-01 Gundam Strike. The machine's special trait is its special backpack utilization technology and its hands that allow utilization of every single Anaheim weaponry. While it doesn't have any special weapons now, it has a selection of backpacks that it can use depending on the situation. Think of this machine as a jack of all trades. How will it be able to access its backpacks? Airship or spaceship, depending on where it will be stationed, Marcus explained. Our new line of warships will join us soon, as we will start mounting our attacks on the Britannian homeland. Exclamation point. The pilot looks shocked for a second. Warships? As in regular ships or? They are built in orbit and will soon join us, soon. Of course, spaceships, I doubt Lelouch even acknowledges regular ships. Suzaku deadpanned at that thought. He imagined his friend mocking regular ships. That is good to hear. One thing we lacked was a navy of some sort. Jeremiah and the other 2 purebloods nodded in agreement. Indeed. Marcus nodded as well before he looked at Maya. Strike is yours, Maya. The black-haired girl gawked at the prince for a second. But he ignored it as he moved to the next machine. He didn't even give a chance to ask. Next is AGF-11 Dual Gundam. Mid-range to close-range mobile suit. Equipped with weapons for melee exchange. It has experimental additional armor modules. In other words, you can suit it up further for more protection. The Inventor Prince explained to the gathered pilots. Apart from that, it has the next-generation heavy beam rifle and beam sabers. On the shoulder, it could be equipped with an optional rail gun for range support if needed. Marcus explained before he looked at Suzaku. This machine is yours, Suzaku. Exclamation point. The exiled prince continued to the next one. AGF-21 Gundam Aegis. This machine is equipped with a prototype observation module allowing enchanted combat data gathering capabilities. Think of it like a commander machine that allows you to assess the situation in the middle of combat. On top of that, it has 2 transformation forms, the cruising mode and the claw mode. It's equipped with a chest particle cannon as well for a surprise shot. The inventor explained as he showed them how the machine turned on. It was striking red. Jeremiah, you will pilot this. You named it Aegis, the mythical shield. Jeremiah accepts this shield with the greatest honor. The men immediately dropped to one knee. Relax, my knight. It's the Lord's duty to provide the knight with a suitable weapon. Marcus motioned for him to calm down. As they went to the next machine. AGF-31 Buster Gundam. The gunnery type of machine that is equipped with loads of weapons. Main armament is a custom beam rifle that can merge with a beam shotgun. Depending on how you load the weapons, it can become a hyper-powered shotgun or long-range beam rifle. It's a prototype modular weapon utilization. Of course, those are not all of the weapons. This machine has custom weapon mounts on its body. For example, the current loadout has shoulder and leg missile pods. Just how many weapons do you plan to add? Suzaku grimaced. This frame is a walking missile. As many as necessary. Marcus chuckled before looking at Kuehl. This is your machine, Kuehl. The brown-haired man scrambled to salute, looking ecstatic. It will be my honor, my prince. The prince smiled before looking at the last machine. Come, we have one more, and it's yours, Valletta, Marcus said as he made them look at the last one. AGF-41 Blitz Gundam. The Recon and Infiltration Gundam. Equipped with prototype camouflage technology that allows the machine to use its phase armor to deploy a layer of particles that reflect sunlight and most of the visible spectrum. On top of that, it has a prototype multipurpose shield that works like a holster for soundless needles and a beam rifle. The rifle is special as it shoots in a crescent shape instead of a linear shape. Apart from that, it features a trident for underwater operations and a hook with a special nanometal rope. In other words, this machine is special for undercover missions if necessary. Oh, like those movies with agents and stuff. Maya commented with wonder in her eyes. Just like the movies. Marcus nodded back at her. Honestly, Blitz has the most prototype technologies of them all. The prince concluded. You don't say. Lloyd, all of a sudden, complained. You made us work overtime. But Lloyd, you like working, Suzaku commented, confused. I know, right? The inventor nodded with crossed arms. It's like he can't work anymore. I can. But you made us do so many projects at once. And, you said you like many projects, Marcus shrugged at him. The nerd realized that he shouldn't boast that he can handle all the work thrown at him. Unlike Schneasel, who is not that tech-savvy, Marcus, on the other hand, knows his technology and knows how to make Lloyd eat his words. Chapter 75, Chapter 74, Charles on the Move. Marcus immediately wanted to deploy his G-Force in western China for test operations, but satellite photos were telling a different story. There was movement in Siberia. Britannia and Euro-Britannia forces were gathering for an attack. This is too little to make a difference. Cornelia looked at the size of the troops. True. This could be a raid. Darlton said with crossed arms as they looked at pictures. Considering Sutherland's operational range, they could target our military outpost close to the Amur River. We placed that outpost at a strategic location. Entering into our territories is quite difficult, there are not that many bridges. Guilford showed where the attack could happen. The natural border they have with Euro-Britannia is the River Amur. A considerably wide river, and a natural border, something the Chinese Federation and Euro-Britannia enjoyed since its creation less than 2 years ago. That's right. Euro-Britannia is a new political body with shaky foundations, unlike Anaheim, which has the support of the people. Unlike nobles of Euro-Britannia, Marcus' goals are different. He wants space, he looks towards the future, while Euro-Britannia looks at the past. Who in their right mind uses chains in their flag? The inventor prince casually pondered the Euro-Britannia flag before looking at his military heads. They are looking for ways to steal our technology. There is nothing else to take. They want to learn the means to recharge our batteries. We do use more advanced means. In other words, these are disposable pawns. We need to look for means for them to steal data and make a gateway. Marcus reminded them of what is at stake. Knowing Schneasel, he personally will be overseeing this. The prince stroked his chin as he looked at the map. He began to zoom around the location of his outposts. While his battery technology is considered a C-tier technology, something he doesn't care that much about, like his KK unit or Gundam tech, it's still his and Anna's creation. Giving it away would be considered a loss that would make him feel a sting in his pride. In that case, they would use a river to escape, a small motorboat. Guilford commented as he understood the angle of this attack. Since they want to steal batteries, we need to deploy one of our KK units for protection. Cornelia chipped in as she looked at the map. We are busy with our expansion in the middle of China, so we can't send any of our battalion troops. The troops over there will need to rely on the garrison over there. She reminded him that they had been stretched thin for a while. While they are training over 20 additional battalions for now, they currently only have their original 5 battalions. I know. The inventor prince nodded. I will go there. Colin chipped in. I will observe it from the sky for a while before crashing the party. Yet, I feel that we are playing into his hand. The prince massaged his forehead. Schneasel and his ruthless tactics. That man destroyed his whole Britannia network just so that we would be blind. But, unlike him, I have my legion. Marcus looked at his holograms. His AI predicted the same thing as he did. They want infrastructure schematics. It's one of several protections he has created alongside his technology, the infrastructure. From Satanta to KK units, they need special maintenance, from batteries to AI. Those machines need several things to function. I will make you work like a horse, Schneasel, if you want my stuff. Colin, take Millie with you on this. I want Millie to observe from a distance. I have this feeling Schneasel is sending all those troops to their death so that he could have a chance to steal my technology. Marcus instructed while looking at the map. While I don't want to admit it. It is true that Schneasel could do something like this. Cornelia frowned while saying that. But there could be more. She frowned even more as her gaze was on the map of northern China. These lands were new to her, and the same could be said about Schneasel. Could he be using this as a diversion? The princess thought to herself as she looked at the map. Not all of their outposts have recharge posts. Even then, they have chosen specific and defendable locations to place their battery storage. All we can do is prepare. I will be watching from the command post what is happening in northern China. In the meantime, Cornelia, you can focus on your conquest. Very well. Tell me later how this goes. With that said, the princess left with her officers. Leaving Colin behind, who ended up in this meeting quite randomly, turns out she found out about an interesting mission she can participate in. Do you think he will be able to steal some sort of info? She asked him, her arms crossed, while leaning against his computer table. He can't brute force it, as our force is better, but he could use some sort of underhanded methods. He said with a frown. There is a reason why I branded this technology at C tier. It's something that I expect to leak to the public one way or another. With how many bases there are, with how many Satantas we are releasing, the chance of leaking is getting higher and higher. Marcus explained to her. So that is why our KK units only get automated machines for maintenance. The girl realized that. She recalled that no human mechanics are allowed close to their customized machines. Indeed. KK machines have technology that can change the world, not to mention help win wars. While it was bragging, she knew that it was true. That is why, when you are piloting your machine, remember that it can't fall into enemy hands. He said to her in a very serious tone. I know. That much I knew from the very beginning. I would rather make it self-destruct instead of allowing it to fall into the enemy's hands. Colin said with a dead serious tone. Good. He smiled at her for a second. That smile made her blush. Don't look at me like that. Damn it. The girl stormed out of his workshop. I am going to prepare for the operation. I will contact Millie with the mission specifics. The girl shouted as she was running away. Redheads. Marcus shook his head as his gaze went back to the map. In that case, I shall prepare for everything, my dear brother. The prince moved his hand into his pocket and pulled out a black king chess piece. He swirled it around his fingers before placing it on the table. I can bet my tyrannies that you have China crawling with your spies. That I have included in my strategy. My prince. Schneasel got pictures placed on his table by his secretary. These came from the observatory in Hawaii. The blonde man looked at the pictures, they were space pictures. More precisely, pictures of Earth's orbit and what is happening there. You keep on surprising me, Lelouch. The man stroked his chin. Sent these to the Emperor. He is taking a direct role in many of these things. He is the one who is observing the operation in China's northern borders. Schneasel knew that he could be ruthless, he would do the same, but the Emperor was offering hundreds of men to shuttle the deck with infiltrated men. Understood. As his secretary left, the blonde man leaned into his seat and closed his eyes for a second. Turns out Lelouch is truly a major threat. In a matter of weeks, he turned Earth's orbit into his factories and even a staging area. This is something he never considered. Utilizing space as an extra like that. But it makes sense. He is obsessed with the void. This does, however, make it hard for us. Schneasel frowned. He would prefer a diplomatic solution. But, he doubts there would be any compromises between Lelouch and the Emperor. Around 20 minutes later, he got a call. My prince, the Operation Trojan Horse is underway. Understood. The blonde man turned on his TV as he began to watch it. A combination of Britannia Sutherland's, Gloucester's, and Euro Britannia's counterparts began their advance towards Anaheim-controlled territories. There was a considerable-sized river separating them, but there is something called low and high tide. There are times when the river is not deep and good enough to cross. The machines with their Harkins were able to cross into Anaheim territory. Then they began to rush towards the outpost. However, soon enough, the leading Gloucester had a red dot on its frame as the next second a blue beam slammed into it and caused an explosion. Shit, a sniper. Scatter. Use smoke screens. The Mechs began evasive maneuvers and shot grenades that created smoke clouds. It helped for a bit as the Mechs got closer while losing another 5 machines. As the Britannians got close, they realized that the outpost was pitch dark, the mobile suits were nowhere to be seen. But then the mobile suits' eyes began to glow throughout the whole place. They were waiting for them. What the hell? The Emperor said that this place is lightly guarded. The pilots began to panic, causing chaos. Surprise. You bastards! The infamous beast mobile suit crushed one Sutherland as it appeared from a hangar and began to slaughter. If we can't take anything, then blow it up. The attackers swiftly realized that they were outnumbered. More like 2 KK units are protecting the simply-looking border post. The remaining pilots used their ejection function while causing the Sutherlands to explode. Damn these bastards! Colin roared with anger as she saw hangars explode. There was a chain reaction as the stored batteries lit up like Christmas trees. The heat was intense as her mobile suit's danger sensors lit up, warning her that it was dangerous to be here. So she immediately retreated. However, many of the Setantas using the base as cover melted away or exploded as their batteries lit up from the heat. Shit! This is bad. The crimson-haired pilot began to sweat as she realized that the garrison here was lost. Your Majesty, was it worth it? To use so many soldiers for an operation that is doomed to fail? A blonde girl dressed in a white uniform and green cape asked the Emperor, who was sitting on his throne and watching the operation on a screen. He was not in Pendragon but in Britannia with a huge escort. The operation was to cause destruction. Not to steal anything. The man replied while his fist was holding his chin. He watched the whole thing from start to finish. It was to test my son. I wanted to see how he would respond. And so far, he did what I expected him to do. The Emperor smiled while saying that. A test. He sacrificed over 20 pilots, including Britannia. The blonde girl frowned internally. She didn't expect the Emperor to be so ruthless. This was her first time at his side like this. Anaheim forced him to come out of his hobby and become active again. But she never thought he would actively do this. Come now, Monica. It should be obvious what I am doing. The men smirked for a second. Anaheim's initial forces were made from 11s and Britannians, but now their size has ballooned to what it is. They added thousands of Indonesians and Chinese to their ranks. While many of them believe in Lelouch's ridiculous idea for space, many of them still desire the same thing as everyone else. Charles explained to her. Even now, there are hundreds of spies in Anaheim ranks. Sure, they will find them out, but by the time they do, we will have their technology. The Emperor bragged. She understood what this meant, but this plan. Then this plan. It was a reshuffle. Next time this place will be guarded by Chinese, not Britannians. Her eyes widened as she realized that this was to kill the guards so that it could be replaced by the next batch, who would most likely have their spies in. But the Emperor didn't reveal one thing. This was only one of many operations that are happening around Anaheim. My dear son. You are still green when it comes to this game. Chapter 76, Chapter 75, An Eye for an Eye, my dear father. I am sorry. Colin apologized. Behind her, there was a pyre of flames. The girl looked devastated by the loss of the base. It's okay. Don't worry. I have already written this off as a loss from the very beginning. Marcus motioned for her to calm herself. He was walking towards Tyrannies, as he had his plans as well. You did. Yes. While we can fight to keep this specific technology in our hands, it's theoretically impossible to keep it. That is why I have written it off. All we are doing is forcing Britannia to waste its resources. Colin perked up when she heard that. Does this mean? Do you want revenge? He asked her. The beauty showed him a sadistic smile. You know me well. What should I do? She asked, excited. Good, then your AI assistant will show the parameters of this mission. As Marcus said that he was about to end the call. Do stay safe, Colin. I will see you later. Don't worry. I only need to take this personally. With that said, the girl ended her call, and at that moment, he looked at his machine waiting for him in cruise mode. He got into the cockpit as the hatch sealed and the 360-degree monitors loaded up. Instead of the corporation logo, it was now his nation's flag. Marcus changed his Anaheim logo. Instead of AH, it was just an made from 3 golden comets. It made it look a bit more celestial, with their focus on space instead of regular Earth flags. Once all the systems were loaded and Marcus saw that the fusion reactor was stable, the platform raised the mobile suit to the surface level, where the runway was in front of him. It was dark, all he could see was the lights on the runway. Striking the enemy in the darkness of the night was something done since the dawn of time, and now he is going to do it for at least half a continent. With a simple hand motion, the pilot pushed the lever forward, and the mobile suit blasted off into the sky. A spin followed as the ion thrusters glowed brighter, causing his machine to accelerate even more towards the space. Alarms blared in the West Coast shipyard as blue beams slammed into docked warships. What followed next was a chain of explosions, as beams like rain followed from the sky, sinking all of the warships that were in the vicinity. After warships, it was time for hangars and storage facilities. The best part was that what was shooting was so high that no Britannia weapon could reach it. Marcus was simply sitting in his cockpit, relaxing as he lazily pressed the trigger button. After destroying the base, he moved to the next base, then the next and the next. Sinking the navy, the air support for nightmares, and even factories. He spent the whole night doing just that. Sadly. For these guys, the end of the shift was when they lost their lives. Something quite mean from Marcus, not that he can't help, after all, he can't alter the time zones. At the end of all of this, his last middle finger to Britannia was the bridge connecting the homeland of Britannia to Asia in Alaska. Once he blew it up, his mobile suit turned around and flew back to Solomon's base. It took him about 6 hours to blow everything up. When his machine returned, Layla and his knight were waiting for him. At least tell me where you are going, my lord. Jean was the most pissed off. She was supposed to be his knight. What she said. Layla puffed while motioning to the knight. We are at war with the entire world, our leader. The girl wondered for a second what Marcus was he the leader? President? Prophet? Leader is fine for now. But I will most likely go with Emperor. Just to piss off your father? Layla asked, rolling her eyes as this was most likely that. Something like that. He casually nodded while motioning with his hand. Anyway, it was to relieve my anger. Now I am feeling much better. HN. The blonde nodded before grabbing his hand. Come, you need a shower, and then you shall entertain me. The girl said with finality in her voice. As my darling wants. He smiled as he pulled her closer. Layla grimaced as his sweat assaulted her nose. Why you? He. The girl tried to struggle, but he was much stronger than she was. As the pair walked away, the knight sighed, and she decided to stand guard and wait for anything to happen. Since he went on a destructive spree, there should be retaliation. Your Majesty. Britannia military was in shambles. Factories, bases, assembly points, airfields, everything is in flames. Charles looked at his military officers as they ran around, trying to assess the situation. Those machines. They are too dangerous. The military advantage these things have is making their military look primitive and outdated. Your Majesty, we have lost nearly all of our assets in homeland. Nearly all. Charles frowned even harder. This was bad. Yes. We still haven't assessed everything as we lack military personnel to do so. This is worse than I have expected. He closed his eyes. The more he listens, the more he feels that Ragnarok connection is getting away from him. Since the network is down and getting improved, it will take a while for us to figure out how much we have lost. The officials were struggling to explain that Britannia was in no condition to do anything. They were crippled. Charles tapped the armrest of his throne. Since we are done here, we can return to Pendragon. With that said, his G1 began to retreat back to the train that should be waiting for him. While everything was fine, for a while, it wasn't fine the moment they needed to cross the bridge in the Bering Strait into Alaska. The bridge was not there anymore. It was completely destroyed, not even the bridge pillars were left. It ceased to exist. Lelouch. Charles couldn't take it anymore. This was beyond petty. Even for him. The Emperor lost his cool as he began to rage. Here he was stranded in a cold climate. Away from his seat of power, without any means of transportation to return. After all, Marcus destroyed the remainder of the West Coast Navy, there were no planes anymore, either. After all, Britannians have stopped investing in plane technology. Instead, they focused on nightmares and electronics. At some point, they would achieve airships, but for that, float technology has to be finished. Something at which Lloyd was at the forefront. Contact Schneasel immediately. Charles raged as his officers scrambled to establish communications with Britannian homeland. Thankfully, they had a decent link with Britannia. It was one of the first links to return, as it was to make sure they knew their overlord was not dead in the water when it came to information. A few moments later, the Emperor had Schneasel on the big screen. Your Majesty, you requested me. Schneasel, I need transportation. The bridge in the Bering Strait is gone. The blonde man didn't look surprised to hear that. I see. Most of the Navy and planes have been destroyed by Lelouch. I do, however, have a prototype airship that is built with the float system. I do not care for methods. I need transportation back to Pendragon. Make it happen. Understood. I will personally make sure it arrives at your destination, Your Majesty. Charles nodded, his anger had subsided a bit as he addressed the next thing on his mind. Since this attack on homeland destroyed most of our military infrastructure, we need to focus on rebuilding and developing means of fighting Anaheim. Schneasel slowly nodded. That's what he was saying. This was not a simple conquest like before. This is an existential crisis. We are abandoning our overseas territories and focusing on the homeland until we have the means to oppose these mobile suits. The blonde looked at his emperor and father, a bit surprised by the drastic actions. But it made sense considering how a single machine lived up to the hype of nation-destroying. I understand, I shall begin systematic retreat of troops from Africa. Charles nodded before ending the call. Once the screen turned dark, the Emperor sighed as he massaged his forehead. This was far more than he had expected. Technology so potent that it changed the entire table. I won't surrender so easily, Lelouch. Just because the boy was able to deal such a crippling blow, it doesn't mean Britannia is out of this game. The perks of being an absolute monarchy are that it's easy for him to reroute resources to where he needs. Something where he can compete with Anaheim's absurd space mining, as he saw in the reports. Though the more he looks at this, the more it is evident that Britannia won't be able to keep up with Anaheim's growing industrial might. The longer this has been happening, the more he is certain that he will need help from the Geass order. Close to what is considered Mongolia, 5 machines were descending from space right above a military base. Alarms began to blare through the whole facility, but a green machine released a bluish-yellow beam from a long barrel. Followed by a rain of blue beams as 5 machines landed in the base and began to wreak utter havoc in this garrison. I feel that this is overkill, Suzaku commented as he was feeling pity for these Gunru. They can't even scratch his machine. We are not here to feel pity, Kuruji. We are here to clean up the opposition and locate the entrance to that place. Jeremiah said as his image appeared on the screen. I know. Geass order. A supernatural order that is loyal to the Britannia royal family, more specifically the Emperor. Suzaku was spooked to say the least. Lelouch and Cornelia both have it. And it came from that green-haired girl. He recalled how they met her. It was when he got shot, by that Royal Guard lunatic, their commander. Thankfully. Marcus is thinking of blowing it up, no more puppeteer in his new world. Well, not really, as the exiled prince will make his version of Geass users, something Suzaku is having a hard time accepting. He did complain to him, but Marcus' response was that he could get one as well. Which immediately made the brown-haired teen stop in his tracks. It was tempting, but he decided to simply ignore it and complete the mission. After wrecking the base, the group used the satellite images to orient in a desert-like environment. This was to locate the Geass order that is hiding in a desert. How they did this, without attracting the attention of the Chinese Federation, is beyond the pilot of the Gundam's understanding. I have located a cave. The reading that I am getting from it shows that there is human activity. Kuehl shared the information. Suzaku's eyes perked up. He can see a literal city, underground. These guys. Just how deeply rooted is this secret society? Thousands of people with strange abilities. Honestly, he was a bit skeptical about the whole killing God thing, just from hearing C.C speak and the entire glowing eyes thing. But seeing a hidden society in a cave, in the middle of a desert, with access to electricity and other things he is not aware of. It makes him inclined to believe that it is very true, and that these guys and their craziness need to be removed. How are we going to remove them? Suzaku asked. Taking on the whole city is a bit much, even for their new machines, it will be a chore. We won't. Our job was to take over the whole base and mark the specific location. Jeremiah said via the comms. Mark. Does it mean someone will come here? Maya asked. The girl was spooked about the hidden world, the whole Geass thing, and killing the god has shaken her quite a bit. No one will come here. The Geass order will be a test ground for our orbital bombardment system. The men said with a smirk. That's right. Anaheim's secret weapon, the orbital bombardment system. More chapters, Chapter 105 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 77, Chapter 76, Judgment Day. As Anaheim was expanding on Earth and space, it was quite a similar situation. Sword stations originally were around 300 meters long. But that grew to 600 meters, and with refineries with assembly lines, swiftly caused the designs to balloon out of control. Especially when Marcus assigned Anna and Nina to space. Anna's research on the design caused the initial design to expand to quite staggering numbers by Earth standards when it comes to construction. The numbers ended up around 20 kilometers for the donut where the colony should be. There will be 4 pillars at 12, 3, 6, and 9 o'clock that support the donut-shaped rotation around the sword stations. When the girl came up with her numbers, she expected that Marcus would flip, because these numbers are huge. The asteroids they brought from the asteroid belt would not be enough for these constructions. But Marcus' reaction was short and to the point. It was simple, okay, do it. The reason for such a huge size was that she wanted the colony to imitate the Earth's weather. Meaning it would have rain and all that, actual weather, including thunderstorms. Though such a thing would require some work. Especially since Marcus wants all types of experiments, as later on they will have terraforming work done on Mars, Venus, Titan, and other moon worlds of gas giants. Miss Clement. We have the data. One of the scientist girl's assistants brought over a tablet to Anna as they were in space. It was something else to work in a legitimate space station. While she still needs to work in a suit, it was a novel experience to run experiments on colony construction. You have my thanks. The girl thanked the scientist as she checked the tablet. The first segment will soon be finished. The pillar to support it will be approximately 5 kilometers long. The numbers are insane. The nerdy girl was sweating behind the helmet as even the smallest mistakes would cost tons of resources. While she complained to Marcus, all he said was that they could always bring more asteroids over to mine. Especially that it's becoming easier for them to be mined with new mobile workers that are adapted for mining. Only thanks to them can they spiral out to these sizes. The mobile workers can build these kilometer-long structures in a matter of days. Our research can barely keep up with how fast they are doing it. The one thing that I still haven't decided is the dirt that I will be using for the colony. But that is slowly becoming irrelevant with how quickly they are conquering the land. Anna can barely keep up with the news. Most of China will soon be theirs, and the conquest will shift to taking over Siberia and then finishing Britannia as Marcus wants his Constantinople. Whatever he wants, Anaheim follows, that's how it is. Charles looked at the sky, it was nighttime, the stars were up, and the Emperor could see in person how much the sky had changed. Lagrange positions allow a stable orbit, meaning that when you look at the sky, you can see the new colonies. While not as big, yet, they are visible from the surface of the planet. Especially at night, when the sun reflects the sunlight from the hulls of the colonies. If people move to space, the whole Ragnarok connection would become chaotic. Would it even affect the space? None of this makes sense. Why can't you be like the rest of them, Lelouch? He saw the numbers, millions of people want to move out into space. It makes no sense to him. That place is chaotic, dangerous, but if technology is there, could it become possible to claim those hostile worlds for themselves? The longer this continues, the more advantages Anaheim will have. Orbital. Your Majesty. One of the Emperor's followers walked over. What is it? My Emperor, the order. It's gone. The man looked pale as he tried to explain what he had just learned. What are you talking about? Charles looked confused. What does he mean by gone? The order stopped responding. The last known message was a light from the sky. And we had reports that Anaheim took Chinese bases in the area. The Emperor immediately made a connection to what this meant. Lelouch. The man clenched his fist. If the order is gone, and the thought elevator destroyed, he would need one extra for his plan. That means even more conquest. That's another setback. His fist trembled from growing anger. Where is Schneasel? I need to make another call. He was feeling like a sitting duck. There were no proper communication lines here. On top of that, it was freezing cold here. Your Majesty, we got a message from His Highness the Second Prince. He is en route as we speak. The assistant trembled at the sight of the angry Emperor. Not good enough. Charles complained as he was getting tired of being at the losing end of the stick, at the command center of Solomon's base, where people were running operations and organizing troops, resources, and tracking movements of everyone. Extra people have gathered to witness something that would give a permanent edge for Anaheim in the race to dominate the planet. Beginning first test run for Giga electromagnetic particle cannon. The main hologram shifted to direct streaming from space, as sword once lower tip moved to face the Earth. How is it going to hit the spot that we need? Cornelia asked him, as she was here to witness this in person. The orbital bombardment was her personal request, so she was here to see it. The station is close to 100,000 miles away from Earth. These. Marcus used his holograms to show what was in Earth's orbit. These are satellites. The very same satellites that I released a while back. They got a makeover. Well, more like an upgrade. The old satellites are still there, they are only wearing a new set of armor. He showed her how small satellites that could be carried by a human became the size of a large truck. Basically, the smaller satellite slides into a bigger frame that works like a booster and a reflector. They have some sort of glass panels. The princess and the rest were a bit confused. These satellites reflect the particle cannon into Earth, if that is true. Marcus. You can hit any nation or any target on the planet's surface. Layla realized what this meant. How did he sneak this into the plans? Wait, he added this the moment the technology was developed with Morrigan. Cornelia looked at him with wide eyes. If what Layla said is true, then they could hold the whole planet hostage. Yes. That is the case. He said while showing a simulation how this works. The particle cannon shoots at Earth, and the satellite moves to the angle needed to blast the target. However, we need to reposition at harder angles. So it would take time. The current design is flawed, as I need to add more reflectors and build a separate orbital cannon for precise bombardments. These cannons in the colonies are built to be more like a self-defense weapon. He explained to them. Still, a deadly combination nonetheless, Euphemia commented as she was there as well. She is a bit terrified to see this. Your machine will be a literal miniature version of this dear little sister. You can't deny that when you have a feral animal, you take it down for the sake of protecting others. This is no different. We shall remove people who don't want to accept or even negotiate with us. The exiled prince replied to her comment. Yes, but your terms are basically forced capitulation. The princess commented to herself. My prince, we are reaching critical charge. The operator said to him. Adjust the reflector to the marked spot. He ordered as on the screen, the location of the Geass order appeared. It was a satellite image of the specific area. Adjusting the closest satellite to this location, calculating the trajectory, possible shot in 2:42 minutes. The gathered people watched the countdown. The time was ticking on the screen as everyone watched patiently. 0:03. 0:02. 0:01. Midnight. We can shoot, my prince. Fire. The blue and yellow beam blasted out from the barrel of Sword 1 and rushed towards the planet. Considering how far it was, it should take a considerable amount of time. But this was pure energy shot from an electromagnetic cannon. It travels approximately 10,000 miles per second. That means it would reach the planet in 10 seconds. Upon contact with the satellite, the glowing panels whip-slapped the beam into the planet below. The 5 Gundam pilots looked at the sky that burned a dark tint of blue with wisps of golden yellow. It looked like a version of Judgment Day. Followed by a pillar of light that struck the area where the Geass order was. There was no explosion, no other light show, it was a simple erasure. The whole area was erased from the face of the earth. Holy! Suzaku wanted to swear at such a sigh, but he controlled his mouth. Instead, with trembling eyes, he looked at the location where the order should be. But it's no longer there. It was simply gone, doesn't exist anymore. There is a huge crater in its place. What incredible power! This is the technological might of Anaheim. Terrifying. As expected from the prince. While fellow Gundam pilots were awed and terrified at the same time, Suzaku was more or less blown away by this. Such power shouldn't be given to a single man. Lelouch, you are a crazy bastard. Go on, check the crater. We need to see if a code bearer is still alive. We need to confirm the theory that they are immortals, as CC says they are. The Inventor Prince's face appeared on the screen. Lelouch. What the hell? You created a hole the size of Tokyo settlement. Suzaku exclaimed that he was a bit terrified. I know. You know. Holy shit, man. The guy couldn't control himself. You do realize that there was a whole city there. We need to be sure that they didn't escape, by any means necessary. Marcus explained to his childhood friend. I know that it looks bad. But draconian actions were needed to deal with people who can kill you in thousands of different ways. Especially, we needed to deal with VV. The prince frowned while saying that. I know, but still, the view. Kururagi, you must accept that we need to do what needs to be done. Empathy has its place, but it's not now. Jeremiah's image appeared next to the prince's. Jeremiah, take it over from here. Check the crater, let's see if the code can survive the radiance of a sun. The inventor instructed before ending his call. Yes, my prince. Maya was more than spooked by the demonstration of the Giga Cannon. But part of her was relieved. She was part of the force that would end the craziness of the Britannian Empire. That was until she saw something crazy in the crater that was around 4 to 7 kilometers wide. Half of the Gundam pilots were out of their machines, checking a specific area. What they dug out was the skull of a child with a red tattoo on its forehead. What the hell is that? She mumbled under her breath. The black-haired girl watched from inside her Gundam as the pilots talked about the skull. I think this one belonged to VV. Jeremiah said while looking at the skull he was holding. You mean to tell me the particle cannon could not erase that bastard? Kuehl replied with disbelief. This is ridiculous. Valletta looked horrified by this realization. Yes. But shouldn't he regenerate? I assume there is some sort of requirement. Suzaku replied as his eyes were on the skull. It could be. We should return to the base. With that said, their first deployment was done, it was quite something else. Chapter 78, Chapter 77, Idiotic. But that is why we are smart. As the 5 Gundams landed in Solomon's base, the mechs walked to the G-Force hangar. The hangar had a platform that took them underground. The underground was a base in its own right. A deep complex of R&D related to many Anaheim technologies, where barely any military personnel are allowed. Only a select few could enter, and it's where Legion is watching closely in case someone wanted to steal the information. It's where Marcus' paranoia is in full display. As the mechs arrived at their maintenance platforms, the pilots left their cockpits one after another. Congratulations on your first successful mission, boys and girls. Marcus, with Layla and Colin, walked over. He enjoyed looking at his Gundams in full display. It was not that difficult, my prince. Jeremiah swiftly commented on how easy it was. For now, enjoy the success. We have no idea how drastic Schneasel or the Emperor's actions could be. Legion already has suspicion that the Emperor is on the move, and I think the same thing. The royal train has been utilized. It's stuck in the Bering Strait area. This is Emperor Charles's personal mode of transportation. It could be that he oversaw the mission in northern China in person. He was there. I could have captured him. Colin puffed when she heard that. No need. If we capture him, it would open another can of worms. Including Schneasel becoming radical. Marcus said with a frown. And what could that do? She asked with crossed arms. He could do some drastic measures in trying to take us out. Including biological warfare. The exiled prince said with a frown. Colin stopped in her tracks for a second. When you corner a predator, he will become reckless. That is more obvious when we compare it to an intelligent individual. Then why don't we take them out, at once? She suggested, and everyone waited for him to answer. It would lead to the shattering of the entire empire. There is a high chance of internal conflicts that could lead to the deaths of thousands, if not millions. That is more evident with how many princes and princesses are still alive. Indeed. That is why we will only move against Britannia when we have conquered the rest. Marcus smiled while saying that. That's just you wanting to enjoy the conquest of your homeland, Colin replied, as she understood how much he enjoyed that. Indeed, or you can deal with the fallout of the world's biggest empire. That was what she didn't want to deal with. Now that he mentioned a chance of civil war, that will involve innocent lives. Sir, I detect Britannian movement in Africa. They are retreating. It's a systematic retreat. My calculations suggest that they are abandoning their overseas territories. Doesn't that mean Ragnarok connection won't work? Suzaku commented, this news surprised him. My predictions on the Emperor are that he won't stop. It's more or less a temporary delay for him. I suggest tactical destruction of thought elevators. As expected of my old men. Marcus chuckled as he looked at Jeremiah, who had a briefcase. Is that it? The Geass code of VV, the knight offered to the prince. The exiled prince took it and then opened the case. It was a child's skull with a crimson bird sigil on the forehead. To think that one could survive a gigaparticle cannon. This thing is beyond supernatural. Layla said with a frown. The Giga electromagnetic particle cannon is the most destructive weapon Anaheim has devised. That thing is so potent that it should be capable of melting the most durable materials known to mankind. Yet, a skull survived. It didn't survive Layla, it was the code that survived, not VV, the prince said while looking at the skull with his Geass eyes. He was not surprised, his eyes told him what he was suspecting. We can put the last nail in the coffin for the whole immortality thing. This is not true immortality. Extremes of space would end this form of immortality. This allows a high potency of Geass energy to flow through the body. It regenerates existing flesh, mending things like bones as long as they regenerate from somewhere. If there is not enough organic template, then you would have this. He was holding the skull in his palm. So. It requires some sort of template to continue to regenerate. If you do not have enough materials to base the regeneration on, then it won't work. She concluded this. This was only possible because we had overwhelming power to test it on. Marcus chuckled as he was more than happy to have a code. Now he doesn't need to worry about Ragnarok connection. Amusingly, CC didn't mention that yet. So yeah, immortality my ass, if I throw this immortal into the sun or any gas giants, then you are as good as dead just like any other mortal being. I don't think they even considered something like space in their immortality tests. Layla and the rest looked at Marcus with strained smiles. Can we not talk about this with a skull in your hand? Colin grimaced while saying that. It is creepy as hell. Sure. After a short debriefing, Marcus was back in his workshop with the skull of his uncle. Sounds crazy. The prince realized that he had the skull of his blood-related uncle, and that was wild. Regardless, he placed the skull in a specially prepared scanner. It was a pedestal with energy scanners, and at the same time, it would bombard the skull with an array of waves. Begin in-depth scan. Scanning. The pedestal began to glow as waves of different colors began to scan the skull. Marcus looked at the holograms, which began to show the reading of the scan. You want to tame the Geass? Layla asked as she followed him into the workshop, as did Colin. The pair were looking at him and what he was doing. That much should be obvious. I am an inventor and scientist. The secrets of Geass shall be ours. Some things should not be uncovered, Layla said to him as she covered her right eye. You still haven't checked into what your Geass changed, Layla. Marcus sighed while saying that. And I am not going to try. She said with a frown. Wait. Your Geass changed. Colin gawked when she heard that. Nod. Layla simply nodded without explaining. My girlfriend is coming to terms with reality as soon as we are approaching the date of our ascension to the throne. He joked while saying that. Layla realized that she would be empress and that made her feet cold. Marcus joked. Don't be ridiculous. The blonde blushed while saying that. I simply realized that there are some people who don't deserve to be understood. Some are simply vile, there are good people, and there are bad for the sake of being bad. Duh. Colin rolled her eyes. The response made Layla look at Colin with a heated look. She made the blonde look like an idiot. Colin, Layla was a bit sheltered when it came to her upbringing. Marcus teased his girl. Can't we not speak about this? Sure. However, in the theme of Empress, I want that too. Colin puffed her cheeks. Layla looked at the crimson-haired girl for a second. You are not really his girlfriend. I haven't seen anything that classifies you to deserve that title. The blonde concluded, making the pilot girl narrow her eyes at her. What do I lack? She asked with a bit of heat. Not what you lack, it's what you don't do. Layla countered with narrowed eyes. Do. Indeed, I haven't seen you doing any sort of breakfast for him, or visiting for the sake of visiting. You only visit when you are feeling down. Marcus looked surprised for a bit. Layla was watching like a hawk. The more blonde said, the more Colin lost her heat. By the end, she was feeling a bit ashamed. Well. That's what I am saying. The competition is stiff. The blonde then leaned forward and whispered something into Colin's ear. Whatever she said made the crimson-haired girl blush hard. How could I do any of that? If you can't, then why are you even asking to be empress? After saying that, Layla pulled back and walked deeper into the workshop. Marcus looked at Colin for a few moments before looking at Layla. Whatever it was, made Layla the winner in this competition. Leave her be. Colin needs to sort this out by herself. His girlfriend said to him as her fingers swirled the tips of her hair. Sure, I guess. He didn't argue, females are supposed to know females better. He is merely a conqueror and inventor, not a female psychologist. Colin turned around and walked away. She needs to process what she just learned. The thing was. Layla made sense. Their relationship is a bit vague. The reason for this vagueness is that he already has a girl. So Colin always concludes that Layla or Mali can take it from there. She didn't invest more time. And Marcus himself doesn't find much time to do anything. He has the entire galaxy to conquer after all. You still don't like this? Marcus asked Layla after Colin left the workshop. Of course I don't. It's a literal skull in your workshop. She said with a frown. Yes. Well, that apart. Geass is a source of mind energy that can impact people's minds. It's something that we could harness. The Inventor Prince said to her as he was comparing data from his Geass and comparing readings from the code. Some things should not be touched in my opinion. Indeed. Like fire or lightning. He replied sarcastically. She looked at him and rolled her eyes. You are going to use that card on me? Are you serious? We literally tame elements. Something we shouldn't have. People worship those like gods. In the most literal sense, we were something that should have belonged to the gods themselves. He said with crossed arms. With fire, we created the first empires, and bend metal to our will. With lightning, we can share information nearly instantaneously with the entire world and turn night into day. So yeah. I am using that card. Who knows, in future we could bend and manipulate minds to our will because of this energy. Layla frowned for a second before sighing, raising her hands in defeat. Do whatever you think is right. It's not right or wrong. It's what one wants to satisfy one's curiosity. He smiled at her. Do remember that caveman who tried to tame fire got burned many times. She reminded him. Indeed, because humanity at the core is stupid, that is why we are smart. You make no sense. Her shoulders sank while saying that. Curiosity makes us ignore danger, but it's what makes us special. Just look what I am trying to do. He leisurely motioned towards one of his holograms. It was an overview of the space programs. The state of his 3 sword stations/colonies. However, he is already gathering resources for 2 more. Since he needs more refineries and more assembly lines. Tell about this to anyone 2 or 3 years ago. Tell them that you want space exploration. Just watch their expressions, especially when my father is proclaimed a warmonger. People would call you a lunatic and a fool for focusing on something like space when there is a warmongering empire next door. Marcus already saw some people in E.U call him an idiot. But sadly, that was before they lost several major cities to rebels. And you are a fool to do that. But then again. It has been proven that having space gives us an ultimate aerial advantage. The giga-particle cannon is proof that we are a superior force in this war. Layla understood what he was getting at. But there is a difference. And that the difference is technology. Indeed, that's why I said I am both an idiot and a genius. Because I am breaking the norms, my sheer force of will is making humanity a spacefaring civilization. Like that caveman who was not afraid of fire and, for the first time in history, decided to cook the meat and not eat it raw. Marcus laughed when he mentioned the last part. Chapter 79, Chapter 78, I, Lelouch by Britannia command you. When Schneasel came to pick up the Emperor in the Bering Strait in his new Avalon airship, he didn't expect that the Emperor had another destination in mind. Take me to the Taklamakan Desert. Isn't that location under Anaheim control? The prince, confused, asked why the Emperor wanted them to go there. I know. That territory is recently taken, there shouldn't be any specific defenses, yet. Charles explained as he went over and sat down in the provided throne. Understood. Set course for the Taklamakan Desert. The Prime Minister instructed the ship's crew to change the flying course. It will take a good several hours. As they were flying, there was another airship with them as support. Glinda Knights are here for protection. Their airship Granbury has experimental nightmares/mobile suit frames. The Prime Minister explained as he saw where the Britannia ruler was looking. Oh. We already have mobile suit prototypes. Charles looked intrigued. Well, they are not at the size of mobile suits, but they do have weaponry capable of anti-mobile suit combat, Schneasel said with a somewhat frustrated expression. I can sense but. Schneasel. What does concern us? The Emperor asked while leaning his head on his fist. The mobile suits we have utilize Sutherland as a working frame. At the same time, this backbone frame has a selection of shortcomings. We haven't cracked anything apart from the weapons used by Lelouch's faction. Even the weapons we developed from their weapons utilized extra battery filler. Sutherland's new hands were redeveloped from Lancelot's schematics. The Emperor hummed at the information he just learned. It was a weapon development race all over again. But this time, they are chasing someone who has advanced further than they have by a mile and a half. I see. Then we are about to learn another of their new weapons. The prince looked curious at what Charles meant. After waiting for a bit more, their airships arrived at a specific location where the Emperor pointed. Meanwhile, on another airship, there is protection for the Emperor and the Prime Minister. They saw the same thing, a crater. What the? Holy! Is that a crater made by an asteroid? The crew commented, but two girls knew better. This is a crater made by a weapon. Anaheim's space weapon. A pink-haired girl said with a frown. From the photos we saw. Blonde replied. Most likely, this was a test shot. Princess, could they truly have such weapons? If they will use them against Britannia? Her blonde knight asked, worried. Maybe, Aldrin. Who knows? I haven't seen or spoken to Lelouch in years. I have no idea how my brother thinks. Princess Marybelle replied with a sigh as she had no idea how her brother behaved. It has been close to 10 years now. And we are supposed to fight such a might. Aldrin was a bit nervous because she had heard about Anaheim growing in size nearly daily, and now she knows they have support from space. I see. That is why we have to give our best. The world is becoming even more unstable as we speak. The princess is right. There are countless uprisings throughout Britannia. The blonde clenched her fist as she was ready to fight as her knight. Though Aldrin didn't notice how Marybelle was looking, her gaze was a bit off. After all, she learned why Lelouch declared independence. Britannian special forces went rogue and killed his mother. Such a thing. It made sense. It made sense why my mother and sister died too. Marybelle has suffered similar losses. Because, for some reason, her palace was attacked by terrorists. Fury has clouded her reason for years. But when her brother Lelouch rebelled, she knew the reason. Something inside of her snapped, and she began to think. Why specifically her palace? Well, now she knows because there is someone in special forces who hates the Emperor's consorts. Some jealous individuals. That is why Marybelle's hatred was directed back at the Emperor and his inability. As she was pondering, the comms monitor came online. Marybelle. Once we return, the Emperor has instructed Glinda Knights to proceed with testing of the new mobile suits. Your order will be stationed in West Point until further notice. Schneasel's face appeared on one of the screens as he instructed them. Understood, brother. The Prime Minister smiled a bit as he continued to speak. You will be spearheading new machines for Britannia. It's a great honor. With that said, he finished the call. Already. Didn't the new Sutherland Kai just get released? Lionheart, one of the knights under the princess, exclaimed with disbelief. The new Kais are not even a new model. It was a simple armament upgrade to keep with the new Anaheim machines. They have an array of weaknesses that make them unstable for front lines. The only old man on the whole ship replied to the knight. It was a tactical advisor who worked for the princess. Is that so? I do love the new rail gun the New Sutherland can use. An impressive technology, but it leaves you on the field like a sitting duck. The old man replied with a frown. That is why we will be testing out the new machines, Mary Bell commented. Anaheim has a considerable advantage, not to mention we don't even have the means to hit them in space. She said with a small frown. The more she thinks about it, the more she is speechless at Britannia's disadvantages in this war. Lelouch has them pretty much cornered with their absurd air advantage. They can drop from space at any time, and with that weapon, they are at the mercy of Anaheim. They can hold US hostage, yet they are not utilizing it. After seeing the crater, Mary Bell is worried that Anaheim would begin to threaten them with annihilation. But she doesn't know that these weapons were built at the request of Cornelia, who wanted to strike at thought elevators simultaneously across the globe. In case of Ragnarok connection, but now, after what Marcus did. The Emperor's dream is slowly becoming a pipe dream. So we are making new machines. We are making mobile suits. What I saw will be based on what we recovered from Setanta. They call it Zaku. A machine supposedly as powerful as the Anaheim machines. Mary Bell said as she recalled what the Prime Minister said to her. Is that even possible? We haven't figured out many of their technologies, otherwise we wouldn't be using those clunky rail guns with energy fillers. Leonhardt commented that he was a bit confused about the current situation. Just imagining a rifle that has a battery fixed on it. It's like holding a bomb that can shoot. Energy fillers were not designed to be used as ammo cartridges. Not all of their technologies are so advanced that we struggle to keep up. Aldrin rolled her eyes. Sure, she is awed by their tech, but not all of it is alien. Anaheim's flagship technology before they went world-conquering was prosthetics and robotics. We have seized many of their prosthetic catches, and with how many we had, we were able to figure out how to make a mobile suit-sized one. Then we were able to confirm it with Setantas, we recovered. Aldrin explained what she learned from Schneasel. Yes. According to the spies' reports, Anaheim has categorized its technologies into a tier system. The most common technology is prosthetics, which is available worldwide. This technology is branded as D tier, also known as disposable. Then it goes to C tier. This technology is a bit more safeguarded but is widely spread by now, as we have seen with Setanta's models, which are piloted by hundreds of pilots in Anaheim. Then it goes to B tier. We have no idea what is in this tier, but analytics in Britannia think it's technology utilized in space and in the command models we have seen glimpses of. Mary Bell recalled what her older brother said in a meeting before their leave for Asia. Command models, aren't they quite powerful? I see them use much stronger and deadlier beam rifles. While he hasn't seen the command models in person, they have watched videos from China and Indonesia, especially those used by Cornelius Knights. The spies have reported that these machines use a completely different technology from that used by Lelouch and his close circle. They are. Some sources from the capital said that they use a different form of power source, and that it is different from the KK units piloted by Prince Lelouch. Ugh, the more I hear, the more despair I feel. Leonhardt and the fellow knights grimaced from all they were hearing. This Anaheim faction just has a trick after a trick under their belt. Don't worry, I am sure everything will be fine. A girl with darker skin and white hair reassured Leonhardt. Thanks, Toto, you are the best. The guards should be changing now. Shin Hyugasheng has been in prison for over a month and a half or so. To his knowledge, the world has changed considerably. The Prince Lelouch faction rose into prominence and declared war on the entire world. Not only are they winning, but they are also developing space colonies at the same time. He has heard from many of the guards who take shifts that they want a piece of land in space. As wild as it gets, everyone is excited to be part of this new empire. Shin thought of using this to get into the good graces of the prince, but all he wanted was his Geass, as Lelouch doesn't trust him at all. So all that was left was to get the hell out of here. To Shin's surprise, the lock on the cell was not that advanced. All he needed was a thin metal to crack the lock. After a short wait, the guard changed, and the Grand Master of Michael's order moved. He swiftly unlocked the cell and rushed out. The guards and the prince were quite considerate as they allowed him to enjoy even a bit of the sun. They used to take him out. At that time, he was learning about the layout of the base's underground complex. He knew where the regular mass-produced machines were and where the special keys were. So swiftly rushed there, taking turns in the corridors, he arrived at the room and got in. Over there, he saw pilots changing. Yes. Shin grinned as one of his pupils morphed into a red bird. His Geass had been activated. Die. He ordered the guards. These pilots should not have anti-Geass protective lenses. But nothing happened. The pilots pointed their side arms at Shin. The prisoner clicked his tongue as he was about to turn around, but behind him were not guards but heavily armored Anaheim soldiers. Leading at the front was smug-looking Prince Lelouch. At that moment, Shin's eyes widened as he realized something. It was a setup. The whole thing. I told you, didn't I? I will get my Geass, and I just witnessed the whole thing. The Inventor Prince closed his eyes for a second before opening them, showing his Geass to him. Do you know the true power of my eyes? Shin Hyuga Sheng. What are they? The nervous-looking prisoner asked. The absolute order of sequences. It might not sound impressive, but let me explain in order of sequence. Your Geass uses energy generated by your brain to send a pulse of information into the eyes of your enemy. What my Geass does is take the sequences of that. So all I need to do is repeat all those sequences done by your Geass. To use the same power as you do. Shin's eyes widened as he turned pale. So, I, Lelouch v Britannia, command you, Shin Hyuga Sheng, to kill yourself. Red birds left Marcus' eyes as they flew into Shin's eyes, as red rings appeared around his pupils. Understood, Your Highness. Shin motioned for Prince to give a weapon, and Marcus didn't hesitate and gave him a handgun. The next moment, Shin pointed the gun at his head and then pressed the trigger. Bang. Chapter 80, Chapter 79, Goddess of Wisdom, Ekni. What the hell was that? Colin and Layla just witnessed Shin Hyuga Sheng kill himself. The guy took the pistol and blasted his brain out. I think Marcus somehow learned how to use that power from witnessing Shin Hyuga Sheng's Geass. Layla tried to think logically about what she saw. Is that even possible? Colin asked. She wasn't sure such a thing existed in Geass. Theoretically, it is possible. The blonde pondered with crossed arms. Damn, so that is why he kept this lunatic as a prisoner. The red-haired pilot realized why this guy was kept around. Anaheim isn't known to keep prisoners in its base. In main base. The main underground base is off-limits, especially to criminals. It's not a prison but a place where the newest technology is made. Not long after that, Marcus walked into the workshop, looking a bit happier. You don't look like someone who just sent a person to his grave, Layla commented with a small frown. I see this as putting down a rabid dog. Not a person. The exiled prince replied with a similar frown. Is that so? She hummed before walking over to him. So you learned how to copy other Geass now? The blonde looked at him from top to bottom. Doesn't its power come from one's personality? She curiously asked him. My original does come from that. But I can manually control Geass energy and then copy Shin's energy's frequency with orderly sequence. So that's how it is. Layla realized the true might of his eyes. It was wilder than she had imagined. So now you can order people to their death? Colin asked him. I can. He smiled a bit while saying that. So that means he could copy your Geass? Colin asked Layla as she looked at the blonde. Maybe not. I don't have an idea what my power is now. The blonde shook her head. You don't know that I don't care what your power became. It is your power, so. He shrugged at her. Layla narrowed her eyes as all of a sudden, one of her eyes changed into red Geass as she looked at his eyes. I shall rule the cosmos, leave behind eternal monuments through a billion worlds. Humanity, aliens, monsters, or whatever exist in space shall know who built it, an eternal reminder of what a legacy is and what it has brought. What is this? The girl's eyes trembled as she heard Marcus speaking in her head. It's like he explained about himself. Well. He asked her, curious what her power did. You could just copy. I just used it. She pouted at him. And you assume I will just copy all the Geass? He rolled his eyes at him. It's your power. It's different from taking powers from defeated enemies and that of my girlfriend. The prince frowned at her words. I have standards. Is that so? She crossed her arms. In that case, she decided to explain to him. It's similar to my previous power. But instead of feeling it gives me a deeper understanding of why you do what you do. Is that so? So it still allows you to understand a person just by looking into his eyes. He concluded. Indeed. I learned that nothing will stop you from becoming literally immortal or more like Immortalist. Layla said with a bit of worried tone. Now she is curious how he became like that. Was it the trauma he experienced? Did it cause him to desire such a thing? Hey, curious. He got closer to her. Your power isn't wrong. The prince admitted. This was the response she needed to ask the next very simple question. Why? Instead of bluntly answering, he pondered his response before explaining. Because I have two. Many people don't take the next step without someone doing for them. On top of that, I feel that I have to be the one who does it. Because I know no one else will do it. Not even the emperor when his favorite wife was killed. He looked at his hand for a second, and it began to tremble. Clear sign of anger and frustration. You can say that I don't trust humanity to do what they need to do to take the next step and change the world. His response caused the blonde to hug him tightly, but this was not the end, as the crimson-haired girl hugged him from the back as well. This double hug caused him to chuckle. Hugs do save the world. He. The pair giggled for a second. Marcus focused on his Geass now that he had the code and could copy another Geass. He was able to continue working on a platform that could access Geass energy. At the same time, he began putting finishing touches on Euphemia's machine. Not that the girl needed that much, as she threw herself into making lives better in Japan and any of the newly conquered or simply lands that joined them. But there was one individual who began to feel annoyed that it took that long. A few days later, after making Shin Hyuga-shin kill himself, CC ended up taking a shuttle to Solomon's base. The green-haired girl strolled through the base like she owned it. Eventually, she found Marcus' workshop. Oh, Her Majesty the Witch finally decided to grace us with her presence. The exiled prince sarcastically commented as he knew she was en route. To his sarcasm, she deadpanned at him. You left me in your old workshop for over a month. She replied with an emotionless tone. Not amused at all. Left. I asked you if you wanted to come. Your response was, HNN. You were more fascinated with pizza creation and different combinations. His reply caused her to blush for a second. Whatever. She rolled her eyes before strolling in. Then her body stopped in her tracks as she saw a small skull with a code on its forehead. This is? CC asked. She could not believe what she was looking at. This is VV, or what is left of him. He replied, getting up from his seat and walking over to her. You said you guys are immortal, so I tested that theory. Turns out, in front of Cosmos, not even code bearers can survive. He said in a bit of a smug voice. She looked at him. For the first time in a very long time, she felt a bit of fear. What did you do to him? CC asked him. While a bit fearful, she was curious. A giga electromagnetic particle cannon slammed into Geass order at 10,000 kilometers per second. He said with a smile. What happened to Geass order? She asked him, realizing something midway. What order? He grinned at her. I see. The green-haired witch sighed, realizing that he not only killed V.V but ended the Geass order. In a single move, he ended Ragnarok connection from ever happening. Since you ended VV, it means Ragnarok connection won't happen. The girl finally explained to him. Only code bearers can interact with thought elevators to a higher level. Right. I already realized how Geass evolves into code. Several expressions went through her face. You already figured that out that far? She asked, surprised and terrified at the same time. Indeed, I could even teach you how you could get back your Geass as well. He winked at her. Would I lose code in process? CC considered that. Sigh. Your mind is a bit inflexible, CC. He sighed, a bit disappointed. Code is nothing more than an oversaturation of Geass energy. You know that for Geass to become code, the Geass has to be strong to a certain level. I assume you got your code when your Geass was in both of your eyes. She stiffly nodded. Yes, well, for code to exist, your body had to accumulate a considerable amount of energy. He explained while showing a finger as if explaining to a student. For you to access your code and Geass, you need to control the energy and its flow. He dropped the bombshell, in her opinion. How you even do that? She asked him. Instead, he showed his Geass. As you can see, I can control my Geass even when it's considered out of control Geass. He then turned it off. I know. You can do that. She puffed while looking away. Well, I was developing a platform for you to start learning the process of controlling it. He showed her mobile suit. Your KK unit. One of her eyebrows went up. She then looked at the mech in him. A mobile suit will allow me to control my code. The green-haired witch asked with a confused look. Not the suit. But the cockpit. He showed her a new custom seat inside the cockpit. The neural link is designed to pick up Geass energy. You technically will be able to sense this energy after spending a considerable amount of time piloting the machine. While not perfect, I am designing a synthetic version of my Geass. This artificial version should allow you to help as well. Synthetic. As in man-made Geass. She asked, how is that even possible? Geass Order was considering a man-made version, but they had no such thing when she was the leader. Yet this guy is already designing something a month and a half into having his eyes. Not in a way you are imagining. He swiftly showed her a capsule of some sort, big enough for a person to get inside. This capsule will simulate my Geass, where a person will be able to learn things at a rapid pace. It will be used for pilots to improve their piloting and reaction speed, or for talented individuals to catch up to Anaheim's technological progress. The witch realized what this was. You made a Geass into technology, that is impressive. Yes. That is why, it's time for you to accept your code and learn how to wield it. He looked at her and then at the mobile suit, which seemed quite basic, with no weapons or extra wings, none of that stuff. KK-51/DA-01 ECNI. A mobile suit designed purely to wield Geass energy. What can it do? She asked, intrigued and a bit unnerved. What can't it do? It will be able to utilize any Geass that Legion has recorded. At the moment, you can order every single person to kill himself from inside the machine. He said, then stroked his chin, thinking of something else. I could even record my eyes, and you could pick up Geass energy even faster. Marcus realized that it was a possibility. You crazy bastard. You achieved what Charles wanted for many years. CC was terrified that if this fell to any other faction, it would be genocide on an insane scale. And it would lead to a ruthless dictatorship. Machines that could kill with a simple gaze. That's the difference between my old man and me. He wants it and I do it. He shrugged at her proclamations. I can see that. Her eyes shook as she looked at ECNI. Celtic god of wisdom. He said while looking at the mobile suit. You should destroy it. It's too dangerous. Her response surprised him a bit, as he looked at her for a second time. You have no idea how long I spent making this machine, and you want me to destroy it. Are you nuts? He frowned, disappointed in his witch. It's a dangerous machine. What if it ends in the wrong hands? He snorted when he heard that. Just how naive are you? Marcus looked even more disappointed. All of my machines are dangerous and could end the world. They are powered by literal suns. If they blow up, they would take entire cities with them. And you tell me it's too dangerous, just how uneducated you can be. He began to rant before taking a deep breath. He raised his hands, motioning for her to leave. You can pilot a Setanta for all I care. I will keep ECNI for myself. It would seem she stepped on a landmine, as they say. These machines are a touchy subject to have. Chapter 81, Chapter 80, Lost Civilization. Though Marcus motioned for CC to leave, the witch stayed in the relaxation area in the workshop. The Inventor Prince ignored her as he kept on walking, improving the systems and finalizing the KK unit for his favorite little sister. Euphemia will get an artillery-type mobile suit named KK-61/DA-01 Brigid. Based on the artillery types of Gundams. It has shoulder cannons and a heavy beam rifle. The machine's special technology is the pulse technology. Based on magnetism that keeps plasma in place, Brigid can literally shoot plasma cannonballs, not just artillery beams. Once all prep work was done, the orders were sent to the assembly lines, and the manufacturing began. Meanwhile, Marcus checked the information codes. He realized that there is a trigger for transition. This transition comes in two forms. One is that it can be taken from another code bearer, but another is some sort of command triggering. Something has to send a command for Geass to evolve to the next stage. His eyes widened for a second. Thought elevator. Is that one of its true purposes? Marcus stroked his chin. He checked the map of thought elevators. His eyes went to one in Kamini Island. He pondered on that one for a while, but then he looked at one in the South Pole. Legion positioned satellites on thought elevator in the South Pole. Positioning a flyby. The low-orbit satellites have a moving orbit and can be used for periodical scans, just like he needs one right now. Marcus waited for a bit as he spun in his chair and waited for it to fly by, which would happen in a few moments. Sir, this is the possible location for a thought elevator. All he saw was a lump of ice. However, a different rendering showed something wild. Strong laser sensors and radio waves were able to dig into layers of ice, and what he found was a frozen-over city. Sir, my predictions are that this is a city of long-lost civilization. Soon enough, he saw a possible 3D rendering. Pyramids, arcs, and smaller houses-like structures. He then ordered more scans and began allocating resources for an expedition. Prototype spaceships will do nicely for their maiden voyage to the South Pole. Marcus began to run some tests for the South Pole trip. He never tested some of his technologies for sub-zero temperatures inside Earth's atmosphere. He did for void, but void is void. There is no atmosphere to measure temperature in the first place. But the South Pole is a bit different. Not long after, he got Layla's attention as she was responsible for logistics. I leave you for a couple of hours and you suddenly discover a lost civilization at the South Pole. She strolled into his workshop. Her eyes soon enough ended up on CC, who was lazing in the resting areas, eating chips and watching TV. Oh, you are finally here, Layla commented. The witch was still a lazy bum who didn't do a thing. It would seem you have been doing well. Got a bit tan. CC noticed that Layla was a bit darker now. We live in an equatorial island, that much is given. The blonde replied before looking at Marcus, who was running simulations and rebuilding a 3D image of the city. Yeah. It could be that the city could be close to 100,000 years old, if not older. He said randomly, quite into the whole idea of being an explorer. Is that even possible for humanity to be that old? The blonde walked over and checked the hologram screen. Much older, actually. He replied with a smile, remembering some information from the previous world. But it's hard to find some sort of fossils from 100,000 or more years. Stuff like building foundations or even tools doesn't last that long. Marcus explained to her. That is why civilization in the South Pole is a bit difficult, as you need to find a time when they could have existed. He hummed while saying that. And honestly, it could be even older. The inventor mumbled that part to himself. The reason the South Pole is so cold is because of the cold current circulating around it. So before this, when the South Pole was close to another continent, this current didn't exist. And that led to Antarctica being livable, but that was a very long time ago. Marcus stroked his chin. This made no damn sense to him. Doesn't that mean, when Antarctica was closer to another, isn't that like millions of years ago? Layla recalled some of the studying she did back in the academy. Yeah, the last forest disappeared 15 million years ago. According to mud studies done in Antarctica in summer. But the last proper vegetation disappeared around 7 million years ago. Then how can a city exist in such a temperature? She asked, confused, and even a bit terrified of what she might learn from this. The thought elevator, what else? CC said from the side as she was laying a couch. They can be used as modes of transportation. How do you think Geass order was built in the middle of a desert? She reminded Layla of that. Oh, that is, very convenient. She slowly nodded, then looked at Marcus. Then it could be less than 100,000 years. No, it is. Because of how deep under the ice that city is. There are periods in history when the planet heats up and cools down. That period is around 10,000 years in between. He explained to her, showing a chart. It's potent enough to heat up Antarctica so that its shores are free of ice, good enough to build a city. So what you are saying is that there was a colony of some sort that was built at the edge of Antarctica, Layla concluded. She was impressed that something like that was possible. Yes. But it's most likely dependent on other cities for survival. He frowned as he checked and cross-referenced several things. This city could be older than supposed Atlantis. At least from the data he gathered from his satellites and geological formations. That city was long under ice when the last ice age collapsed. So when will we be going there for research? Layla asked curiously. The girl's curiosity has been piqued. In a couple of days. Our first warship is launching soon. He showed her the Sirius-class mobile suit carrier and Centauri-class light destroyer frigate. The carrier is built around mobile suit support, and the light destroyer frigate is for anti-mobile suit combat and carrier protection. The carrier was built in a similar style to Turian ships from Mass Effect. The central piece is where the crew is, and on the sides, there are 2 hangar bays. These ships are powered by 3 ion thrusters and 2 float engines. Float technology is something Lloyd and Cecile brought to the table for Anaheim. It's what allows these spaceships to operate inside the atmosphere. Sirius and Centauri. You named them after stars close to our solar system. Layla concluded after seeing the names. Indeed. Marcus nodded as he sent a message to his staff. He didn't need to wait long when calls poured in. The inventor prince and the blonde next to him chuckled. It would seem everyone is excited to explore ancient civilization's ruins. She said with a small smile. I want to go there as well. CC walked over, she looked serious. Maybe, I can learn the origins of this curse I carry. The witch thought to herself. Sure, just don't doze off and oversleep. He casually commented, making her frown at him. I won't, you can be sure of that. CC looked at him with narrowed eyes. I heard that before. He shrugged at her and reminded her that she was stuck in his old workshop for a month, trying out pizzas. In space, Anaheim, at Lagrange 3, on the opposite side of where Earth is, the asteroid field that Marcus and his crew brought over. This is where most of the secret development is happening. However, when the colonies are finished, they will be much closer to Earth at Lagrange 2, next to Earth and closer to Mars. This is where industries are located and are visible from the planet's surface. The shipyards that Anaheim built are standalone hollow structures where Legion bots are working 24/7 to construct enough firepower to conquer the Earth. Soon, 3 ships will set out on their maiden voyage. The Sirius-class mobile suit carrier, by the name Voyager, and 2 light frigates, Defiant and Defender. The crew for it has been drafted from actual sailors who sailed for the Britannia Navy. The men just needed to adjust to the concept that these ships were spaceships and that they would need to deal with the lack of gravity. Captain, it would seem we will be serving under the prince directly. One of the officers floated over and showed the tablet with the details. Deployment to the South Pole. The captain looked confused. What the hell will they do in that place? Yes. For research purposes, no less. These people are obsessed with their technology, he commented with a sigh. While it is a good thing, a very good thing, that they are serious with their technology and human advancement. He followed Cornelia because he believed that he was doing the right thing. But sometimes, like now, going to the world's biggest wasteland. Well. Sounds crazy, a waste of time for the newest warship, for the biggest warship humanity has ever built to this date. Their first trip is to the South Pole. Marcus, accompanied by Leila, Colin, CC, and a group of their researchers, was looking at a considerable size meteorite like fireballs entering the orbit. These were the warships that were descending from space. I would be worried if not for the fact that I know what these machines are. Lloyd casually commented on the fact that the surroundings turned orange-red from the warships entering Earth close to their place. It was like a scene from an apocalypse. You don't say. The Sirius class is close to 500 meters long. It's considerably large. It can carry an entire battalion of mobile suits. Not to mention it's a partially self-sustainable floating city. It can carry botanic gardens for long voyages. Nina began to rant at the majesty of the newest warship Anaheim has released. And yet. This is not the cream of the crop. Lloyd smirked while saying that. It was a borderline tease. Making her pout a bit. Yes. True capital ships are a bit away, considering we don't need them, yet. Anna added her bit with a small smile. I know. All I wanted to say is that these are amazing ships. The nerdy, green-haired girl complained. She was annoyed that she was the only one who was feeling the hype. Don't get me wrong. We do think these are amazing ships, only that we show it differently. Cecile smiled at the fellow scientist. The group continued to watch the floating warship smoothly move next to the base. The sheer size of these vessels was blocking the sun. Shall we? Marcus turned to his group and motioned for them to move into the shuttles. At the same time, their KK units were moving by themselves into the warships. The three warships soon left Solomon's base as they began to climb up to leave the atmosphere, as they needed to cross close to 6,000 miles. Marcus got into the throne in the bridge as he began to adjust some of the stationary satellites for this. He never considered having something permanently in such a low area. The closest he thought of having was at the level of Australia and what was known as Argentina, now it's just one of the areas of Britannia. Captain, set course for Ellsworth Land, just south of the mainland of Britannia. The prince instructed the captain of Voyager. Understand, my prince. The men instructed, and a few moments later, he couldn't contain his curiosity. May I ask what we are looking for? A 100,000-year-old city frozen under a kilometer of ice. The inventor dropped the bombshell. The captain, alongside the crew, gawked when they heard that. More chapters, Chapter 106 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 82, Chapter 81, some action in and South Pole. The three warships arrived at the world's biggest wasteland. There was endless snow in all directions. Thankfully, there were some mountains in the distance, but even then, these mountains were covered by layers of snow. We have arrived at the given coordinates. The ship's pilot said to the officers. The GPS was showing the exact location. The AI confirmed. We are exactly above the supposed city, my prince, Cecile said as she was operating one of the consoles. I see, then first we will mark the city boundaries, before beginning digging operations. The inventor prince said to his crew. You want to dig the whole city out? Colin asked with wide eyes. And we have the equipment. He replied to her. Yes, but, this is huge undertaking. She looked through the window, it was ice, and snow, even more ice and snow. And you have the world's most advanced mobile suit. I don't think my Dagda is built for this. The crimson-haired girl complained with crossed arms. Nothing a shovel can't fix. He grinned at her. The girl stopped complaining because she got the feeling that he was serious. First, we should mark the area as Marcus said. Layla joined the conversation as she began to explain. I have requested some basic technology for sub-zero temperatures. The manufacturing plants aboard the sword stations are already working on them. We should get them soon. That was quick. But that's given how quickly those things get done. Anna nodded, she loves the efficiency when it comes to equipment. This is leagues better than in the EU's bureaucracy-ridden supply chains. Yes. For now, get into your winter gear. Time to test them. The whole group lost a bit of motivation when they heard that. Lloyd and the rest got used to eternal summer clothing. Shorts and a Hawaiian shirt were the go-to clothes for the nerd. Marcus got into his tyrannies as the console began to boot up. He needed to recalibrate some of the systems before the mech got loaded into the fresh catapult deck. Before him, the tunnel lit up, and blue lights dotted the launch pad. KK-01/DA-01 Tyrannies to the catapult deck. Launching the catapult, the deck officer spoke through the comms as the mobile suit was moved by magnetic robotic hands. Once the feet clicked into the catapult deck, the deck closed behind the mobile suit. The traffic lights switched from red to yellow before they changed to green. My prince, you are ready to launch. Then let's not waste time. Ancient city awaits. Marcus moved one of the levers forward before pressing one of the pedals as the mech blasted out from the carrier. After him, another KK unit was loaded. The prince looked at the world that was an eternal day at the moment. It was bright and white everywhere. Thankfully, his AI was tracking him closely, and he knew where he was, otherwise, it would be a pain in the ass to orient in such brutal conditions. I feel cold just by looking through the monitors, Colin commented as her image appeared on the side of his screen. Ha ha ha. Thankfully, I installed top-tier conditioning units in our machines. Marcus replied to her. The group split up to find boundaries before marking with prepared rods. These rods are navigation points. We will still need to dig more as this is a simple city boundary. Layla's imagination popped up on the screen as she showed another map of how she designed an actual base. I have based this on Britannia and EU Arctic-style research base. It was a base built on rods, elevated above ground level. It was a good design, as where they are is where snow is quite thick, around a kilometer above ground. We do need to consider that ice melts and the surface can change. Anna and Nina popped on screen. The girls were inside the cozy warship running the computers. I propose a mobile base. With caterpillar wheels. Lloyd popped up all of a sudden on the screen. That could be a solution, but I say that one is after. Anna agreed with him. Don't encourage him, Miss Anna. Cecile popped in next, worried that this could lead to something. We do need mobile bases for colonization purposes. There is an array of planets that require such a thing. The nerdy Pinkett was right, as Cecile calmed down and Lloyd sagely nodded as he was ready to propose a mobile city that had huge artillery cannons, for some reason. First pillars incoming. Marcus interrupted their chit-chat as rods from the sky were falling down. The spike-like objects reverse-thrusted to decrease the falling speed before smoothly striking the icy ground. The rods, upon impact, began to dig into the ground. Marcus watched the whole event closely, making sure it was done properly. First pillar secured. The prince confirmed before flying away to the next one. As he did that, more pillars began to descend. Marcus, Colin, Layla, Suzaku, Jean and the rest of the Setanta pilots made sure everything was working properly. Before long, Legion had the entire city's boundary marked and ready for excavation. After the pillars, the Arctic version of Legion bots, followed by mobile workers, were delivered by Blackbird carrier versions. In a matter of moments, the digging has begun. Some of the pilots even decided to explore the outside as they had never been to the South Pole. That's quite a rarity. The work on excavating the city from tons of ice began almost immediately as the Legion bots and mobile workers began to dig and melt the ice away. Some ideas were swiftly suggested. The ice is water, and water is a rare commodity in space. So the scientists on the expedition began to design means to transport ice. The easiest way was containers, which will be magnetically attached to the Blackbird transporters. The ion thrusters will be slightly redesigned so they can lift off with such a cargo. Thankfully, the ion thrusters are capable of lifting such a cargo. The challenge was to make the process smooth and ensure that the ice wouldn't melt or be affected in any way. The issue is magnetism. We need a specific lock that could easily lock in place and release the container. Lloyd suggested as he showed his initial designs for ice block pickup. It wasn't rocket science by Anaheim's standards, it's more or less something they needed for a while now. These containers are similar to the cargo ships that carry hundreds of these. Now they are going to redefine this cargo-carrying technology that they will use in the future. Magnetism to lock them up in place, lock several together and then move them. Such tech will be perfect in space, and now they can test it out in preparation for space life. We can specifically create such metal with nanometal weaving. Marcus pulled up the configuration settings for nanometal weaving. This is indeed a good solution, though the scale we want, those take a while to make. The inventor nodded. The nanometal takes a long time to make because it's woven at an atomic level, and it takes ages even to produce a single KK unit. So to make something like mass use on containers, it would be very time-consuming. Indeed. While the suggestion was an easy way out, it would be a weak point in his technology security. So they needed something, and that is a new alloy, most likely a mix of sakuradite and a metal that is strong and capable of magnetism. Before long, the nerdy girls began to post their solutions to this issue. This is what Marcus liked, a group of scientists, a think tank that makes technological advancement grow like trees. So cold. Colin sneaked into the newly built Arctic base, It was a selection of container-like buildings that were connected via elastic corridors. It was Anna's idea for temporary housing, in worlds that they want to colonize, bases that are easy to deliver and remove. Testing it at the South Pole was a perfect opportunity. She immediately offered after realizing that she could test them out. Marcus was one of the first to utilize it. He turned it into a temporary workshop. His girls followed after him. Though Lloyd, Cecile, Anna, and Nina didn't stay for long, as they have a huge amount of work, and staying at the South Pole is not ideal. Get some hot chocolate. Marcus offered to her as she turned around and looked at Colin, who removed the thick custom winter coat made for the South Pole. Thanks. The girl walked over and took the offered cup. The girl sipped the hot drink before placing it on the table. The prince then pulled her into his lap as he began to cuddle her. The pair ended up in quite an intimate situation as they were face to face. Colin's cheeks heated up as she looked at him. This was not what she expected. The crimson-haired girl looked to the side as she was feeling quite embarrassed. What? He slowly stood up as his hands went to her legs. He made them wrap around his waist. We are in the middle of nowhere, in a very cold place, what are you thinking? She asked him, quite nervously. There are Layla and Jean who could enter at any time. I think it's the best place for an intimate situation. He whispered as he began to walk towards the private quarters with her in his hands. Still. Besides, didn't Layla ask when you would get serious? He asked curiously, making her blush even more before she got this serious look. Fine. You asked for it. All of a sudden, she smacked her lips on his and began to kiss him in heated passion. Marcus kissed her back, and soon enough, they got into it. Slowly, he took her into a container that had been converted into living quarters. Once there, he lay her in a bed and continued to kiss. Slowly, she began to rub herself against him as she started to feel hot. However, they needed to breathe, so the kiss had to end. Was it good enough? She asked him, her eyes were a bit glassy. The inventor looked at her. The beauty looked sexy and ready for more. Indeed, but let's continue, I need to run some experiments. His hands went to her clothes as he began to undress her. Hey, you nerdy types. The girl complained as she joined him, as she was forcefully removing his winter clothes. The clothes ended up on the floor as the pair got back into kissing and became quite touchy, as before long Colin rubbed her special at Marcus' hard rod. Her gaze told him that she was very needy and ready for more. Come on, let's do it, she moved her hips even more, wanting his tool inside of her. Marcus didn't say a thing as he pushed forward, and his cock began to sink into her pure cave. NHHNN yes, Colin hotly moaned for a second as she then grimaced for a moment as she felt pain wash over her. The prince didn't hesitate as he moved forward and got fully inside of her. His hands then went to her waist as he bit and picked her up, and then began to move. The girl's eyes slightly widened as she felt pain, but then an avalanche of pleasure as Marcus began to thrust into her special place. Oh, what is this? The inventor didn't hesitate to abuse his powers when it came to these special moments, as he immediately found the angle that gave her the most pleasure. MHHHNMN. Oh. NHHHHNN. Colin's special place began to drip excess love juices as her body was sweaty, she couldn't control her voice anymore. Her eyes were misty, full of passion as she lost herself in this act. As Marcus felt that he was close to his release, she pulled her over, and the crimson-haired beauty wrapped her hands around his neck and legs around his waist, ready to take his seed. The prince accelerated his movement before releasing his load into her eagerly awaiting womb. MHHNNNN. Chapter 83, Chapter 82, City Build by Geass. Jean and Layla were in one of the other rooms of the temporary base. Marcus Knight was blushing like a tomato as she heard the sounds coming from the living quarters. Are you okay with that? Jean asked the blonde. As she always thought that Layla was the girlfriend of the prince. The Andraste pilot crossed her arms and looked at the knight. The short answer is yes, but I am a bit annoyed. The blonde answered. But. I mean. This wasn't what she was expecting to hear. He has what is considered unchecked ambition, controlling him or trying to contain him is suicidal. The girl explained to the knight with a sigh. And I am annoyed that I haven't done with him for a while myself. She looked away for a bit before walking to the computers in the room. There are no hologram projectors here, so they are using regular laptops. The design of the temporary base is still a work in progress. I see. I suppose he is a bigger-than-life personality, as they say. Layla chuckled after hearing that. You don't say. He single-handedly pushed us into the next era. Yes. The pair stopped talking for a second as Layla checked the consoles. The ice removal of the city was going according to the schedule, the only issue is that the collection of ice is a bit slow. They are utilizing a new type of Blackbird version that is running tests as they are collecting these ice containers. It's literally the incarnation of recklessness. Thankfully, they have Legion that runs a decent number of simulations before beginning the construction of these carrier planes. But apart from that, they are untested vehicles. Well, the frame is somewhat similar to the original planes used for asteroid collection and a simple people carriage, so it's not an unknown frame. Yet, the engine layout is new, so there is that. How is the digging going? The night girl asked Blonde. It's slow. The city is considerably big, and there are huge arches. We don't want to collapse, as there is a huge chance they will do so once the ice is removed. This is a literally never-before-done project, a city under deep ice. Thankfully, we have mobile workers and Arctic Legion bots that can do all of this. Layla explained, as she checked carvings that the AI can make out on the step pyramids. These pyramids, and the way they are built, are similar to the ones found in Central America, the Yucatan Peninsula, the step pyramids. We can confirm that they did use Geass. She showed Jean bird carvings on walls, pyramids, and the large arc carvings. I see. I knew it. A third voice said, as the pair of girls looked at the sofa in the distance in the relaxing area in a different container that is connected via an elastic tunnel. It was in another container, but she said loudly before getting up and walking over to them. It was CC who had messy hair. The girl was camping in the area, in the most literal sense. I knew that it was related somehow to an old civilization. I was living in Europe way before the New World was discovered, but by the time I was the leader of the Geass Order, we found evidence that people in the Americas had Geass before the colonization. You were the leader of Geass Order. Layla scrambled, getting up from her seat, getting cautious all of a sudden. Relax. I left them over 10 years ago. They were looking for me, that is why I ended up in captivity. CC shrugged before walking over and checking the computer screens. She could see vague images of the Geass bird sigil. I would say that this civilization was based around the whole subject of Geass. Like the current civilization is based on technology, this one was based on Geass. The witch reasoned, making the other girls look back at the carvings on the walls. That is not incorrect. Legion commented. The carvings I have studied indicate that they did possess advanced construction means. The AI pulled up some of the buildings it has scanned. The pyramids, the large arches, all of these are built with precision that rivals even mine, and I use advanced computing software. Geass. CC said the obvious conclusion in her opinion. It could have been Geass at first, but they could have developed a technological equivalent. So there was a person who had Geass that assisted in building, and then the people created something that could help them after the person died. Layla stroked her chin as she pondered this. That is a possibility. We have only begun to delve into Geass energy and how it can be utilized. The so-called thought elevator is a simple carving on a wall. Yet, it supposedly elevates consciousness into a plane where the collective unconsciousness exists. If it's a simple carving, then does it mean it can be carved anywhere? Layla asked the AI. So far, I do not possess any data that proves it otherwise. Unless there is a specific method that I am not aware of. The AI's reply caused the blonde to ponder on the meaning of this. Could they use a similar appliance to cross large distances? Like colonize Mars and place the thought elevator there? Then they could move between planets instantaneously. We do need to test that out. The blonde commented. If this works the way she has envisioned, then it could be a game changer. I know what you are thinking, but those things can be very dangerous. CC noticed Layla's enthusiasm. That needed to be put down before she does anything reckless. I know. The blonde looked at the witch. Something like this will be tested before being utilized. Layla said seriously to CC, and the AI joined her. Precisely, it's part of my programming protocol. The reassurance didn't mean much to the witch, who didn't respond, instead looked at other images on the screen. HNNN, let me sleep more, Colin complained as she was snoozing in the bed. Marcus simply smiled, seeing the crimson-haired girl's sleeping face, it was cute to look at. His finger poked her cheek again. As my fire queen wishes, it shall be. He teased, making her eyes snap open as she slowly looked around. Her eyes eventually ended up on him as she realized what had just happened. Why you? The girl wanted to scramble to get up, but she stopped midway and ended up lying in bed. She sighed. Now I have done it, Colin mumbled to herself. No, it was a natural course of action. He ended up lying next to her. The inventor scooped her closer as his hands wrapped around her thin waist. He began to enjoy her sexy body lines. HNN fine, whatever. She blushed while looking away. Come now. No need to hide from me. His other hand went to her face and made her look at him once more. He then got closer and kissed her. Colin rolled her eyes as she answered back and tried to beat him in tongue wrestling. Eventually, she needed to pull back as she needed to breathe. Damn, you, how can you keep your breath for so long? The Fire Queen complained to him as she was breathing heavily, she was flustered. Training. I practiced kendo, breathing is part of it. I see. She mumbled before she got a couple of ideas. Since we crossed this specific bridge in our relationship, I need to learn some things and maybe get eyes like you have. Training is not an issue, but Geass. Are you sure? He asked quite seriously. He looked into her eyes. Very, after all, CC said that Geass users become isolated and they are like kings and all that stuff. I want to be on the other side. She honestly explained why she wanted to have her eyes. I see, it would seem my Colin is not only cute but cares a lot. He teased her a bit, making her flustered. Shut up. Of course I care. The girl exclaimed with a red face. Good, then we can talk with the witch. He said that, but then he got an idea. Or we can use the skull. Skull? How does that work? Colin forgot her embarrassment as she got curious. Simple, really, we just pump it with energy, and your body takes that energy, which triggers Geass manifestation. He explained as if it were the simplest thing in the world. You seriously think stuff like that would work? She asked, not sure such a thing could even work. We will see. After saying that, he went back to snuggling into her. You can't just return to this after dropping something like this. Damn it. The girl once again got flustered. You will get used to it, or should we take a shower together? Are you serious? She looked at him. You said yourself, we crossed that bridge, Colin. He winked at her. Damn you, now you are using that against me. The girl realized that he was using her cards against her. You are the one who started that, my precious. Ugh, fine, let's go, besides. What time is it? She caved in without much pressure before asking time. Because she has no damn idea, all she can see through the windows is that it is white. No idea, we can check later, not that I care about that. Marcus shrugged as he didn't care. In California, where heavy mobile suit development was going on, Mary Bell and Aldrin were invited to see the first proper Britannia mobile suit. Inside a large R&D, there was a standing machine. It was quite bulky and humanoid in shape. It had a single pink eye, and it looked like it had a breathing mask. HMMS Type 1 Zaku. The prototype machine of the Britannia mass production unit. A blonde Indian lady said to the pair of girls. The pair looked at the brown and green machine. It was tall. A head and a half taller than any previous nightmare they have seen. Is it supposed to be this big? Won't the size make it slower? Aldrin asked, concerned about how size would impact the performance. I had the same concerns when I first started to work for you, Britannians. But that's the beauty of Anaheim technology. Did you know that Setanta, the mainstream machine for Anaheim, weighs just a bit more than Gloucester? The pair gawked at this information. The mobile suit skeleton and its joints make them react faster than any nightmare to this date, and then they are head and a half bigger. The woman explained as she looked at the two girls. Are you serious? They're that good. Aldrin commented, she couldn't believe it. She always thought that they were bigger like this to deliver absurd damage. Not that they are as fast as nightmares. For her, it was damage for the price of speed. But turns out they have speed and that damage. They are. Why do you think Anaheim is already the second largest nation in the world, in a matter of several weeks? The blonde developer rolled her eyes. But enough of Anaheim. I am Raxhata Chala, the mother of the machine you see before you. She smirked while saying that. The pair were confused by that strange declaration. This is the prototype for all the new mobile suits that Britannia shall develop, based on Anaheim, Britannia, and my own technologies. This is Zaku Type 1. The mass-produced machine that will face off against Anaheim's superiority. Can it beat those Setantas? Mary Bell asked, intrigued by this machine. It can destroy Setantas, that is for sure. They use the same weaponry. The blonde mobile suit creator commented. The alternative weapons are the revamped railguns. That we know can damage Setantas. They are far easier to use on a bigger platform like our mobile suit Zaku. I see, so we don't know if one of these can face off a Setanta one-on-one, Aldrin commented, realizing afterwards that she was walking through a minefield. Raxhata showed an ugly grimace for a second. Well, I do apologize that I can only work 24 hours a day and have to carry your struggling empire by myself. The pair of girls' ears began to heat up as they felt embarrassed. Regardless, we still have no idea about the armors used by Setantas, or their batteries, the main computers of these machines self-right upon destruction. We can't recreate something when we don't know how. She explained in fury. That is why, there will be more operations to steal Setantas and raid their logistics hubs. You want me to build something that can challenge a Setanta? Then bring me the tools to develop one. Chapter 84, Chapter 83, A Solution to a Problem. Equipped with the latest Britannian technologies, combined with what we recovered from Anaheim, these Zakus are the strongest things we have ever created. Rakshita's assistants were explaining to the pair of Britannia girls. Aldrin changed into a pilot's suit as she was ready to pilot the Zaku. How well they stack against Satanta's? Mary Bell asked. She looked around, making sure the blonde Indian lady was not listening. You do know that we haven't unlocked the core technologies of Satanta. We tried to copy to the best of our abilities, but... You know the saying that copy is not as good as the original. One of the developers said with a strained smile. Since we couldn't recreate the battery, we stacked 4 of them and made into a single block. The metal the machine is made of is a custom tungsten alloy. The weapons were custom made for this machine as well. Yes, we couldn't even completely replicate the technology used in the cockpit. The pair of girls looked at the engineers with a bit of disbelief. They utilize a complete custom software and advanced neural interface. The machine literally reads the pilot's intentions. The longer they listened, the less excited they were for these new machines. Indeed. And these are the basic among basic abilities for their machines. How on earth did they produce so many of them at once? Mary Bell asked. This sounded more like hyper-custom mobile suits. We believe, like the rest of the technologies made by Anaheim, they have special factories for mass production. So we need to get data on these factories before we can even consider catching up to them. Aldrin frowned. Yes. But there is a high chance they are made in space. One of the developers dropped what they didn't want to hear. Exclamation point. The pair of girls sighed at their realization that this is not easy, not even close. One thing at a time, ladies. Rakshita walked over. She motioned towards the new machine. Now get into it, Ms. Zevon. The fellow blonde slowly nodded as she got in. She immediately noticed the difference. The cockpit of this machine was its head. One thing Anaheim doesn't understand is the pilot's safety. The cockpits are in the gut section, with no means of survival when the machine is destroyed. Unlike the Satanta, the head can eject. When the body is damaged, the pilot will survive. The woman explained while Aldrin got into the cockpit and the head locked in, and its singular eye powered up. The 3 monitors powered up as she saw an array of controls. This will take a while. The amount of controls this thing had. Sadly, we couldn't copy the technology available inside Satanta. According to the spies, Anaheim technology inside of cockpit is fully automated and can read one's intentions. They even have holograms you see in sci-fi movies. Rakshita explained as Aldrin was skimming through a guidebook while listening to what the fellow blonde was saying outside of the machine. You can read the book later. For now, move my daughter. We need to run some basic tests before we can improve the model. The blonde inside the machine slowly nodded as her hands went to the control sticks. She began the first test runs for the new Britannia machine. Meanwhile, at Language 3, on the other side of the sun. In the field of asteroids, where 3 of 5 sword stations are being built began to add ice blocks that they have received from Antarctica. The first segment of the colony is attached to the core section of the station. The other 3 segments are already under construction. The refinement process accelerated as standalone refineries were being built in the area. Leading the front in this part of Anaheim was Anna, who wants to see the first space colonies. The weather itself will be a test. Now that I have the ice, I can start tempering it to see how the cycle will begin. This was the first time in history that someone would test the weather cycle at such a scale in space, no less. The Pinkett nerd watched how the new type of blackbird planes were bringing containers from Earth. There were ones that brought dirt as well. She even began to organize a collection of plants from temperate locations, including trees of different shapes and sizes. The girl needs to see how good of oxygen circulation she can come up with in the colony. This was far more interesting to her than mobile suit development. Something she is slowly abandoning, unless Marcus wants to develop one with her like they did with Satanta. Until then, she will be in space and helping Anaheim and humanity in turn to achieve the next big thing. How is it going? Anna asked Nina, as the fellow glasses girl was working on the next generation of fusion reactor. The 3rd generation was here. The only hurdle she still has to pass is the gravity resonators. The rings that circle the rotating sun are what pass the gravity. Everything was ready for the first test regarding the resonators. I can believe we built a space station around this test site. The green-haired girl was a bit annoyed that they spent so many resources just to test this. We had to. This is the most important part in all of this. The Pinkett replied. She can understand where the annoyance is coming from. The girl wants to be hyper-efficient and make Marcus proud. The nerdy green-haired girl wants to be praised more than achieve artificial gravity. Something she does as well. Both of them want to be praised. I know. But we wasted weeks. Nina sighed. As she looked at the space station in the distance, her gaze went to the command center. They were located at Sword 1 station tip. It was the command center of all space operations, including resource management, construction management, And the upcoming tests for Generation 3 of the power source. Begin the test. Nina instructed the personnel. Beginning the test. The people began to scramble as they started pressing on holograms. Opening vents. Initiating fusion of helium-3. As the sequences were happening, Anna fixed her glasses as they were trying to float away. Thankfully, we have borderline unlimited resource of helium-3. She commented. We still haven't invented means to extract gases from gas giants. Nina replied, as she looked at the fellow researcher. According to the schematics we have, Generation 3 of fusion reactors will be able to do that. The reply made Nina's eyebrows twitch. No pressure at all. She commented to herself. We have a reaction. It would seem resonators in the reactor chamber work, but the spreading to the ones outside doesn't work as good as we expected. A hologram of a space station appeared in front of Nina and Anna. They could see that resonators are reacting. But test dummies inside the station were still floating and had not fallen to the floor. If everything had worked perfectly, then the dummies would have dropped on the ground thanks to the artificial gravity. Can we use resonators as means to track how gravity is being channeled? Anna asked as she was looking at the semi-failed test. They can already make suns. The Gundams are powered by a much smaller version of these reactors. But what they want is gravity. Gravity is essential for the next step in humanity's expansion. Once they have proper gravity, they can build colonies anywhere. Adjusting waves readers. Legion used a form of a scanner, and sure enough, they had something. As expected, the containment field is blocking gravity. It can't leave the sphere. Anna commented on it she saw. But if we remove any part of it, the sun's heat, it would melt any lesser material. Nina replied with frown. Then a form of nanometal. Why don't we mix the resonator's material into the containment field? That material is not as good as the containment one. It could emit some of the heat through. I already tried that. The green-haired girl replied as she needed to fix her glasses as well. Why don't we do this? Anna summoned another hologram and drew a rough sketch of another version of the reactor. It was 2 containment spheres. They rotated, instead of resonator spheres, the containment itself moved. When Nina saw this, she needed to double-take at what she saw. You are a genius, Anna. The girl praised the fellow nerd. The pinkette blushed at the praise. No. It was a simple fix. Trying to be as humble as possible. Well, it was a good suggestion because the simulations that I did just now prove that it was working. Legion showed another hologram. The proposed prototype was working. Wonderful. The green-haired girl nodded before looking at the officers. Team. Terminate the current test and begin adjusting to what Anna has proposed. Nina was ecstatic. This was what she needed to create the proper third generation. Terminating the test. The fusion reactor was simply turned off. This was one of the extras that Nina had added. The fusion reactors are very dangerous and if damaged, they could cause a catastrophic explosion, even if it were a small sun. That is why there is a mechanism that rapidly cools down the sun and forces the bonding of helium-3 to stop. These were essential steps. The vents opened below the reactor to rapidly release the heat. Before long, the reactor chamber was empty, and the power in the whole test station went down. Before emergency reactor came online and power returned to the station. It was a simple solar-powered solution as having 2 fusion reactors is a bit too much and it could be deadly for the sword stations in the area. We shall begin the disassembly of this 2.5 generation reactor and will go with Anna's solution. Nina swiftly floated away to begin the whole process. Now that she knows what to do to make it happen, she is feeling extra motivated. If we get gravity, doesn't it mean we don't need to build the colonies like that? Anna realized that they could just switch to the new model where the gravity is generated by the fusion reactor. We could, but that would derail all the manufacturing we are doing. I think the initial 5 colonies should follow the current blueprinting before we build the next ones with the new model. Besides the day and nighttime model, we would need to be redesigned. The green-haired girl explained to the pinkette. I suppose it is what Marcus said he wanted. Anna recalled that he already decided that these 5 colonies will be built with second-generation reactors and the rotation will suffice for the gravity. The next ones, around the moon, will be with artificial gravity, and of course, he is planning to test gravity creation on the moon itself. Like a test run for Mars gravity alternation. Wild plans for sure, but they have robotic labor and borderline infinite energy with the fusion reactors. The only limits for them are the drive, not the resources. Oh. Legion just found out that Britannians are testing the first mobile suits. Nina all of a sudden stopped and looked at the notification before her. It was a picture in the mobile suit development group chat. A satellite picture of California's R&D, it is a mobile suit. The shadow it casts. It rivals KK and Gundams. Anna looked surprised. It is fast. Do you think they figured out some of our technology? She asked, a bit concerned. If they can create similarish technology and can compete against them again, then it would lead to even more violence. Doubtful, the satellites are watching Britannia homeland very closely. There were some movements in the factory locations, but it's not enough to cause concern. They lack essential infrastructure to develop something that could compete with Setanta. But, they could have weapons that could destroy them. Nina recalled the rail guns. Those can blow up a Setanta. But, in the end, a single Setanta could take out a squad of these machines if they use old, primitive technology. Chapter 85, Chapter 84, A Station Not a City. Meanwhile, in Beijing, Shanghai, Hong Kong, rest of the sea access has been secured. We have approximately conquered most of China's core provinces. Guilford showed the map. Anaheim has seized most of the cities that they care about. The much smaller ones that still resist were relegated to smaller forces to finish the job. We still need to consider Indochina's peninsula. That place was oddly quiet. Shinka commented as he looked at the map. That place has some of the insurrections, but there is nothing else going on. Schneasel said something about this place at one time. He didn't say much. But he did mention something about Cambodia. Cornelia commented with crossed arms while looking at the map. You mean to say that he had a direct influence in one of the Federation's provinces? The Chinese warrior spoke with a bit of disbelief. However, it lasted for a second as he realized how corrupt the nation was. Indeed. Money is something he is good at using. The princess smiled a bit while saying that. Damn him. Shinka complained for a second before pushing it aside. We should take proper control of these lands before thinking of India. Shinka frowned while saying that. That is my intention. Cornelia nodded as she looked at her forces numbers. Several new battalions are reporting to her. These were the old Chinese forces that went through retraining to pilot Anaheim machines. The same happened with the regular troops. Her soldier numbers nearly doubled in size, and it's not even half of what she is expecting. She is a bit surprised by how many people want to serve in the military. We have more than enough Setantas to do a simple invasion from all sides. Assuming that India won't do a thing. They won't, they are focusing on digging in. They revealed that they had proper nightmares midway. Cornelia showed pictures of humanoid nightmares reminiscent of Britannia. Those. They had these and didn't say a thing. Shinka exclaimed in surprise. Surprising what happens when you allow self-governance. The princess smiled a bit. Damn them. We spend a fortune supporting them. No doubt that wealth was used to finance these Glasgow knockouts. She said with a frown as she looked at where their Indonesian forces were stationed. We have fully taken over the islands. Australia is keeping their independence. We can ignore them for now. I will keep those forces there to maintain their positions. The princess then extended the view to reveal the planetary perspective. There were forces gathering in space as well. The first ever space fleet. These are Setantas and Scathatches that were gathering for Constantinople's descent. These, we have more in space. This is my little brother's toys that he is keeping stashed away from me, Cornelia commented while looking at the growing number of spaceships and mobile suits. He is planning orbital descent with these. Shinka asked as he could see shipyards and other manufacturing plants in orbit. Not to mention the bulk of the heavy factory is millions of miles away on the other side of the sun. Those were moving with Earth's movement to maintain the distance, forming a perfect defensive line. Yes. But not now. He is doing some research at the South Pole. The ice has been removed to a considerable extent as Marcus, dressed in thick clothes, was accompanied by his ladies as they were exploring the frozen city. It does look like a primitive city. Colin touched the stone blocks that were used to build the city walls. Look closer. Look how these blocks are put together. They were perfectly aligned to fit just right. It will take us ages to do this if not for the artificial intelligence. Layla brushed her hand on the wall while inspecting how these randomly looking stones fit just in the right place. Yes. I guess you mean they had something like stone computers or Geass. The crimson-haired pilot commented. Not sure how it could happen. Stone computers. What is that? Layla replied, confused. Her confusion embarrassed Colin. I don't know. Okay. Just saying. It could be unique tools, it doesn't need to be computers. Jean joined as she was looking around the ice world she was in. Seeing mountains of ice around them, and then a city, it is not a combination she expected to see. It is most likely unique tools. They should have a specific method to do this, and I have an idea what it could be. You do. Colin looked surprised. It is a hunch. We shall see. He smiled, not that she could see from the face mask he was wearing in this place. Hey, you're Geass, I am right. The girl immediately realized how he figured it out. No. Not yet. I haven't looked at this with my eyes. Considering that I am wearing thick goggles at the moment. They interfere with my vision. he explained before walking into the frozen city. One of the first things that got their attention was the massive arches. These arches remind him of gates, not something that is used to celebrate, like the one in Paris, built to honor those who died in the Revolution and Napoleonic Wars. But this one is much slimmer, like the one he remembers in America, not in Britannia but in his previous life's America, that gateway arch in St. Louis. It could be an aesthetic choice to have these. But, one should be enough. Why are there several of these? These arches look incredible, but I think it's a bit too many. Layla said with a small frown. She felt that this was a bit odd. I am thinking the same thing. The city walls are tall and all that, but what are these arches? Colin joined as well. None of them could understand the reason for these. They are perfectly shaped and one would need tall and powerful cranes to lift slabs of stone that high. The group continued to walk, and they noticed that regular houses were not that tall, they were a single floor, made from stone as well. But nothing like those tall walls or the arches. Or the large pyramids in the city center. Marcus wanted to find out the differences, so he sent out soldiers to melt the ice around these regular-looking houses. In the meantime, they went to the pyramids where the ice was properly excavated. As they got closer, they noticed more of those carvings. The steps on the pyramids had carvings that looked like ornaments. The show's groups of people gather in specific places. The leader is holding something. Cece looked at them closely as he placed her hand. At that moment, her coat on her forehead began to glow. A barrage of images began to assault her mind. She saw warm weather, with people dressed in expensive white robes, singing, and the leader of the group using some kind of instrument. They were using music, no sounds. These sound waves would break the rocks into perfectly shaped blocks, and then they would be carried away and placed into a specifically prepared location. This was done effortlessly by these people. Ugh. The girl stumbled for a second, but Marcus caught her. Are you okay? He asked, a bit concerned, as she just stumbled like that randomly. I saw things. The girl said in a slightly confused voice as she tried to process what she saw. Visions. The inventor asked with a curious tone. Guys, those carvings glowed when she touched them. Colin mentioned the small detail. All of them. He asked her as he didn't notice that. No. Only a section. The red-haired pilot shook her head. I see. The visions, they showed me the civilization and how they used instruments. Music to move these boulders and cut them to such perfection. Cece explained she never considered that music could achieve something like that. Not music, vibrations. That is why some of the buildings use different stones. Marcus explained with a knowing tone. And they used geometrical forms, right? He added that with a knowing tone. The girls looked at him. You know about this? Your eyes? Colin asked, now she is certain he used his eyes. No. I've been using geometrical shapes for a while, and the vibrations. You do realize that we are soon to harness gravity. He reminded them. Oh. Gravity is a wave at its very core. Very close to something like vibration. He clarified before looking at Cece. What do you think? Are you ready to try one more time? The exiled prince asked the witch as he looked at other engravings. Leave it to me. She nodded before walking to different-looking carvings. When she touched them, her code glowed, and once again, he saw something. This time it was a different thing. I see. The witch saw sunshine, then rain, leaves turn orange and then wither away, then snow, followed by buds on branches of trees come to live again. I see, seasons. Then the next image went to extreme as the image zoomed out to the planet from space perspective, the world rotated and faced the center of the galaxy. It showed how the world was spinning through space, gazing at different constellations. The space. The Earth is spinning through space. Different constellations. I don't understand. Then there was another shift, this time, it was back to Earth. She saw volcanoes, ice ages, and finally, a huge burning rock slamming into the world, sharp and hail. The witch snapped as she looked at Marcus. The last vision was catalysms. The girl's voice sounded a bit worried and concerned. This is a civilization cycle. The prince pondered as he slowly removed his goggles, revealing his eyes, which transformed into Geass as he looked at the pyramids. He began to dig into the past, looking at it with his eyes. He saw how it was built, how code-bearers engraved the carvings. But then his eyes widened as he realized the true purpose of these 3 pyramids and why they were built in the South Pole of all places. The sunshine. For months, this place has been getting sunshine. These things are generators. He then snapped his gaze into the arches, and what he saw caused his eyes to burn from information overload. Shit, it hurts, damn, it. The 3 girls scrambled to get to him, looking at him with concern. What did you see? Layla asked with concern. She looked worried and very spooked. She covered his face as this place was freezing cold, close to minus 30 degrees Celsius. This is no city, this is a station. He took a breather as he closed his eyes before opening them, they were bloodshot. In mere seconds, he had a 30-hour programming session. The prince put on his goggles as he looked at the three confused girls. Station, to where? Layla was confused, but then she looked at the arches, her confusion slowly morphed into disbelief. What are you talking about? Station to where? There are no roads or highways. Colin commented with a confused look. The arches, they are the gateway. Layla looked around. She was awed and a bit terrified at what this could mean. You mean to tell me these people were running away from an apocalypse? Cece asked as she realized that after seeing those images. This is no primitive society. They created a calendar meant for civilization resets and even devised a method to cross realities and built power plants the size of cities. With nothing but rocks and vibrations. Marcus commented as he looked a bit embarrassed to call himself special when these guys made stuff like that with sticks and stones. These arches are gateways. Colin snapped and looked at the massive stone structures. Yes. Every 11 to 12,000 years, there is a reset of some sort. It's specific, it can be an asteroid, a supervolcano, or even a potent ice age. This always happens. You can check the ice samples. The Britannian scientists did in Greenland. There is a cycle to this. Wait. So the world is ending. Colin exclaimed, her voice was full of horror. Her reaction caused Marcus to chuckle, as it seemed Colin finally processed what they were talking about. Chapter 86, Chapter 85, A Desperate Situation. Why so specific? How can it be 11,000 or 12,000 years? Layla asked, confused a bit at such a revelation. It's like someone decided that humanity needs to suffer every 12,000 years. I don't have specifics. But I can tell that gravity is part of it. Marcus commented as he looked at the arches. Gravity. Yes. You see, our Earth's rotation around the sun is not perfect. That means that other planets don't have ideal rotation either. Some of these worlds can have cycles that are closer or farther from us. If you have noticed before, there is a certain large world that rotates around our solar system. He turned towards them, making them guess. Jupiter. Layla knew a bit about this specific enormous gas giant. Indeed. That planet is big, and it's big enough to impact how we spin on the axis. And that alone can impact our ice age and could potentially impact the volcanic activity. And the meteorites? Colin asked, curious. Jupiter is the vacuum cleaner of the solar system. So yeah. It does its work for free. Marcus smiled while saying that. I doubt it's free, like you said, this big blob of gas tortures us with ice and stuff, Colin complained while huffing. Regardless, what are we going to do about the world's ending? She asked, curious. This is not something she can just blow up with her Dagda. Nothing, I already solved the world's ending. He eye-rolled before looking around. He looked for more carvings on the pyramid steps. You did? Yes. Meteorites, we can deal with them. We already have 5 sword stations and a satellite network watching for big rocks. The ice age is a bit tricky, but we can adjust to CO2 emissions. The only thing that we can't do at the moment is volcanoes. But that is solvable with upcoming technology in Generation 3 fusion reactors. He explained to her. Generation 3. You mean gravity technology? Layla sounded relieved as she was like Colin, nervous to a considerable degree about the visions and the scary stuff Marcus just told them. Yes. If there is a lot of ash in the cloud, we will be able to extract it. He explained, making all of them relieved. So we are all set. Colin exclaimed happily, making Marcus roll his eyes again at them. Why do you think I made all of these preparations? She scoffed a bit. I already knew we had these waiting for us. It was only a matter of time. It could have been now or 10,000 years in the future. I would be prepared for apocalyptic situations. He shook his head. Part of him could believe they were worried about that. To think that you are prepared for such things. Layla had no idea what to think, she was relieved and concerned that he was thinking that ahead. Since this is the case. Cece looked around. She realized that this was a reverse situation. Instead of them worrying about the world ending, the people who live on the other side of these arches should be concerned because Marcus is most likely thinking of bringing peace to their worlds. You are thinking of activating these arches and invading these foreign worlds. I am right. The witch commented on what she was thinking. Peace has to be achieved. Besides, I do wonder what these worlds look like. He didn't deny that he is already thinking of conquering those worlds regardless of how they look. Shouldn't we first focus on our world, then think about what is behind these arches? Besides, can they even work? It should have been thousands of years since they were used. Who knows what is on the other side as we speak? Layla sighed. She had this feeling that this was what Marcus thought. Thankfully, there are hurdles before them, and they can't wage war on two fronts. Precisely, my beautiful girlfriend. You are indeed right. He admitted, but the way he called the blonde caused her to blush heavily. Thankfully, she was wearing a face mask and goggles, no one saw how hard she blushed. But this is a treasure trove for research. Imagine if we could master their methods of building. In space, we could magnify the scale to absurd levels. Colonization, terraforming, it would become far easier. Marcus began to speak with excitement like a small child who had just discovered what a sandbox is. I see your point. But we still need to win the wars. Layla reminded him that they have an open conflict with the EU and Britannia. Though they shattered the Chinese Federation in a day, so, depends. I know. That is why Gundams exist. He smirked as he already approved of the wider use of Gundams when he discovered the Ice City. He can't focus on two things at once. So, might as well unleash his G-force on them while he takes his time in the South Pole. You send them somewhere? Layla asked, but she didn't see any missions. I sent one before we left to explore. He smiled. 5 meteors entered the orbit above Indochina as they rushed towards the military bases of the rebels, who refused to surrender to superior Anaheim forces. Instead of wasting Satantas, 5 specific machines were unleashed. Approach target Alpha. According to preliminary sources, this is a research facility for experimental weapons. They have ties to Britannia. Jeremiah said to the 4 pilots. Here. But this was the heart of the Chinese Federation. Suzaku was surprised. Prince Schneasel is influential enough to buy entire research facilities in enemy territories, Villeta said as they prepared for planetary entry as the machines began to catch fire. The cockpits began to shake for a few moments before they entered the atmosphere. We are going to split up. Villeta, you shall infiltrate the base. The rest of us shall destroy their nightmares and military installations. Jeremiah instructed as the machines split up and began to attack, while one of them disappeared into thin air. The Mechs did a quick job of the station Sutherlands and Gunruss. It was a clear sign that two forces were working on one thing in this place. Schneasel was getting quite close to the Chinese Federation. Not that this matters, as soon enough, they cleared all of the opposition while Blitz Gundam got inside the facilities and began to hack the computers in the base. There isn't much here. My lord. These computers were programmed to self-delete if anyone tried to hack. Blitz's pilot explained. She looked dissatisfied that she didn't find anything. It's fine. We didn't have much hope anyway, our primary objective is to waste on the opposition and lessen the burden for Princess Cornelia. Sure enough, the 5 Gundams split up and began to lay waste behind the front lines. The moment Anaheim forces learned that the enemy military bases were destroyed, they moved in to claim them. In a matter of a few short days, the whole of Indochina has fallen to Anaheim. No amount of tropical forests could assist the rebels, as Gundams and Satantas were immune to basic, primitive weapons. So, rocket launchers or land mines were useless in their guerrilla tactics. The mechs were like an indestructible force that claimed city by city, base by base, until Anaheim had borders with India. Now, India had borders with Anaheim in the north and east. And south if one is counting the sea. Cambodia has fallen, my prince. We have lost the research facility there. Schneasel got informed in a matter of hours when his research facility was taken in Cambodia. It doesn't matter. That project wasn't going anywhere anyway. Floating fortresses are an easy target for these mobile suits. The blonde prince complained. He thought he had something there. But the concept lacked a crucial ingredient. He didn't have a decent weapon for this Damocles. Like those beam cannons from space, now that's a weapon he wouldn't mind adding to his collection. I do wonder why Lelouch is not threatening us with that thing. The prince is a bit concerned. From the photos and notes left behind by scientists and astrophysicists, he knows that these beams can theoretically hit anywhere they want on the planet. The satellites around the planet are like a net they are in. And it means he is watching us from space. I never considered such a thing until I saw this myself. Schneasel is a bit concerned about how many advantages space gives to his little brother. It's something he never considered before, so now he is paying for it. From orbital strikes to orbital descents, to the space industry. Anaheim is expanding at an enormous pace. In chess terms. It's like Lelouch is summoning extra pieces to the table. How is he supposed to win against that? That is why he is trying to acquire Anaheim technology. The next operation is going to be a key one. At the moment, they have an advantage with airships. So they will use them to assault one of the military bases that has batteries and other essential Anaheim technology related to Satanta's creation. Instead, reroute all the resources for Central Asia. Schneasel pointed at the map. We can launch a surprise attack here. Anaheim barely has anything past the Taklamakan Desert. So are we. To prepare a mission in such a location, it would take a considerable amount of time. Not to mention his satellites are always watching us. And our satellites are destroyed the moment Anaheim went for the skies. His assistant Cannon commented on that. I know. That is why we have been moving resources slowly for this. Trains, ships, deliveries, we even track the windows when the satellite passes specific areas. While the ability to observe from space is considerable, it's not perfect. The prince smiled as he showed the plan. We reused old Russian submarines that were stationed in the Caspian Sea to launch missiles. There will be several feint attacks before we reveal our hand. The desert requires specific types of machines. Even if Setanta is incredible, it's not that good in a desert. The prince sighed before getting serious. Though, most of my ideas are speculations. I simply have no idea how well these machines perform in desert or sandstorm conditions. We simply have no idea. And we are running out of time. Schneasel looked at the map. Now that Indochina is under Anaheim's control, India is next. The recently independent nation doesn't have the means to oppose the spacefaring supernation. It won't last that long. And once that nation falls, Britannia is next, and hyper-expansion will start. China, Indochina, Indonesia, and India, once all of them combined, Lelouch has the largest amount of people on the planet. With manpower secured, the space industry in place, and a general space advantage, his little brother has all the cards to overrun the world. That is why Schneasel is betting everything on this assault on the remote military outpost in the Taklamakan Desert. There is not much he could, apart from surrendering. That is something he won't do, not yet at least. Moments later, one of the comms units began to beep. My prince, the emperor. Now that your empire is under such a threat, you decided to be an emperor. Damn you, father. Schneasel frowned for a second. Patch him through Cannon. Schneasel, I have acquired talented people who will assist you in the next operation. Use them wisely. The emperor appeared on the huge screen as he got right to the point. I see. I will use them wisely. You'd better, because we are running out of time. The prince internally snorted. This old man forgot that the technology Anaheim is using is something he never even dreamed of. Finding out their spies in the Chinese Federation was not hard for something like hyper-advanced artificial intelligence. Most of them were already dead before anything could have been leaked. It's like Lelouch is 20 steps ahead for every single one Britannia take. With that in mind, he saw the pictures of two people who had just been inducted into the military. One of them was a purple-haired girl, and the other was a skinny, brown-haired boy. These were, at best, young-looking teenagers. What is he thinking? What they can do? More chapters. Chapter 107 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 87, Chapter 86, Remnants of Order. Britannian forces dedicated to the acquisition of Anaheim technology were a bit confused by these two unknown kids joining the operation. On top of that, they got the newest state-of-the-art mobile suits, the machines which just rolled out from the factory. The newest Zaku machines that got the custom linear railguns and heat axes. We shall take the lead. Once we have secured the front, you can enter the facility and take the data on the battery charging. The brown-haired teen said as he got dressed in a pilot's suit. A large truck that was hiding in a cavern was revealed to be carrying a Zaku on its back. The boy entered the machine's cockpit in the mobile suit's head. I shall begin the operation with Clara. The pink-haired girl next to him slowly nodded. She was dressed in a pink pilot suit, and her Zaku was next to his. They were stationed in the desert for the last couple of days. It was a dreary place, and she hated Anaheim more the longer they needed to be in this damn desert. But now, they can move out, and the two Zakus finally moved out and began to move towards the westernmost Anaheim outpost in the Taklamakan Desert. First phase of the operation was a missile strike from the Caspian Sea as the submarines unleashed volleys of missiles. As the missiles were getting intercepted, the two Zakus moved in. The brown-haired teen's right eye glowed as the pilots in the Setanta stopped in their tracks as he opened fire on these machines with his linear railgun, causing them to explode. When he cancelled his Geass, the fellow pilot next to him complained. Oh, come on, Nibiros, your Geass is so not fair in these kinds of situations. The girl complained. Focus, Clara, we have a mission to finish. The brown-haired teen replied as he focused on what is before him. I shall get my revenge for killing all of our brothers and sisters. The Geass user's expression turned dead serious as he had his Zaku approach the base. Now that the three Setantas were destroyed, they could approach. Though not for long, as more machines were approaching them. Get ready, Clara. On it. The girl moved forward and began to shoot with her linear railgun. Her first shot was a clean hit as another Setanta blew up. The other two machines began to do evasive maneuvers. But that was pointless, as when they got close, the male Geass user activated his Geass, and the machine stopped. This is where he used his linear railgun to blow them up. Once the mechs are destroyed, he stops his Geass. The coast is clear, send in infiltration units to collect the data. The pilot instructed the ground team as he looked around the area. Understood, Nibiros. Soon enough, several camouflaged soldiers rushed into the hangars where the battery charging equipment is stored. What the soldiers found was a completely automated system. There are robotic hands that move the rectangular batteries into a specifically prepared liquid, where the battery insides are replaced, and new, charged liquid is filled. It's pulled out and stored in a special coolant. None of the stuff they saw made much sense to these regular soldiers, but they took pictures, tried to hack into the terminals, and encountered unknown software. This software didn't budge. Instead, what they got was a complete lockdown of all systems. Shit. Damn it all. Why this has to be so damn difficult? The leading officer complained as he tried to connect his laptop to these consoles. But all he got was viruses flooding his laptop. After copying and deleting everything, the laptop screen turned black, and a laughing skull appeared in the middle of the screen. There was a sentence under it. It said, "All your base are belong to us." It was poorly written English that was driving the soldier mad. Ugh. The Britannian soldier closed the laptop before looking around. In that case, collect everything that we can carry, we don't have much time. The man instructed his followers as he looked at the timer on his watch. There were around 4 minutes left. But then an explosion followed. Already. A nervous look appeared on his face as he heard over the radio that one of the Zakus had been destroyed. The pilot survived thanks to the ejection mechanism, but they were running out of time. A blue and yellow beam slammed into Clara's Zaku as the mobile suit blew up. Thankfully, in the very last second, the suits had ejected from the body and flew away towards the truck's direction. The other Zaku pilot looked at a distance. His machine's system began to malfunction. Solar radiation, this is one of those KK units. He swiftly flipped a couple of buttons, and his Zaku's systems recalibrated. This will drain the batteries faster, but at least I can fight properly. The switch was to boost the performance and initiate a magnetic field around the vulnerable electronics. But that's an optional protection, as there are only a few KK units in the whole world. So it was added as optional, now he needed to use it. Let's see if the linear railgun works on you. The Zaku pointed the rifle and shot at the KK unit before him. The machine that had a huge sniper rifle effortlessly dodged before folding the massive rifle and pulling out 2 pistols, and began to shoot at the Zaku. Seeing that the linear railgun was too slow for him, he decided to switch tactics. I need to get close for my Geass to work. He threw his linear railgun into the incoming beams, and the rifle's battery ignited upon contact with the incoming attack and caused a large explosion. The Zaku used the smoke to lunge in with a superheated axe. Now. His right eye glowed as he activated his Geass, then swung the axe. The KK machine just stood there. But then all of a sudden it moved away. Impossible. The pilot is in my Geass range. What is going on? What just happened? The blonde pilot of Flight Eyes looked confused as she looked around the cockpit. Irregularities detected, beginning analysis. Millie looked confused as she looked at the one-eyed green machine before her. Something is not right. The location where this machine was standing has changed. The girl used her neural interface to check the data. The swift check made her realize that she just stood there and allowed the enemy machine to get close and almost allow him to hit her. Thankfully, she is not alone in this fight. Flight Eyes is here to support her when something like that happens. There is a high percentage that this pilot has a type of Geass that interferes with your perception of time. You mean to say that this guy can make me feel that time has stopped for me? Yes. That is what I have concluded. I am continuing to observe this phenomenon. Millie frowned as she decided to capture this pilot. A Geass user may mess with her perception, but not her machine. So if she brings this one back to Anaheim, they can study such Geass and use it against Marcus enemies. You are coming with me. The girl moved in and tried to shoot, but once again she realized that Flight Eyes dodged an axe swing for her. Flight Eyes, you take dodging for me while I focus on trying to take out this machine's legs and limbs. Understood, changing into active assistance. And so a strange form of cat-and-mouse game began as Millie tried to shoot the guy who would use his Geass to get close. But this didn't last long as Flight Eyes gathered enough data to have some conclusive findings. The pilot's Geass has a specific range. Range. Then it's good that I am goddess of range. Flight Eyes' ion thrusters ignited as the machine demonstrated why they are named after gods. It appears almost 100 meters away before pulling out her sniper rifle and locking in. Bam. The Zaku's lower body ended up being shredded, and the mech head detached and flew away. They have ejection units. She frowned for a second. As expected of them. They are not that confident in their technology. I do recommend that our regular troops should have them as well. I guess they do have a purpose. She shrugged before following where the head landed. Several kilometers away, she found the Zaku's heads in a mountainous area. How are you, sensors in a desert? Using heat sensors in a desert is pointless. I can't detect anything. Millie can see an array of the spectrum. She found the two heads of the mobile suit. But the people were long gone. How did they vanish like that? She complained to her AI. But the next moment, her warning system lit up as Flight Eyes detected several missiles heading her way. Asterisk tisk. Asterisk. The girl holstered her pistols and pulled out her sniper rifle. The AI calculated the angle before starting to shoot the missiles out of the sky. Those bastards were aiming for the military base. After erasing the ballistic missiles, she rushed to locate the missile source. It was in the Caspian Sea. And it didn't take long for Millie to find these submarines. The Flight Eyes easily tracked these ships. Unlike the desert, finding things in the sea is far easier. Once she got the heat source, her mobile suit dove into the water and swiftly reached the submarine before blowing it up. But this was not the only one, as soon enough, she located the other two that she blew up as well. With the danger of missiles over, she went back to the desert. Well, this is annoying. I can't find the Geass user. After looking for a couple more moments, she left the area. The KK unit is gone. Remove the covers. Huge cloaks were removed from the trucks. The trucks were hidden under specially prepared cloaks. These cloaks, combined with desert sand and the cover of a cavern, were able to hide them. This was close, but damn, that machine is dangerous. It crossed thousands of miles in a matter of moments. Yeah, did you upload the data? The Britannian soldiers talked among themselves as they were relieved. We shall be taking all of the files and the chemicals you have acquired. The teenage pilot of the Zaka said to the soldiers. Sure. The guys were nervous after seeing this guy wield strange powers. Moments later, the pink-haired girl collected the samples. And then the two left with a specially prepared desert buggy. Once the pair were gone, the soldiers looked relieved. They prepared to leave the caverns with their empty trucks. Their location was Britannia in the north. However, just around 10 minutes into the drive, the blue beams with yellow lightning erased these trucks. Impressive, dear brother. You figured out my satellite surveillance, were able to hide from Flight Eyes AI, and organized such a raid for mere batteries. Marcus shook his head as he checked the files on the raid and what Millie reporters as well. However, one thing that he did find disturbing was that Rollo is alive. I do wonder who else is alive from the Geass order. He was a bit concerned, but at the same time excited that there were some people who survived the destruction of the Geass order. I saw the reports. It would seem Charles still has people with Geass. Cece spoke as she was looking at a white cube of stone floating in the air above a pedestal. They did. But the numbers should be limited. Besides, this was a daring move that cost Schneasel a considerable amount of the limited resources he had. I blew up most of the military infrastructure they had. This was a move of theirs, which was proof that their influence in Asia is extremely weak. This is an invitation for me to claim the remainder of Asia, Europe, and even Africa. He said, while looking at the latest toy he had built from all the research he had done on ancient human technology. Levitation is only one of many things he will learn from them. Chapter 88, Chapter 87, Not So Valuable Intel. It took around a day for the two Geass users to return to Britannia. The pair were taken to the Emperor, who was waiting for them. In the throne room, the pair of tired-looking teenagers dropped to one knee in front of Charles. Your Majesty, we have returned with the data. The brown-haired teen offered several vials and a thumb drive. Schneasel, take it and give it to your research team. The Britannian Emperor instructed the blonde who was in the room. The blonde walked over and took the offered items. You two may leave. Take a few days off. Charles instructed them to leave. The pair slowly nodded before getting up and leaving the throne room. We may have gained something, but this took an enormous amount of effort. I am certain that Britannia realized that we left them in the cold. The blonde began speaking the moment the Geass users left the room. Even if they did, what of it? They will accept that we can't babysit them anymore. The Emperor scoffed. More importantly, I have intelligence that Lelouch has discovered some sort of ancient city in Antarctica's wasteland. The sheer scale of his activities there are my concern. Charles sounded concerned, and that made Schneasel even more concerned. The Emperor rarely shows such an expression. Ancient city, there? The blonde was a bit baffled. What could possibly be there? Humanity has been on this world for nearly 1,000,000 years. Maybe even more. Do you think that we are the only civilization, Schneasel? The old man before him had this smile that told the prince he knew something, and the blonde did not. If humanity was around for that long. Indeed. Interesting, isn't it? The Emperor tapped the throne's armrest. If Lelouch invested a considerable amount of manpower into such a place, then it should be valuable. The prince frowned. Is this why he is not seeing in the Indochina region when it felt? Or that he is making any serious moves? The blonde began to worry about the unknown variables this could bring. If I may, what do we know? What is Lelouch looking for? Schneasel asked with a concerned voice. They are already way behind Anaheim. This sounds as if they are about to fall behind even more, and that could spell their doom. What he is looking for is something that I don't know. But what I know is certain secrets of this precursor human civilization. The old man smiled. Your ruins. My ruins. Is that what you call? A bit naive of your Schneasel. Charles snorted in amusement. These ruins and their power are what kept Britannia at the top of the world since we were exiled from Britain. The prince's eyes widened for a second as he just learned this bombshell. What is concerning is that Lelouch has the entire city to study on top of his advanced faction. That is why I offered you the help of 2 of my best Secret Service agents. Those 2 teenagers were agents of the Secret Services. Surprised? They have special powers that made the mission possible. The prince looked a bit concerned. What the hell is going on? He is slowly starting to feel that certain things are slipping away from him. He is learning the hidden sides of the world. Do we have more of such people? Charles grew pensive when he heard that. Remember the crater? That's all he needed to tell the prince, as the reaction on Schneasel's face told it all. That attack from space, it was to blow up some sort of base that belonged to Britannia. Indeed. Lelouch's attack has crippled us, severely. The Emperor looked a bit annoyed. Not a bit, a lot. But he is good at controlling his emotions, so even seeing an annoyed Emperor like that is already considered impressive. The war is getting to the Emperor. So, that's how it. It was surprising to say the least. Britannia Special Services base was deeply in Asia. That is something else. Now you know Schneasel. The coming months will tell if Britannia is worthy to survive. Do what you can with the technology that we acquire. Hold nothing back, mobilize all you can, because we know that Lelouch is coming and you know what he is capable of. Yes. Your Majesty. You may mobilize my Knights of the Round Table. I will instruct them to listen to your orders. Don't disappoint me. With that said, the prince knew that the Emperor had branded Lelouch as an existential threat when the Round Table Knights would be listening to him. Understood, my Emperor, I shall leave for California at once to deliver the data we have collected. Do so. I demand custom machines for our best knights if we wish to fight Anaheim's KK machines. Charles barked the orders as the prince solemnly nodded. As you wish. It won't be easy. We just ended Zaku's test runs. Sadly, we lost those 2 machines and their combat data. Schneasel didn't waste his time as he swiftly took his private plane to California, where the base of new mobile suit development is located. The information they acquired from the raid was handed over to their head of R&D. In the main office, it was as quiet as in a graveyard as the top developer was reading over the files. On the opposite side, the blonde prince was waiting patiently. Sigh. Do you want to hear the bad news or the good news? Raxhata finally spoke as she puffed her Kizuru pipe. Let's start with good news, then. The prince wanted to hear something positive, before getting his hopes crushed. The good news is that I can recreate this. She waved the papers. It was pictures of the batteries. And the bad news? I can't mass-produce this, not yet, at least. I would need at least a couple of years of infrastructure development to make something like this into mainstream batteries to replace the current energy fillers. She explained to him, making Schneasel frown even more. Even with all this data, we still can't make these. The prince complained, frustration starting to surface on his face. You do realize, Prince Schneasel, that your little brother developed the resources first, then infrastructure for those resources, followed by the technology. You understand that, don't you? It's like giving a modern car to a medieval society. They could recreate parts of it because they know how to process iron and make steel. You do understand where I am going with this? She asked him. So we simply don't know. The thing is, we know or have ideas, but we simply do not have time. This is more or less intentional. You could, and I believe that this was done intentionally by your little brother. Schneasel's eyes slowly widened as he realized that Lelouch created this technology like this on purpose. By the time they understand in and out, Anaheim would overrun them. Truly. He thought this out to such a degree. The blonde prince mumbled under his breath. While the prime minister intended to play the chess, his little brother was literally the one who not only created the table on which the chess can be played but even made the rules. It was a setup from the very beginning. Instead of focusing on their own technology and its advancement, they threw themselves into this new, unknown technology that is a setup. So it's a setup by Lelouch. Yes and no. He is forcing you to play by his rules, while he is the game master. You were never intended to win in first place. That is maybe so, but we don't give up without trying. Schneasel won't accept defeat like this. Focus this technology on Round Table Knights. Rebuild them any way you see fit. Do your best. Raxhata. The prince instructed that, as he was ready to leave, the blonde woman stopped him. I will do my best. But do remember our deal, Prince. Do not worry, India is the first to get the shipments of the experimental linear railgun rifles. The issue is whether they can use them. The blonde prime minister has already sent the containers of weapons to India. Compared to keeping the Genius, these weapons are dirt poor. Don't worry. India is on their way to roll out their mobile suits. The woman smiled, making Schneasel frown. You shared technology. I didn't share. I send them the things that I developed, not what Britannia created. She explained, it was semantics. But this is where Prince smiled. You'd better send all the data and make them develop their own Zakus. Just don't forget to collect the data. The woman frowned in turn. But in the end, it was a good idea. Even if it means Britannia will use India as a testing ground for their Zakus. Very well. Is it true? Britannia is asking for a ceasefire. Marcus asked the girl responsible for the diplomatic side of things. Kagaya is quite versatile when it comes to interactions with people, from PR to HR to diplomacy. She took the whole thing like a storm. And for Marcus, who simply doesn't give a damn about those things. He would rather build a robotic army than employ people. This is where this Samurai princess comes to play. She was good enough that he relegated her to the majority of those works. Sure, there is Millie, but she is more or less a bodyguard for Nunali and a talent scout. Yes. They sent it to us via official channels. They want a ceasefire. Kagaya replied as she sipped her warm tea. It was cold in the South Pole, even when she was dressed in several layers of clothing. Is that so? They do know that I want the whole world. Not part of it. The inventor prince replied with a small frown. You could accept it. For a while, my spies are telling me that Indian is getting a considerable amount of military shipments from Britannia. Some of the containers they found are of a very specific size. Mobile suit size. Kagaya said with a small frown. That made Marcus furrow his eyebrows a bit. He needs to make Legion keep its eyes on cargo ships now. He summoned his AI hologram and checked the ports in India. He noticed a bit of variation in the shipment containers. So after I blew up your planes, now you do it the old-fashioned way. Strange that Britannia of all people would give their military hardware to other nations. He commented, there was a bit of a mocking smile on his lips. The high and mighty, Darwinian-obsessed nation that would never accept something like allies is sending military aid and support to a foreign nation. Oh, how mighty has fallen. They barely have any supplies after I destroyed them, but now they are sending their recently built Zakus. Yeah, Zakus. It would seem I have triggered something that this world right now is changing into a Gundam world. As hilarious as this is. But, yes. My sweet and amazing father is adapting to the situation. I am impressed. Are you okay? I haven't seen so many expressions on a face change so much. Kagaya looked worried for a second. Relax. I am just happy that my dearest father is growing up. Even when he is over 60 now. Marcus chuckled while saying that. I don't know if I should take this as a joke or if you are serious. The girl was confused, to say the least. Both. Because we forced Britannia to lower its head, my father is sending aid to another nation that has never happened. They are not doing that to Britannia but India instead. Yes, that is something I do not understand, Kagaya asked, confused about this as well. Simple, India had a military-industrial complex. They are making a mobile suit. Most likely using this as an opportunity to test their machines in a field. As Marcus said, he got an idea. Why doesn't he just crush India and, in turn, Britannia hopes instead? This will be the perfect opportunity to deploy all of his KK units at once. It will crush whatever resistance they think they could muster. Perfect, let's do just that. So what is your answer? What should we do with Britannia? Kagaya asked, but by this point, Marcus shoved them aside. Oh, right. Chapter 89, Chapter 88, Launching ECNI. Marcus has put his plan into action. He mobilized the majority of available forces to surround India from all sides. He even delayed the invasion for a short while. This was to allow his newly created battalions to train for several more days. Such a pause helped new spaceships to get into position as well. The Sirius and Centauri-class warships began their descent into the planet's surface. It was a total war situation as Anaheim is no longer hiding its might in space. Gods, what the hell? At the Himalayan border, the recently recreated Indian army was watching the light show in the skies. Massive meteorite-like ships were descending onto the planet. Surrounded by flames, the skies turned red and orange. This was happening all over the subcontinent. In recently conquered Indochina, the ocean separating Indonesia, and even in the Persian lands, several Sirius carriers took positions there. Marcus' 3 warships left Antarctica and ended up just south of the island of Sri Lanka. Phew. It's good to leave the South Pole, that place is just dreary. Colin commented as she was enjoying the warm weather of the Indian Ocean. I agree on that. But we left that place because of the upcoming war with India. Jean replied. She was a bit surprised that Anaheim signed a ceasefire with Britannia. That made the nation separate from Britannia as a nation, as Charles didn't send any sort of notice about the ceasefire. This means that Britannia, that is, a tributary state, is acting on its own. I think we are going overboard. We are bringing close to 1 million strong to assist in this fight. Hell, Marcus even positioned the particle cannon towards them. Colin commented as she leaned back and enjoyed the sunshine. The girls were at the edge of the catapult deck in the carrier warship that Marcus is using as his flagship. Maybe, but it's one of those moves that is done on purpose. Jean knew that such a show of force is done on purpose. Deployment of the new navy all at once was not in the cards. The Inventor was keeping the bulk away so that he could take Constantinople. Yet now, all that force descended upon the subcontinent of India. Yes. I could see that on his face. Marcus is happy to see that the enemy is mass-producing their mobile suits. I don't know about the happiness part. Jean frowned at that. At least I got a scat hatch machine for myself. The night girl sighed, at least she was moving up in the ladder of mobile suits. Colin turned around and smiled at her. I heard that he is collecting your fighting data as we speak. He will use it to make a custom machine for you. So don't lose hope. No knight should pilot a mass-produced model. Colin tried to reassure her. Jean looked at her, wondering when she had heard that. Oh. At that moment, she recalled that this crimson-haired girl was spending quite a bit of her time in his quarters now. So you heard about it, in one of your visits? The night girl asked her. Trying to sound as casual as possible, not being judgmental or anything, since Marcus is her lord, yet this girl is not official girlfriend like Layla is. Colin, for a second, blushed as she looked away before swiftly standing up from the edge of the catapult deck. And then looking back at the brownish-red-haired night girl. Why yes, he did. Anyway, he was the one who seduced me anyway. Colin tried to explain herself. You don't need to explain yourself to me. I am here to follow orders for my lord, not question his love life. The girl shook her head as she said that. Is that right? You Britannians and your nobles thing, would you follow his orders if he ordered you to strip? The crimson-haired pilot girl asked, her question tinged with genuine curiosity. Jean blushed this time as she didn't say a thing for a couple of seconds before taking a deep breath and answering the question. If this is what he is asking of me. Marcus Knight replied with a straight face, though there was a thin blush on her cheeks. I see. You are devoted. That is for sure. Colin was impressed. Even in such a situation, Jean would do it. I am simply following his orders. That is all. That is the reason for my existence. The KK pilot looked surprised for a second. That's extreme devotion. That's for sure. Well, thankfully, he won't do that as he is busy. The crimson-haired girl recalled Marcus' excited face as he got data on the next-generation fusion reactor that can create artificial gravity. This means the pathway for third-generation mobile suits is open, and their development can begin. As Colin was thinking this is what Marcus was doing, the exiled prince began the development of the true Gundam. The successors of the KK units. Their name will continue from the previous generation, but they won't be KK units. That's because these machines are made from the ground up for a new platform. Based around the third-generation fusion reactor, these machines will radiate gravity waves from their very bones. The new alloy based on graviton resonators will make these machines capable of ignoring gravity, as if they were separated from the outside world. This means that Marcus can ignore the weight of this machine. He can pump as much technology as he wants. At the same time, he can utilize gravitational forces in his weaponry. Thus, the name he came up with for these machines is Gundam Thrones, the most powerful mobile suits in existence. Wielding fundamental forces like this machine could cross the cosmos at absurd speed and ignore the speed of light entirely. Sir. We are in position. The carrier spaceship's captain brought the exiled prince back from his thoughts as he looked up. For a second, he closed his eyes and opened them again, dismissing his Geass. Sigh. Then begin the Operation Shatter Hope. He dismissively ordered the operation to begin. Sent the word. Mobile suits launch. The captain motioned for officers to begin relaying orders. And tell Gundam pilots to start their descent. Let the enemy know that they lost the moment they decided to resist. Marcus smirked for a second as he was amused that people still wanted to resist when he brought such force down from space. Understood, contacting G-Force. A few moments later, he saw 5 new dots entering the atmosphere throughout the subcontinent. And tell my dearest sister to do whatever she wants. In the meantime, I shall begin to lay waste to their military infrastructure, With that said, the Inventor Prince stood up and lazily began to walk towards the lift that would take him down to the catapult deck. I shall come with you. Layla rushed after him. As before, she was organizing the deployment of the forces through south and west, while Cornelia was commanding north and east. Sure. Will you be using ECNI? The moment the girl mentioned that machine, Marcus frowned. Might as well do that. He seriously nodded. You do know you should take it easy. CC is quite traumatized when it comes to Geass, and you just made a machine that can artificially use any Geass you have recorded beforehand. The blonde girl said with a worried tone. This machine is essential for the next step of humanity. He grumpily replied before leaning into the wall of the lift. It was designed to boost the human mind, pushing to the limit so that one's brainwaves could improve. Once I collect enough data, humans could potentially have psionic powers in future. He explained to her. CC is acting like a scared cat. Instead of looking at it curiously, she is trying to bury the problem at the first sign of trouble. Maybe because she was traumatized by it before. Layla reasoned, understanding how the witch is feeling, somewhat, and how Marcus is feeling. Whatever, the inventor shrugged before talking to his AI. Legion, tell the crew to prepare ECNI for me. Understood, sir. It will take a few moments longer as we were planning tyrannies for you. Take your time. He looked at his girlfriend. You should prepare for your launch. Layla crossed her arms as she looked at him. I will, don't worry about me. We will make sure India falls quickly. The less conflict, the better. We should crush them with absolute power so that they won't resist. Pacifists, when they wage war, wars don't last long. One would say that warmongers are the most dangerous. How wrong they are. The most terrifying people are those who wage war as pacifists. Do whatever you want, Layla. Remember, I made machines, not control how you wage war. He shrugged. As the lift arrived at the catapult deck. Layla smirked when she heard that. That's amusing coming from you. We are here to wage war because you want it. Because you want to rule the world. She shook her head. We are waging the final war where humanity is fighting each other. There won't be any more conflicts between us. Marcus said with a certain word. That depends. Layla wasn't that sure. She might have been an idealist before, but she simulated enough of humanity with Legion to know that humans love conflict just as much as they love peace. It doesn't depend. It is how it shall be. Once Britannia is crushed, the world shall fall in place, and we shall focus on the cosmos. People won't have time to think about their neighbors when the stars themselves call us. Simply put, humans will be too busy to care about small things. He explained to her without waiting for a reply as he went to the locker room. The girl pondered his words for a second before walking after him. Maybe. But then again, who knows what the future holds? I wasn't expecting an ancient civilization in the South Pole, but there was one. Layla shook her head. The world is simply too big, and that's not even thinking about space. After changing into a pilot suit, Marcus walked to the hangar. The lift moved as KK-51/DA-01 ECNI was moved into position. The mech was quite slender compared to Tyrannies and half as thin as Dagda. But this machine is, so far, the strongest thing Marcus has ever built. For a simple reason, it has the Geass system, which powers all of its offensive systems. As the exiled prince walked over, the mech's yellow eyes glowed as the machine offered its hand. The inventor jumped onto the offered palm, and the mech brought its hand to the torso, where Marcus got into the cockpit. Once inside, he got into the seat that adjusted to him. The very next moment, the neural link connected, and a HUD popped up. This was a two-layered system. The cockpit has its 360-degree monitors and a direct line of sight to the person's eyes. This means it's like having a see-through VR headset that lets him interact with systems at absurd speeds, without needing to press any extra buttons. Marcus' eyes scanned all of the systems. Fusion reactor stable, ion engines online, float support, targeting systems, Geass booster, Geass library, Legion support. Everything is good. KK-51 ECNI is ready for launch. Marcus contacted the comms tower. Understood, the catapult deck is clear for you, my prince. The prince nodded as the mech was loaded into the magnetic rails. He could see the traffic lights switch from red to yellow, then to green. When the inventor saw that he was good to go, he pushed the thruster lever to max before pushing the pedal down. The mech's ion thruster glowed brightly before he was launched out of the carrier at neck-breaking speed. As ECNI was gone, Layla wondered how this machine would perform. She had never seen a Geass-powered suit before. There are a bunch of things she is wondering. Not that she had much time to think as her Astraste was lifted to the deck. Let's end this. I wonder if Britannia will capitulate after seeing our power. It was wishful thinking, but in this situation, this is what she is hoping because. What else is there for those people? Could they possibly resist Anaheim's power? Chapter 90, Chapter 89, Supernatural Mobile Suit. KK-51/DA-01 ECNI doesn't have a single visible weapon on it. That's because it doesn't need it. Why would it need one when enemies will kill each other in the machine's presence? It's that simple. The mech rushed above the Indian Ocean waters before arriving at the first military installation. Zaku's noticed it, looked up, and was about to open fire. What is this thing? The pilots hesitated as they saw a KK-style machine. But they had never seen it before. It is not one of the previously documented ones. Not only that, but it was emitting some sort of red light instead of the most common blue light produced by ion technology. Does it matter? Shoot it. Kill it. It has the Anaheim crest on its shoulder. One of the officers snapped the pilots out of their surprise. All right. As the guy pointed at the mech in the air, the KK unit spread its hands into a T shape and said a single word. Die. At that moment, red circles appeared around the Zaku pilot's eyes. Yes. My lord. The Zakus pointed their linear railguns at each other and shot them without hesitation. One by one, the mobile suits began to blow up as ECNI overlooked the whole thing. Just like that, there were no more opposing machines in this location. All of this lasted less than 5 seconds. Such an incident was baffling in the command center, where the leaders noticed one base had just ceased to respond, as even regular soldiers committed suicide. Marcus, who is piloting the mech, checked out the systems after issuing the first Geass command. All systems seem to be stable, the issue is that I can't spam this. Simply because the energy needs to be generated and spread, it's not instantaneous. His eyes went through the first data before checking the GPS to locate the next base. ECNI send word, the first occupation force to claim this base. We shall gain a foothold in Sri Lanka before moving into the main subcontinent. Understood, sending word. A female AI replied as Marcus moved his machine forward. The next target is the island's capital. What the hell? They all killed each other. Layla's eyes trembled as she saw the whole thing from the sky. She never considered that the radius of such a thing is the entire base. Thank God she was a considerable distance away. Otherwise, she could have been in the radius of this Geass. We should move away and begin conquering the right side of the tip. It's dangerous for you to be close to the KK-51, my lady, Andraste said to Layla. The blonde slowly nodded as the mech's suggestion was right. Why yeah. The winged mobile suit rushed off towards the mainland. Making quite a bit of space as they have no idea what ECNI could pull next. Monster. Get away from me. The Zakus were dashing away with their thrusters as red energy, like heat-seeking missiles, pursued the machine. High above the city, a mobile suit with a red halo and wings that looked like a bird with spread hands was floating leisurely. It didn't look like it was shooting anything, no, the wings would glow and emit energy that would rush into the city and seek out its targets. But the fun was interrupted when a large railgun blast rushed towards the KK unit. However, instead of hitting the machine, the mech simply moved aside the very last second, missing the whole blast like it was nothing. What the fuck was that? A custom Zaku lowered its heavy railgun and looked at the enemy in the distance. The mech floating above the city pointed one of its fingers, and the sound of a heavy red beam swooshed through the whole area, blowing up a section of the city, and the Zaku was cut vertically in half. The very next second, it blew up like a massive bomb, the batteries going off like explosives. The mech simply brought its hand back and continued to fly in its T shape. Let us test the mind linkage system. Yes, as you wish. The machine's red halo and bird-shaped wings glowed in deeper red as the whole city was engulfed in crimson light. Sort out the soldiers. A window bar appeared in the cockpit as the AI began to sort out people's minds. The red energy is highly invasive when it comes to brain waves. It can enter through the eyes and ears and can easily influence people. That is the power of Geass energy that ECNI can wield through its artificial system. The city is scanned, my lord. The soldiers have been selected. The bar filled up as a map appeared on the HUD. The soldiers have been picked up. Well, in that case, let them die then. With that said, the soldiers pointed their guns at each other and began to slaughter. In an instant, the city lost its entire garrison. Without its garrison, the island's capital has fallen. That has terrified the shit out of the military, as there was no struggle, no signs of conflict, just a simple slaughter of each other. This is something the military can't understand. What is going on? None of them can explain this, and that alone is terrifying to those who wish to protect their lands. So when they saw that the island had lost all its defenders in less than 20 minutes, they trembled with fear. Yes, sir. We have lost Sri Lanka. And Anaheim forces are already entering the southern tip. If this continues, we will lose everything in a single day. One of the strategists said to the old ruler. Even with the new Zakus, we are utterly useless. I thought we could even out the odds, but then these people brought literal spaceships. The Maharaja commented with a sign. What should we do? One of the commanders grew even more terrified as reality began to sink in. The live map before him doesn't help either, as their territories that are marked green are losing ground to a red faction at a rapid pace. They had an enormous defensive line at the Bengal River, but it was smashed through by Cornelia and her KK unit Morrigan. It was a one-sided slaughter. Call Anaheim, we are surrendering. The old man sighed for a second before ordering one more thing. But before you do that, send all the data we gathered to Raxhata. Understood. The capitulation of India has spread worldwide like wildfire. It was less than an hour ago that the invasion started, but the sheer force of Anaheim's invasion has caused the recently reborn country to surrender. The sheer difference in technology has terrified the soldiers, who had no idea how to fight these things. The rumors of soldiers killing themselves spread throughout the whole nation in a matter of minutes. How are they supposed to resist that? The surrender has quickly reached the ears of the Britannian royalty, who were waiting patiently for any information about the war. They were more than surprised by how quickly the war ended. My prince. India has fallen. Prince Schniesel's secretary spoke in a somber tone. This was worse than they had anticipated. They expected at least a few days' time, based on what they had seen before in Indochina and China. They expected Lelouch to take his time in conquering. Just as he did before, they expected him to be meticulous. But this was not so. Yes, well. This was unexpected. However, such a swift defeat could mean either thing either way. My little brother could take his time consolidating his control over the subcontinent, just as he did in previous conquests. He took his sweet time. The blonde tried to motivate himself more than anything. That could be a possibility. Cannon slowly nodded as, in the very next second, the comms in the room began to light up. It was from the Emperor and other generals who were watching the conflict closely. Excuse me. It would seem there is a meeting that I have to attend. The Prime Minister frowned while saying that. A short trip later, the blonde prince was in a meeting room with an array of generals and the Emperor at the helm. The moment Schniesel was there, Charles started his meeting. With Geass order gone and his secret service in disarray, the Emperor has to rely on his regular military to compensate for the shortages. However, that's the issue, they can't compensate. You all know why I called you here. The Emperor started the meeting. India has fallen, and all of our investment in them is gone. The burly ruler said in a deadpan tone. He didn't have much hope in others that were not his empire, but it was worse than his original, barely passable expectations. However, the intelligence operators and India itself shared their data before their capitulation. Charles motioned to one of the officers to show it. The massive screen lit up, showing videos of the front lines. Schniesel's eyes widened in surprise. It was worse than he had expected. Anaheim used all of their nightmare killer machines, except for one. The Emperor said while looking at the blonde Prime Minister. Tyrannies is not there. It means Lelouch was not at the front lines. Wrong. He was piloting a different machine. The Emperor used a remote and literally changed the channel like it was a TV. It was a live broadcast from Delhi. Lelouch was shaking the hand of the old man, Maharaja. Behind the exiled prince was a completely different mech. A new model. Not any model. This machine can wield that power we have discussed, Schniesel. Exclamation point. Charles switched back to the previous channel and then grunted at the officer to show what he meant. What they saw was this white and red machine with yellow eyes floating in the air without weapons, but it had a sinister-looking red halo and wings from strange energy. It was different from plasma emitted by ion technology. This was a different and strange new technology. Look at this. The Emperor showed video footage from cameras in a military base where soldiers were slaughtering each other. Then, it showed them how Zakus were pointing railguns at their companions and shooting. It was a slaughter without even lifting a weapon. Holy. How? Impossible. The generals began to panic and mumbled to each other. Charles frowned as he looked at his son. This is what I was worried about. He did this way before we were able to do it. He has completely synthesized Geass and added it to a mobile suit. Not just any suit, but he made a KK unit. The Emperor clenched the armrest of his seat as he was shaking with anger. This was the worst-case scenario. Such a machine could fly over to Britannia, and all of them would kill each other. There is no need to do anything. What should we do, Your Majesty? Schniesel asked. He was out of ideas. For the first time in his life, he was feeling hopeless. The Emperor sighed. He was slowly resigning himself to a fate in which his dream would never succeed. Lelouch was like a butcher who was bit by bit chopping his dream down with no sign of stopping. I can't say that I have the means to fight him. Lelouch has destroyed all of the research we were doing in this power. However, I have suggestions. A bit of hope appeared in front of such unfair power. This energy enters through the eyes and ears. If one wants to counter it, we need to develop a form of cover. Schneasel nodded when he heard it. The bright light the machine emits makes sense to him now. This should not be hard to develop. One of the generals commented, he has recovered, somewhat from the previous trauma. Yes. But that machine has affected the newly developed Zaku's. The blonde prime ministers pondered. It would seem that Zaku's interior is not that good against this strange power. I shall speak with Raxhata about this. Chapter 91, Chapter 90, I still want that city. As the news of Anaheim's conquest of India was settling down, Britannia was in full swing, preparing for war. The data gathered in India, while not extensive, was enough to improve the Zaku. The design was streamlined, and superior models were proposed. An upgraded version, also known as GOUF, was under development. New weapons were in development as mobile suit developers had some idea of how strong Satanta's armor was. Sadly, Britannia was playing catch-up game, while Anaheim was working on the next big thing. The data collected from ECNI gave Marcus some ideas on how to incorporate the next version of the cockpit into the upcoming Gundams. It doesn't need to be simply Geass utilization, the HUD-style integration and the next version of the neural interface. That is the future. The mech reacts as fast as thought. That alone made Marcus excited as he threw himself to make the third generation. As the inventor was working on Gundams, the work continued at the South Pole. Every day, there would be more Legion bots that would dig up more ice. At the same time, there would be more transporters that could pick up the ice. In a matter of weeks, the city and the surrounding areas were fully dug out, and the research work began. At the same time, the ice harvesting didn't end as Legion bots continued with the work in the surrounding areas. Marcus realized that he could continue with ice collection for his colonies. He could even transport ice to Mars to assist in colonization there. Back to the ancient city. The research continued as Legion and the nerds continued to figure out how to power the arches. They knew that the pyramids were the key. But these constructs required something. Then a random deep earth scan revealed that there are huge caverns of frozen ice under the city. Water, of course, they need water. Lloyd scrambled as he checked data on the laptop. Water is a decent conductor and quite good at radiation absorption. I am surprised that these people came up with that. He commented as his fingers danced through the keyboard. You shouldn't underestimate these people. They figured out interdimensional travel thousands of years before us. Cecile reminded him of that. I know, that is because I was not born yet. The nerdy scientist rolled his eyes. His reply was that he had not been born yet. Regardless, we need the water to melt to see if it could work. I suggest drilling and then using rods to heat it. We already considered this style for gas giant moons. Nina shrugged aside Lloyd's comment as she focused on the mission at hand. Yes. However, we should be careful with the drills and keep the water from heating too much. Anna considered that, since this water was at the South Pole, they couldn't heat it too much, otherwise, hot water beneath the ice could trigger catastrophic events. I was thinking the same thing. Though, I do wonder where the power will come from. Lloyd pondered as he checked the data. At that moment, Marcus strolled in with a grin on his face. To answer your question, it's Earth's magnetic field that is powering this. Just mentioning that made the Earl of Pudding's eyes widen as he realized something. You mean, the location. It makes sense now. This was built here because the magnetic field leaves from the poles. Damn. Just damn. The nerdy scientist could not believe how genius these people were. They built first ever perpetual motion engine from stones. Indeed. They had no idea about space travel or tectonic plates, but a version of a fusion reactor. That was possible. Marcus chuckled as he showed them what he figured out. Check this. One of the holograms lit up. They use stones that resonate differently with magnetism. They used one stone to heat up, and the heat then sent the energy upwards into the pyramids. In other words, it's a city-scale steam engine that powers these portals. Not only that, but they even use astronomy to some extent as the stars align with the position of the pyramids and gates. This is wild to say the least. The inventor showed them. What for? Lloyd was confused, to say the least. Why do they need astronomy for this? Precisely, what for? Maybe advanced physics is in use. Maybe that's how they use these portals. It's their GPS, I can only guess. Guess. Your Geass shows you. Anna puffed her cheeks as she realized that he was most likely messing with them. Like I said, maybe. And it doesn't show it like that. You do realize that I need to be high enough to see how it works. It is still human eye range. He reminded them that his Geass has something called range. It's like being inside a building, you only figure out its shape when you see it from outside. If you say so. The glasses-wearing Pinkette rolled her eyes as they returned to the matter at hand. So magnetism resonates with specific stones, which creates vibrations that heat up and send hot air upwards into some sort of primitive receivers that then send up energy into the pyramids, but where does the energy go from there? Anna asked as she was very curious about this. I do believe this is something Tesla came up with a while back, Marcus replied as he knew that Tesla was indeed a person in this timeline. Oh, electricity flowing from one thing to another without copper cables. Anna realized that. That is a possibility. But honestly, we need to turn these things on, otherwise it will be only speculation. He replied with a sigh. All of what he said is speculation after doing simulations on similar models with the help of his AI. All he knows is that these things could be using weird crystals for energy. After all, they have sakuradite, which has immensely assisted his technological growth. He skipped decades of research with the help of this pink resource. Isn't it a bit reckless? We don't know where those portals lead. Cecile was probably the most reasonable one in the whole research group. I think it's exciting. Who knows what kind of resources lie on the other side of those gates? Nina replied, her eyes glowing with excitement. Yes, I understand that. But we should be cautious. The blue-haired scientist slowly nodded, but she was still worried. Don't worry, we won't be just passing through recklessly. I am thinking we should be taking precautionary steps, like probes, before sending any sort of personnel. Even then, I am only thinking of doing this after we have properly functioning Gundams. Marcus reassured her, making the lady sigh in relief. In that case, I shall return to the colony building. Anna smiled while saying that. She needs to return to her work. Now that they have finished with third-generation reactors, she is installing sections in the sword stations where people can enjoy standing, instead of always floating around. I will continue designing better forms of drilling. This is something you need, right? Nina asked him, and there was a hopeful look on her face. Yes. And I have something in mind that you could check out. He smiled at her, making her blush. What do you have in mind? She asked while fiddling with the edges of her skirt. Check this out. He motioned for his hologram to pop up before going through files and sending something over. The green-haired girl fixed her glasses before checking the data. This, you want to add your Geass to, drills? She was confused by that. Not my Geass specifically, but a part of it. He highlighted the part that he had in mind. Mixing artificial intelligence that could allow for pinpointing structural weaknesses for easier drilling. Oh. That's. Lloyd, who was noisy, was listening in. He looked ecstatic about something. You could do so much more than that. I already checked out ECNI's combat data. You have created something with absurd potential. The nerdy developer got even more excited just from talking about it. I know. But we are not rushing this. I don't want to overload AI with something as dangerous as Geass. It can literally invade our minds. Marcus pointed out the dangers. Indeed. That is why you are testing out with bits and pieces like drills. Lloyd sagely nodded as he understood the angle of this. Yes. So I will be sending over the data and initial prototypes. I want you, Nina, to oversee this in the resources field we have brought over. Let's see if we can process resources quicker. The inventor flicked over some more files towards her. Understood. Please, leave this with me. Nina nodded as she received the schematics for upgraded versions of Legion bots and machinery. It looked like a tank that had a drill for a turret. In the meantime, we shall continue to work on the Gundams. Lloyd smiled while fixing his glasses. He was excited when he saw that the initial frames were already developed by Marcus. The fusion reactors and now the skeletal frames are done. The nerdy ex-nightmare developer was ready for the next big thing. You two can work on the propulsion systems. I will continue with the cockpit. The exiled prince nodded as he instructed them on what to do next. I guess the city excavation is on hold until we have decent drilling systems in place. Anna realized that none of them would be staying here at the South Pole. To some extent. Even if we drill and heat the water, we could kickstart the gates. Which would lead to portal opening. So, what you are saying is that we should conquer the world first before we come back here. Lloyd concluded after hearing what Marcus said. Precisely. After the fall of India, the pace of Anaheim expansion somewhat calmed down a bit. Only Cornelia was on the front lines with her knights. Not that there was much to fight. As Anaheim took over the central parts of Asia in a matter of days. There was barely any resistance as, before long, Persia, the Persian Gulf area, the Arabian Peninsula, and the Caucasian mountains were under Anaheim control. Before their eyes was Anatolia and lands controlled by Euro Britannia. Contact Lelouch. How long will this ceasefire last? Cornelia asked as she checked out the map. They now control the majority of Asia. The only way for them to expand is into Africa or Euro Britannia, which is licking its wounds. Moments later, a hologram shimmered into existence next to her. We don't have a specific date for the ceasefire to end. You can attack them anytime you want. However, I suggest taking over Africa. After Father pulled out, the land is in shambles, you can use that. Once the continent is ours, we can push from the south and take over Europe and the remaining parts of Asia. Cornelia nodded as she looked at the simulation happening on the map. Fine with me. Once the whole of Eurasia and Africa is ours, we can focus on ending Britannia in one fell swoop. The princess concluded. She read through Lelouch's intentions. Indeed, Father will soon realize that old people should retire when they have a chance. The older sibling smirked a bit before looking back at the map. What about Constantinople? We are less than 800 kilometers away from it. Don't you want to take it over by yourself? She asked as her gaze was on the city built at the tip of Asia, where it connects to Europe. The Bosphorus Strait. Now that you reminded me. Indeed. I shall be there in less than an hour. With that said, he dismissed the call. Cornelia chuckled even more. Guildford men are strange creatures. Especially my little brother. He has these weird hobbies. The glasses-wearing knight was a bit out of his words on how he should reply to such a comment. I have no comments, my princess. All I can say is that Prince Lelouch is unique. Not everyone can do what he does. He tried to sound as diplomatic as possible. More chapters. Chapter 108 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 92, Chapter 91, Opening Her Eyes. Less than an hour later, 3 spaceships had entered the atmosphere above the ancient capital city of the Byzantine Empire. Marcus launched his ECNI KK unit and activated the Geass system. The red light spread through the city as soldiers of Euro Britannia opened fire on each other. Just like that, the city that was the headquarters of the St. Michael Holy Order has fallen. Disgusting, why the fuck did they build such massive solar panels? The Inventor Prince frowned heavily after seeing how disgusting the city looked. ECNI pointed a finger, and red, searing beams began to rain down on the solar panel towers. The mech shredded them to nothingness. Someone has anger issues. Cornelia's face appeared on the HUD after witnessing what he did. They are disgusting. He replied with a frown. Yes, but the city has lost electricity. The princess showed him that the grid was down. Fine by me. I already decided to oversee the city's redevelopment personally. As he said that, more objects began to enter the atmosphere above the city as he sent a notification to his space forces. Those were pods carrying Legion bots and resources in general. Moments later, his warships descended and released transport ships carrying his soldiers. I see. Well, then, I shall secure the rest of Anatolia. Seeing that he will do his thing, she decided to return to the matter at hand and secure the lands. Do it. I will send Colin and Jean to secure the Balkans and Greece. He nodded before ordering his troops to take over the rest. Anaheim's forces had no opposition when they took over the city. After all, enemies were already dead. All the troops needed to do was remove the bodies. Before long, Marcus was walking through the streets. He was a bit disappointed as Britannia's influence in the city was extremely dominant. The prince can tell that they tried to restore the Roman side of the city. There were massive walls around the city. That made him reminiscent of the famous walls of Constantinople. Apart from that, he saw some of the landmarks. Like the Hagia Sophia. Sir. We have taken over the St. Michael's Palace. We can use it as a command center for our European campaign. One of the Anaheim commanders said to him as Marcus was looking at the famous church in the distance. Do so then. I want the palace to be modernized with Anaheim technology. Are you taking this city as your personal domain? The soldier was surprised that the Inventor Prince took an interest in one of the cities. The black-haired prince looked at the surprised men. You could say that. This city is like SSR catch a character. Of course, I am interested. This place ceased to be Roman hundreds of years before I was even born in my old world. Understood, the commander nodded. Make sure everything is ready, call forth a fusion reactor from one of the sword manufactory stations. This place has to have light as soon as possible. At the same time, I need recovery teams to recover whatever artifacts we can. I want to restore the city to its original state. Original, but we have no idea how it looked. Leave that to the recovery teams, Marcus smirked while saying that. As you wish, my prince. With that said, the commander returned to his work. Once the commander was gone, the prince brought out a canister full of tea and began to sip. He has done it. The city was his. Now he can focus on his Gundam development. Though I should claim a land of my own. That way I could run experimental technology before spreading it through the rest of the planet. Something like the Academy City from Index. Only the size of the country. He stroked his chin before walking over to one of the cafe stores and sitting down there. Sadly, the shop was closed, for obvious reasons. The Euphemia Britannia was doing her paperwork when the Anaheim comms unit flashed on her table. The Pink Princess was expecting her older sister, who calls her daily to find out how she is doing, but it was something unexpected. Her brother's face appeared from the hologram projector. Lelouch. Hello, Yuffie. You idiot. Why haven't you called me before? It has been weeks. And then I heard you found a city from a lost civilization. I wanted to see it, too. And what about Nunnally? You haven't been in Japan for months. The girl ranted for a couple of moments before getting it out of her system. Sorry. I left you and Millie to watch over. I am kinda busy. Humph. Doesn't change the fact that you should visit. Her cheeks inflated. Sure, she agreed to run the place, but she didn't expect that he would make her the governor of the entire island nation. Sigh, fine. I will take a break and visit. He rolled his eyes, seeing her like that. This girl is one of his weaknesses. Good. Then I shall tell Nuna that you are coming over. A lot has changed. Euphemia's expression went through a complete 180-degree change as she swiftly replied. Sure. Once there, I will tell what I have been up to. Humph. I already know. Cornelia calls me, remember? Then she got back to her pouty expression. Sorry. He sighed again. It would seem she won't forget it for a while. I thought Layla was a Scorpio, those ones like biting back, but Euphemia is a Libra. Marcus pondered on their personalities, he thought he got them figured out and could predict them. But he was wrong. You better. She huffed while looking away. I will be back in less than an hour. See you then. With that said, he ended the call, and Euphemia stopped pretending that she was hurt. Instead, she smiled as she got out of her chair. It was time to change her clothes and tell Nunnally that her brother is coming back. Japan has changed quite a bit since Anaheim took it over. While the Britannian style of buildings is not gone, much of their cultural heritage is coming back. All thanks to the robotic labor they are employing. Most of the ghettos have been cleaned up, and in their place, anti-earthquake platforms have been installed. The entire Tokyo and its surrounding areas have been elevated, and new districts and neighborhoods have been built. The entire infrastructure has been made in a matter of weeks. But it was not enough as more Legion bots were brought over. Marcus wasn't lying when he said he would help the people who helped him. Their trust was not exploited. As people were busy with their new lives at the Bay of Tokyo, 3 fireballs were entering the atmosphere. Before people could panic, the flames ceased and revealed 3 warships. These spaceships slowly floated over to the government building. Once they were close, the transporter left the large carrier and flew over to the military base next to the government building. From the transporter, Marcus, alongside his group, walked out. They were greeted by Euphemia, who was barely able to greet them as the girl struggled to find the right clothes and then notify her little sister that Big Brother was returning. Thankfully, they all were on time as Millie brought over Nunnally with the mobile suit. There you are. Honestly, you find time to order me around but no time to visit. Humph. Millie puffed her cheeks, copying Euphemia. What is with you women? Marcus shook his head. His reply caused Layla, Colin, and Jean to look at him. It would seem Millie wanted your attention. Layla tried a diplomatic route in this situation. And who is stopping you from visiting me at the South Pole or Solomon Base? Besides, the South Pole could be interesting. Penguins are fascinating animals. Marcus said the last part to himself. He did interact with the flightless birds of the South Pole. They have no sense of danger and think that he was one of them. Truly fascinating what isolation can do to an animal. You are right. Completely forgot about that. Millie realized that it was true. Lelouch. A brown-haired girl brought over by a maid said his name. Marcus looked over at his little sister. He sighed, it would seem she still didn't open her eyes. Thankfully, his mastery over Geass is reaching the point that he can remove that curse from her eyes, and his technology has reached the point that he can fix her legs. There is no need for prosthetics anymore, either. Nunnally. Where have you been, Lelouch? Millie said that you were doing important things. What is this conquest you've been doing? She began to ask a bunch of questions. All of that made him realize why he likes not being around her. It reminds him of an annoying mother and makes him feel like some sort of delinquent. Yes. I've been conquering Earth. I think we are around 30 to 35% of all landmass is under Anaheim. He replied to her. Lelouch. More importantly, Nunnally. He got serious. I asked you to try to overcome your eye problem. I already figured out how to fix your spine. Hell, I created an entire branch of technology to fix your issue. And all your big brother ever wanted from you is to show a bit of strength and open your eyes. He sighed while saying that. Will he need to fix everything, or will she do it herself? Or he will need to play some intergalactic villain so that she will get motivated enough to open her eyes. Lelouch. Euphemia looked at him, a bit worried. From the looks of it, he is getting frustrated. There is a limit to how much the physical surroundings I can change to help you. But something like emotional trauma, now that is something only you can change. He said with a resigned tone. Why don't we get something to eat? Euphemia smiled as she felt that the situation was getting awkward. Sure. Let's go. Marcus smiled back at her as they began to walk towards the interior of the building. Nunnally stayed quiet as she listened to her brother talking about the South Pole, space, the new upcoming technology and of course, the most important part, being living in space as the first colony will soon come online. Well, Sword 1 was already finished with its construction at the moment the station is getting moved in position and the ecology is stabilizing inside the circular colony around the Sword station. All of these things were a bit crazy to the girl as she couldn't imagine how all of this would be. And so, all of the conversations stopped as the girls were gasping. Slowly, Nunnally opened her eyes for the first time in more than 6 years. Nuna. Millie and Euphemia exclaimed in surprise. You opened your eyes. Instead of saying anything, the girl looked at her brother. She recalled how he was, thin and had this proud aura around him, she could even say arrogance, but what she saw was different. What she saw was a tall, quite muscular man surrounded by women. She finally saw his harem. Sure, he never admitted that he had one, but all of them knew what it was. He developed their father's traits. Something she didn't like, but then again, apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Well done, little sister. Now that you have your eyes back. How about I give you back your legs? Marcus smiled, seeing her finally crossing that gap. You developed technology that could fix her spine? Euphemia asked in surprise. Of course he did. Did you see how much time he spends in the workshop? Millie rolled her eyes. Yes. It's something I developed while working on acne. With the next generation of neutral interface, we can reroute nerve pulses. While we don't have biotechnology to reconnect the nerves, we can make implants. They are super small and you won't even feel them. The exiled prince explained with a small smirk. Amazing. Did you hear that, Nunnally? Euphemia looked at her little sister, who was listening and looking around. Yes, sounds amazing. Eventually, she replied as she was taking in the surroundings. Chapter 93, Chapter 92, Little Sister Moment. Marcus's little sister was looking around the government building in Tokyo. What she was seeing was similar to what she remembered all those years ago. However, some of it was different. The girl saw different banners, and different soldiers were patrolling the corridors of the building. After dinner, Marcus was enlisted to work as the older brother and show everything around. Let's explore the city. I haven't seen what Tokyo looks like. Nunnally said with an excited tone. Sure. Marcus smiled. He was feeling happier now that his little sibling could finally see. That means she could develop means of self-preservation instead of relying on others. He could develop thousands of means of self-preservation, but the best one was always to allow oneself to protect oneself. Not long after, a limo arrived to pick them up. So where should we go? Euphemia smiled as she joined the trip as well. She could finally take a breather and have some time off. Obviously, a Japanese restaurant and get some food. It's one of the perks of removing Britannia rule from these lands. Marcus said with an obvious tone. That's a good idea. I have no idea how it turned out. I do recall approving those buildings. The pink princess perked up. I am interested as well. I had tried out their food in Solomon Base. We have a rotation of chefs over there. Layla commented as well. The girl recalled all of those times she tried different foods. It's like each time they take a new land, they add a chef to their roster. Then let's go. Marcus pulled his blonde beauty closer to himself as Nunnally could finally see how her brother was behaving around his females. Leave it to me. I do know what you should try out, guys. Colin confidently said to the whole group. Didn't we just finish dinner? Nunnally commented. She was a bit worried. Don't worry, we didn't eat anything that filling. Euphemia said with a smile, not leaving her face even for a moment. But this is what worried her. The limo took them to the recently built districts, they're dominated by the Japanese. Colin was the most excited about this, next to Nunnally, as they watched different styles of buildings being built. There is a bit of resemblance to Britannia style, but that's because they are efficient. Not as blocky, a bit of touch of elegance, they are known for before the conquest. It has only been a few months, but there are entire sections of buildings already finished. Colin was awed by what she saw. This was the robotic efficiency of Anaheim at its full display. Eventually, the car stopped at a special-looking neighborhood. No way. These look like Japanese temples. Colin jumped out of the car as she walked towards the wooden temples. Not bad. They rebuilt it to this extent. Marcus followed after her and looked around. The girls did the same. But how? Colin asked as she turned around and looked at him. Artificial intelligence. I used the internet and books to recreate some of the designs. If something was missing, we enlisted the help of locals and listened to their stories while recreating such buildings. The exiled prince explained while enjoying the sight before him. Amazing, you had time for this. The crimson-haired girl exclaimed in disbelief. And you had no time for me. Nunnally puffed her cheeks as she walked over. Marcus turned around and looked at his little sister. I did. I made sure Millie and Euphemia were watching you over. Same with the temple, I relegated specific people for this specific job. He explained in a matter-of-fact tone. I don't think this is what your little sister meant, Layla commented after observing the exchange. I know exactly what she meant. He rolled his eyes at his girlfriend. And I replied how it was. The prince then looked at his little sister. I helped you the best way I could, and I know you wanted me around. However, I needed to pursue my goals. Otherwise, I would have died from the inside out, a slow death. That comes double as he had double the drive. I know. The girl in the end replied with a small nod, though she was sad. Now that you have your sight back, I can put you to work. He smiled at her, making the little girl a bit worried. Lelouch. Let Nuna adjust first. Euphemia puffed her cheeks. She knows what kind of slave driver this guy is. Not everyone is mad like him. Relax, she will have fun with Kaguya. Marcus smiled even more. Having two cute girls run diplomacy is the best thing. Who would possibly think that they are part of a warmongering nation that wants to rule not the world but entire space and time? Kaguya. You mean Kaguya Sumeraji? Nunnally perked up hearing that name. Yep, she is trying to become your sister-in-law. The prince rolled his eyes. His comment caused a pair of girls to twitch for a second. There was a reaction from Layla and Colin. Oh, she always was fond of you. Nunnally ignored the reaction from those two and went down memory lane to recall her interactions with that girl. Yes. Now let's explore. I want to see how much people have rebuilt. He motioned for them to start walking. The group soon began to explore. Nunnally swiftly noticed how many people wanted to speak with her brother and sister. Both Euphemia and Lelouch were incredibly popular among the locals. Lelouch is the one who pushed Britannia out of Japan and Euphemia for her efforts to help the locals rebuild. She never thought she would see something like that. Well, she always knew that Euphemia was kind, but her brother. He was always doing something and never staying in one place. Either he would train in the dojo or she would hear the sounds of keyboards coming from his room. That was what she remembered. But now, it made sense. Her eyes went up. She could see literal spaceships floating above the city. These were the result of that work. After speaking with locals, they went to try out some food. Marcus went with ramen, something he barely had a chance to taste. Sadly, sushi was not back yet on the menu. It takes time for the fishing industry to return. Something he is investing in and working on. Britannians took their ships when they retreated, something Marcus completely forgot about. Well, it makes sense, he is more of a flying type of guy, not a swimming one. After ramen, they explored more of the streets. There were some vendors, such as a small shop, that had started to pop up as well. Eventually, the group returned to the government building. As everyone relaxed after sightseeing, Nunnally went to see her brother, who was already at work. From the looks of it, he was talking with the military personnel. The cadets will soon graduate from the pilot academy here in Japan. Are they loyal to us or Britannia? Lelouch asked after listening to the whole explanation. That is difficult to tell, some of them have a connection to the nobles on the other side of the Pacific. However, most of them who moved here came from smaller, less influential families. They have a greater opportunity with us than with Britannia. The officer reasoned as the prince pondered on this as well. I see. We can always test these cadets on the front lines. Marcus casually commented. He still hasn't mentioned to the majority of people that if pilots try to go rogue, the mechs can move on their own. The AI is designed to inflict the maximum amount of damage if the pilot tries to bring the machine to its enemy. It could detonate the battery/reactor to go on a killing spree inside the enemy base. That is much better than simply trying to return. After talking with their leader, the officers left the office. It was the two siblings who were left in the room. Is there something you want to talk to me, my dear little sister? He asked with a small smile. Nunnally walked over and took a seat on the couch. A bit away from the office table, he was working. I was thinking what you said. I said quite a few things. You need to be specific, Nuna. He sighed, reminding her that they had talked quite a bit today. What you said about helping you alongside Kaguya. I think I would like that. A small smile appeared on her lips as she recalled some of the memories she had with the Sumeraji princess. That can be arranged. At the moment, you should practice piloting a mobile suit. The girl looked a bit conflicted when she heard the latter part of the sentence. I don't know. I don't want to pilot one of those machines. She frowned as she imagined something. You haven't even seen a mobile suit or any of my creations yet. They are designed to fulfill our will. It depends on what you want them to do. What I want is for one to protect you. Before this, it was Millie and her Flydies, and then it was Euphemia and her Bridget. Now you can protect yourself. Because God knows what we will be facing. Marcus said that, as he recalled, reports of insurrections in Indochina, China, and India. Even as far as Middle Eastern areas. That reminds me of that little city-state of Zilkston. He noted that the little country down is problematic, as he doesn't want any states on the planet except for his. That is how it should be when one plans to move to space. You are making a lot of enemies, Lelouch. She frowned while saying that. Well, my little sister. I don't want internal conflicts in space or different points of interest. I want one single fist that could be humanity. And you could achieve that through a dialogue. He chuckled when he heard that. It would seem his little sister is still an idealist. I am sure. I want to see you talk with a lion or a tiger. I am sure they want to hear you talk. She puffed her cheeks when she heard that. I am talking about people. And who said that everyone is like that? Some people may look like humans, but I assure you, they are not. He rolled his eyes, recalling some crazy nutcases, like the rabid dog he put down not long ago. Nunnally looked conflicted for a second. Leave those for the military and Cornelia, you should focus on the ones who want to talk. Just remember, our goal is complete dominance of the world. That means there can only be one country before we move out to colonize space. He said with a smile. Just talking about space makes him excited. There are so many projects that he wants to start working on. I understand. I will do as you say. The girl in the end resigned. Just stick around with diplomacy, my dear sister, don't think about other things. As they say, don't stick your nose in the things you don't have a clue about. She puffed her cheeks again. You are the one who wants me to pilot a war machine. Nunnally exclaimed. Wrong. They are not war machines. They are tactical weapons capable of ending nations. He clarified with a matter-of-fact tone, as if teaching a child in a class. It's the same thing. She complained to him. Semantics. There is a difference. A simple war machine can be dismantled and beaten by lucky people. These cannot be beaten. We took the entire subcontinent in less than a day. He proudly told her what happened to India. Ugh, whatever makes you happy, Lelouch. In the end, she sighed in resignation. So as I said, you will have one of your own who could protect you when you have one of your moments of empathy and decide to help an enemy. Nunnally blushed when she heard that. Is she that predictable? How did he even come to that conclusion? It's crazy to her. Chapter 94, Chapter 93, New Pilots. The world has changed, especially the ones who were attending a military academy in Tokyo Settlement. Well, it's no longer Tokyo Settlement. It's simply Tokyo, and it's no longer Area 11. Marika Sorisi, one of the cadets who attended the Academy for Nightmares pilots, felt the change the most. For one, she had arranged marriage, but all of that simply was gone. She was now with Anaheim, and her supposed future husband is still with Britannia. The next thing is her status in Britannia. Her family was struggling, but now her brother is part of G-Force, piloting one of the most advanced suits in existence. That reflects in her living standards. Now she is living in an impressive house. Apart from the situation at home, things at the academy changed even more. She was no longer training to pilot a mere nightmare like Sutherland, but something far more advanced. Her eyes went to the site outside the building. Through the window, she could see a lineup of a Setanta training model. A far taller machine, a far more advanced machine, and a far deadlier weapon of war. From classes to curriculum to standards, everything changed in a matter of days. By this point, she hoped that things could just settle down. Marika. Did you hear? We are getting visited soon. A blonde girl got her attention. Who this time? The brown-haired girl asked with a sigh. Our esteemed leader. She winked while saying that. And that is? We have many of those. Marika was a bit confused. There are lieutenant commanders, generals, general commanders, all of that. Not that silly. I mean the leader. The blonde girl deliberately highlighted the word leader. The prince himself. What is he doing here? The sister of a G-Force member knows quite a bit about the exiled prince. Hell, her brother was following the prince even back when the mobile suits were a myth, when they would appear like ghosts and would do all sorts of missions. Beats me. He was in Japan, I guess. The blonde shrugged. You do realize this is a great opportunity for us. Marika scrambled as she got worked up. Maybe, but we don't know the blonde looked to the side as she noticed that the shadow cast on the building had changed. Liliana. The brown-haired girl followed her friend's gaze and noticed that something was casting a shadow on the whole academy. What is that? Sure enough, they saw a floating warship fly over. An array of smaller transporters landed at the entrance. One of the things that landed was a mobile suit. The suit was something they learned in one of the lessons. It was a custom machine. It was the custom machine of the leader of Anaheim. Those wings are something pretty much anyone could recognize. It was shown on live television multiple times. Named after the Celtic god of sky, the nightmare killer Tyrannes. Whoa. I would love to pilot something like that. Liliana commented with a dreamy voice. Yeah. This is a machine that can change the course of a battle if not the whole war. Marika commented to herself. She heard from her brother about the Gundams. Machines that are used to infiltrate behind enemy lines and destroy military infrastructure. They are so strong that they can pick a fight with the whole garrison and come up on top. That has been shown several times already in Asia's conquests. Everyone. Line up and get ready for inspections. His Highness will be visiting us soon enough. Their officers scrambled into the classroom, and the men looked all sweaty and worried. Clearly not expecting such an arrival. I am surprised that they didn't realize that Prince Lelouch is known for his dramatic arrivals. The girl commented to herself as she recalled the live broadcasts when the prince talked to the world. As she pondered this, the cadets left their seats and walked outside, where they lined up. This was a military academy, so everyone was trained like the military, even though most, if not all, of their battles would be fought in the safety of a cockpit. Moments later, the prince, accompanied by an array of females, walked over to the field where the cadets were waiting. He was on a tour led by the academy's principal. Whoa. He is more handsome than on TV. Liliana whispered to Marika. The brown-haired girl's reaction was short and straight to the point. Zip it. The blonde girl chuckled as she was surprised by how serious her friend was. She was rarely like that ever since Anaheim took over. It looked like Marika was confused about her life. Not bad. It would seem this batch of pilots is quite ready. Prince Lelouch, who was dressed in a black and purple military uniform, inspected the selection of pilots who would be piloting for Anaheim. Now. Many of you will be piloting my Citantas, but there are 5 Scat Hatch units ready as well, once you graduate and join the 25th Battalion. The group perked up when they heard that. We shall conduct training exercises to see which one of you has the best tactics and reaction speed worthy of piloting the commander models. The lined-up cadets almost broke their lines from that excitement, as soon enough, a mini-tournament will start. As the training models are getting set up and the sparring arena is opened, the Inventor Prince ended up sitting in the seat of honor where he could observe the arena from the high ground. Next to him were his knight and his 2 girls, who came along. Is there a reason why you are making such a big fuss about this? Isn't the data clear which has the best parameters? Layla, who knows quite a bit about how well the Legion system knows about these pilots. The AI has already made its calculations on who is the best. Oh, I know, already. I just want to see how well a couple of these cadets will fare. After all, I am always looking for talent. He smiled while looking at them. So you know some of these people? Colin narrowed her eyes. Knowing is a strong word. More like I heard about them. He continued to smile while saying that. Those eyes of yours are not fair, you know that, right? Layla sighed. It would seem even Geass has its own levels of talent. Her power can't compare to his. Though when Inventor Prince heard that Layla attributed this to his eyes, he chuckled internally. It's better this way. Any strange knowledge we can attribute to my broken eyes. His eyes went down as he looked at his tablet. He could see 2 names at the top of the list. One of them is the little sister of one of his Gundam pilots. Marika Sorisi is decent as a pilot, not an ace by any stretch, but still above average compared to the rest. Same with Liliana Vergaman. As far as his memory goes, both of them are supposed to die in the Second Battle of Tokyo, but Marika's death was retconned, and she ends up in Glinda's Knights. Not this time, though. I am very attached to what is mine. Marcus stroked his chin. Yes, his pride won't allow anyone to leave him in any shape or form. That includes death as well. That is why he offered Scat Hatch units. In the future, maybe even Gundam units. His 3rd-generation machines will boost people's performance. Eventually, anyone who pilots those machines will naturally evolve, so something like talent will be irrelevant. When people are psychic, they are at a different level, especially when a machine reacts at the same level as a person's thought. They are starting, Your Highness. One of the officers said to Marcus, who was pondering on Gundams and their pilots. Then let's see how good they are. For a second, he closed his eyes before smiling, and then, looking down at the arena below, he could see 2 Citanta training models. Colin wasn't impressed. It's a bit strange for her to see other people spar like that. With each action they took, she could imagine how she could counter those. Midway, she understood the difference between mediocre and gifted. At the same time, she realized that she should continue to improve her talents at mobile suit piloting. Thought a pair of girls stood out to her. They were the ones who dominated the rest of the cadet class. Girls, of course, who else could it be? The crimson-haired girl deadpanned at her boyfriend. What? The inventor prince noticed how one of his girls was looking at her. Nothing. I should have realized this earlier. She didn't clarify what she meant by that. I already knew what this meant. Layla joined because she had a similar look. You are not going to let them join the 25th Battalion, aren't you? It would be a waste of talent. The blonde commented after seeing how the spars ended. In the end, Marika and Liliana ended up fighting each other in the finals. The rest could not hold a candle. Even with Satanta's improved neural link, some people simply have better reaction speed, leading to rapid beatdowns. Colin is the best at this. Of course, now that I've seen this myself, I will keep them for myself. He replied with an obvious tone. Told you so. Colin shrugged before crossing her arms, waiting for more explanations. I will be stationing them in space. They will be part of an advanced fleet that will be invading the EU. We are already at that point. Layla frowned. She then recalled what Anna said. Marcus. The blonde got serious as she called out her boyfriend. What is it? He looked at her, something changed in her. Anna wants to speak with you about the EU. Marcus raised his eyebrow. This was a roundabout way to ask him about something. If she wanted to talk, I am always ready to talk with her. She knows that. The inventor prince shook his head. Why those extra hoops? Yes, well, I was on the phone with her. She randomly mentioned that, so. Layla sheepishly replied, a bit embarrassed about that. I see. Well, I was planning a space trip. Sword 1 is almost there, and it will be coming online soon. While there are no buildings there, yet, we can still walk around the nature, in space. Midway, Marcus realized how wild it sounds. When you put it like, it sounds strange. Colin giggled. But that is something that I can't wait for. I do want to have a house there or something. Even a flat would be good. Everyone looked at her strangely. You do know that our Marcus would give you a colony in itself if you ever want. Layla giggled as well as she realized that Colin is quite silly. Colin blushed when she heard that. I don't want something like that. The girl blushed even more when she tried to explain herself. Or a planet. You do know that the Alpha Centauri system most likely has 1 or 2 planets ready for terraforming. Hell, if you try hard enough, I could give you Venus. Mark pondered out loud as he was thinking about who gave the planets in his solar system. Don't do that. You know that the world is a sore spot for girls. Layla got agitated when Venus was mentioned. Is it? You girls are weird. He shook his head while saying that. Then I will keep Mars and Venus for myself. The inventor prince concluded by himself what he would do. Can't we talk about literal planets in the middle of all of this? Colin motioned where they were. Sure. Let's go and congratulate the girls for their hard work. The prince motioned for them to follow him. Finally. These conversations can get wild. Jean at the back sighed in relief. She noticed how the other guards were looking at them. They looked concerned. Not every day they hear how Marcus is thinking of handing out worlds like some side snacks. Chapter 95, Chapter 94, Talking about Colonies. Our spars always end up like this, Liliana complained as she looked at the mirror. She looked sweaty. It's that you never give up, Marika replied as she looked at herself in the mirror as well. It was like she had run a marathon. Do you think I would give up in the presence of our esteemed leader? The blonde asked. Suggesting something as absurd as giving up in front of their nation's leader. You could have. It would make me look good. Marika smiled for a bit. Before they could start changing out of their pilot uniform, the doors opened up and 2 more girls walked in. Those are. I suggest you wait before you change. The crimson-haired girl said with crossed arms. Prince Lelouch wants to speak with you too. The blonde next to her said with a small smile. Is it related to our sparring? Liliana asked hopefully. Indeed. You could say that he decided to keep you too. The blonde continued to smile while saying that. Keep us. Marika was confused by what she heard. You will understand what this means in due time. The prince is a special case. Blonde said that while looking at the red-haired girl next to her. I am Layla, and this is Colin. We got here because of his fascination. Layla reminded Colin of how she met with Marcus when they were still attending the academy. You mean, he just kept you? Liliana just learned something interesting. You could say that. What do you expect? He is a royal, and this one is on a completely different level. Marika sighed. She heard something like this from her brother. He always commented on the fact that Prince Lelouch had a small army of females, a harem of sorts. It would seem she will be part of that army. Yeah. Now come with us. Colin motioned with her thumb to come with them. All right. The four of them left the changing room and went to the sitting area in the arena, where Marcus was with another girl. This one was a prim and proper bodyguard lookalike with a serious expression. I got them, Colin said to Marcus upon arrival. Good. He nodded before looking at them. He was sipping tea, enjoying his break. Both of you, good work. He praised them as he put the cup down on the provided table. Setanta was designed to extract the maximum amount from their pilots. And two of you performed the best from the whole cadet class. He praised them, again. That is why you two will pilot Scathatch units. The inventor said what Marika wanted to hear. The pair of girls smiled after hearing that. Thank you very much, Your Highness. Both of them bowed, remembering their etiquette. Yes, well, this is not all. I will take you two to space. Part of my advanced fleet that will be used to conquer the EU. Their eyes widened when they heard that. Space. That became part of the curriculum. Space combat and learning about gravity and related stuff. It was the wildest subject. Learning a bit of it in a broad subject is something they learned in school, but as an actual part of a military subject was, strange to say the least. It was something Liliana began to worry about as she didn't pay attention to that as much as she needed to. I see, thank you for such an opportunity. Marika once again thanked him. Think nothing of it. Now go and change. Marcus smiled before he looked at Layla. Provide them with their new uniforms, they are graduating today. The blonde nodded at his command. Follow me, you two. She motioned for the duo to follow her. Once they were gone, Colin looked at him. I can assume they will get customized machines at some point. Depends, Colin. He motioned for her to come over. The crimson-haired girl rolled her eyes as she blushed a bit, but still walked over and got to sit in his lap. Marcus hugged her for a second before explaining to her. They will pilot their Scathatch units, accumulate battle data which will be used to improve future models and might as well be used to create personalized machines. You. At that moment, she realized something. You are using talent to improve the machines further. And you realized that just now. Remember how Cornelia assisted in creating reflection technology, or CC assisted in literally brain-related things for Echni? Marcus chuckled, as expected from his Red Queen, she is slow on the uptake when it comes to such things. I get it, sheesh, what did my piloting skills assist in making? She asked, now a bit curious. Neural interface improvement. And that is? She asked, not understanding the complex mumbo-jumbo wording. It means how the pilot seat is reading your thoughts and translating them to a machine to assist with the reaction time. Oh, so that's what I assisted in making. Colin was surprised to hear that. Not quite. The technology was already there. I already had it as it was used for prosthetics, but you assisted in creating the next generation of it. She nodded a couple of times when she heard it. That is why my old man is falling behind with his tech. It's a layered issue for him. I am deliberately collecting talented pilots. Because they will help me build a superior mobile suit, he is limiting himself to only Britannians, and even then, mostly nobles. Though that could be changing in the upcoming months. He started pondering midway. It's becoming clear that the Holy Britannian Empire is struggling, and they are slowly discarding their identity to keep up and fight Anaheim. A clear indication that it is crumbling under pressure. I guess. The girl ended up not caring as she focused on cuddling in his lap. So what will we be doing? Marika asked Layla. Now that they were away from Marcus, she is a bit relaxed and could ask the blonde before her. You will be part of Prince's private retinue, think of it as his private army. We are far more flexible than the military. We join frontlines when Marcus feels like. He still uses that name. Liliana asked, she recalled that this was his name when he was undercover. I met him when he was calling himself that name. So it stuck with me, besides, he doesn't mind either way. Layla shrugged. I see. Yes. Well, I suppose we will be doing some odd jobs. Marika rolled her eyes. She was asking more important stuff than names. You could say. Colin often fights on the front lines, I run logistics for the Anaheim bases, and Jean mostly stays as his bodyguard. There are his scientists, who most of the time are developing something for him. I would say you two will be with Colin and assist with mobile suit testing. Layla pondered where Marcus would be stationing these two. I see. I don't mind that. Liliana had a small smile when she said that. She wanted to test Anaheim's latest creations anyway. Yes, well, he could station you two in some academy where you could collect more talent instead. Layla joked while saying that. This is where Millie is most of the time. Perfectly honestly, she feels like Marcus is simply indulging in whatever Millie wants. That girl wants to play a high school girl, so he allows her to do that. But soon she will graduate, what then? Join Kaguya and the diplomacy branch of Anaheim. Or something else entirely. Well, whatever, that girl always ends up spoiled by Marcus. That's so random. Liliana didn't understand the inside joke. What I mean is that one of Marcus' earliest girls is still attending academy and is working with PR Group and Human Resources, collecting talent for Anaheim. She is the one who recruited Maya for the G-Force. Marika had a look of realization. Yes, there was a black-haired girl who was around her age and piloted one of the Gundams for the prince. I see. But I am more useful if I pilot a mobile suit for him. The brown-haired girl reasoned that she doubted she would be useful in something like an HR department. Suit yourself. Though the artificial intelligence we have will figure out where you would be the best. Layla replied. She knew that Legion would be the one who would suggest where they are the best. Marcus looked at the pair of girls dressed in black and dark purple uniforms. Where Marika was in shorts, Liliana was wearing a skirt. It would seem Layla gave them some choices. Not bad. Now let's go, the first colony should be in place. He motioned towards the waiting transporter plane waiting for them. Space colony. Marika and Liliana were excited to see what it was going to look like. The pair followed him as they got into the plane that took off vertically and flew them to the carrier waiting for them. The massive war vessel began to move upwards as the transporter landed on the catapult deck, which pulled the ship in. Once inside, they walked out and proceeded to move to the bridge. At the moment, we are working on 5 initial colonies. Once they are functional, we shall proceed to improve on the designs we have. By our estimations, each colony could support around 200,000 people, could support even more depending on building designs. Marcus explained to them about the colonies Anna has been working on. I am more surprised how you had time for all of this. Aren't you waging war on the entire world? Marika and her friend wonder about that. This guy was multitasking at what is considered absurd. War is more or less about resources and manpower. All I needed to do was manage those two. If I don't lose people and have a large pool of resources, I can work on other things. Not to mention the bulk of labor is done by robots. His explanation made them slowly nod. When he says it like that, it sounds reasonable. We should move to the bridge. The warship will be leaving the atmosphere soon. Layla reminded them that they were on a tight schedule. All right. The new girls noticed that the mechanics and crew in general are scrambling to do things. Yes, well, leaving the gravity of the planet could be bumpy. The prince grimaced as he began to walk faster. Come, we will take a lift to the bridge. At the bridge, the newbies were allowed to enjoy their first orbital exit and witness the vastness of space. But there was one issue, especially for a blonde girl who was wearing a short skirt. Liliana swiftly noticed that there was no gravity, and she began to float. Her skirt became an issue. Eep. And no, this is not good. Liliana tried to pull it down, but the shirt wasn't listening. That is why I told you that shorts are better. Marika giggled, seeing the struggling girl. I get it. The blonde complained back, then looked at Layla. Miss Layla, can I get a change of clothes? She asked the fellow blonde. Instead of saying anything, she looked at Marcus, who closed his eyes. There was a smile on his lips, he was enjoying the silliness. Take her to the crew quarters, we have spare uniforms there. Sure, follow me, Miss Fergaman. Why yes. The girl covered herself as she flew over to Layla. It was a bit strange as she is not used to a zero-gravity environment. In fact, it was so bad that Layla needed to pull her over towards the doors. I am still baffled how Layla allowed her to choose something like a skirt. Not to mention the newbie girl knew she would be stationed in space. Colin commented on silliness. Maybe she thought that skirts have their own gravity. Marcus reasoned. It was a joke, but Colin looked at him with a questioning look. What? It's hilarious, besides pink is not a bad color. He shrugged. The prince didn't hide the fact that he saw everything. Chapter 96, Chapter 95, Exploring the First Colony. Sword 1. The first ever colony in human history that is, semi-ready for human settlement. Shaped to look like a sword, well, it doesn't have sharp edges or anything like that. The core body of this station is a line with a circular colony close to the top. This circular section is attached to the line piece by 4 structural pillars. The circular piece is rotating around the center with the 4 pillar pieces. The pillar pieces function like train lines, which will take goods to the colony. Whoa. It's huge. Guys, how quickly did you build it? Colin exclaimed with a wide mouth as she saw the colony in front of her as their warships were approaching it. As you can see, we did build it. Marcus chuckled as his eyes went to another 3 sword being assembled not far from where the colony is. These stations lack the circular sections. I am not questioning the obvious. Colin replied with red cheeks. Instead, she complained about how absurdly quickly they built the colony. Even with a robotic labor force, this thing is kilometers big. I am saying that this is huge. It's easy because it's big. Such objects are easy because they are simple. The hardest part was refining the metal of this size. But because we are in space, it's easy. Marcus explained to them. There is no resistance from strong gravity. Now let's go, we will be docking soon. He motioned them to come with him as the warship would be docking at Sword 1. By the time they arrived at the catapult deck, the warship began alignment sequences with the docks. It took a while, as the station, just like everything in this cosmos, is constantly moving. Eventually, the doors opened, and on the other side, they saw black armored soldiers with rifles waiting for them. At the front were Anna and Nina, who were smiling brightly. Not even 2 more girls in their circle could affect their happiness. Marcus, we are finally here. Amazing, isn't it? We already have thousands of people who applied to move into this colony. Anna brightly said to him as she walked over to the edge. The inventor immediately noticed that there is gravity in this section. Oh my. It would seem Gen 3 is already showing its fangs. The inventor commented as he landed in the station section and felt his momentum end. He almost stumbled forward. The same was applied to the rest, as he needed to catch his girls one by one and not make them faceplant into the colony's station floor. Well, installed gravity in sections that we would need, and in certain parts we have left the zero gravity as it's more productive that way, Nina replied, scratching the back of her head as she forgot about the sheer change from no gravity to Earth's artificial gravity. I do apologize as we need to improve the transitioning. Nina apologized as she was the one who applied this. Don't worry. This is still new to us. Marcus smiled as he, alongside his ladies, began to look around. This was the first time that he was inside the finished product. Yes, I will improve on this, the girl seriously nodded as she would make it better. He nodded as he motioned to move on. Let's go, it's time for the tour, Marcus said while looking at his girls and the 2 new girls. Right. Leave it to me. Anna smiled as he walked over to Layla and hugged her. Come, Layla. Let me show all the stuff I did. The pinkette said with an excited tone. No hug for me. Marcus complained after seeing the hug. Anna blushed when she heard that. But still in the end, she walked over and hugged him, though she was heavily embarrassed. When she did, Marcus chuckled for a second before patting her. This girl is head over heels for the prince, sheesh, same with that other glasses girl. Liliana noticed that these 2 are even worse than the 3 they came with. These 2 are from my R&D team. Anna Clement is responsible for colony development, and Nina Einstein is responsible for fusion reactor and artificial gravity development. The pair of newbies looked surprised. These 2 were working on that. Why, you mean to tell me they are the ones who built this? Marika asked with an open mouth. Now she was really impressed. He. Don't think that I did all of this. Anna raised her hand in her defense. The infrastructure was designed and built by the prince. All I did was assist in the process. Same, the original blueprints were created by Prince Lelouch, we only assisted a little bit. Both girls were super humble with their achievements, only confirming for the pair that these 2 have hots on the prince. If you say so. The group walked to the super lift section that is in the center of the superstructure. These lifts run all the way to the hub that leads to the colonies. It's several kilometers away. Anna explained to the girls as they walked into a wide room that would soon take them upwards. While we are not at the bottom of the sword, we are just above the manufacturing sections. Military docks were designed to be in the perfect location where they could be rapidly restored in case of conflicts. The nerdy girl was explaining as the lift began to move. Before long, they saw that they could see the Earth as they were moving upwards. Wait, how did? It's direct video broadcast from cameras. It will make you think that the lifts are at the edges of the station, but you are not. Nina explained to them as the girls almost started questioning how magically they moved like that. The power of artificial intelligence. Marcus nodded as he indeed liked this little touch of style. Since they are in space, why not use the natural views they get from such a location? Watching the Earth at a far distance on its side is beautiful. Impressive, I do like this. I can only imagine the views on other planets. Layla commented as she looked at the Earth, she could only imagine gas giants or even Venus or Mars. Now you are thinking like me. Marcus joked as he was thinking the same thing. We added this with that in mind. Anna nodded with a smile. Great. We are on the same page. The inventor prince was pleased. His girl are slowly starting to think like him. First floor we will check is the garrison. Nina interrupted as she could see a pink atmosphere slowly manifesting between the pink glasses girl and her crush. Oh, nice. I want to see how you girls designed this. The fluffy atmosphere was gone the moment the green-haired girl spoke about the military installations available in the core piece of the colony. The lift stopped and the doors opened, revealing a mobile suit garrison. The machines were attached to the walls. It was a whole battalion of Setanta mobile suits. The garrison is more like a wide hangar that stretches across the entire floor, with 4 exit routes, allowing troops to launch from all 4 sides for rapid deployment. Marcus and the girls walked deeper into the garrison. The prince could see racks of beam rifles, anti-beam shields, and heavier weaponry, such as anti-ship rifles, which are of greater caliber. Lastly, in the very center of the garrison was a selection of small spaceships. There are for troop transportation. Amazing, this is a huge hangar. Marika commented. Yeah, just look how many machines can be deployed, this is amazing. Colin nodded as she was impressed. Not just deployment. Anna chipped in as she began to reveal the most broken part of this. We are just a few floors below the manufacturing floor, where more mobile suits can be made in a matter of hours. As long as there is a steady delivery of resources, this is not just a garrison but a forward base that can be used for an invasion. Not to mention it can move as there are ion thrusters attached to the hull. The Pinkett dropped something that made the girls stare at her in awe. Then this is not just a colony, this is a colony ship. Layla said with shock as she looked at Marcus. He didn't look surprised. Meaning that he knew. That made her puff her cheeks. You didn't say anything. Marcus shrugged. 2 of 5 colonies will move to Mars and Venus, where work will start to colonize those worlds. The manufacturing on infrastructure will start in these stations, which will spread around their respective worlds. The girls who didn't know that small detail looked with realization. So these are movable colonies, not only that, but people can continue to live on them even if they can't move to the world below. Amazing. Layla exclaimed as she wondered how the colonization process would happen. It will be gradual. Not only that, but more sword colonies can be built if people need time. They have the means to do it, all they need is raw materials, which are abundant in space. You look excited. I thought you already realized that would happen. Marcus highlighted that he is committed to space, no matter what. Even if he has another huge project in the form of Polar City, he found in Antarctica. No. I knew this would happen, but I didn't know the details. Layla smiled as she went over to cuddle with him. This caused Nina to get annoyed again. Now that we checked the garrison, let's move to the HUB. She said with a small frown. Someone is jealous. Marcus chuckled internally as he kept his blonde girlfriend close by, holding her hand. The group returned to the lift, which took them to a huge railway station. The most noticeable part of this is that everyone could see moving walls at a distance. These are the support pillars, right? They are enormous. Marika commented as she was looking up. Seeing something of this size to move is humbling to say the least. Like the saying goes, in space, everything is bigger. Indeed. We designed the pillars to operate like railway lines that deliver goods back and forth. We stacked up so that at once 40 lines are operational. Anna fixed her glasses while dropping this information. She was proud of this achievement. I can assume that timing is important. Layla realized that there are stationary sections, and that one would need to aim at the right timing before moving in. Indeed. However, we have several steps for that, and in case of emergency, the platforms are movable. Anna explained, they have thought this through after all. I see. I mean, it is a bit dangerous as the colony needs to move while the central piece is stationary. The blonde nodded as she looked around. It was impressive feats of engineering, regardless. Can we move into the colonies? Are they not ready? Liliana asked as they were talking about living in space, which is making her all excited to see the real deal. They are, semi-ready. However, there is a considerable amount of land that is still dirt. The grass is still spreading, this part is something we can't rush. Anna explained to the newbies. Apart from that, we have moved in essential animals that will help in maintaining the ecosystem. We made sure to select specific species that don't have things like a magnetic field, like certain birds that migrate. The Pinkett continued to explain with a proud tone. Besides, I thought that we could use colonies for preservation purposes. Anna looked at Marcus when she said that. He smiled at her before nodding. If this is what you want, we can design a station just for that. The inventor nodded at her suggestion. If this is what she wants, he is more than happy to fulfill her wish. Though this was seen by the rest, even the newbie began to feel a bit jealous. A pet project of that scale. More chapters, Chapter 109 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 97, Chapter 96, Exploring the First Colony 2. The circular part of the colony rotates around the station several times per minute, creating gravity. The inner part of this donut is made out of glass alloy that allows sunlight to be reflected into the colony. This section is controlled by AI that makes the day and night cycle possible. The group took one of the trains that brought them to one of the 4 locations where cities are going to be located. There will be 4 cities per colony where the railway station will be located. Of course, there will be a railway network inside the colony, as Marcus requested a strong transportation network. So there will be highways and railways inside the colony that will connect the 4 cities regardless. Even the railways in the pillars have the live broadcast. It feels like we are rushing into the ground. Colin complained as she watched how the ground was getting closer. Because the colony's roof, the inner part of a donut, is covered with glass, they can see what the colony looks like. She can see green, brown and blue parts getting closer to them. That's because we are. Anna smiled while saying that. And we are doing nothing. My inner self-preservation is complaining right now. Colin grimaced as she saw land getting closer. I know. But we won't smack into the ground if this is what you are complaining about. Anna sighed while saying that. I know that. It's just that it's weird. I used to this, but when I am piloting my Dagda. Marcus smiled, seeing Colin getting scared. He can understand, considering the maglev is rushing into the ground at close to 400 kilometers per hour. The linear train designed for this is not bad. I saw the prototype used for the colonies, very impressive. Marcus praised 2 of his nerdy friends. We are not the only ones who worked on the models, Lloyd was part of it. Nina couldn't accept the whole praise. What are they working on anyway? The Inventor Prince wasn't sure anymore. There are a buttload of projects that those 2 are on. Many things like anti-ship weaponry or Geass-related things, but recently they have been working on how the pyramids could power those arches. Lloyd complained that he would only rest when he found some answer. Nina replied with a not sure expression. The girl prefers studying the science that makes sense to her. Then he needs to study electromagnetism, Marcus said with a smile, making her smile as well, as she realized that he knew the stuff already. Good, I will remind him at some point. The girl giggled as they returned to watching how the colony is getting closer. It's crazy to think that we are in space right now. Liliana walked through the grasslands next to the railway station. Well, this railway station is not as simple as it seems, it literally runs into what they consider the sky. The pillar is rushing many kilometers upwards from where they are standing. That's the magic of technology. We built a livable space in the literal void. This is a monumental achievement for humanity, as this means that we will never have something like a lack of livable space. Marcus commented as he looked upwards. From here, it doesn't even look like they are moving. The magic of the sheer size and scope of the colony. The only thing that made any sense to him was the moving clouds, just like on Earth. Yes, that is true. Humanity can now live anywhere. I can guess that you will have at least a colony on every single planet in our solar system. Liliana asked him as she was happy with this perfect moment, where she could ask questions of her esteemed leader. You are not wrong. Even gas giants have their uses. Especially Jupiter and Saturn. Both of them will have a decent amount of population in the future. He explained to the curious girl. Oh. Is there a specific reason? The blonde asked him. Jupiter will be our home for fusion reactor creation. The abundance of helium-3 on that planet will be enough for thousands of years. Same with radiation, that world is the most dangerous world right after the sun, because if we don't have protection from radiation, people would basically rot away. So that's that. Just mentioning that made the clueless girl pale as she realized that space is not just a great place after all. I will leave protection from that in your capable hands. She replied with a nervous look. Don't worry, we have the means to protect from harmful radiation. Like this colony and station. He looked around, enjoying the fresh air. He felt like he was in the countryside. Good to hear. Liliana smiled in relief. This was a good reminder. While Jupiter is dangerous, there are countless experiments that can be made with its strong radiation. Nina, who was close by, commented as she heard the whole conversation. She can tell that this new girl is trying some of the girly tactics on the prince, and that makes the green-haired nerd girl annoyed. You are right, building a research facility close to the gas giant is one of the things that I am planning to do. Radiation is an interesting subject that needs further investment. Marcus nodded as his attention went from Liliana to Nina, causing the blonde to frown for a bit. It would seem she won't that easily gain his attention. That much is given by how many females are around him. Yes. I did figure that after studying fusion technology. Nina smiled, stars are a very interesting subject. The ratio of gases that are fusing could cause some of the most interesting. Like pulsar stars. Those stars have serious potential for interstellar if not interdimensional travel. Sadly, there aren't that many of them close by. The pair smiled at each other. It would seem Nina had stumbled on the same thing as he did, or at least he hoped that she did. After all, suns are the source of all power in the cosmos. There is a certain particle that Marcus wants to create that could change everything. That depends on whether he could create in this universe. Well, that will be obvious once he builds a research facility near Jupiter. So, when can we expect to move in here? Marika asked after looking around. At the moment, there is nothing here. Soon. I am gathering Legion bots that will begin building infrastructure inside the colonies. Anna smiled. She then looked at Marcus. Now that the tour is over, she can finally speak with him. Marcus, can I have a word with you? She walked over to him. Sure, tell me what's on your mind. He asked the Pinkette. She looked around and motioned for them to walk away a bit. Oh, is it going to be a secret? He joked, realizing that she wanted one-on-one without anyone interfering. And nothing like that. She got embarrassed by his tease. What I want to talk about is my old team. Now that you are working on brain-related things with Geass and your Acme mobile suit, my old team could help you with its further development. My old Alexander development was closely related to brain RAID. A synchronization of brain waves. That could help you in improving the next generation of neural link technology. Anna explained to him in a serious tone. So you want to save them before we invade the EU properly? Marcus realized where this was going. War is a messy thing, and there are always casualties. Anna wants to make sure nothing happens to her previous team before Cornelia and her armies invade. Yes. It would be for the best. She slowly nodded before showing him her work tablet. I have located all of them with the help of Legion. The Pinkette showed him a list of people. You know I could delegate this to my intelligence officers, but I think it would be for the best if we collect them by ourselves, less hostility this way. He suggested making her ponder for a bit. Will I be able to spend some time with you? She asked with a mosquito voice. Barely above a whisper as she is embarrassed to speak louder. That's the whole point. He leaned back and whispered into her ear. Anna's cheeks imploded as she realized that he had read her whole intention from the very beginning. Especially the timing. She just finished a major project. Like one of the biggest projects in the whole of human history to date. They have a fully functioning colony in space. So the girl thought that she could spoil herself and spend some time with her crush. To do that, she needed a reason, an excuse. So why not collect more brainpower for their faction? Something like that, one would never have enough. Oh okay, then we can leave anytime you want. She said, blushing, as the girl already has ideas for what else she wants to do. Sure. He nodded before looking at the other girls. Layla, Colin, why don't you show around the space fleet for Marika and Liliana? The four girls looked at him, they were curious about why such an abrupt request had been made. I will be taking Anna to the EU to collect her old team. They will be extra help for the future of neural interface and technology related to the brain. Marcus explained to them. Layla immediately realized that this was what her friend wanted to speak about. If this is what you want, what will you do afterwards? The blonde asked her boyfriend. I will be returning to Constantinople. I have things to do there. Marcus said, with a pondering look, that he has plans for that specific part of the world. So that's your pet project now? Layla asked with a raised eyebrow. The girl never imagined that he was a big Rome nerd. I thought for a Rome fanboy you would take over Rome instead of Constantinople. The girl joked as she recalled how happy he was to find that the city existed. The Inventor Prince chuckled as the girl didn't understand what was going on and why he was like that. What are your plans for that city? Anna asked as she was curious, the nerdy girl wanted to see that city as well. Rebuild, how is it supposed to be? Besides that, the whole place, Greece and Anatolia, has great weather. I will keep that area as my domain. Oh. I see. But what kind of rebuild are we talking about? I can help. The Pinkette asked, wanting to work on another project with her prince. Rebuilding how the Romans had it at the time of the Eastern Roman Empire. At least the old city district before building new districts in Britannia style. So you are thinking of making Constantinople your actual capital city? Anna asked as she realized that it was not a simple rebuild. Yep, now let's go, I will explain in detail. He wrapped his hand around her waist as he began to take her to the train that would take them out of the colony and into the station. Colin was about to go with them. After all, they need to leave the colony as well. But Layla stopped her. We can take another train, don't worry. The redhead looked at the blonde. You seriously letting her hog him like that? The pilot girl asked with a surprised look. She did build a colony. Marcus is more than happy to spoil her however she wants. When you put it like that. Colin stopped and pondered. Yeah, Anna did something big. I helped as well. Wait until I finish MY projects. Nina snorted. She was jealous. The third-generation reactors were impressive already, but wait until she finishes the terraforming tools for Venus and Mars. Once they have those, it will be a game-changer. Layla and Colin looked at the remaining nerdy girl with nervous looks. This girl was a hardcore Marcus fanatic. Chapter 98, Chapter 97, Going to EU. For their trip to the EU, Marcus decided to take a smaller warship. Since he is taking a group, going there with one of his mobile suits is a bit silly. There is not enough space. Besides, he wants to spend a bit of time with Anna as well. His nerdy pinkette is a champion in his eyes. A while ago, he thought he could do things alone with the help of his machines and AI. But having a fellow scientist was game-changing. So after leaving the colony, they returned to the station and took a lift to the docks, where he ordered his Tyrannies to be transferred into a much smaller support warship. These ships are designed to be anti-mobile suit. There is just enough space to store several mobile suits for support and protection. So Marcus simply took out one Satanta and placed his KK unit. Once the mobile suit was safely stored away, the pair boarded the warship. "Can you show the captain where you want to go, Anna?" Marcus asked the girl next to him once they were on the bridge. Sure." She went over, checked the world hologram, and then used it to locate where she wanted to go. My prince, that's in the middle of EU, in fact, it's close to Paris." The captain looked at his leader and asked if this was right. "I know, that is why I am taking my Tyrannies." Marcus nodded, then looked at Anna, who looked a bit concerned. She already knew this could happen. After all, her old colleagues are in fact still in the military of the EU. "But sir." "It's fine, don't worry. My machine can take entire battalions, and besides, do you think they have any sort of weaponry that could pierce the hull of our ships?" The Inventor Prince asked with a raised eyebrow, making the captain calm down considerably. "My apologies, my prince. I forgot that our ships are not as simple." After slightly bowing, the man floated over to his position and began to issue commands to his men. Before long, the single warship left the Sirius-class carrier and other Centauri support-class warships. "Take your time, Captain, we are in no rush." As Marcus said, he took Anna's hand and then moved towards the living quarters. Even if this is a small ship, there is more than enough space for them to have some privacy. Anna blushed when she saw that he was taking the lead like that and taking her away. Only now did she realize that she had him for herself. We should go on a date or something. She began to think about what to do. Do you want me to show you around Paris?" The girl asked him, her voice hopeful. "That could be interesting. That is if we could hide our identities in the enemy's capital." Marcus chuckled as he realized that it would be quite a slap to the EU's face if they could pull something like that. "I think it is possible." The girl pondered as she pulled out her tablet, which she had been carrying the whole time. "We could get contact lenses and a change of clothes. Besides, it's mostly you who needs to hide, not me." She smiled at him a bit as she was checking over all the shop location data she had on the tablet. "Besides, people won't believe that easily that you are in Paris." The girl smiled even more. She clearly wants to show him the capital of the EU. "I guess we can be a bit naughty and do just that." Marcus chuckled as they ended up in an empty room with bunk beds. These were not an issue since he didn't see any personal belongings. "So, what is your plan?" Anna asked him as she realized that there was not that much to talk about since they had already talked about work. She had no interest in war, so the only thing left in her eyes was her ex-colleagues. "Depends. I requested that we not drop on or next to Paris. Instead, we should enter the atmosphere above the Atlantic and then enter the EU territory through the air." "I see. Though if you use your Tyrannies, it could draw a lot of attention, and it could lead to them realizing that you are in the country." The pinkette realized the issue. "Don't worry, my mech is something that they, even if they do see, they won't be easily able to report, considering how quickly I can dispose of them." He reassured the girl as he floated over and landed on the bed. "Okay." She slowly nodded, trusting that he could do it. "So tell me what we should do until we arrive, we have several hours worth of time." He smiled at her. The colony was built a considerable distance away, on top of that, they are not flying at the fastest speed. I don't know." Marcus smiled as he motioned for her to get closer. Anna nodded as she floated over and sat down next to him on the lower bed. He then used the moment to pull her closer, making her lean into his chest. Such a situation made her start blushing as she realized that he was quite close. "Relax, you do realize that you are quite gorgeous and I won't let you go anywhere. Don't you already have Layla, and Colin, and... Hey, and somehow you are gunning for a position as well." There was a sly grin on his lips as he knew what Anna was plotting. Yet, now she is complaining that he is Layla or Colin, silly girl logic. And no. I mean, The girl realized that she had been found out quite easily. "You can't hide from me." I know that look girls have when they find someone fascinating. I saw that many times in the academy. At that moment, he hugged her. I already decided that you are mine, Anna. I already kidnapped you, the army, so it should have been obvious. He explained in a plain tone. Though he was partially right, as he kidnapped her because Layla was sad that Anna was not with her. Do you realize how crazy it sounds? The girl laughed, her laugh was full of happiness. The girl was happy to hear what he just said. You assume I care how it sounds. He hugged her tighter. The warship entered the atmosphere above the Atlantic towards Europe. Before long, the military vessel was flying above the land at a considerable height. Marcus waited inside his tyrannies, hoping the EU had some means to fight him. Sir, incoming missiles from Paris. Of course, what else could it be? The capital is most likely the only place that has any sort of means to protect against air superiority. The inventor recalled the scare tactics employed by Julius Kingsley, aka Lelouch 6 Britannia. Airships were a pain to the EU, which was playing catch-up games all the time. Regardless, he didn't launch as the turrets destroyed all of the incoming projectiles. It was pathetic. Do you think they have any sort of different methods to attack? Anna asked him, as she looked at a hologram before her. Legion was hacking into the local grid to figure out if her intel was good. You are asking me. I am not from the EU military, you know. Marcus replied with an amused look. I was only asking. Because I hope they have something to offer. The girl looked embarrassed for her homeland. She can only imagine the military personnel scrambling to do something while the Anaheim vessel was in their core provinces. Sir, Panzer Hummels are incoming from the garrison of the capital city of Paris. Aren't we several kilometers in the sky? What can a Panzer Hummel do? The prince checked out the data. What he found is that these mechs have modified rifles for hands. From the looks of it, they carry heavy weaponry. Is that so? With that said, he used the neural link to command the cockpit to close as he began to move. His KK unit moved as the hangar opened, and he pointed his beam rifles down. The targeting system began to track the movement on the ground. Reroute power to the rifles. At that moment, Marcus activated his Geass as he watched how these Panzer Hummels would move. Then, all of a sudden, he pressed the trigger, and the blue beam with yellow lightning blasted into moving cheap nightmares imitations. The beams engulfed the Panzer Hummels and erased them, leaving nothing behind. Once the coast was clear, he turned around the mech and walked back. How does it look, Anna? He asked the girl via the loudspeaker. That should do it. There is a limit on how many of them should have such a loadout. The girl was checking the hologram console. Good, in that case, come here. Tyrannis offered his hand. The girl nodded happily as she walked over, and the mech picked her up. The cockpit opened, and the Pinkett got in and ended up sitting on his lap. This time, there was no hesitation. Remembering the first time you did this? He teased her, reminding her of the first time they met, and told her to sit on his lap. Don't remind me, it was embarrassing. You kidnapped me and made me sit on your lap. I was both terrified and could not believe it. She said all that in an excited tone. At that moment, Marcus hugged her, making her blush even more. Yet you loved all of that. He joked, making her blush even more. Not at that moment. She tried to defend herself. Whatever you said, darling. He joked, before getting a bit serious. He used his neural link to contact the bridge. Captain, for now, you can retreat to the Atlantic Ocean, we are going to infiltrate Paris. The prince said with a small smile. At that moment, Anna realized there was a direct link to the bridge, and all the officers could see her on Marcus's lap, sitting there comfortably. Understood, my prince. However, the captain ignored what he was seeing and simply acknowledged the order. With that said, the call ended, and the mobile suit folded into its plane mode before blasting out of the hangar. The prince made it fly low just above the forest level towards the Republic capital of Paris. In the Paris suburbs, Marcus looked at the shop window before him and checked out his blue contact lenses. From the looks of it, they are still good. He no longer wears them. But he still had a spare case in his tyranny storage area under his seat. This was from the good old times when his faction was still operating in the shadows. How does it look? He asked Anna as he placed a baseball cap on his head and then threw on a jeans-style jacket. He looked like a delinquent by all means and purposes, wearing black pants with a chain at the waist. Not bad. You are actually good at this. No one would recognize you. Anna looked surprised by the change in style of clothes. On top of all of this, he put on sharp sunglasses. Double eye protection. His imperial eyes are what could make him easily stand out, as Charles's face is well known throughout the world. We are good to go, right? He asked her. The girl nodded at him as she fixed her hair and made sure her new clothes looked good. She visited several shops just to find something nice, as she is sure no one would recognize her. She was part of the special forces. Only the top brass knows about her working in nightmare development before she was kidnapped. Then let's go, I will show you around the city. She grabbed his hand as the girl began to lead him into the city's depths. It has been ages for her as well, so she will be remembering the city as well. Okay, no need to rush, we don't have a time limit in this. Marcus chuckled from amusement at how eager she was for their date. Chapter 99, Chapter 98, Adventure in Paris. What's the plan? Marcus asked Anna as they walked through the streets of Paris's suburbs. The city is decently big, with chunks of it having those disgusting solar towers he blew up in his Constantinople. Those were an eyesore, but he can understand that they took over from coal factories, as coal factories should be the main energy source until nuclear energy creation. But then Sakuradite appeared and took over, that was the replacement, and what took over instead of nuclear. I am going to show you the landmarks, then we can find somewhere to eat. Nothing about your ex-colleagues. Marcus thought to himself, this is becoming amusing to him. Sure. We can check the city center. That's where the most interesting ones should be close by. She nodded at his suggestion as they took the train to the city center. Money was not an issue. Considering that Marcus literally runs most of the markets nowadays. His nation was one of the biggest in the world. And he made sure things would be based on his currency, regardless of war or not. He had the gold. And greedy politicians could not say no, unlike the Imperial Britannia, who won't accept him no matter what. But such a behavior of pretending Anaheim doesn't exist is starting to bite back in their ass. Once in the city center, they went to check out the more traditional, or as they say, the old city. It is full of palaces and the esteemed Eiffel Tower. Is it just me, or is the tower a bit bigger than in the previous world? Marcus looked at the metal construct in the distance. I am a bit amazed at how well your disguise works. We passed several military posts and police officers. Anna whispered. She was happy with how well this passed. Don't comment like that in the open. Just enjoy that it works. He replied to her as he took her hand and pulled the Pinkett closer. Anna blushed as she got closer. Besides, they would even check us less if we pretended to be a couple. Do you think we need to pretend? She whispered back. Her eyes got a bit glazed. Marcus looked back at her expression. No, I don't think we do. In the end, they ended up kissing. As amusing as it is. Wasn't this city in his old world something like the City of Love or something? Well, he doesn't remember that well. He was never into that stuff in my previous life. Traveling space was the top priority. The kiss lasted for a while as the Pinkett was hungry for attention. But there is one thing that they needed to do, and that is breathing, so the beauty pulled back and looked at him as she fixed her glasses. There was that dreamy look on her face. Was it good enough? She asked after a bit. Yes. His short reply made her smile a bit as she began to look around. Spotting something in the distance. It was a hotel. Shall we? She said after looking at it for a bit. Marcus' gaze followed her gaze. The inventor smiled internally for a bit. It would seem her engine has been flipped. Sure. Let's take a break. He nodded at her as the pair went over to the traditional-looking 7th-floor building, which was screaming Renaissance with its architecture. Once inside, they went to the receptionist lady. A room for 2 days. The receptionist lady nodded as she began to arrange things for them. After checking the system, she gave them some offers, and Marcus took the VIP that was on the top floor. Anna was a bit surprised that he had a working passport and debit card. Legion is impressive as always. But to call himself Kingsley? Is that a callback to his root, and that he wants to end his dad's career? The girl pondered for a bit as soon as he had 2 cards for the doors. Here. I booked breakfast and late lunch as well. Apparently, they don't do dinner, so for that we will need to visit one of the restaurants. He gave her one of the cards while explaining the food options. It's okay. She didn't care that much as the girl hugged his arm. The pair took the lift to the top floor, where only a few rooms are in the whole corridor. The VIPs are big, almost like flats with several rooms and considerable-sized balconies for a good view of the Eiffel Tower. As they arrived at their doors, Marcus used the card to unlock it. Once inside, the pair explored the rooms. There is a living room with a big TV, followed by a marble bathroom that has a big bathtub, toilet, shower, and 2 sinks. The bedroom has a king-size room with wardrobes, a balcony, and another large TV. Not bad. It had been ages since I was in a hotel, wait, Lake Kawaguchi. But that doesn't really count. Marcus frowned, recalling his trip to Japan. It was more like a training exercise than a holiday stay. After looking around, Anna began to eye Marcus. Knowing what was coming next, the prince removed his contact lenses and the jacket. Seeing that the pink-haired girl walked over and leaned into his chest. She wasn't hiding her desire anymore. It has been a trip for her. But now, she has proven herself and is ready for the next part. Shall we start? She asked with a sultry tone. I am starting to believe that this was your original intention. He teased her, making her blush even harder. It's fine. Because I was thinking the same thing. His hands went to her ass and grabbed those bubbly cheeks. Anna's reaction was that of a small surprise as soon enough her heartbeat went through the roof. She began to get excited. Wonderful. The pinkette replied with a heated tone. Marcus picked her up and turned her around, laying the beauty in the bed before getting on top of her. His hands went to her glasses as he took them away and placed them on the bed's side, then he moved in and began to kiss her. The girl didn't waste her time either as she wrapped her hands around his neck and began to kiss back with growing eagerness. Before long, she was rubbing herself on him. As it was getting too hot for her. Once the steamy make-out session was over, the pair had to separate and then began to undress. The nerdy pink-haired girl had pure white undergarments, as she looked pure and gorgeous, ready to be ravaged. Not that her bra or panties remained for long as she removed them, showing her needy body to him. Marcus followed suit as he undressed and threw his clothes aside, and jumped on the waiting girl. The inventor lay her on her back while spreading her legs into an M shape, showing how wet and needy she was. The girl blushed even harder when she saw what kind of embarrassing situation she was in. Not that she had time to complain as his cock brushed around her needy hole, rubbing the side of the pole, making her squirm with desire and need. After teasing her for a bit, he pushed inside, making her grimace as his rod slowly sank into her special place. Moments later, he arrived at her proof of maidenhood. Anna looked at him before slowly nodding to continue to move. Seeing her teary eyes, he leaned forward and gently kissed her, making the girl once more wrap her hands around him. Move, take me, my prince, she hotly whispered into his ear. That was all he needed as he pushed forward and claimed her maidenhood, sinking to the very end. The girl under him trembled for a second as he waited for a bit before he began to move. Slowly pulling back and then thrusting forward. Bit by bit, a rhythm developed as a lewd smacking sound spread through the room. MHNNN. NHH. Oh. Anna didn't hold back, as this was what she had wanted for months. Now she finally got it. It was like the floodgates opened, and she could finally do what she dreamed. The pinkette began to move her hips according to the thrust to feel the whole length in her special place. Before long, the prince picked her up and changed into the lover's position. The pinkette lewdly smiled as she locked her legs around his waist and started to move her waist eagerly. Forward and back, clockwise and anti-clockwise, the girl was on fire and drowned in lust. Nothing mattered anymore as she leaned forward and wrapped her hands around his neck, starting another make-out session. The lovers' tongues wrestled for a bit, and then Anna pulled back, placing her hands back. This is where Marcus' hands went to her breasts and began to fondle them. The beauty responded with loud moans as she loved his touch. The whole session lasted for a while as the pair went through a list of positions before the pinkette ended up on all four while Marcus rammed his rod into her eager pussy, releasing a stream of his essence into her awaiting womb. HNNNNN. Oh yes, the girl trembled as she felt her insides drowning in his essence, and some drool began to drip from the corners of her lips. The girl twitched a couple of times before collapsing headfirst into the pillow. It was amazing, Anna hotly exclaimed as she rolled on her back. There was a huge smile on her lips as she was a mess in a good way. Marcus joined her as he lay down next to her. The girl crawled over and lay on his chest as she decided to rest like this. The inventor wrapped his hands around her as he hugged the pinkette. It was good. Thankfully, we have 2 days like dot. He reminded her about that. Anna perked up. Indeed, they can do all sorts of things. Safe to say this is what they did. The pair rested for a bit before starting another intense session of lovemaking. Before moving to the bedroom, where they continued, after that, they lazed in the bathtub. Once evening arrived, they went to a restaurant where they ate some local dishes. Then they were back in the hotel, where they continued with more lovemaking. The next day, it was similar, a morning quickie, breakfast, then a bit of exploring and buying some trinkets as souvenirs. Though they did return to the hotel room a couple more times as they got all touchy and their engines got turned on. One could say that is all they did those 2 days. Anna softly moaned as she was riding her darling prince. By this point, she had done this more than several times, and she got the general idea of how to do it right. She was a smart girl after all, and a quick learner. Making her able to learn and adjust very quickly. She would move her hips rapidly before calming down and moving slowly and sensually. She then would lean forward and kiss Marcus before rapidly moving her ass up and down. Then she would lean back and show him how her pussy was taking his rod. This whole session lasted for a while before she collapsed on top of him with a large smile on her lips. Sadly, our lovely time is coming to an end, she said with a disappointed tone. Is it? Didn't you just finish a colony in space? What is stopping you from making a quiet spot for yourself? He suggested while stroking her back. Anna stopped for a second, realizing that it was true. She could do what Layla did, have a small haven where she can stay with him and away from everyone. No wonder you are a glorious leader. The beauty joked with a bright tone. His idea was great. Now she is motivated to continue with the colonies. Chapter 100, Chapter 99, Raiding the Raiders. 2 days later, Marcus finally asked the magic question after they checked out of the hotel. So, when are we going to collect your ex-colleagues? The inventor, as the pinkette who was hugging his hand. Alright, about that. They are part of the military. Sue. Anna blushed a bit as she forgot about them. In other words, I would need to use my tyrannies anyway. Marcus deadpanned a bit. Yes. I'm afraid so. She fiddled with her shirt as she replied. Marcus smiled after hearing that as he used his free hand to pat her. No worries. He took her away as they walked towards a park not far from the Eiffel Tower. The prince pulled out an earpiece and put it on. Tyrannies to my side. At once, sir. He then put it aside and looked at Anna, who was looking around. The girl looked a bit sad that their time together was coming to an end. Seeing that he hugged her made her smile a bit. No worries, we will do something like this again. I did have my fun. He said that while squeezing her rear. That caused her to blush heavily. Yes. A few moments later, the wind picked up as a mobile suit landed before them. The regular people who saw this scrambled away in fear, as they had seen this machine before. The pair got inside, and the machine rose into the sky. Marcus got comfortable inside as he accessed the data available. Well. I won't be able to do anything more stealthy. He commented as he saw that he was noticed. The AA weaponry picked him up alongside missile systems. Interesting, they somehow are able to track you down. Anna noticed that the AA guns in the city, along with the missile pod systems, are tracking him. The regular radar should not be able to find them. They use heat instead of the usual radio systems. I suppose they did their homework, but what about it? Marcus rifles unfolded from the wings as tyrannies picked them and began to target as well. Before long, alarms began to blare as people scrambled for protection, missiles and anti-air guns started to shoot at Marcus' machine. But the KK unit simply shot the beam rifles, and everything was erased. You guys need much more than mere physical bullets and explosives to do something. The inventor commented as he pressed the triggers once more, shooting blue beams at the military installations. One by one, the weapons were erased. Shall we try recruiting them? Marcus said to his girl as he used his hacking skills to get into the cell towers and get hold of the numbers of several people. Try to message them. He summoned a keyboard hologram so she could write to the people she knew. Right. The girl didn't realize she could do this, as she began writing messages while the prince continued to cause the EU millions in damage. Sadly, the defensive weapons didn't last long, as after several more attempts, they went down, and there was no more protection for the city. Tyranny's systems picked up something as the mech flew over and noticed a raid was happening on a highway. Oh my. This is my lucky day. The KK unit flew over and landed on the road, then pointed his rifle at the raiders. It was a girl in a hoodie, and someone was piloting one of those primitive nightmares. Hold up, this is a raid. Marcus declared in an amused tone. Anna deadpanned for a second, then smiled in amusement. This was hilarious, in a way. The girl stopped midway as she looked at the mech before her. Her eyes were wide as she could not believe what was standing before her. That is right. Don't move, guys. Tyrannies looked around as he stopped a limo. It was a heavily fortified car. Then, all of a sudden, the car doors opened, and a tall man walked out. He looked at Tyrannies with interest. Your Highness, Prince Lelouch, or should I call you Marcus Goldman? What do I own such pleasure of meeting the most notorious man in the whole world? Marcus smiled a bit after hearing that. He was the most notorious person in the world. That is new to him. Then again, he doesn't check online or something like that. After all, he has his own network. Filtering such useless things out. You must be the head of the military of the EU. Not quite. But close enough. I doubt an imperialist like you understands how democracy is run. Marcus laughed after hearing that. Well, entertain me, Jean Smilas. Because I do suppose I have a proposal for you. After saying that, Marcus moved out of his seat as he allowed the confused Anna to take over. Stay here for now. I want to speak with him. If things go the way I want, we will get your friend with us in a flash. He said to her while gently stroking her chin. The girl was a bit confused, but in the end slowly nodded as soon as the mech lowered Marcus on the street. The terrorists who tried to kidnap Jean Smilas were confused. Like, what is going on here? Shouldn't they run away, but that mech is absurdly strong. It could destroy them in a flash. You too. Marcus looked at the girl and the guy in Glasgow, a relic machine by this point. You can return to Japan if you want to. With my sister running things there, you two can have a normal life there. We have special programs that can assist in returning things to how they were before the occupation. As if it's any better under Anaheim. The girl with Wakizaki exclaimed. Is it? And you've been there and seen with your own eyes. Marcus replied with an eye roll before looking at the men before him. I do have an offer for you. You desire for Europea United to surrender. The man was not stupid and not born yesterday. There is not much that someone like Lelouch before him would want. Indeed, and you could help me. Marcus smiled a bit as he had some ideas for using the situation to his advantage and saving a bit of time. Depends on what you could offer. The men didn't decline outright. Anaheim's focus from the very beginning was space. We already have 1 out of 5 colonies operational, and the speed of the development is only getting faster. We are already gathering resources for terraforming Venus and Mars. Before long, in our lifetime, we will have worlds in which humanity can live without much trouble. Those worlds would require people with talent who can assist in their government. Sounds fascinating, but that is in the future. I don't have time to wait. It sounded great and all, but that will take years and a long distance to travel. By all means, what he is hearing are empty promises. Indeed, think of it as your retirement destination. Until then, you can assist in Europe's government. Marcus said with a smile. Now that sounded much better. This one I can accept. However, there are things that we must discuss first if you want me to assist in the EU handover. Marcus' smile slowly morphed into a grin as this was what he was aiming for. Good enough. I shall contact you in a bit more discreet location. Until then, have a nice day, General Smilas. The inventor turned around and walked to his machine that picked him up. Once he was inside the mech, he faced the Glasgow. Shall we go? We do need to give General an alibi. Marcus spoke in an amused tone as the mech walked over. The pilot inside of Glasgow tried to fight him as he realized that he was about to get kidnapped. Like hell, Britannia. This again. The prince sounded bored when he heard that his nationality was being thrown around like some slur. Can you people learn something new? Marcus pointed a rifle at the Glasgow, making the pilot of Nightmare start sweating bullets as he saw more than enough videos of these Anaheim machines melt nightmares in the most literal sense. The green Glasgow tried to move out of the targeting site, but the Tyrannies predicted where he would move, so the shot went right for the legs of the Nightmare. The girl with the sword looked horrified by how effortlessly the Glasgow was defeated. The ejection system was activated, and the cockpit was ejected. The girl panicked when she realized her support was gone. Rio. Before she could move, the mobile suit dropped on one knee and pointed the beam rifle at the girl. Don't move, sweetheart. The girl dropped her short sword on instinct just from being in front of the muzzle of such a weapon. You will be coming with us. With that said, he took the girl with his mech's free hand and then flew away. Hold it. Where do you think you are going? A teenager emerged, exclaiming at the sky as Tyrannies flew away. General looked at the boy, for now ignoring him, as Gene Smilas recalled the mobile suit's performance with keen interest. He was very impressed, to say the least. No wonder they control nearly half of the world in mere months. Truly monstrous machines. He sighed, realizing that his schemes won't be going anywhere. Instead, he should take the safe route and join Anaheim. From there, he can see how things will progress. Well, he did give me an alibi. Once again, Lelouch 6 Britannia took fancy on a girl and took her while ignoring one of the generals of Europea United. He nodded to himself. Sounds preposterous, but it happened twice already. So people would believe it. He can't do it. Damn it. He can't just kidnap people like that. The teen said with an angry tone. That's Britannia and royals, they can do whatever they want with the power they wield. Gene Smilas said to the teen. No one asked you. The teen gnashed his teeth before running away towards where the Glasgow cockpit should have landed. What are you going to do with the girl? Anna asked with narrowed eyes. Who knows? I haven't decided yet. Marcus shrugged as he looked at the terrified girl who was holding Tyranny's thumb finger like her life depended on it. And my ex-colleagues? She asked, wondering how he would make it happen. Well, since you didn't give me a concrete plan, I will improvise. I will use Gene Smilas to collect them before getting shipped to me. Marcus explained as he took his Tyrannies to the Atlantic Ocean, where the Centauri-class support warship was. Shipped, like some cargo. She deadpanned for a second. Well, it's better than nothing. Considering she had no plan apart from having information on her ex-colleagues. As the mobile suit landed, the crew were already waiting for them. Anna realized she had forced these guys to wait for them aimlessly above the Atlantic Ocean. The cockpit opened as Marcus and Anna came out. Next moment, the girl who was hugging Tyranny's thumb finger lunged at the Inventor prince. But the prince easily dodged her before flipping her over and then pinning her to the ground. Look what I caught, a naughty girl. He teased her with an amused tone. Ugh, let go of me. She complained as the girl tried to struggle. If you promise to behave, I will let you go. For a second, she pondered, but then pain washed over her as she could feel her arm was bending too much. Ag. The girl screamed for a second. I give up. I give up. She grimaced as she could not take it anymore. Marcus then let her go as she scrambled to move away. What? So now you are nervous? He teased her when, moments later, black armored soldiers entered the hangar and pointed their futuristic rifles at the girl. Relax, she is with me. Marcus motioned for his troops to lower their guns. The black soldiers nodded as they lowered their rifles and got back to their positions. Isn't it right? Ayano. He smiled while saying her name. The girl paled as she could not believe he knew about her. How? Why? Chapter 101, Chapter 100, Getting More Pilots. Marcus took the newest addition to his crew to one of the small meeting rooms in the brig areas. This is because if the girl continues to be naughty, he will need to keep her in a cell. What are you going to do to me? Ayano Kosaka asked. As she was feeling a certain dread now that she was aboard a flying warship. How could she escape? Not only was she aboard a place where technology itself terrified. These guys were wielding lasers that could melt metal like it was nothing. I haven't decided yet, Marcus replied after pondering a bit. I got you as extra to make the whole thing happen with Gene Smilas. If he is smart, the trick will work. The prince replied with a small smile. So it's just a trick. You can let me go afterwards. Ayano looked hopeful. Don't, silly girl. Do you realize that if you appear on the streets of Paris, the general of the EU army will have a target on your back? He will literally try to make you disappear to make his new alibi stick. Marcus was making a bit up. But that is to make her behave. Besides, I collected this before I flew away. He showed her Wakizaki. Gee, give that back. And make my men shoot you. He asked with a raised eyebrow. Exclamation point. You are aboard a military vessel. While not part of the military. Just by allowing you to be here, I am vouching for you. If you mess up, it's on me. He explained with a sigh. Then don't let me off the ship. And let you die. No thanks. I will take you to Japan, where you can be with your fellow countrymen. As if it matters. All of my relatives are dead thanks to the occupation. Even if I go there, I don't know anyone. The only family I've got left is Rio and Yukiya. She narrowed her eyes. The Glasgow pilot. She stiffly nodded. And the other one who was hiding. The question is if both are still alive. You guys attacked a general on top of that, they are related to our plot. You do realize that this general is power hungry. He will make sure everything plays out so that he ends up in Anaheim as the governor of Europe. Marcus explained to her. What most likely will happen? Ayano's eyes widened as she understood what he meant. Why you mean they could die? A very high percentage. He seriously nodded. Then, you must save them. She exclaimed in panic. Do tell me why I should do that. The prince rolled his eyes. Why should he bother with such a thing? For a few moments, she said nothing, but then the girl got desperate. I will follow your orders. I can fight for you, and do other things if you want. Is that so? Marcus hummed, not that he had any idea where to put her. Well, I could delegate you to the space fleet. He hummed while saying that. She could join Marika and Liliana in space and wait for the invasion. Wait, since I am skipping EU, that means Britannia is next. The prince pondered. He realized that he was pretty close to complete world domination. By this point, he should start to prepare for transitioning to interstellar life. Is that what you want? Ayano said, a bit nervously. This was unfamiliar stuff to her. From what her limited knowledge of space is telling us is that a dark place is dangerous for human life. People can easily die there. Don't worry. I take care of my people. Those who perform well will receive more than enough money, land, and all that stuff. I don't need any of that. I want Rio and Yukiya alive and well. The girl declared with a serious tone. He summoned a hologram and composed a message. It took a while, the girl didn't complain, she simply watched as he wrote on a floating glass surface. This was literally sci-fi stuff to the girl. After a while, he dismissed the window and looked at her. I have requested Gene Smilas to capture your friends and hand them to me. That is all I can help. But, you have all the fancy technology, you could use your flying robot to do all that, Ayano said with a frown. I could, but like I said, I don't have any reason to invest more time than necessary. I sent this because I tried to attack you. In that case, I apologize. I promise I won't do it again. Ayano knew that after attacking a literal general, their lives were doomed. Not that she trusts a simple message sent, but it would be far more reassuring if Marcus left with his mobile suit. You are that desperate? He sighed before scratching his head. Why don't you go? At that moment, Anna walked in as she smiled at him, before she looked at Ayano. If you go, Ayano will dedicate her life to you and your cause. What do you think? The pinkette spoke for the girl, who in turn nodded several times. This was what she meant. If this is the case, fine. Marcus got up from his seat. I do it. He made a sharp turn as he left the room. That was easier than I expected. The short sword-wielding girl looked at Anna. This was impressive. Anna gave her a small smile and made a peace sign with her fingers. How did you do it? Ayano asked with a surprised tone. A perk of being a girlfriend. Once you become close, such small requests become easy. Besides, I offered him a cute girl as a bonus. The nerdy girl explained to Ayano, who frowned as she didn't understand something. You are okay with him thinking about other females. Anna's smile faltered. You do realize that this is not a normal situation. The pinkette girl slightly frowned. People like him are well known in history to have many lovers and wives. That part of humanity will never change. Do you think you could contain him? That question caused Ayano to pale. Why does this girl even ask her? She didn't even consider something like this. See. I never even considered something like that. Marcus Goldman was a goddamn Britannia celebrity to me. I only saw him in ads and on TV in shops. Ayano didn't even have such thoughts, or possible hopes. She was a terrorist and someone who was running with gangs. Indeed. Same here, but one day he appeared in my research facility and kidnapped me. Ayano dumbly stared at her. Is she speaking nonsense, or is this true? It's true. After all, he was building a faction to oppose his father and pursuing his dreams. Anna honestly tried to explain how it was. Dreams. The girl still remembers the live broadcast. Whatever it was, she felt how her heart clenched, and at that moment she desired something better. A new frontier, a new land, someone in a space with endless freedom. Sadly for her, that hope swiftly disappeared as she was in the EU and Marcus Anaheim was in the Far East. In lands which she ran away from. So he kidnapped you and you still ended up as his woman. The sword-wielding girl tried to understand this part. Well, it's sort of. I always had a crush on him. It's even worse now. She thought that part to herself. Especially after 2 steamy days in the hotel she had. I see. Well, somehow it worked out for you. Ayano replied, thinking that this pinkette was a lucky one. In a way. I worked my butt off. Anna giggled while saying that. The mass-production mobile suits you see were partially made by me, and the space colonies you see in the night sky. Those were mostly me as well. The girl smiled while explaining. Now that was something the sword girl didn't expect to hear. This glasses girl did this much. Then no wonder. If she did all that for Anaheim, then this girl is good. No wonder he listens to her when she asks. What will you get from me if I enter the picture? Ayano asked her. Unlike this pinkette, all she could do was fight. I can tell that you know how to fight. You are quite natural at it. I have witnessed more than a few people who pilot machines with less natural talent than you. Anna explained to her. You want me to pilot one of those Satanta models for you too? Ayano concluded. That made sense. She was quite good in simulations she tried a while back. That depends on Marcus. My prince has his way of figuring out such things. Though, don't cut yourself short. We do have a great mobile suit pilot. Have you seen that bulky machine with horns and sharp claws? The so-called beast. Ayano stiffly nodded. Who didn't see that thing utterly destroying city garrisons, military bases, all of that stuff? The EU gleefully showed the world how the Chinese Federation fell in a matter of days. That was until they realized that they were next and stopped showing the war effort to the people. Instead, it became sort of a joke, telling everyone propaganda that Anaheim is only interested in corrupt governments like Britannia and Britannia itself. What a joke. They heard it from Marcus himself. He will take over the world to usher in a new age for mankind. Might as well give my all to see this new age. Some of the girls' hope returned to her fighting spirit. Well, that machine is piloted by a girl whose only talent is to pilot, and guess what, she is one of his girlfriends. I see. So not all need to build colonies in space to attract his attention. Good to know. Internally, she rolled her eyes at this wild situation. For now, focus on what you can do. I suggest jumping into one of the simulators to see how well you stack up. Are they on board this warship? Ayano perked up. She wants to see if they are similar to nightmares. Yes. There are 2 simulation spheres in the hangar area. Anna recalled 2 spheres in the hangar. Can I try one? Sure. This is shit. How am I supposed to find them in a city that has several million people? Marcus looked down as he saw Paris. He was at a considerable height. This won't do. Tyrannies, send a word to my flagship, tell them to send me my Echni. Otherwise, this will be like finding a needle in a haystack. Understood, sir. Message sent. With Echni, he can scan brainwaves in the whole city. No one can escape from that. As he pondered in the Sword 1 colony, aboard a Sirius-class carrier, which had number 1 on its hull. In the hangar of this dreadnought of a ship, one of the mobile suit's eyes glowed as the mech moved out from its pedestal. This was KK-61/DA-01 Echni, the prototype Geass nightmare killer, a mech designed to fight people's minds more than actually to kill nightmares. One could say that this is the ultimate form of an assassin, as it targets the heart of a nightmare or a mobile suit. Taking out the pilot would take out the mobile suit. Well, that's if the mobile suit is not of Anaheim. Because in Anaheim, when the pilot is out, the machine can keep fighting. What the? Why Prince's machine turned on? The mechanics in the hangar exclaimed in worry. Moments later, the alarms blared through the ship. Attention hangar. Clear the catapult deck. His Highness has issued an order for his mobile suit to launch. The comms officer's voice spread through the hangar as the men scrambled to give space for Echni, which moved into the catapult deck by itself. Goddamn the AI, always scares the shit out of me when they just do things by themselves. One of the mechanics almost had a heart attack. He was still getting used to Anaheim's technology. More chapters, Chapter 110 is up, and other stories on my PAT. Chapter 102, Chapter 101, Traumatized People. Marcus, high above Paris, looked at Echni, who had just arrived. Those red projectors that are used instead of thrusters look utterly amazing. The red energy of Geass is a very viable alternative for ion technology. Not that he completely ditched ion tech, as it's potent stealth tech. In fact, mixing Geass with ion tech is the way forward, as he is now invisible to both regular radar and heat vision, making it truly an alien tech. As the inventor pondered, the mech's hands moved and offered to walk over from Tyrannies to Echni. Tyrannies, return to the flagship. Once this is over, we shall return to space. Understood, sir. The mech acknowledged its orders. Once he was in the cockpit of the Geass mobile suit, the holograms came to life. The next generation of the cockpit was a sight to behold for the prince as he felt that he was in a true spaceship that he could control with his mind. Shall we go, Echni? Always ready, my prince. The female AI confirmed that it was ready to go. Good. With that said, the Geass interface popped up on his HUD as he selected population scan. The percentage of energy charging began as Echni began to descend. Meanwhile, Tyrannies rushed upwards to leave the planet. Marcus looked down at the city as he selected the range of the scan. As far as I recall, there are ghettos where Japanese stay. The prince checked the map of those. Once he located it, he flew over to be right above it. Shit. Rio knew what kind of machine that thing was, which all of a sudden got in the way of his plan to kidnap Jean Smiles. That thing was the nightmare-inducing mobile suit of Anaheim. The soldiers of the EU said that if they are unlucky enough to see one of those things, they will have horror dreams for the rest of their lives, as facing one of these things is impossible. You either live because of the pilot's fancy and suffer nightmares for the rest of your life, or you die. It would seem he will be in the third category, and that is he escaped with his life, but he started to feel dread as that machine isn't gone. Yukiya, we need to get the fuck out of here, Rio said to the younger teenager. What about Ayano? The brown-haired bomb expert asked his friend. Haven't you seen what that thing was? One of Anaheim's toys. Yukiya replied, not really aware of how dreadful those things were. Toys. Those things are nightmare-inducing. You either die or suffer for life. Rio explained with a sweaty forehead. You shouldn't listen to ex-soldiers and their weird stories, Yukiya replied, almost eye-rolling at the older teenager. You haven't seen what I have seen. The taller, older teen exclaimed in frustration. He saw what happened to soldiers who survived the encounter with Anaheim's special mobile suits. No weapons work on them, bullets, explosives, nothing, and on top of that, the sheer explosive power that can erase nightmares with a casual blast from their rifles. The most advanced EU machines make soldiers feel naked and something akin to bringing a stick to a gunfight. There is no escape or no hope, the only thing one could dream of is the hope that the pilot of these alien freaks is bored and will leave the soldier alive. So you are, Yukiya stopped as his mouth opened. As he gazed into the distance. Rio, seeing that expression, stopped and turned around. High above the alley, There was a machine with a red halo and red wings. It was a white and red mobile suit, with spread hands, silently floating like a deity looking down on the entire city. The devil. This is the thing that ended the war in India in a single day. This thing brought the entire nation to its knees in mere hours. What is it doing here? Panic began to settle in. The rumors about this thing have reached the EU in a matter of hours after the capitulation of India. The stories of soldiers committing suicide, or turning on their superiors in a matter of minutes, entire garrisons would cease to exist. The men would rather kill each other than face this thing. That is why they named this machine the devil. The red color even adds to the case that this machine was a nightmare given physical form. Rio, it's looking at us. Yukiya. Shit, fuck. I knew that Anaheim would come back. You either die or they let you live. This is no other way with these freaks. As he complained, red rings appeared around their pupils, and they stopped talking. Instead, they simply stared at the machine that flew over and landed before them. Ekni then picked them up and flew away, back to the waiting warship in the Atlantic Ocean. They are here. Ayano swiftly got out of the simulation sphere as she was about to dash there, but Anna stopped her. Relax, we don't know if your friends will be hostile. They are my friends. Your friends, not ours. Anaheim has more than a handful of enemies and people who are afraid of us. Relax and let's approach this without rushing. The Pinkette explained with a small smile. She knows this well enough. After all, she was at the receiving end. She was more than terrified of Marcus and his machine. Fine. Ayano slowly nodded. She looked down and recalled that she was wearing a purple and black uniform of Marcus' retinue. She was, in the most literal sense, now part of Anaheim. Considering how Rio is around anything Anaheim. Yes, I should not rush it, the girl sighed. She envisioned this far better in her mind. The pair walked over and saw that Marcus was emerging from a different mobile suit. Ekni. It makes sense if he wants to locate people. Anna understood why this peculiar machine was used. Though. I hope Paris is not in a state of panic. This machine has a certain amount of notoriety. A machine that can force people to kill each other. Or wield light that affects the state of mind, among other things. It's the most supernatural asset in Anaheim's inventory. Why? You don't follow the news, do you? Anna asked with a strained smile. Not my thing. The sword-wielding girl shook her head in denial. This is Ekni, it wields energy that can affect people's minds. In India, Marcus forced soldiers to kill each other. He conquered the whole nation in a day. Now that made Ayano a bit spooked. You are not joking, are you? To that question, Anna simply looked at the black-haired girl. No reason to lie, Ayano, you will see all this by yourself. Besides, you can see that your friends are quite passive. Now that she commented on that, the girl looked at them. Are they okay? She was about to walk there, but Anna stopped her. Relax, once the energy runs its course, they will snap out. The nerdy girl explained to the concerned Ayano. Okay. The pair slowly walked over as the soldiers took her two friends away. By this point, Ekni walked over and docketed in a specially prepared holding place. This thing keeps the machines in place in case of an attack on the warship. All of the carriers and hangars have these. In KK unit cases, there are special holds that drain excess energy generated by fusion reactors. In other words, at the moment, the support vessel they were on has two sets of fusion reactors it can tap into. Some of the functions can be overcloaked for extra damage. Not that anyone except Anaheim's Navy knows that little secret. Having the KK unit on board is like having an energy boost. Nicely done, Marcus. Anna smiled at him as she walked over. The prince was looking at his KK unit deeply in thought. Oh, Anna. He smiled back at her the moment he saw her. Is there something on your mind? She asked him after noticing his pondering look. Just some ideas for Gundams. He replied before taking her hand. I see. How is the project coming along? She asked him. The next generation of their most powerful machines is a big deal. KK units were the ones who created the faction. These machines are the bedrock and the face of the faction. They are so notorious that they have nicknames like the Winged One, Angel, Beast, and Devil. Even Cornelia's mech has a nickname. Even though everyone on the planet knows this mech is piloted by Cornelia, they still call it the Caped One. One could say that Marcus's dream to make them symbols of absolute power has been achieved. The reactor still needs some work before we can properly minimize it. The bones have already been tested, the cockpit is already in use in Ekni, and the OS has been tested by Sub-Legion systems. The only things that we are at the drawing board are the thruster systems and extra combat support systems that we are considering. What kind of systems are you thinking? Anna frowned a bit. This was a bit odd for her because Marcus is working with Lloyd and Cecile on this. 3 top developers are still at such early stages after weeks of working on it. Well. He smiled at her before looking at Ecne. Variations of Geass systems. I already heard how CC is complaining about using outwards, so why not create something like a self-hypnosis system that could boost performance? After all, we are talking about brainwaves. If we train people's minds at such a fundamental level, it would improve their chances of a breakthrough. Achieving higher levels of thought, one step closer to the next stage of humanity. I remember you were talking about this. Anna nodded before asking about the other thing. And thrusters? Is ion technology not good enough? She asked with a strained smile. Ion technology is still used by Gundams, but not as thrusters, because for thrusters I am thinking to use the same technology utilized in Ecne. Her eyes widened as she saw the red energy, the bird-shaped wings and the halo. Wait, is it better than ion thrusters? Yes, far more versatile and can be used offensively and defensively. On top of that, it will be able to mix with graviton technology, in theory. If you can add all that in next generation, the leap would be as similar as jumping from tanks to 7th-generation nightmares. The girl commented as she could only imagine how much damage even one of these Gundams could do. Gravity offensive utilization alone could change the field of war. But what she saw from Ecne's Geass powers. More than that. Tanks can still land a lucky shot and blow up a nightmare. The armor utilization hasn't changed since Glasgow. It's still the same good old tungsten. Marcus joked as he recalled that little fact. Unlike them, he continues testing new versions of armor creation for his mobile suits, new combinations at the atomic level. As the pair were talking, all of a sudden, they began flirting, which made Ayano deadpan. Ahem. The girl coughed into her fist to get their attention. All of a sudden, they stopped and looked at her. Right, we should go check on them. Marcus remembered that he got some new people. He then spoke to his AI. Legion, tell the captain to set course for Constantinople. We are going back to my city. Tell the rest of my private force to join me there. As you wish, sir. What are we doing here? Anna asked him. I am going to continue my work there, while I wait for the armies to move on and prepare for the invasion of Africa. The old continent is in shambles with Britannia in retreat. We are going to conquer it and prepare the site for a space elevator there. Oh. Right, I completely forgot about that. The Pinkette clapped her hands in excitement. We already have the technology to build such a thing. Not only that, but even the rail system I designed would work. The nerdy girl was already giddy to see such a monolithic construct. Only the new girl looked a bit cautious. Midway, realizing that the pair of them were made for each other. Excited over such things, all she wants is to get her sword back.